Would you care to test the sharpness of my Susanoo? My dust release is not without its advantages. The second Tsuchikage opened his eyes to see Uchiha Madara's disciple under pressure, having been humiliated in Konoha. Do you think I, the second Tsuchikage, am easy to bully? Uchiha Madara, is it? Today, I shall confront you. With Iwagakure as our foundation, we shall strategize to eliminate Uchiha Madara, suppress Senju Hashirama, and form alliances with other ninja villages to besiege Konoha. The world may wish to see us crushed like insects beneath the weight of the Susanoo, but I refuse to comply. I desire to see us rise to greater heights. No, Otsutsuki cells? I shall still survive. I must live, from the era of chaos to the establishment of the village. Chapter 1. I, the second Tsuchikage, confront Uchiha Madara. Silence. There is no so-called alliance between Konoha and Iwagakure. The words of the Hokage are now void. A voice, extremely haughty and indifferent, echoed. Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, looked down upon Mu and Inoki from a position of superiority. Mu suddenly froze. Where am I? A torrent of memories flooded in, merging unknown recollections with Mu's own. Before long, Mu had integrated all the memories. So this world we inhabit is merely a comic. I am Mu, the second Tsuchikage from Naruto, the enigmatic bandaged man, the foremost mummy of the ninja world. And now, I find myself visiting Konoha, only to be subdued by Uchiha Madara as per the narrative. I had just exchanged words with Senju Hashirama and was about to depart when Uchiha Madara inexplicably obstructed my path. And now here we are. This battle has left an indelible shadow upon both myself and Inoki. Why? Why? Lord Hashirama had clearly promised. On what grounds do you deny that? Inoki glared, his voice rising as he directed his gaze at Uchiha Madara. Huh. Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a smirk. Hashirama's face flashed in his mind, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How could Hashirama have overlooked him so blatantly? There is no such thing as an alliance. Do not presume to think I am unaware of the thoughts of your small villages. Little ninja villages should obediently submit to the might of Konoha. And do not dare mention that man's name in my presence. With a cold demeanor, Uchiha Madara activated his Manjiki Sharingan, unleashing a torrent of formidable chakra that pressed down upon Mu and Inoki. What? Inoki's pupils dilated, panic etched across his features. The Susanoo rapidly enveloped Uchiha Madara, and soon a skeletal Susanoo rose from the ground, manifesting the first stage of its form. How powerful! Mu's countenance shifted beneath his bandages. So this is Uchiha Madara. Indeed, just as depicted in those memories. This overwhelming chakra forced Mu to bow slightly, the weight of the pressure bending his form. At that moment, a wave of humiliation surged within him. Could it be that he must repeat the same mistakes? Would he endure in silence, as in the original narrative? Would he allow Uchiha Madara to humiliate him and leave his disciple with a lifelong shadow? He too was a titan of the ninja world. He too was a pinnacle of strength. With his disciple oppressed and his village dishonored, as the teacher of his disciple and the next generation's leader, would he simply endure? No, absolutely not. He would rather die fighting than live with the shame of submission. Mu's heart could bear no more. Thoughts of his previous timidity vanished, replaced by an unwavering resolve. At this moment, Inoki, standing at the forefront, appeared strained, suddenly dropping to one knee. To think. It is this strong. Inoki found himself half kneeling, comprehending the vast chasm between himself and Uchiha Madara. The difference was staggering. This power, it surpassed even that of his master, Mu. Damn it. Inoki gritted his teeth, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. The stone representing the will of the earth slipped from his grasp, just as the emblem of resolve was about to hit the ground. Thud! A bandaged hand caught the stone. Inoki's pupils constricted, and he looked up suddenly. Hold on tight. Inoki, do not abandon your will. Before him stood Mu, his bandaged face now visible. Oh, not fear, your master is here. Inoki took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he patted Inoki's shoulder. Teacher. Inoki felt a newfound sense of security. Simultaneously, Mu's chakra began to counteract the oppressive force of Uchiha Madara upon Inoki. Encountering obstacles can easily lead one to forsake oneself, to find excuses, and to substitute hatred for will. Listen closely, Inoki. Do not abandon your will, do not forsake it. Stay true to yourself. Even if you face the reaper of the ninja world, do not bend your knee. Unyielding and steadfast, this is the will of Iwagakure. Upon hearing these words, Inoki was profoundly shaken. The will of the earth had not yet emerged, but the declaration of Iwagakure's will struck him deeply. Teacher. Tears streamed down Inoki's face as he felt overwhelmed. His eyes quickly filled with tears, and he clenched the stone tightly in his grip. That moment, Inoki was touched. With me here, do not fear. Allow your master to take the lead step aside. That Mu advanced slowly, shielding Inoki with his body. With a sharp gaze, he confronted Uchiha Madara. Do not bully the young. Uchiha Madara, let me have a word with you. Myu's voice was calm as he moved forward. With each step, his aura intensified, until his chakra surged magnificently. The surrounding stones began to levitate, floating around him as he ascended to meet Uchiha Madara at eye level. It is said that the Susanoo crushes nations today for the sake of my village, for my disciple, for my pride, and for my responsibility as a teacher. I, Mu, shall confront you, Uchiha Madara. Indeed, your Susanoo is sharp, but my dust release is not without its merits. Should you face my dust release, you will find yourself in dire straits. Fear is an innate human instinct. Courage is the anthem of humanity. Teacher. Inoki gazed at the silhouette of his teacher, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, even if his teacher was not a match for Uchiha Madara, in his heart, Mu would forever be a giant, a strong man, even stronger than Madara. Who dares to belittle the great Mu of Iwagakure? Mu stared intently at Uchiha Madara, his palms growing clammy. Is it sweat? No, it is rain. The next moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, a glimmer of appreciation and respect flashing in his eyes. Such an opponent is worthy of his respect. How intriguing. Knowing full well your weakness, you still dare to raise your sword against me? Before you meet your end, I must ask, are you not afraid of death? Uchiha Madara's tone was chillingly cold. The anger of the strong is directed at the stronger, while the anger of the weak is directed at the weaker. And you gazed steadily at Uchiha Madara as he spoke slowly. How arrogant. Are you implying that I am weak? Uchiha Madara's expression hardened. Not at all, do not take it personally, Mu replied calmly. Boom! Suddenly, a chill settled in Uchiha Madara's gaze. I never anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable strength, though his verbal assaults are indeed quite potent. Do not presume that eloquence alone guarantees victory. The true measure lies in strength. Since you are intent on courting death, allow me to oblige. Prepare to witness the might of the Uchiha. This is Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of divine power. The crimson tomo within Uchiha Madara's eyes began to rotate slowly. Chapter 2. Sage Art's Dust Release. Boom! At this moment, the confrontation between Wu and Uchiha Madara had captured the attention of the Uchiha clan. Such a cacophony could hardly go unnoticed. Impressive. Someone dares to challenge Lord Madara. My goodness, Lord Madara is about to clash with that bandaged man. Should we inform Lord Hashirama? Is it necessary to call Lord Hashirama? Would that bandaged man truly require the combined efforts of Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara? No, I fear that bandaged man may be struck down by Lord Madara. The Uchiha clan members watched with a mix of mockery and anticipation. Boom! Crash! The battle between Wu and Uchiha Madara commenced. Uchiha Madara opted to deactivate his Susanoo, choosing instead a more visceral approach to combat. With a swift motion, Uchiha Madara leaped forward to Wu, likewise utilizing flight, faced Uchiha Madara head-in. Bang! Bang! The two collided. Wu was immediately sent flying by the force of Uchiha Madara's impact. Truly formidable, a man capable of matching Hashirama in taijutsu. Earth release. Heavy rock technique. Wu's arms suddenly became numb, and his body felt weighted down, forcing him to halt. Weak. The initial engagement left Uchiha Madara feeling that Wu's taijutsu was not particularly impressive. However, while Uchiha Madara strategically underestimated his opponent, he tactically regarded him with utmost seriousness. Uchiha Madara did not relent. Instead, he unleashed a series of relentless strikes upon Wu. In the next instant, Uchiha Madara appeared beside Wu, executing a fierce side kick aimed at Wu's body. Wu sensed Uchiha Madara's presence the moment he materialized. Earth release, super heavy technique. Swiftly, he maximized his weight, and rocky armor enveloped him. Bang! Uchiha Madara's kick struck Wu's rocky form, and the rocks instantly transformed into mud, ensnaring Uchiha Madara's foot. Before Uchiha Madara could extricate himself, Wu formed a hand seal with one hand. Earth release. Arm of stone. The rocks on his arm morphed into a colossal stone hand that gripped Uchiha Madara tightly. In the next moment, Wu's fist rapidly transformed into stone, becoming a rocky fist. Earth release. Super heavy stone fist technique. Wu summoned immense strength and struck fiercely at Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara remained expressionless as he activated the skeletal form. Boom! The rocky fist collided with the Susanoo's skeletal frame, unleashing a thunderous roar. In that instant, the very ground trembled. The powerful chakra of both combatants erupted simultaneously. Boom! Meanwhile, Hashirama Senju was at a casino, perspiring with excitement. Ha ha! What a thrill! Hashirama was shaking the dice, having just concluded a dialogue with an envoy from the Rock Village, solidifying a friendly relationship between the two clans, which greatly lifted his spirits, that he believed that in the future, people could indeed coexist harmoniously. The clan leader has lost again. Ha! A member of the Senju clan chuckled. Upon seeing the outcome, Hashirama's expression darkened, but he soon burst into laughter. Today, my diplomatic efforts are fruitful, yet my luck at the casino is dismal. Ha ha, I could see this. The Senju clan members erupted into laughter. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed. Swish! Hashirama seemed to sense something amiss. He ceased laughing and gazed solemnly out the window. The others exchanged glances, unable to inquire further. Hashirama abruptly stood, his expression shifting. Oh no! In the next moment, his figure vanished. Meanwhile, Tobarama Senju was at the Konoha building, engaged in administrative duties. Tea this time. The Konoha building was not as grand as it would later become. It was merely a tall structure primarily constructed of wood and stone. Tobarama was diligently planning the village's layout and a series of commercial developments. Another uneventful night. Tobarama sighed, reflecting on the peaceful evening. In the tumultuous era of the past, he would often awaken in the dead of night to engage in combat. But now, such concerns were obsolete. Report: Lord Tobarama, one of the village's dogs, is pregnant. A Senju ninja knelt before him. Tobarama's brow furrowed upon hearing this, muttering, "Those inherently wicked and cunning Uchiha." Just as Tobarama was lamenting the Uchiha, he suddenly perceived a familiar and malevolent chakra. Tobarama's expression shifted. Not good. Uchiha Madara is causing trouble again. Tobarama sprang to his feet, swiftly utilizing the body flicker technique to depart. Swish, swish, swish. Wu and Uchiha Madara were engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Do not underestimate the experience I have gained from the tumultuous era. As Uchiha Madara sparred with Wu, he spoke. You emerged from the tumultuous era, but so did I. Wu replied coldly. Humph. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened through the recent skirmish. He recognized that this bandaged man possessed remarkable strength. His perception and reflexes were on par with Tobarama's, perhaps slightly superior to those of Izuna. Note: both Wu and Tobarama are officially recognized as ninjas with exceptional perception. Prepare yourself. Suddenly, Uchiha's Susanoo evolved into its second stage, a colossal arm wielding a massive blade descending with force. Wu did not dare to be careless. Earth release. Giant rock technique. Boom! A giant rock golem emerged from the ground, effectively absorbing Uchiha Madara's strike. Successfully blocked? Then, how about the third stage? Uchiha Madara's Susanoo surged again, transforming from the second stage and sprouting legs, growing 3 times larger than before. Simultaneously, 4 arms of Susanoo coalesced into 4 long blades. With a simultaneous strike, the 4 blades descended upon Wu's giant golem. Boom! Instantly, the earth shook and smoke billowed. Master! Inoki observed from a distance, his expression filled with anxiety, deeply concerned for Wu's well-being. As the smoke cleared, the giant rock golem was seen with its hands firmly blocking Uchiha Madara's 4 Susanoo blades. The ground beneath Wu and the golem had sunk deeply. Fascinating that a glimmer of surprise flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. The rock golem summoned by this bandaged man bore resemblance to Hashirama's wood golem, and he was astonished that even in his 3rd stage, he had yet to subdue this individual. That Wu gasped for breath. That I end the original work. Inoki's giant rock technique necessitated Madara's use of wood release for defense. Thus, it was not inferior to Uchiha Madara's 3rd stage Susanoo. Just as Uchiha Madara contemplated whether to activate the 4th stage of Susanoo, Wu seized upon this opening, a glimmer of cunning in his gaze. I've got it. At that moment, his true form, which had been lurking in the shadows, finally found an opportunity. Indeed, the entity battling Uchiha Madara was merely Wu's split body. Prior to the confrontation, in order to avoid being swiftly defeated, Wu had concealed his true form using dust release to wait for the opportune moment. The split body was engaged in direct combat with Uchiha Madara. This was also the reason he had refrained from utilizing dust release thus far. Firstly, the split body was incapable of employing dust release. Secondly, Wu intended to deliver a decisive blow, ensuring that Uchiha Madara could not discern the intricacies of dust release. If the split body would be swiftly defeated due to a significant disparity in strength, he could safeguard his true form and retreat. If the stalemate persists, the split body will provide the main body with an opportunity, allowing it to act at the opportune moment, unleashing the dust technique for a decisive strike. Do you see what's behind you? Suddenly, Uchiha Madara felt a chill run down his spine. This was merely a flourish, not a genuine reminder for Uchiha Madara to check behind him. It is well known that Uchiha Madara's weakness lies at his back. Unbeknownst to him, a figure known as Wu had appeared behind him. With both hands clapping together, a colossal white beam of light surged toward him. It's here, the master's most formidable attack, capable of shattering even rock. Inoki exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the dust technique. Regrettably, the master had yet to impart this knowledge to him. Ninjutsu. Dust technique, original world separation. Swish, swish, swish. The white beam descended upon Uchiha Madara like divine retribution. Upon witnessing this white pillar, an unsettling chill coursed through Madara, causing his scalp to prickle. If struck by this jutsu, his demise was inevitable. This was not mere conjecture, but the instinct of a seasoned warrior. Although he possessed the trump card, Izanagi, which even Hashirama was unaware of, there was no time to activate it now. Izanagi required prior preparation. Moreover, would he truly sacrifice his eternal Manjiki Sharingan to evade death but once? Susanoo. In an instant, Uchiha Madara unleashed his full power, propelling Susanoo to its fourth stage. Buzz. The essence of Wu was entirely unleashed just as he intended to deliver a fatal blow. A powerful shockwave struck the main body, sending it flying. Damn it. Wu cursed inwardly, although the dust technique was formidable. Its cooldown was longer than his own life. Had it been a technique that could be executed and attacked instantaneously, he was confident he could have vanquished Uchiha Madara. Void Mist. The true form of Wu hastily executed the Void Mist, retreating into nothingness, leaving the split body to continue battling Uchiha Madara. As the aftermath of the dust technique, and Susanoo dissipated, Uchiha Madara staggered out from the white light, still wearing an expression of shock. How could it have obliterated my Susanoo in one blow? Madara gazed incredulously at the ground, now devoid of his Susanoo, erased by the residual energy of the dust technique. He had been prepared to summon a stronger fourth-stage Susanoo for defense, only to find his Susanoo had been completely annihilated. Indeed, it had vanished without a trace. Hashirama would shatter his Susanoo, but not like this, where it simply ceased to exist. Fortunately, he had made the quick decision to abandon Susanoo, otherwise he would have met his end. Reflecting on the recent jutsu, Uchiha Madara felt a shiver down his spine. Such a potent killing technique exists in this world. This adversary's jutsu was clearly of a different caliber than his own. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Madara's gaze was fixed intently on Wu. Do you believe I am an open book? Would I be foolish enough to divulge my secrets to you? Do you think I am some kind of simpleton? Wu had no intention of revealing his intelligence to Uchiha Madara. Madara's expression darkened, realizing the folly of his question after all. How could an enemy divulge any information? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my Susanoo? My dust release is not without its advantages. The Second Tsuchikage's eyes widened as he beheld Uchiha Madara, his disciple oppressed and humiliated in the land of fire. Did you think me an easy target? Uchiha Madara, is it? Today, I shall confront you. With Iwagakure as the foundation, I will strategize within the ninja world, targeting Uchiha Madara, suppressing Senju Hashirama, and uniting the remaining ninja villages too. Besiege Konoha. The world may wish to see us crushed like mere insects by the colossal Susanoo, but I, on the contrary, yearn to witness our ascendance. No, Otsutsuki cells? I shall still live. I will endure, surviving from the era of turmoil to the founding of the village. Chapter 1. I, the Second Tsuchikage, stand against Uchiha Madara. Silence. There exists no so-called alliance between Konoha and Iwagakure. The words of the Hokage are rendered null from this moment. A voice, steeped in arrogance and indifference, echoed through the air. Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, looked down imperiously at Mu and Inoki. Mu was taken aback. Where am I? Suddenly, a flood of memories surged forth, intertwining the unknown with his own recollections. Before long, Mu had assimilated all the memories. So it is. Our world is but a mere comic? I am Mu, the second Tsuchikage from Naruto, the enigmatic bandaged man, the foremost mummy of the ninja realm. And now, I find myself visiting Konoha, in a narrative where I am subsequently subdued by Uchiha Madara. I had just finished conversing with Senju Hashirama when I was inexplicably halted by Uchiha Madara. And thus, the current predicament unfolded. This battle left an indelible shadow over me and Inoki. Why? Why? Hashirama clearly stated. Inoki exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at Uchiha Madara. Daha. Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully. The visage of Senju Hashirama flickered in his mind, a wave of indignation swelling within him. How could Hashirama not summon me for this? Such disregard. There is no alliance. I am well aware of the thoughts of you small villages. Submit to the might of Konoha, and do not dare speak that man's name before me. With a cold countenance, Uchiha Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing a torrent of powerful chakra that descended upon Mu and Inoki. What? Inoki's pupils dilated, panic etched across his face. In an instant, the Susanoo enveloped Uchiha Madara, and a skeletal Susanoo rose from the ground. The first stage of Susanoo. How formidable. Mu's expression shifted beneath the bandages. So this is Uchiha Madara. Indeed, he resembles the memories I possess. The overwhelming chakra forced Mu to bow, increasing the pressure upon him, causing his body to bend. In that moment, a wave of humiliation washed over Mu. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Must I repeat the same mistakes? Must I endure in silence like in the original story? To be bullied by this man, Uchiha Madara, leaving my disciple with a lifelong shadow. I, too, am a titan of the ninja world. I am a paragon of strength, with my disciple oppressed, and my village humiliated under the heel of tyranny. As the teacher of my disciple, the next generation successor, must I simply endure? No, absolutely not. I will not suffer in silence. I would rather die in battle than endure in silence and live with regret. Mu's heart could no longer bear the weight of humiliation. As he thought, the timid gaze he once wore was replaced by unwavering resolve. That moment, Inoki, standing at the forefront, struggled and suddenly knelt upon the ground. So strong. Inoki found himself half kneeling, finally recognizing the chasm between himself and Uchiha Madara. The disparity was far greater than he had imagined. This power surpasses even that of my master, Mu. Damn it. Inoki clenched his teeth, yet his body trembled uncontrollably, and the stone representing the will of the earth slipped from his grasp. Just as the stone was about to fall, thud, a hand wrapped in bandages caught the stone. Inoki's pupils constricted. He looked up in surprise. Hold on tight. Inoki, do not relinquish your will. Before him stood Mu, his bandaged face now visible. Fear not. Your master is here. And he took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he patted Inoki reassuringly. Master. Inoki felt a surge of security within him. Simultaneously, Mu's chakra began to counteract the oppressive force of Uchiha Madara upon Inoki. Facing a wall can easily lead one to abandon their self, to find excuses to replace will with hatred. Listen well, Inoki, do not forsake your will, do not abandon your heart. Stand firm. Even if a demon of the ninja world stands before you, do not bow. Unyielding and steadfast, that is the will of Iwagakure. Upon hearing this, Inoki was instantly shaken. As the will of fire had yet to manifest, the will of stone emerged, truly shaking Inoki to his core. Master. Tears streamed down Inoki's face, soaking his eyes, as he clenched the stone tightly. In that moment, Inoki was deeply moved. With me here, fear not. Allow your master to take the lead. Step aside. Mu slowly advanced, shielding Inoki with his body. Then, with piercing eyes, he faced Uchiha Madara. Do not bully the young. Uchiha Madara, let me confront you. Mu's voice was calm, each step forward amplifying his presence. With each stride, his chakra surged mightily, causing nearby stones to levitate around him. His body soared, achieving eye level with Uchiha Madara. It is said that the Susanoo can crush 4 nations today. For my village, for my disciple, for my pride, and for my duty as a master, I shall confront you, Uchiha Madara. Indeed, your Susanoo is sharp, but my dust release is not without its merits. Encountering my dust release, if you do not evade, you are but a fool. Fear is humanity's instinct, courage is humanity's anthem. Wah, wah. Master. Inoki gazed at his teacher's back, tears streaming down his face. This moment, though his master may not rival Uchiha Madara, in his heart, Mu would forever stand as a towering figure, a strong man, a being more formidable than Madara. Who dares to belittle the great emperor of Iwagakure? Mu's gaze locked onto Uchiha Madara, sweat forming in his palms. Is that sweat? No, it is rain. In the next moment, light raindrops began to fall from the sky. Haha. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, a glimmer of appreciation and respect flashing in his eyes. Such an opponent is worthy of my respect. How amusing. Knowing your weakness, you still dare to draw your sword against me? Before you perish, allow me to ask, are you not afraid of death? Uchiha Madara's tone turned cold and foreboding. Ha. The wrath of the strong is directed towards others strong. The wrath of the weak is directed towards the weak. Mu gazed steadily at Uchiha Madara as he spoke slowly. Ha. Preposterous. Do you imply that I am weak? Uchiha Madara's expression hardened. Not at all. Do not take it personally. Mu replied nonchalantly. Boom. Uchiha's eyes suddenly grew colder. I never anticipated that this fellow's prowess remained untested. His verbal assaults are indeed formidable. Do not presume that mere eloquence guarantees victory. The true measure of triumph lies in strength. Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige you. Prepare to witness the might of the Uchiha. This is Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of divine power. The scarlet Sharingan within Uchiha Madara's eyes began to rotate slowly. Chapter 2. Sage Arts Dust Release. Boom! At this moment, the confrontation between Wu and Uchiha Madara had drawn the attention of the Uchiha clan. Such a commotion was impossible to overlook. Impressive. Someone dares to challenge Lord Madara. My goodness, Lord Madara is about to engage that bandaged man. Should we inform Lord Hashirama? Is it necessary to alert Lord Hashirama? Is that bandaged man worthy of a joint effort from Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara? No. I fear that the bandaged man might be slain by Lord Madara. A throng of Uchiha clan members watched with a mix of mockery and anticipation. Bang! Boom! The battle between Wu and Uchiha Madara commenced. Uchiha Madara opted to deactivate his Susanoo, choosing instead to engage in hand-to-hand combat. In a flash, Uchiha Madara leapt forward, while Wu also took to the air, confronting him head-on. Bang! Bang! The two clashed. Wu was immediately sent flying by the force of Uchiha Madara's impact. Indeed, he is a man capable of going toe-to-toe with Hashirama's taijutsu. Earth Release Heavy Stone Technique. Wu's arms went numb in an instant, his body weighed down to a halt. Insignificant. The initial exchange left Uchiha Madara unimpressed with Wu's taijutsu skills. Yet, Madara strategically underestimated his foe while tactically respecting him. Uchiha Madara did not relent, launching a series of relentless attacks on Wu. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara appeared beside Wu, delivering a powerful side kick aimed at his body that Wu sensed Madara's presence instantaneously. Earth Release Super Heavy Technique. He hastily increased his weight to the maximum. While rocky armor enveloped his form, bang! Uchiha Madara's kick struck Wu's rocky exterior, which then transformed into mud, ensnaring Madara's foot. Before Madara could free himself, Wu formed a hand seal with one hand. Earth Release Arm of Stone. Suddenly, a giant stone hand emerged, gripping Uchiha Madara tightly. In the next moment, Wu's fist morphed into stone, forming a massive rock fist. Earth Release Super Heavy Rock Fist Technique. With immense force, Wu brought it crashing down upon Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara, unfazed, activated his skeletal form. Boom! The rock fist collided with the Susanoo skeleton, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the very ground trembled beneath their might. The overwhelming chakra from both erupted forth. Boom! Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama was perspiring in a gambling den. Ha ha ha! What a delightful experience! Senju Hashirama shook the dice in his hand. Having just concluded negotiations with an envoy from the Rock Village, the two clans had established friendly relations, uplifting his spirits. Hashirama believed that in the future, humanity could indeed coexist harmoniously. The clan leader has lost again, huh? One Senju clansman chuckled. Upon seeing the result, Senju Hashirama's expression darkened before he burst into laughter. Today, I excelled in diplomacy, but failed at gambling. Ha ha ha. At this, the Senju clan members erupted into laughter. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated. Swish! Senju Hashirama seemed to sense something amiss, silencing his laughter and gazing seriously out the window. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, yet before they could inquire, Senju Hashirama abruptly stood, his expression shifting. This is bad. Then his figure vanished. Elsewhere, Senju Tobarama was occupied in the Hokage building. Present. The Hokage building was not as grand as in later years. It was merely a relatively tall structure, primarily constructed of wood and stone. Senju Tobarama was drafting plans for the village's future layout and a series of commercial investments. Another uneventful day. Senju Tobarama mused, gazing at the tranquil night. In the tumultuous past, he would often awaken in the middle of the night due to conflict. Now, such concerns were non-existent. Report, Lord Tobarama. One of the village's female dogs is pregnant. A Senju ninja knelt, delivering the news. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow upon hearing this, muttering, those inherently malevolent and cunning Uchiha. Just as Senju Tobarama was lamenting the Uchiha clan, a familiar yet sinister chakra suddenly registered with him. Senju Tobarama's expression shifted. Not good. Uchiha Madara is causing trouble again. Senju Tobarama sprang to his feet, swiftly using the body flicker technique to depart. Swish, swish, swish. Wu and Uchiha Madara were engaged in rapid exchanges. Do not underestimate the experience I gained from the era of turmoil, Uchiha Madara declared as he clashed with Wu in taijutsu. You emerged from the era of turmoil, yet so did I, Wu retorted coldly. Uchiha Madara's gaze sharpened as he discerned through their previous skirmish that this bandaged man possessed notable strength. His perception and reflexes were not inferior to Tobarama's, perhaps slightly surpassing those of Izuna. Note, both Wu and Tobarama are officially recognized as ninjas with exceptional sensory abilities. Prepare yourself. Suddenly, Uchiha's Susanoo advanced to its second stage. A colossal arm wielding a great sword came crashing down. Wu did not dare take it lightly. Earth Release Rock Giant Technique. Boom! A massive rock giant emerged from the ground, steadfastly absorbing Uchiha Madara's strike. Blocked it? Then, how about the third stage? Uchiha's Susanoo surged again, transforming from the second stage into a threefold larger form with legs sprouting forth. Simultaneously, the Susanoo conjured 4 long swords with its 4 hands. All 4 blades descended upon Wu's rock giant with tremendous force. Boom! The ground shook violently, enveloped in smoke. Teacher Inoki, witnessing the scene from afar, displayed an anxious expression, his heart heavy with concern for Wu's fate. As the smoke dissipated, the rock giant stood resolutely, its hands bracing against Uchiha Madara's for Susanoo blades. The earth beneath Wu and the rock giant had sunk deeply. Fascinating, the glimmer of surprise flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. The rock giant summoned by this bandaged man bore a resemblance to Hashirama's Jutsu. He had not anticipated that even in the third stage, he could not subdue this individual. Wu panted heavily that I end the original narrative. Inoki's rock giant technique required Madara to employ wood release for defense. Thus it was no match for Uchiha Madara's third stage Susanoo. As Uchiha Madara contemplated whether to activate the fourth stage of Susanoo, Wu seized upon this opening, his gaze flashing with cunning. Got it. At that moment, his true form, which had been lurking in the shadows, finally found its opportunity. Indeed, the entity engaging Uchiha Madara was merely Wu's split body. Prior to the battle, to avoid being swiftly eliminated, Wu had concealed his true form using the dustless technique, waiting for the right moment. The split body confronted Uchiha Madara directly, which was why he had refrained from utilizing dust release. Firstly, the split body could not perform dust release. Secondly, Wu sought to deliver a decisive blow, ensuring that Uchiha Madara could not discern the intricacies of his dust release techniques. Should the split body be defeated due to the considerable gap in strength, Wu could safeguard his true form and retreat. If one can maintain a stalemate, then the doppelganger creates an opportunity for the original body, which can then seize the moment to unleash dust release and execute a fatal strike. Do you see what is behind you? Suddenly, Uchiha Madara felt a chill run down his spine. This was merely a flourish, not an actual reminder for Uchiha Madara to look behind him. It is well known that Uchiha Madara's weakness lies at his back. Unbeknownst to him, A being known as Wu had appeared behind him. With hands clapped together, a colossal white beam of light surged toward him. It has emerged. It is my master's ultimate attack, capable of shattering even rock, exclaimed Noki in astonishment at the dust release. Regrettably, his master had yet to impart this technique to him. Ninjutsu. Dust release, original world severance technique. Swish, swish, swish. The white beam descended upon Uchiha Madara like divine retribution. Upon witnessing this radiant column, Madara was instantly engulfed by an eerie sensation, his scalp prickling with dread. Should he be struck by this jutsu, his demise would be inevitable. This was not mere conjecture, but rather the instinctive foresight of a formidable warrior. Although he possessed the trump card of his Anaji, a technique unknown even to Hashirama, there was no time to activate it now. His Anaji required prior configuration. Moreover, did he truly wish to sacrifice his precious Sharingan merely to evade death once? Susanoo. Uchiha Madara instantaneously unleashed his full power, summoning Susanoo to its fourth stage. The original body of Wu released its full might. Just as it was about to deliver a lethal blow, a powerful shockwave struck the original body, sending it hurtling through the air. Damn it! Wu cursed inwardly, while dust release was formidable. Its recovery time was longer than his own lifespan. Had it been a swift release and attack, he was confident he could have vanquished Uchiha Madara. Void Mist. In haste, Wu executed Void Mist, allowing himself to slip back into the void, leaving the doppelganger and Uchiha Madara to continue their battle. As the remnants of dust release and Susanoo faded away, Uchiha Madara staggered out from the white light, his face still etched with disbelief. How could it have obliterated my Susanoo in one blow? He gazed incredulously at the ground, which had vanished into thin air due to the residual effects of dust release. He had been poised to summon an even more powerful fourth stage Susanoo for defense, only to find his own Susanoo completely eradicated. Indeed, it had disappeared without a trace. Hashirama had shattered his Susanoo, but it had never vanished like this. Fortunately, he had promptly abandoned Susanoo, otherwise he would have surely perished. Reflecting on the recent jutsu, Uchiha Madara felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a potent killing technique truly existed in this world. This individual's ninjutsu was clearly of an entirely different caliber than his own. What manner of ninjutsu is this? Uchiha Madara's gaze remained fixed on WD. Oh, you think I am an all-knowing oracle? Would I be foolish enough to divulge my secrets to you? Do you believe me to be a simpleton? Wu naturally would not reveal his intelligence to Uchiha Madara. Madara's expression darkened, recognizing the folly in his inquiry. After all, how could an adversary ever share their secrets? Chapter 3. Proof. The power of no adult. What on earth is this? Senju Tobarama gazed in astonishment at the flying Wu. This fellow can actually fly. Does that mean I cannot reach him? Incredible. He effortlessly obliterated Madara's Susanoo. This technique is formidable. In the shadows, Senju Hashirama marveled at the sight. He understood well the defensive strength of Madara's Susanoo, which he could barely shatter even with all his might. Yet, that recent technique merely flickered with white light and completely erased the Susanoo. Brother, that technique is indeed powerful. However, I am more concerned about the additional Wu who vanished without a trace. I couldn't even sense him. Senju Tobarama's eyes were fixed on the distant Wu. His sensory abilities were quite strong, yet at the moment Wu disappeared, he could not detect him at all. It is evident he possesses tremendous strength. I cannot sense the chakra either. It seems the Iwagakure envoy is no simple foe. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama also wore a grave expression, feeling the same lack of perception. Tobarama, let us hasten our approach. We must not escalate this situation, lest we jeopardize our amicable relations. Senju Hashirama could no longer hold back. He had just established friendly relations with Wu. In truth, he should have intervened sooner, but at a critical moment. Senju Tobarama had used the Flying Thunder God technique to pull him aside to observe the battle. Brother, let us consider this an opportunity to gauge the strength of other villages. The deed is done. Whether we go now or later makes little difference. With your abilities, rescuing that individual from Madara should pose no problem. Senju Tobarama spoke calmly. In truth, he wished to see how far the bandaged man could push Uchiha Madara, ideally to the point of defeating him. Sigh, very well. After some contemplation, Senju Hashirama decided to heed his brother's words. The commotion had drawn the attention of Konoha's residents and various ninja clans. What is happening? It seems Uchiha Madara is engaged in battle with an outsider. reportedly a person from Iwagakure. Incredible. To withstand Madara's might for so long, this Iwagakure envoy possesses considerable strength. A host of veteran Konoha ninjas emerged from their clans, observing the clash between Uchiha Madara and Wu. Upon witnessing Wu's ability to contend with Madara and directly shatter his Susanoo, the seasoned ninjas from the tumultuous era were profoundly astonished. It is well known that ninjas and Uchiha Madara represent entirely different realms of power. They understood just how formidable Madara truly was. The only one capable of shattering Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was Senju Hashirama. Yet now, this envoy from Iwagakure had achieved the same feat. Atop the Hokage rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tokashoyu, Mito Kamen, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafu stood observing the battle between Uchiha Madara and Wu. Incredible. Danzo, this bandaged man, is remarkably strong, managing to hold his ground against Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Shimura Danzo nodded gravely. However, the clan leader Madara has yet to unleash his full power. If he does, this bandaged man will not stand a chance. Uchiha Kagami, arms crossed, remarked. Though not a staunch supporter of Madara, he believed that only Hashirama could defeat him. Tokashoyu, Mito Kamen, and Akimichi Torafu remained silent, gazing intently at the unfolding drama. Truly, heroes are as numerous as the stars. Before encountering Wu, he had thought that only he and Hashirama were heroes. However, Wu's recent display of skill had altered his perspective. He and Hashirama were heroes, and Wu could be considered half a hero at best. Uchiha Madara's gaze was serious as he focused intently on Wu below. At that moment, there was no trace of mockery or carelessness in his eyes. If his earlier seriousness towards Wu stemmed from his conviction, now he regarded Wu entirely as a formidable adversary. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to scrutinize Wu's body and the surrounding environment. The sudden appearance of another Wu was evidently not a shadow clone. How could an outsider possibly replicate the shadow clones created by Tobirama? Tobirama's shadow clone technique would not be mastered by the entire ninja world until much later. However, after examining the scene, Uchiha Madara could discern no flaws. Could it be that the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot penetrate a technique more advanced than a shadow clone? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Wu, panting heavily, scanned the area. Senju brothers, are you not coming out to intervene? His exceptional sensory abilities had already detected the two, and he expected them to step in, yet they remained on the sidelines. If this continues, I will have no choice but to flee with Inoki. A smirk crept upon Uchiha Madara's face as he sensed Hashirama's arrival. Summoning technique. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands, calling forth his flame fan and scythe. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara instantly appeared beside Wu, delivering a powerful strike that sent Wu flying. As Wu soared through the air, Madara reappeared, striking him multiple times in rapid succession. Madara's intent was clear, to shift the battlefield away from Konoha. Even at this moment, Madara's thoughts were with his village and clan. If they continued to fight within the village, it would harm both, and many of his techniques would be rendered ineffective. Wu's expression was grave as he rapidly contemplated his strategy. The two engaged in an offensive and defensive struggle, and the battlefield had shifted outside the village. Once outside, Uchiha Madara held nothing back, unleashing his ultimate technique. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Madara unleashed his signature fire technique, simultaneously wielding the fan to amplify the already formidable Great Fire Annihilation, increasing its power exponentially. Boom! Wu's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the tsunami-like flames surging toward him. In the original story, it would take 20 water-style ninjas to counter this attack. But now he had to face it alone. The pressure was immense. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Rumbling. A thick, reinforced earthen wall erupted before Wu. Boom. The moment the sea of flames made contact with the earthen wall, it began to melt and crumble at an alarming rate. Wu pressed his hands firmly against the ground, summoning more earthen walls to reinforce his defenses. However, this was real combat. The opponent would not simply stand idle after unleashing their technique. Whoosh! Uchiha Madara utilized his body flicker technique to appear beside Wu, delivering a heavy kick that embedded Wu into the earthen wall. Uffed! That was close. I almost lost my bandages. Beneath the bandages, Wu's face was grim. Fortunately, he had previously utilized the earth-style, hardening technique. Otherwise, he would have been shattered by now. Uchiha Madara's expression remained impassive as he raised his scythe, prepared to strike down upon Wu. Whoosh. Boom. A flash of white light illuminated the battlefield as the earthen wall, which had withstood for so long against the great fire annihilation, was torn asunder by a single slash from Uchiha Madara, sending debris flying. Chapter 4. Wu's Catastrophic Starfall. Boom. As the earthen wall was cleaved apart, Uchiha Madara's gaze remained cold, fixated on the smoke. Has he escaped? Just then, the earth-style, heart-cutting technique. A hand suddenly emerged from beneath Uchiha Madara's feet, grasping his ankle. Uchiha Madara glanced down, channeling a massive amount of chakra into his foot, and stomped down with great force. Boom. The ground fractured and collapsed. The once formidable hand fell limp. Uchiha Madara's expression soured. This Wu dared to employ such childish techniques against him. However, this was merely a feint. The true attack lay above. The colossal rock giant materialized instantaneously above Uchiha Madara, delivering a powerful blow with its fist. Madara's pupils constricted. When did this happen? When did this fellow form the seals? Could it have been at some point earlier? He recalled that after the earthen wall had risen, it was improbable that the seals had been formed then. This individual truly calculated his moves meticulously. However, in the face of Uchiha's absolute might, such schemes were merely futile resistance. As the massive rock fist approached, Madara raised his fan to shield himself. Boom. The rock giant struck down with tremendous force, causing the ground to collapse significantly. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained unscathed, only uttering a calm, Uchiha rebound. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, and with a powerful counteraction, the force exerted by the rock giant was reflected back upon itself, leading to its disintegration, scattering debris everywhere. In the shadows, a figure gasped for breath while swiftly replenishing chakra. Uchiha Madara was genuinely serious now. It was evident he had entered a state of lethal intent, where every move was a lethal strike, be it the previous rebound or the earlier kick, each executed with the utmost force. He swiftly formed several seals, and then revealed himself. The moment he did, Madara appeared instantaneously, locking onto his target and swinging a massive scythe. Whoosh! As swift as lightning, the figure hurriedly manipulated stones to defend himself. The scythe collided with the rocks, and he quickly redirected them to disarm Madara's weapon, simultaneously forming seals once more. He bellowed, Earth-style, Earth Dragon technique. Madara decisively abandoned the scythe, instinctively raising his fan to block. However, the figure merely shouted as he turned and began to retreat. Daring to toy with me, Madara? Madara's expression turned cold. In his previous battle with Hashirama, his opponent had always announced his techniques aloud, accustomed to such straightforwardness. Today, this bandaged man was indeed unpredictable, having caught him off guard. In the shadows, Senju Hashirama witnessed this scene and, with a resigned smile, remarked, Madara is truly naive. Senju Tobarama scoffed, declaring that it was Madara who was the true fool. Humph. Trying to escape? Madara leaped into the air, his speed rivaling that of his adversary's flight. The figure turned, noticing Madara's crimson eyes fixed intently upon him as he drew closer. An instant of trepidation coursed through him. No, it was not merely a shiver. His skin was devoid of hair due to the explosive nature of his jutsu, and cold sweat began to pour. He took a deep breath, arriving at a predetermined location. Facing the suddenly halted figure, Madara wasted no time in launching his assault. The figure, without hesitation, engaged Madara head-on. Bang, bang, bang. As the confrontation unfolded, Madara activated a phase of Susanoo, slamming his opponent to the ground. He then unleashed his fan, pinning the figure down. To be honest, I have wanted to do this for a long time, Madara declared, deactivating Susanoo and coolly gazing at the pinned figure. The outcome is yet to be determined. The figure's gaze remained hauntingly fixed on Madara, his words defiant. Madara scoffed disdainfully. Just then, he felt a chilling sensation behind him. Slap. A hand suddenly rested upon Madara's shoulder. His expression shifted dramatically. Was the being he had pinned down merely an Earth clone? Without time to ponder, the figure unleashed Earth-style, super heavy rock technique. Instantly, Madara felt an overwhelming weight, as if the very ground beneath him was caving in. Now let me show you this technique. The figure slammed both palms onto the ground. In that moment, the earth began to crack with astonishing speed, fissures spreading like a spider's web, as if the entire land was to be torn apart into countless fragments. Yet, rather than scattering, the ruptured earth seemed to be drawn toward Madara with an irresistible gravitational force. Madara was swept upward by this immense power, his body ascending rapidly into the sky. As he soared, countless clumps of earth and stone lifted as though animated, transforming into massive boulders that hurtled toward him like meteors. These rocks fell like a torrential downpour, overwhelming Madara entirely. The figure too ascended into the air, raising both hands to complete the final seal. This is my Earth Explosion Star technique. The figure gazed at the colossal sphere suspended in the sky, pride flashing in his eyes even as blood dripped from his lips. Oh my heavens! This is simply unbelievable. Lord Madara is actually being suppressed. Those observing from Konoha gasped in shock at the immense floating sphere created by the figure. Be they high-ranking officials, jonin, or chunin. All bore expressions of astonishment. Look, Danzo! Quick! Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exchanged incredulous glances, while Mito, Uchiha Kagami, and others widened their eyes. Was this level of ninjutsu truly still within the realm of ninjas? Under the moonlight, the figure appeared almost divine as he raised his hands, as if conjuring a second moon. At that moment, the Konoha ninjas were gripped by unprecedented shock, not merely at the figure's ninjutsu, but at the realization that besides Hashirama Senju, there existed another who could engage Madara in such a manner. It dawned upon them that other villages too possessed their own formidable talents. This ninjutsu is truly astonishing. Hashirama mused, contemplating the potential for developing similar techniques in the future. Tobirama squinted slightly, noting subtle differences that he refrained from disclosing, eager to see if his elder brother would notice. Brother, did you not detect what was different about that sphere? Tobirama casually inquired. What is different? Hashirama scratched his head in confusion. Tobirama refrained from answering, instead directing his gaze toward the Hyuga clan leader. Hyuga clan leader, did you notice? Upon hearing this, the Hyuga clan leader smiled wryly. Lord Tobirama, with my Byakugan, I can certainly see it. The rocks forming that sphere are all embedded with explosive tags. Hashirama furrowed his brow slightly, activating his heightened perception. In an instant, he discerned that every rock contained a multitude of explosive tags. What on earth is happening? That figure from Iwagakure has been under our surveillance the entire time. He was supposedly engaged in battle with Madara. When did he plant these explosive tags? Hashirama questioned in astonishment. At this moment, Tobirama spoke calmly, because there has not been just one person battling Madara from the outset. Chapter 5. The Fall of Hashirama. Tobirama began to analyze coolly. There have been two individuals fighting Madara all along, one in the open and one in the shadows. Brother, do you remember the figure who vanished earlier? Since he cast that white light beam technique, he has not reappeared. The one in the open has been directly engaging Madara, drawing him into a preset trap, while the one in the shadows has been waiting for the opportune moment. The numerous explosive tags are the work of that hidden individual. Tobirama's analysis prompted Hashirama to nod repeatedly. But why hasn't Madara noticed? Hashirama could not help but ask. Perhaps Madara never anticipated that there would be a trap laid in advance. That figure has remained within Madara's line of sight, which is why he did not observe closely enough. Tobirama speculated. I personally believe Madara is simply overconfident. Could it be that Madara is actually going to lose? Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment. Not so, dear brother. Madara's complete Susanoo has yet to manifest. However, at this distance, I cannot ascertain if he can summon it in time. Senju Tobirama stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Can you, perhaps, accomplish this? Ninjas typically possess high attack, but low defense. Even a shadow-level ninja can be pierced by a kunai. Even with the Rinnegan, a single kunai can still blind you. Madara Uchiha must activate the truth-seeking orbs to defend against the explosive tags. The feasibility of detonating the explosive tags at close range against him has merit. Encased within the planetary devastation, Madara lacks the space to maneuver, and given that Susanoo cannot be activated instantaneously, the explosive tags will detonate in an instant. Moreover, Madara's physical form lacks the capacity for rapid recovery. This is a reasonable conjecture. It is not to undermine Madara. The five Kage have utilized explosive tags against him. Now, without the Rinnegan and not in a state of Edo Tensei, I believe that under careless circumstances, he could indeed be vulnerable to explosive tags. Is this your plan to ensnare me, buying time to escape? Within the colossal sphere, Madara Uchiha remained as steadfast as a mountain. His intent was simple. The creation of this sphere was to entrap himself and subsequently seize the opportunity to flee. From Madara's perspective, there was no issue. The immense effort to construct such a sphere could not merely be for aesthetics. It was indeed a means to ensnare himself and buy time for escape. However, I truly wish to witness your despair upon encountering my complete Susanoo. A spark of excitement flickered in Madara's gaze. Imagine, once the opponent exhausts their strength, he activates the complete Susanoo. What expression will they wear? Surely, they will descend into boundless despair and total subjugation. This is precisely why he had refrained from unleashing his complete Susanoo. Only upon earning the foundation of his own acknowledgement would he be deemed worthy of manifesting it. As the saying goes, genius merely signifies encountering one's threshold. However, Madara Uchiha misjudged the entity before him. Mu is not merely a genius. He has never witnessed the heavens. Here, heavens refers to Mu having absorbed a vast array of information about the Naruto universe, witnessing scenes where even the most powerful were rendered insignificant, where the six paths roamed freely, effortlessly obliterating complete Susanoo with a mere kick, thus leading to the belief that Madara's Susanoo is nothing extraordinary. Wait. Just as Madara prepared to activate Susanoo, intending to obliterate Mu, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He keenly attuned his senses. The moment he did, he was taken aback. Among the rocks lay a multitude of explosive tags. Even more astonishing, this was not confined to one area but encompassed the entirety of the sphere. There were even tags on his very visage. When did he bury these? Madara realized something was amiss. Mu had remained within his line of sight. How could he have found the time to bury so many explosive tags? Sing. Outside, Mu gazed upon the planetary devastation he had conjured, swiftly forming a hand seal. He directly activated the explosive tags. Boom! The planetary devastation was instantly enveloped in a blinding white light. The explosion illuminated the world. The earth trembled, rumbling. Mu collapsed to the ground, slowly closing his eyes, choosing not to flee, regardless of the outcome. His purpose had been achieved, and there was no need to escape. For he, Mu, fixated on the radiant light and began to attune his senses. I knew Madara would not be so easily deceived. Whoosh! As the echoes of the explosion faded, an immense chakra surged skyward, accompanied by a proud and frenzied voice resonating from the heavens. Ha ha ha, amusing, truly delightful, almost allowed you to succeed. Mu raised his gaze to the sky, where a magnificent Susanoo, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens, stood tall. The complete Susanoo. Within the cockpit of the Susanoo, Madara appeared disheveled. His attire in tatters from the explosive tags, his upper body bare, clad only in trousers. Yet, he retained his demonic posture, arms crossed, blood-red eyes glinting with a hint of madness. I shall fight again. Madara's voice echoed through the skies. However, another voice interjected. Stop, Madara. Senju Hashirama, adorned in a kimono, descended alongside Senju Tobirama. What are you planning, Hashirama? Madara bellowed in fury. You did not intervene earlier, and now that I am prepared to unleash my complete Susanoo, you choose to appear? Madara questioned, his anger palpable. Madara, this ends here. For the greater good of the village, stand down. Mu is an esteemed friend of the leaf. Senju Hashirama urged, pointing at Madara. Seeing the situation escalating, Senju Hashirama could no longer remain passive. Madara's eyes narrowed in disbelief. What? An esteemed friend of the leaf? The leaf has only been established for a few years. Where would such a friendship arise? Madara, I fear for Mu's safety. Senju Hashirama stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger coursed through Madara. Did you not see that I nearly perished due to that white jutsu? You fear for his safety? Are you not concerned for mine? Madara growled. Senju Tobirama's brow twitched, while Senju Hashirama fell silent. Madara cast a cold glance at the exhausted Mu, who now lay completely drained of chakra, utterly spent. Seeing Mu completely depleted, I feel somewhat relieved. Observe, this is the disparity between us. Mu's complete depletion merely compelled me to activate my complete Susanoo. Had I not been careless, he may not have even forced me to that point. Mu, are you unhurt? Senju Hashirama quickly approached, employing healing techniques on Mu, his expression filled with remorse. Upon hearing this, Mu's expression grew strained. Do I appear unscathed? I nearly perished in the leaf, and you question my injuries? My deepest apologies. I, Senju Hashirama, apologize to you in the name of the Hokage. Senju Hashirama bowed deeply to Mu, his sincerity palpable, almost kneeling in deference. Madara raised an eyebrow, discontented with Hashirama's subservience. Cough, cough, cough. Mu coughed several times and then, as if embodying a master thespian, began to extol. I had believed the leaf to be a village devoted to peace. Thus, I traveled great distances to foster goodwill, seeking mutual cooperation. I never anticipated the leaf would set such a trap to intimidate and suppress me. It seems, indeed, that human hearts cannot be fully trusted nor understood. Mu lamented, shaking his head. Such words struck deep into Senju Hashirama's heart, causing his already fragile spirit to feel a pang of discomfort. Hashirama, when have we ever sought to intimidate you? This has never occurred. Senju Hashirama exclaimed urgently. Huh? You send someone to engage me in combat to display power, while you lurk in the shadows, only appearing when I am on the brink of collapse, one playing the villain and the other the hero. Is this not intimidation? Is this not bullying? Mu retorted with a cold smile. Well, what? Senju Hashirama was left speechless, his expression filled with profound regret and shame as an overwhelming wave of remorse washed over him. Hashirama Senju was a person of delicate sensibility. Although he could be somewhat clumsy at times, he genuinely cared about the feelings of others. It was said that Konoha indeed had a hint of bullying in its atmosphere. This realization made him feel quite hypocritical, but Hashirama was not acting with malice. As he reflected on this, he recognized that from the perspective of others, he did appear rather insincere, and it felt as though he could not wash away this stain. Even if he plunged into the sea, how could he convince them that his intentions were pure? There was indeed a method. He could wager the dignity of a strong man. In tumultuous times, a powerful figure would bow only to heaven, earth, or their parents. They would not kneel to anyone else. If he were to kneel and apologize, would that not demonstrate sincerity? Thus, in the astonished gazes of Tobirama and Madara, Hashirama took a bold action. With a thud, he knelt down before them. Chapter 6. Profiting immensely from gold and timber. Hashirama, what in the world are you doing? Brother, this is unnecessary. Tobirama and Madara exclaimed in unison, shocked at Hashirama's act of kneeling. There was a flicker of surprise in Madara's eyes. It seemed that the memories he had recalled were indeed accurate. Hashirama was truly a good person and a peace-loving individual deserving of respect. Initially, he had doubted that Hashirama would bow at the Five Kage summit, but now he believed. My sincerest apologies, Lord Wu. I am deeply sorry. I am willing to compensate Iwagakure with 10,000 gold, 1,000 ninja tools, several thousand rations, and 50 Earth Release scrolls. If you are still unsatisfied, please unleash your wrath upon me. I shall not retaliate. Hashirama proclaimed earnestly. Hashirama, rise at once. Madara shouted at him angrily. You should only kneel for yourself, not for anyone else. Brother, this is going too far. Tobirama's expression darkened. He too felt that Hashirama was going overboard. It was not merely the act of kneeling. He valued the implications of the apology. While an apology was warranted, the compensation was excessive. Such resources, although Konoha thrived, could not be squandered so recklessly. After all, establishing a village and various departments would require funds. If Lord Wu does not forgive me, I shall not rise. Hashirama declared resolutely. Please accept my apology. Regardless of Tobirama and Madara's attempts to persuade him, Hashirama remained steadfast on the ground. Wu took a deep breath, maintaining his serious demeanor. Lord Hashirama, is this a matter of wealth? It pertains to dignity. Do you think you can simply placate me with money? The honor of the village cannot be purchased even with 10,000 gold. Madara shot a cold glare at Wu. Enough. If you continue to pressure Hashirama, I will not hesitate to end you. To his surprise, Wu stood firm. Throughout history, who has not faced death? I will leave my integrity as a testament to future generations. If you kill me, let the outside world witness the true face of Konoha. Wu declared boldly, closing his eyes. Are you truly unafraid of death? Tobirama gazed at Wu in astonishment. Did this person genuinely fear nothing? Angering Madara could lead to his demise. If it were not for his brother, Tobirama would not dare to meet Madara alone. Hashirama cast an admiring glance at Wu, recognizing him as a true hero, uttering profound words. Tobirama, however, had a different thought. If Wu felt this way, did that mean the compensation could be reconsidered? After all, such resources were a source of concern. Lord Wu speaks wisely, but do you still desire the compensation? Tobirama could not help but inquire. Yes, I must have it. I earned it through my own efforts. Why should I refuse? If the neighboring villages learn that I do not dare to claim it, they will think less of me. I demand it. I will share it with Inoki. Wu exclaimed, slapping his thigh and rising. Good grief, Madara and Tobirama thought simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. Hashirama readily agreed, then curiously glanced around. Lord Wu, where is your disciple? I recall you bringing one, but where have they suddenly vanished? Wu smiled mysteriously. You need not worry about that, Lord Hashirama. At this moment, on the border of the Land of Fire, two figures were swiftly moving, Wu and Inoki. In truth, they had long since fled. They had made a hasty exit, for who could claim the title of the first long-distance runner in the Land of Earth? Did Wu truly dare to remain and engage in banter with Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama? He was, in fact, quite fearful and had already made his escape. After unleashing the Earth explosion stars, he had exhausted himself and decisively took Inoki with him, leaving behind a clone. If he could survive, he could claim the compensation. If he perished, he could feign death to evade Madara's pursuit. A clone's demise was inconsequential. It could be replenished after a few days. Wu was an exceedingly cautious individual. He could not afford to leave his true self exposed, for if Madara or Hashirama were to harbor ill intentions, it would spell disaster. He could not gamble on Hashirama's benevolence or Madara's speed. Inoki, halt. Wait for my clone. Wu called out. Understood, master. Inoki's eyes sparkled with admiration for his teacher. It was rare for someone to emerge unscathed from Madara's grasp. Meanwhile, the compensation Hashirama provided to Wu was substantial, including an additional 200 tons of timber produced by Hashirama himself. Initially, there had been no timber, but Wu had intentionally requested this, stating that Iwagakure was comprised entirely of stone and needed wooden materials. Hashirama considered this and, with a clap of his hands, used wood release to create a large quantity of timber. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave now. Wu's expression was quite pleasant beneath the bandages. Just as he prepared to depart, Madara abruptly obstructed his path. Hey, have you forgotten something? Where are my fan and scythe? Madara asked coldly. Wu's expression stiffened. Oh, I nearly forgot. He awkwardly chuckled and slowly retrieved the fan and scythe to hand them over to Madara. Madara snorted and then turned to leave. Farewell, Lord Hokage and Lord Tobirama. Wu raised all the compensation, levitating it in midair. Inoki could lift Turtle Island with one hand, as his master. Lifting 200 tons of timber was effortless for him. Hashirama and Tobirama watched as Wu departed. Tobirama, that fellow is quite impressive. His strength and battle intelligence are commendable. Hashirama remarked with admiration for Wu, who was now a distance away. Tobirama nodded silently. This individual, named Wu, exuded an aura of cunning that was both elusive and hard to pin down. It seemed he might pose a future threat to Konoha. Ah, Tobirama. By the way, I still owe money for the gambling house. Could you please settle that for me? Hashirama asked with a sunny smile. Tobirama's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, you just compensated so much. How can you still ask me for more? Go ask Madara for it. The Uchiha clan is wealthy. And it was Madara who instigated this entire debacle, bringing someone over only to create chaos, leaving us to clean up the mess. By the way, brother, you ought to keep an eye on Madara. He is becoming increasingly reckless. Tobirama remarked critically about Madara. Hashirama's expression darkened at Tobirama's words, and he sighed. Ever since I was chosen as Hokage, Madara has become more and more unruly. Well then, brother, do you think Madara is fit to be Hokage? If he were to become Hokage, he would only bring disaster to Konoha, leading to war. Just like this situation, if it weren't for the two of us. Uchiha Madara would have likely declared war by now, Senju Tobirama said with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama let out a deep sigh. Madara is too forceful and lacks the warmth of a leader. In a time of turmoil, a strong leader is indeed necessary, but the current circumstances are quite different. I'm leaving, Tobirama. Senju Hashirama didn't want to hear his brother continue to criticize Madara, so he utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Chapter 7. Teacher. Why let Uchiha Madara go when such a great opportunity presented itself last night? In the air, the split body of Mu was slowly flying in, carrying 200 tons of wood, gold, and ninja tools. From a distance, it resembled a flying behemoth. Once on the ground, Mu immediately dismissed the split body and began to store these items into a scroll. Is that how it ends, teacher? Why let Uchiha Madara go last night during such a prime opportunity? Inoki said reluctantly, glancing at the offerings. Mu shot Inoki a look, his expression taut. What are you saying? Why should I let Uchiha Madara go? Exactly. Why let Uchiha Madara go when such a great opportunity arose last night? Is this truly something a human would say? Do you really believe the teacher could defeat Uchiha Madara? The teacher risked everything for his dignity in confronting Madara. Do you want to see the teacher risk his life against Madara? However, upon reflection, Mu realized that Inoki was just a child who didn't understand the world. Imagine being insulted and beaten by someone, only for them to compensate you with a large sum of money while remaining unpunished. One would still feel a loss of dignity. The ninja world is brutal and bloody. When the weak kill the weak, they are punished, but when the strong kill the weak, it is merely self-punishment. Better to accept compensation and grow stronger than to be killed outright. Inoki, I know you feel discontent, but you must assess the situation, Mu said, gently ruffling Inoki's hair. But teacher, didn't you tell me never to admit defeat and not to bow to power? Inoki hesitated, gripping the stone in his hand, questioning the contradiction between the teacher's previous words and his current actions. Mu chose not to chastise Inoki for his bluntness, but instead patiently explained, ninjutsu is not about surrender. It is a belief, a conviction. As long as we are alive, there will come a day when the barren wood will bloom again, and we will reclaim our lost dignity. But Inoki's stubborn nature remained unyielding. Mu smiled slightly and picked up a stone, pointing to a nearby willow tree. Inoki, tell me, which is superior, this willow tree or this stone? Holding the stone while gesturing towards the willow, Inoki hesitated but soon declared, of course, the willow. It is so beautiful, tall, and grand. If someone passes by, they will notice the willow first, not the stone. Mu nodded and continued, yet, this willow's lifespan is only 40 years, while this stone can endure for thousands or even millions. Inoki's eyes sparkled with realization. Mu elaborated. The flowing water does not strive to be first. It seeks to continue flowing. Outlasting your competitors is also a form of victory. Upon hearing this, Inoki's expression brightened as he began to grasp the teacher's meaning and gained a deeper understanding of the will of stone. It is not merely obstinacy. It requires the ability to assess the situation appropriately. Patience will eventually lead to clarity. Teacher, your wisdom is truly profound. Inoki expressed his admiration for Mu's insightful teachings. Mu chuckled lightly, offering no response. As they traveled, the two swiftly passed through the land of grass and entered the land of earth, having previously anticipated these developments. Mu pondered his next steps. Firstly, he would certainly not engage in a mutual destruction scenario with that little mustached fellow. He aimed to survive and grow stronger until he could steer the world's direction. To survive well, one must possess a robust constitution. This necessity was why he sought the wood created by Hashirama. Compared to the Otsutsuki cells, Hashirama's cells were more accessible. He intended to explore the possibility of researching Hashirama's cells through the wood to enhance himself. However, he also needed to strengthen the village in preparation for the upcoming First and Second Great Wars. Yet, why was there no record of the war's ignition in his memories? He furrowed his brow. The First War was of great significance, a ninja world conflict. Yet, the memories lacked details about the reasons for its outbreak. Even the nations involved were unclear. It only recorded the deaths of Senju Hashirama and the Second Raikage, along with his own demise alongside that little mustached figure. Alas, the journey ahead was daunting. It was imperative to focus on village development. His current strength had reached its limit, except for extraordinary opportunities. Mu understood that his abilities were at their peak, with no potential for further growth. Lacking the Sage of Six Paths lineage, his ceiling had been locked. However, if he were to encounter other fortuitous circumstances, perhaps he could make some progress. Creating dust release had already been a stroke of luck, elevating him to heights he should not have reached. Without it, he would merely be at the level of a shadow. Flying swiftly with Inoki, they reached Iwagakure by midnight. Compared to the bustling Konoha, the stony desolation of Iwagakure made Inoki feel a twinge of inferiority. It's all right, Mu reassured him. Though it may appear to be a slum now, one day it will become the most prosperous village in the ninja world. Feeling comforted, Inoki nodded. Since they returned late at night, they did not notify the sleeping Tsuchikage, instead entering the ninja village directly. The following morning, Mu entered the Iwagakure building, resuming his duties as usual. Although Stone River was the Tsuchikage, many affairs had already begun to fall under his purview, effectively making him the acting deputy Tsuchikage. Upon opening his envelope, he discovered multiple letters from the Land of Water. As he tore them open, he read, Hey, Mu, how did the last battle go? Was my steam technique overwhelming? Want to experience my water iron cannon technique again? When will we fight again? It's been ages since I last saw you. Why haven't you replied? You're not dead, are you? Hey. Why haven't you responded? You wouldn't really be dead, right? Didn't we agree to fight until we both perish? All these letters were from the Land of Water's Gazuki Mangetsu. He had been away in Konoha for several days without responding, resulting in an accumulation of messages. Mu's expression darkened as he recalled their previous battle, feeling a flicker of irritation. Their relationship was intricate, straddling the line between enemy and friend, bonded through conflict. They had mutually acknowledged that they wished to defeat each other. Yet they must do so together, in the name of their respective shadows. However, Mu had no desire to engage in mutual destruction with Kazuki Mangetsu at present. He was acutely aware of how splendid the future could be. He wanted to live splendidly, to see the wonders of the future unfold, and to endure long enough to witness the events of Boruto. After some contemplation, I gradually picked up my pen to reply to Kazuki Kageyuki. I am doing well. With these 3 simple words, I sealed the paper into an envelope with wax. Chapter 8. Affairs of the Land of Earth. I have returned. I heard Inoki say that you were doused with cold water in Konoha. The door swung open, and an elder clad in gray-brown linen, wearing the hat of the Tsuchikage, floated in. I glanced up and slowly rose to relinquish my position as Tsuchikage. Haha, I have never feared being splashed with cold water. I replied with a faint smile. Oh, Shikaku sat down, raising an eyebrow. What is this mere cold water to me? I dismissed it lightly, as if the previous humiliation by Madara was nothing but a fleeting memory. Shikaku regarded me with admiration. He saw in me the very qualities he sought, patience and the ability to endure without complaint. Shall we bring another bucket? Shikaku half-joked. Then that would be fatal for me. I replied, my expression tightening. The battle with Madara was already challenging enough, with a touch of luck involved. If it were to happen again, I may not be so fortunate. However, I heard Inoki mention that you actually fought evenly with the Shura of the ninja world. I did not expect your strength to be so formidable, Shikaku exclaimed, astonished. Just luck. I chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Inoki likely boasted about me excessively in front of Shikaku. Perhaps influenced by his admiration, he had elevated my prowess beyond reality. He did not witness how I was literally embedded in the wall by Uchiha Madara, nor did he see me pinned to the ground by a single blow. Haha. Truly worthy of the strategic genius of Iwagakure, your strength brings great honor to our village. Shikaku laughed heartily, patting my shoulder. Cough, cough. Konoha still owes us a considerable amount of wealth and ninja tools, which I have submitted entirely to the village, I stated. In response, Shikaku gave me a thumbs up. You are indeed the perfect candidate for Tsuchikage. Not only are you strong, but also wise and incorruptible. No wonder the people in the village refer to you as Lord Mu. By the way, I have ordered your will of stone to be inscribed at the village entrance. Unexpectedly, you are also quite adept in theory. Shikaku praised with a smile. I smiled faintly. It was precisely my intention to inspire the villagers. Moreover, it predates the will of fire. After a brief conversation, Shikaku yawned and departed from the Tsuchikage's office. Once he left, my gaze sharpened. It seemed the old man truly intended to pass on authority to me. He had already relinquished control to such an extent. I resumed my seat and began addressing the administrative matters. In truth, there were not many affairs to manage in Iwagakure. The place was small, and given its current early establishment phase, governance was relatively straightforward. My primary focus was on planning and strategizing the village's future development. Currently, the various institutions such as the Konoha Ninja Academy and Umbu had yet to be established. Since I had acquired that bundle of memories, it would be wise to preemptively lay out these institutions in Iwagakure, creating an Umbu and a Ninja Academy ahead of time. In the Land of Water, at Kirigakure. What is it? I have prepared the purple clay. Kazuki Kageyuki, with one hand pressed against his forehead, seemed ready to unleash his water iron cannon technique. Upon learning that I was unharmed, he could not help but smirk. Wonderful. I can battle with you again. This fellow has finally stopped playing dead. If you hadn't replied, I would have sought you out in Iwagakure, Kageyuki grumbled while folding the envelope into a paper airplane and tossing it out the window. Bang! The door suddenly swung open. An elder with long hair, clad in coarse linen, stood at the entrance. Kazuki Kageyuki, you young rascal, did I not instruct you to handle matters in the village? Why are you slacking off here? Bai Lian scolded angrily. Kageyuki waved his hand helplessly. All right, old man, no need to be so furious. Your eyes are going crooked from rage. As he spoke, Kageyuki gestured in front of Bai Lian. Do not be foolish, Bai Lian shouted. Kageyuki rolled his eyes inwardly. This shadow was commendable in many ways, yet far too serious and imposing, lacking the charm found in other village leaders. Especially the immense pressure he exerted was overwhelming. Being with Mu was far better. Next to him, I could express myself freely. If we became irritated, we could engage in combat, with the worst outcome being mutual destruction. Throughout the afternoon, I remained in the office addressing administrative matters. I pinned approvals for several construction projects and plans, one for the Umbu base and another for the Iwagakure Ninja Academy. Simultaneously, I dispatched individuals to seek investment in other regions to expedite the establishment of commerce in Iwagakure, aiming to accumulate wealth and prosperity for the village. Stretching lazily, I turned to gaze out the window, surveying the entirety of Iwagakure. Knock, knock. Just as I was lost in thought, a gentle knocking sounded at the door. Enter. Without turning my head, I replied nonchalantly. Inoki entered, carrying a tray of food. Teacher, it's evening. Please have something to eat. Raising an eyebrow, I felt a slight hunger pang. I nodded slowly and sat down at the office to eat. Beside me, Inoki busied himself with flattery. Teacher, let me brew you some tea, haha. Teacher, may I massage your back? Teacher, do you want a wife? Hearing Inoki's last remark nearly made me choke on my food, and I shot him a dark look. Inoki, what are you trying to imply? Surely you have something to discuss with me. Being your teacher, so speak plainly, I said while munching on rice balls. Haha, you truly understand me best, teacher. Inoki chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Teacher, your ninjutsu against Uchiha Madara was incredibly impressive, especially that white technique. Inoki grinned, affectionately rubbing against my arm. All right. I immediately felt goosebumps. Despite my bandages, I still found it rather nauseating, especially when imagining Inoki's future appearance. Seeing the eager expression on Inoki's face, I smirked enigmatically. Are you seeking my dust release jutsu course? A knowing smile graced my face. Yes. Inoki nodded vigorously. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Inoki replied, to master dust release, one must first be proficient in 3 types of chakra, wind, earth, and fire, and master their nature transformations. Dust release is a Kekkei Toda, surpassing even the Kekkei Genkai. I explained to Inoki, not consciously exaggerating my dust release. In the world of Naruto, the only Kekkei Toda is dust release. The Sharingan is classified as a Kekkei Genkai, while the dust release I created is directly categorized as Kekkei Toda. The sheer power of dust release is evident. It can reduce foes to atoms, leaving no trace behind. If it weren't for the Rinnegan's ability to absorb, I felt I could rely on dust release to contend with Kaguya. Wait, teacher, I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I can barely master earth release. Inoki lamented, looking despondent. This couldn't be blamed on Inoki. Peers like Sarutobi Hiruzen were still practicing basic transformation techniques. To expect Inoki to master the transformations of 3 chakra types right from the start was indeed challenging. Therefore, you must work hard. Once you master the transformations of all 3 chakra types, I will teach you, I said, finishing the last rice ball. Afterward, I wrapped up my bandages and immediately used the body flicker technique to leave the office. This book will temporarily update once a day. Chapter 9, Rasengan. The great name. Upon leaving the office, I had no intention of resting or sleeping. I am nearing 30. How can one possibly sleep? Though I have reached the pinnacle of my abilities, I strive to enhance my repertoire by acquiring more ninjutsu techniques. Despite having exhausted myself throughout the day, I remain resolute in my training. Upon arriving at a secret cave in the back mountains of Iwagakure, I swiftly performed a series of hand seals, ultimately striking the ground. The walls of the cave began to tremble, gradually revealing a small door through which I entered. Inside the cave lay a treasure trove of knowledge, numerous books and countless scrolls, my personal laboratory for the creation of ninjutsu. It was from this very place that I birthed my proudest invention, dust release, a few years prior. I cannot help but marvel at the inventive genius of the second Hokage and other village leaders. The second Kazekage, Sabaku no Gara, the second Raikage, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, not to mention that brilliant fellow, Hozuki Mangetsu, all exhibited extraordinary creativity. Sabaku no Gara pioneered the art of puppet manipulation and sand control, while the second Raikage developed the lightning release chakra mode. Tobarama's various forbidden techniques need no elaboration, and I, too, have invented dust release, a highly versatile ninjutsu. Even that little mustached fellow has made commendable contributions, masterfully combining genjutsu and water release. I retrieved a piece of wood crafted by Senju Hashirama and placed it within my container. Given my current abilities, I doubt I can conduct research on Hashirama's cells alone. That task must be set aside for now. Silently contemplating, I began to devise new ninjutsu. I recalled a particularly effective technique from my memories, one employed by a descendant of the illustrious Naruto, known as Rasengan. I should endeavor to master this ninjutsu. As a proficient chakra manipulator who has already developed dust release, I find the challenge of mastering Rasengan, which is less complex than dust release, well within my grasp. This technique, reportedly inspired by the tailed beast bomb, should be manageable. Several hours later, I successfully grasped the essence of Rasengan. With a flicker of thought, a rapidly spinning sphere materialized in the palm of my hand. It was effortless. Next, I attempted to infuse it with the nature transformation of wind. As I gazed at the rotating sphere, it soon shimmered with a unique green hue. After a few trials, I had learned to wield wind-release Rasengan. Excellent. By incorporating shape transformation, I could create wind-release Rasen Shuriken. A flicker of pride sparkled in my eyes as I experimented with the shape transformation, quickly manifesting a miniature Rasen Shuriken. However, to elevate this technique further, I would need to delve into sage techniques. Presently, I wield wind-release Rasen Shuriken. If I could incorporate sage arts, it might explode upon being thrown. Alas, sage techniques elude me. A shadow of disappointment crossed my gaze. Without the ability to harness sage arts, I cannot ascend to new heights. Perhaps my dust release could evolve further. Yet, this remains a fleeting fantasy, as I have yet to encounter any opportunities for such advancement. Unlike Hozuki Mangetsu, who at least has a shell, I possess nothing. The rock giant merely qualifies as ninjutsu. Could I possibly create my own sage techniques? Quickly dismissing this notion, I realized it was utterly implausible. If I possessed such power, I could easily forsake being a ninja and establish my own faction. After mastering Rasengan, I began my study of the shadow clone technique, created by Senju Hashirama. This technique is straightforward, requiring only a single hand seal. However, upon mastering it, I felt it somewhat lacking compared to my own splitting technique. Nevertheless, one cannot consume too much at once. I reclined on the laboratory bed, surrendering to a deep slumber, only to awaken the following afternoon in a daze. Upon returning to the Tsuchikage building, I discovered a multitude of officials anxiously awaiting my presence. What seems to be the matter? I inquired as I settled into the Tsuchikage seat. My lord, we have reviewed your previous proposal, and it is indeed quite impeccable. However, the challenge lies in our inability to muster sufficient personnel. The Ninja Academy requires instructors, the Umbu needs operatives, and we must allocate individuals to maintain the village, as well as others to undertake missions to sustain our financial resources. One of the Iwagakure officials stepped forward, initially affirming my idea before outlining its shortcomings. I furrowed my brow in contemplation, recognizing the validity of their concerns. It appeared I had overstepped. Iwagakure was still in its infancy, desperately in need of manpower. The rapid establishment of Konoha was due to its larger population and favorable geographical position, facilitating trade. Let us prioritize the establishment of commerce. Construct 2 commercial streets. And I shall seek investment from the daimyo. Attempting to bring some industries to Iwagakure, I proposed, my mind racing with plans. The officials nodded in agreement. As for the personnel shortages, I will discuss with the Tsuchikage this afternoon to see if we can relax immigration policies. Many areas still harbor wandering ninja clans. Perhaps we can offer them refuge in Iwagakure. With this plan in mind, the officials nodded once more. Subsequently, I visited the residence of Tsuchikage Ishikawa. After a brief discussion, Ishikawa remarked, I am growing old. Iwagakure will inevitably be yours. You may make decisions without needing to consult me. His words implied that, although I had yet to officially hold the title of Tsuchikage, I possessed the authority to act as one, an invitation to pursue my ambitions boldly. In the afternoon, I left a clone to manage administrative affairs while my true self ventured alone to the capital of the Earth Country to meet with the daimyo. The daimyo's residence, an imposing and solemn edifice, reflected the esteemed status and unparalleled authority of the Earth Country's ruler. Guided by servants through a series of crimson gates and winding corridors, I finally arrived at the daimyo's rear garden. Upon entering the estate, I encountered an exquisite pavilion spanning a pond, its columns and railings adorned with intricate carvings, showcasing the artisan's remarkable craftsmanship. Continuing along the pavilion, I reached the water's edge, where an ancient gazebo stood in serene harmony with its surroundings. The roof, thickly thatched with straw, imparted a sense of natural simplicity. Inside the gazebo sat a portly man, exceedingly rotund, who lounged leisurely. clad in a flowing white robe, its sleeves billowing in the breeze. He appeared as if enveloped in a cloud. A tall black hat adorned his head, studded with resplendent jewels that sparkled brilliantly. At that moment, the daimyo held a long fishing rod in one hand, casting lines into the pond with an air of relaxation, while the other hand wielded a folding fan, gently waving it to savor the tranquility of the moment. "Ah, Lord Mo, please, take a seat," the daimyo exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as he gestured with his chubby hand for me to sit. "Thank you, Your Excellency," I replied as I settled into the chair placed behind me by a couple of servants. "It has been quite some time. How is Ishikawa? I heard you visited Konoha recently. What was the outcome?" The daimyo inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Ishikawa remains in good health. My visit to Konoha did not yield any alliance. I could only leave empty-handed," I responded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I directed the conversation back to business. "Your Excellency, I have come to request funding." At this, the daimyo's expression shifted, his enthusiasm waning. Funding, you say?" With a cough, he remarked, "Lord Mu, I recall that ninjas typically earn money through missions, do they not? Every single task is worth thousands, if not tens of thousands. Why then do you come to me asking for money?" The daimyo casually glanced at the fishing rod and inquired. "Your Excellency, the times have changed. We are no longer in the era of the ninja clans, but in the age of the ninja villages. Iwagakure requires funding for military expenses and seeks to introduce some commerce to build a prosperous Iwagakure," replied Mu solemnly. The daimyo furrowed his brow slightly and responded, "What do you intend to do with Iwagakure?" Not wishing to beat around the bush, Mu stated plainly, "I seek your authority and financial support, allowing Iwagakure to take the initiative. We aim to not merely function as a military entity, but to evolve into a flourishing town that integrates both military and civilian life. For far too long, Iwagakure has been shackled by missions. The entire village relies solely on them for survival. This is not a sustainable plan. We must engage in commerce and attract investments to develop industries. I am confident that Iwagakure can not only protect you, but also transform into a thriving city." Mu slowly articulated his vision. Indeed, at this moment, the daimyo of the Land of Earth appeared as if possessed by the spirit of if life were only as it was at first sight, repeatedly affirming this sentiment while avoiding the topic of military funding. A wave of frustration washed over Mu, for he understood that without offering some benefit to the daimyo, there would be no investment forthcoming. Thus, he added, "The prospects are immense. All I require is an annual military budget from you, and we can allocate 20% of our village's total finances as taxes to repay you." Upon hearing this, the daimyo's eyes brightened. "How much do you require?" he asked calmly. As a member of a mortal family that had endured for millennia, the daimyo's wisdom was profound, embodying the notion that no one rises early without profit. 5 billion, Mu tentatively proposed. The daimyo's expression shifted dramatically as he countered with 5 billion. Mu sighed softly. Upon hearing that sigh, the daimyo felt a pang of anxiety. "Your Excellency, while you may not be a ninja, I trust you have heard the saying, when military affairs arise, financial resources must be sacrificed. Do you know how much a kunai costs now? 500,000 ryo. It wouldn't even fit in a cart." As he spoke, Mu's voice rose, and he raised 5 fingers to emphasize his point. The daimyo could not help but feel embarrassed, nervously fidgeting with his toes. "All right, let us negotiate. I will concede, you step back, and we shall settle at 3 billion. I will give you 3 billion, the daimyo declared. Upon hearing this, Mu's expression brightened beneath his bandages. Excellent. The two reached an agreement and proceeded to discuss investment matters. The daimyo consented to send some civilians to reside in Iwagakure, along with commercial shops. At last, the inhabitants of Iwagakure would be able to enjoy ramen, grilled meats, and other delicacies within their village. One more thing. The daimyo of the Land of Earth suddenly called out to Mu. "What is it, Your Excellency?" Mu raised an eyebrow. "Recently, there has been a movement for independence in the border regions of the Land of Earth, leading to the establishment of a nation called the Land of Grass, which has founded Uchiha. This infuriates me." The daimyo's face radiated a fierce determination. Mu instantly comprehended the daimyo's intent. He wished for Iwagakure to act as enforcers, to obliterate Uchiha, ultimately incorporating the Land of Grass into the Land of Earth. However, it was clear that since the daimyo had provided military funding, it was only fitting that Mu would fulfill his end of the bargain. "Leave this matter to me," Mu replied with a nod. The two had thus concluded a transaction. The following morning, Mu returned to Iwagakure, accompanied by various commercial shops and civilians relocating from the city. Fortunately, the officials of Iwagakure were highly efficient, swiftly establishing 2 commercial streets. Mu promptly arranged for merchants and civilians to settle in the commercial area. That evening, the majority of Iwagakure's residents flocked to the commercial streets to indulge in the diverse culinary offerings from the city: char siu, ramen, meatballs, grilled meats, and more. These dishes were immensely popular among Iwagakure's residents, leading to bustling crowds. Even Tsuchikage Sekihai arrived to purchase tobacco from the capital. Simultaneously, Mu explained to the populace that Iwagakure was a place where ninjas and civilians could coexist. The residents of Iwagakure collectively hailed Mu as wise. Mu also arranged special protections for the civilians to prevent any unscrupulous ninjas from bullying them. Once all was set, Mu directly appointed 10 elite Iwagakure ninjas. Wow, it's actually Lord Mu leading us personally. They were astounded and honored to be led by such a figure. Lord Mu, who could stand toe-to-toe with Uchiha Madara, was truly remarkable. They felt compelled to showcase their abilities. Lord Mu, you are so impressive. You are truly my idol. The 10 elite ninjas were visibly excited and astonished to learn that Mu was personally leading them. This was due to the recent news spreading among the Iwagakure ninjas about Mu's confrontation with Uchiha Madara in Konoha under the orchestrated efforts of Sekihai, which had magnified Mu's accomplishments, leaving all Iwagakure ninjas in awe. The thought of holding their own against Uchiha Madara filled them with pride. They had previously felt inferior, believing Konoha housed 2 deities, but hearing that Mu could match Uchiha Madara eased their spirits significantly. Alright, now let us proceed to Kusagakure. Our mission is to eradicate all ninjas from Kusagakure. However, those who wish to surrender to Iwagakure may do so. After all, we are in need of personnel. Mu strapped on the dual swords he had used during the era of turmoil and prepared to depart. Yes, the 10 elite Iwagakure ninjas responded in unison, setting off towards the land of grass to execute their extermination mission. In Kusagakure, 2 men stood shoulder to shoulder. Kusakage, are you not concerned about retaliation from the land of earth? The daimyo of the land of grass inquired anxiously. Fear not. The land of earth cannot muster its troops in time, and Iwagakure has just been established. They will not concern themselves with us, the Kusakage replied with confidence. But the daimyo began, but was swiftly interrupted by the Kusakage. Enough, Your Excellency. Do not fret. I have already sent someone to Konoha to use diplomatic relations to our advantage. We shall ride on their coattails, and Iwagakure will not dare to move against us. Moreover, the nearby Fuma clan is preparing to ally with us. If we continue to grow, perhaps I too may be worthy of the title of Kage. Then I shall become the Kusakage. The Kusakage's face glowed with excitement, as if the title were within his grasp. The daimyo of the land of grass wore a troubled expression. To be honest, he merely wished to be a loyal vassal to the land of earth. Caught uncomfortably between Konoha and Iwagakure, he had no desire for conflict. Unexpectedly, a few ninjas in his territory had established Kusagakure, and even more troubling, they were dragging him into their rebellion. Yet, facing their veiled threats, he felt compelled to agree, establishing Kusagakure in the name of the land of grass. It was evident that the daimyo of the land of grass had no intentions of seeking independence. He simply wished to be a faithful subordinate to the land of earth. Chapter 11. Annihilate Kusagakure and recruit the Fuma clan whoosh. Mu soared through the air, with 10 elite Iwagakure ninjas closely following behind. He cast a casual glance at the Iwagakure ninjas flying behind him. To save time, he used his technique to grant them temporary flight capabilities, albeit under his remote control. Without hesitation, they boldly entered the perimeter of Kusagakure's ninja defenses. Intruders! Quick! Notify the leader. A shinobi's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly turned to dash back into the village. Chapter 12. The Rock-Hidden Martial Arts Hall, Anoki. Upon returning to the ninja village, Mu promptly and decisively arranged accommodations for the Wind Demon clan, placing them near the village's center. This decision served dual purposes. Firstly, to demonstrate the village's regard for the Wind Demon clan, indicating that Iwagakure values their contributions. Secondly, to facilitate surveillance. Although Mu believed the Wind Demon clan would not rebel, his inherent caution led him to keep them under close watch. Lord Mu, your immigration policy is yielding results. Chapter 13. The Establishment of the Ninja Academy. With Mu as the principal, wishing everyone a joyous Dragon Boat Festival, I cherish you all. Please promptly point out any shortcomings in this book. as making corrections later may prove challenging. Gratitude to Blade-san for supporting with love, and to Feng Hikingkong for their 3 contributions out of affection. For several consecutive days, Mu focused on planning the infrastructure of Iwagakure, officially establishing the Umbu, personally selecting its members. However, his primary focus was the construction of the Ninja Academy. After days of accelerated development, the first Ninja Academy in Iwagakure was officially completed. Chapter 14. The Astonishment of Senju Tobarama. Following the establishment of the Ninja Academy and Umbu system, waves of astonishment rippled through the ninja world. The other 4 great ninja villages were taken aback, and all remembered the name Mu. The Ninja Academy inspired a sense of aspiration among various villages, with some taking action to emulate it. The advent of the Umbu also caught many eyes. Mu's Umbu differed from the one established by Tobarama in the original narrative. In the original work, the Umbu functioned as a special tactical assassination unit, directly commanded by the Hokage, whereas Mu's version Chapter 15, The Thrill of Battle, Dust Release, World Dissolution Technique. In the back mountains, Mu practiced dust release, simultaneously summoning his clones. His goal was clear, to enable his clones to also utilize dust release. He recalled that in Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, his clones could perform dust release. If his clones could also wield this technique, his strength would increase significantly, enabling him to execute more formidable maneuvers alongside his main body. Whoosh! An Umbu member from Iwagakure knelt half-heartedly behind Mu. Chapter 16. Tobarama's Visit. Earth Release, Rock Fist. Heavy Rock Technique. Mu descended from the sky, delivering a punch directly to the body of Hozuki Mangetsu. With a crunch, the body shattered in an instant, sending him straight back to the spirit world. Are you done causing a ruckus? Mu's main body appeared behind Hozuki Mangetsu, whose expression darkened, not expecting the battle to conclude so effortlessly. Enough of this, little beard. I have no time for games. I have already deciphered your tactics. Chapter 17. The 8-Span Sage Technique. Upon hearing such words, Mu immediately began to admonish Senju Tobarama. Lord Tobarama, will winter cease to exist simply because people fear the cold? Will the earth shrink in size because some fear distance? Can a gentleman abandon his pursuits due to the idle chatter of petty individuals? Mu's words resonated deeply with Tobarama, igniting a spark in his eyes. Indeed, I am a gentleman. Why should I concern myself with the slander of the Uchiha? Chapter 18. The Sage Technique is complete. Contracting with crows. Meanwhile, deep within a cave, Mu's expression shifted as he sensed the situation concerning his clone. 2 possibilities emerged, one being Sage Chakra, and the other an unknown force. Mu was aware of the existence of Sage Chakra from his memories, yet he remained ignorant of its sensations. Should he abandon his clone? Mu hesitated for a few seconds. Losing his clone would leave him considerably weakened, requiring an extensive period to recover. However, he was reluctant to let go. Chapter 19. The Plan to Capture the Nine Tails. Thank you to Feng Hikingkong and Blade-san for your heartfelt support. Allow me, Lord Mu, to experience the sensation of the 10,000 Fists sword. Mu summoned the 10,000 Fists sword, grasping it in his hand. However, the moment he made contact with the sword, he felt his chakra depleting at an alarming rate. Mu focused intently before retracting the sword. It seemed his chakra reserves were insufficient to wield it effectively. He needed to devise a means to enhance his chakra. Chapter 20. Leading the Hunt for the Nine Tails. Anoki's Little Secret. Lord Mu, we have new intelligence. An Umbu member from Iwagakure hurriedly reported. While attending to official duties, Mu nodded slightly. Speak. The latest intelligence reveals that the Nine Tails you have long sought was sighted yesterday in the Land of Waterfalls. Reports indicate that recently, the Land of Lightning sent elite forces from Kumogakure to capture the Nine Tails, but they ultimately failed. It is said that the Silver and Gold brothers of Kumogakure also perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. The Iwagakure Umbu reported urgently. Mu narrowed his eyes, immediately preparing to Chapter 21, The Human-Beast War. Sage Mode. Mu's eyes were instantly filled with darkness. Simultaneously, he summoned his clones once more, concealing himself in the shadows to gather Sage Chakra in case of an emergency. Mu, a man of foresight, ensured he always had a contingency plan. Even with a high degree of confidence in victory, he remained vigilant against all potential occurrences. Thus, accumulating Sage Chakra in advance was imperative. Although utilizing clones would reduce his overall strength, it still afforded him a safety net. Should his main body perish, the clone would continue. Chapter 22. A second confrontation with Uchiha Madara? No. Lord Mu, your chakra is currently insufficient. It would be unwise for you to face him alone. Indeed, we must protect you. Lord Mu, we are willing to sacrifice our lives to buy you time. As the pillar of Iwagakure, you must not be harmed. The Umbu members of Iwagakure stood resolutely before Mu, prepared to risk their lives to create an opportunity for him, even in the face of Uchiha Madara. Mu felt a flicker of emotion. While their strength may have been lacking, their unwavering conviction was commendable. Chapter 23. You want me to teach you the Flying Thunder God technique? Cloaked, Mu secretly infiltrated Konoha. Thanks to the absolute power of Hashirama and Madara, Konoha had not established barriers during its early days. Mu easily slipped into the village. His sole purpose for visiting Konoha was to persuade Senju Hashirama to join him in targeting Uchiha Madara. Engaging Madara alone posed considerable risks. Thus, seeking assistance was prudent. According to his memories, Tobirama had contemplated eliminating Madara several times, yet was thwarted by his own limitations and Hashirama's interference. Chapter 24. Forming Alliances. Mu nodded, planning to seek out others. Merely relying on Senju Tobirama might not suffice to defeat Uchiha Madara. He needed to increase their odds of success. Therefore, he considered other options. I could attempt to contact the Hidden Mist, the Cloud Village, and the Sand Village. Mu stated solemnly. Tobirama narrowed his eyes and responded. I can reach out to those old-timers from the land of whirlpools. Madara possesses the Nine Tails, which poses a significant threat. However, their assistance would greatly alleviate the situation. Chapter 25. Targeting Uchiha Madara. Please point out any flaws, as I can easily misjudge and lead to a decline in quality. Atop a mountain peak, beneath a colossal waterfall, the biting mountain wind whipped around Uchiha Madara's attire. His stature was as upright as a pine tree, though his face bore a hint of handsomeness. His gaze was steeped in weariness. His raven hair was tied back, with a few strands dancing in the breeze. Uchiha Madara shed his garments, taking advantage of the waterfall to cleanse himself. Perhaps due to an innate social anxiety, he had not chosen to Chapter 26, confronting Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Lord Hashirama has long recognized you as a menace. With a resonant voice, I will confront Hashirama with the severed head of Tobirama. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot as he coldly uttered, "Those lurking in the shadows, come forth." At this moment, the surroundings grew tumultuous. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of dark figures emerged from the shadows. Uchiha Madara, you have become exceedingly dangerous. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, we must take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Chapter 27, The Mightiest Dust Release. In Konoha Village, Hashirama, do you truly intend to capture the tailed beasts? Uzumaki Mito looked at Senju Hashirama with a face full of concern. Clad in armor, with a large scroll strapped to his back, Hashirama wore a reassuring smile. Fear not. Mito, I shall return swiftly. I am resolute in my mission to capture the tailed beasts for the peace of the ninja world. Hashirama declared steadfastly. By the way, where has Tobirama gone? Hashirama scratched his head, unable to suppress his curiosity. Chapter 28. Do the mightiest in the ninja world also weep? Buzz. When the black pillar of light shattered the Susanoo's great sword and surged directly towards it, Uchiha Madara was overwhelmed with shock. Whoosh. The dust release pillar erased everything in its path, as if they had never existed. The proud Susanoo vanished without a trace beneath this black pillar. The entirety of Susanoo was cleaved in an instant, its surface smooth, as if slicing through mud. Uchiha Madara watched as the pillar moved further away from him. Chapter 29. Senju Hashirama. Madara is dead. I have no heart to discern right from wrong. Avenge me, avenge me, avenge me. Madara's last words echoed in Senju Hashirama's mind for a long time. Madara. Hashirama cried out in anguish, tightly embracing Uchiha Madara's lifeless body. Weeping profusely, he never anticipated that this parting with Madara would culminate in such an outcome. A once comrade in arms who fought alongside him for the ideal of peace was now lifeless. Chapter 30. The Heir of Shadows, Part 1. What shall we do? Shall we head to the docks for some fries? The elite from the four villages stood at a distance, gazing blankly at the battlefield. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly precarious. Everyone, do not panic. I have already notified our village's shadow, who should arrive shortly. Unfortunately, our village is too far. We may not arrive in time. No worries. The Earth Country, Wind Country, and Lightning Country should be able to reach us promptly. Though the elite Jonin currently lack a leader, Chapter 31, The Heir of Shadows, Part 2, there is no time to mourn Uchiha Madara's defeat. Next to take the stage is the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage, the god of ninjas, wielder of wood release, husband of Uzumaki Mido, brother of Senju Tobarama, and dear friend of the Azura reincarnation, Senju Hashirama. On the battlefield, Mu and Akatsuki Hogetsu cleared the incoming wood release. Simultaneously, Mu did not forget to assist the Raikage and the Sandmaster, astonishingly conjuring a splitting clone at an incredible speed. Chapter 32, The Heirs of Shadows, Part 3, Sandstorm Burial. The Sandmaster simultaneously unleashed his power, manipulating the sand and launching a barrage of explosive tags towards Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed hand seals. Wood release, birth of the tree world. In an instant, robust trees erupted from the ground, forming verdant barriers that firmly obstructed the sandstorm laden with explosive tags. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Dust and wood shavings flew through the air, yet Senju Hashirama's wood release defense stood as firm as a rock, impervious to the ferocity of the assault. Chapter 33, The Heirs of Shadows, Final. Well done, Hogetsu. The second Raikage exclaimed excitedly. We succeeded. We have won. The Sandmaster also appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Yet only Mu in the sky bore a serious expression. No, this chakra is sage power. Having trained with natural energy, Mu was acutely sensitive to this sage chakra. Boom. With a resounding crash, the shockwave from the explosion swept through the surroundings like a tempest, enveloping everything in dust. Chapter 34. It is my turn, Takigakure's Kakazu. At this moment, a masked man, wielding a long sword, fixated his gaze on Senju Hashirama and the 4 second Hokages. His name is Kakuzu. His village had assigned him a seemingly impossible task, to assassinate Senju Hashirama. When Kakuzu first received this mission, he was bewildered. However, he was a man willing to sacrifice everything for his village. Resolutely, he penned his farewell letter and embarked on the task of assassinating Senju Hashirama. Chapter 35, A Fiery Scene. Senju Hashirama felt overwhelmed, as the battle with Madara had been exhilarating, 2 berserkers facing off. However, the current situation was different. The 4 individuals below were all strategists of Tobarama's ilk. If Mu were aware of Hashirama's analysis, he would surely nod in agreement. Yet, Hashirama's intelligence was somewhat outdated. Without sage power, Hashirama's layout would indeed be sound. He would oversee his main body, while the splitting clone could only serve a supportive role. However, Hashirama's information was lagging behind. Chapter 36, Why Break the Grill? Hey, why didn't you call me for the barbecue? The Iwagakure, witnessing the scene, quickly approached. Mumbling to himself, the Kirigakure Jonin followed closely behind, soon arriving at the barbecue grill. Haha, I was just about to call you. I didn't want to interrupt your observation. The leading Jonin from Kumogakure smiled and explained as they arrived. Come, let us have the brothers join in for a meal. He generously waved his hand, inviting the Iwagakure and Kirigakure Jonin to join the barbecue feast. Chapter 37, We arrived late. Boom. A tailed beast ball erupted right before Senju Hashirama's wooden figure. However, it did not inflict significant harm on Hashirama. It merely sent the wooden figure retreating several meters. This is, Hashirama frowned. A tailed beast ball. The 4 second Hokages below were slightly taken aback, then turned to look at the source of the tailed beast ball. There, in the sky, 2 blood-red lights flashed. Golden Horn. Chapter 38, The Great Unity of the Ninja World, Spiraling Shuriken. As Madara's only friend, his soul brother, how could I not avenge him? If I cease my quest for vengeance, what will Madara think of me in the Pure Land? Alas, to stop my revenge would mean betraying the villagers. The hard-won peace would once again be threatened by war, not a minor conflict between ninja clans, but a grand-scale battle involving the 4 great nations, leading to devastation in the ninja world. Yet, he could not forget Madara, nor could he forget Madara's eyes. Chapter 39, It is over. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar and a piercing, sharp sound, the inky black night was instantaneously torn apart by blinding light, illuminating the battlefield in its entirety. The sage art, spiraling shuriken unleashed an earth-shattering wave of force, sweeping forth with overwhelming might, distorting the very air around it. The once towering and solemn final great Buddha crumbled before this terrifying power, akin to a fragile sandcastle. The surface of the Buddha's body, Chapter 40, Awakening. Boom. Upon hearing those words, it felt as if a tailed beast ball had been detonated in Senju Tobarama's mind. Tobarama felt a deafening buzz, akin to a thunderclap. What did you say? Tobarama's pupils trembled as he repeated the question. The clan leader has fallen in battle. The esteemed shinobi of the Senju clan, unable to contain his tears, spoke with a trembling voice. Senju Tobarama instinctively retreated a few steps, leaning against the Hokage's office desk. The conversation between the two was overheard by the other clan leaders, all of whom were keenly aware of the unfolding events. Chapter 41. Unintentionally Awakening the First Great Ninja War Teacher. You have finally awakened. He cried. I nearly lost you due to chakra depletion. What will I do if you were to perish? Inoki lamented, burying his face in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Ahem, I am not dead yet, he replied, clearing his throat lightly, and then utilizing the light-heavy rock technique to levitate Inoki away from himself. Now tell me, how long have I been unconscious? Where exactly is this place? Chapter 42. You have truly caused me great suffering. Upon hearing the words of Kimimaro, his brows remained tightly furrowed. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara may have perished, yet there remained a possibility that they were still alive, existing in a state akin to Schrodinger's cat. Particularly concerning was Uchiha Madara. He had not had the opportunity to examine the situation thoroughly before Hashirama arrived, leading to a conflict that he could not ascertain the details of due to the overwhelming scale of his dust release technique. Chapter 43. The Assault on the Land of Fire. News of the demise of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara spread rapidly throughout the ninja world, particularly shocking the inhabitants of the Land of Fire. In an instant, civilians, merchants, samurai, nobles, lords, and shinobi alike were engulfed in disbelief. These citizens had witnessed the fierce battles between Hashirama and Madara, two beings far beyond the realm of ordinary ninja, devoid of any warmth. The magnitude of their conflict was so immense that it could be felt from several kilometers away. Chapter 44. Tobarama, should we suffer defeat? Remember to retreat to the island Tobarama. This is dire. A swift messenger from the Senju clan reported. The four great ninja villages have united to launch an offensive against the Land of Fire, and they have already breached its borders. In no time, another messenger arrived from the capital of the Land of Fire, delivering urgent news. Lord Tobarama, the daimyo is dissatisfied with Konoha. The four ninja villages have invaded the Land of Fire, and the daimyo demands that you immediately deploy shinobi to defend. Chapter 45. The slowly emerging cracks. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akimichi Choza hurriedly followed, entering to find Shimura Danzo weeping uncontrollably. Their expressions mirrored his distress, as they had feared for the lives of Danzo's parents. To their shock, both had perished. Uncle Sasuke, who is responsible for the death of my parents? I will avenge them. Danzo glared at Sarutobi Sasuke, his face twisted with rage. Chapter 46. Ah, the king of Konoha has arrived ahem. Let us refrain from discussing these matters for now. We must first address the immediate situation. Who shall lead the charge? We cannot all rush in blindly. He gently tapped the table, prompting silence once more. The three remained quiet, clearly aware of the victory within their grasp, yet reluctant to risk their loved ones' lives. Chapter 47. There are no eternal friends inside the tent. Teacher, why did you agree to Senju Tobarama's request last night? Is this not a violation of our alliance? Inoki inquired, perplexed. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, he replied calmly. Ah, so your outward friendliness is merely a facade? Inoki questioned, eyes wide in surprise. Indeed. He sighed softly. This world operates in such a manner. Though we have fought side by side, our motivations remain self-serving. Chapter 48. The Second Tsuchikage in the Hidden Stone Village. Under his leadership, the village flourished more than ever, with 2 new commercial streets established. However, the influence of Ishikawa's propaganda was palpable, as the entire village was adorned with the will of stone and portraits of him. Upon learning that he led the ninja coalition, targeting Uchiha Madara first, and then Senju Hashirama, and ultimately becoming the commander of the ninja army to overthrow Konoha, the entire village erupted with jubilation. Chapter 49. Let us all prosper together. Sorry, the previous chapter mistakenly referred to the Tsuchikage's hat as that of the Hokage. In the Tsuchikage's office, the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Stone sat attentively. He reclined at the Tsuchikage's desk, the hat resting before him. A heavy silence enveloped the room, as rumors circulated that the previous Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, had hinted at the need to address internal corruption within the village, causing anxiety among the officials. Chapter 50. The Tsuchikage's laughable pursuit of tailed beasts. Lord Tsuchikage, new intelligence has arrived. The locations of the 7 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails have been traced. All within the borders of the Land of Fire, reported a member of the Umbu. His gaze sharpened as he lowered the Tsuchikage's hat. Very well, I understand. Return to the Tsuchikage's office. With a swift motion, he and his companions utilized the body flicker technique to depart from the Ninja Academy. Returning to the office where he promptly summoned 20 elite shinobi, preparing for the mission to capture the tailed beasts. Chapter 51. The successful capture of the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails. Grandfather, allow me to give you a back massage. With the trembling ground and roaring sounds, the colossal Mu King advanced towards them. Upon reaching the range of the Hidden Stone's jutsu, he raised his hand slightly and commanded, "Release." The elite shinobi of the Hidden Stone unleashed their earth release techniques, creating a tumultuous response that shattered the ground beneath Mu King's feet. Chapter 52. We consume sea cucumbers. Daily report to the Tsuchikage. Urgent news. The allied forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure are engaged in battle with Konoha shinobi in the central region of the Land of Fire, announced a member of the Umbu. Oh, what is the status of the battle? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. It is disastrous. Sunagakure and Kumogakure have suffered a severe defeat, while Konoha emerges victorious. The commander of Sunagakure, Shaman, is gravely injured, and the leader of Kumogakure, AI, has lost an arm. Meanwhile, the southern and northern regions of the Land of Fire have been reclaimed by Senju Hashirama, forcing Sunagakure to retreat to the Land of Rivers and Kumogakure to the Land of Hot Water. Chapter 53. Is this not absurd? Another winter's snow fell gently from the sky, blanketing the vibrant Hidden Stone village in a silver cloak. Atop the tallest mountain in the village, statues of Ishikawa and him had been erected, symbolizing the legacy of the 2 Tsuchikages. Under his guidance, the Hidden Stone village had prospered immensely. Anoki, clad in the attire of a Hidden Stone chunin, reclined with his legs crossed atop the statue, feeling a swell of pride for the village's development over the years. For years had passed since his master had taken office. Chapter 54. 3,000 miles of terrain, while the Hidden Stone celebrated the new year with great fanfare. Konoha too partook in festivities. This year had proven to be particularly favorable for Konoha. Chapter 55. Kumogakure and Konoha seek peace. Approximately 4 months later, the first leader of Kumogakure stepped down, handing the position to the second Reikage. Concurrently, a message arrived indicating Kumogakure's desire to negotiate peace with Konoha. What nonsense is this? We have sacrificed so many brothers, only to end up with a mere agreement. Upon hearing this news, the brothers Kin and Jin rushed to the Reikage's office to confront him. Reikage, I demand an explanation. Are you not a man? If you are, do not engage in peace talks with Konoha. Chapter 56. Rebirth of Impurity. Long time no see, Senju Hashirama. His demeanor was somewhat frosty as he stepped forth from the shadows, his gaze coolly fixed upon Senju Hashirama. It's you. After a brief moment of astonishment, a chill surged within Hashirama's eyes, and alarm bells rang in his mind. This man had actually found his way here at such a time. Hashirama did not believe this individual had come merely to reminisce. What do you want, Tsuchikage? Hashirama inquired coldly. Chapter 57. What, no fighting? I, Uchiha Madara, must intervene. Lord Madara, a battle has erupted in the outside world, right in the Land of Lightning. Kurizetsu exploited the destruction technique to arrive at the concealed cave of Madara. Eyes closed, Madara sat serenely upon a stone seat. Years ago, he had ventured to the Land of Moon with Hashirama's corpse, initially intending to establish a base near the Land of Fire. However, due to the chaos of war and the fear of discovery, he retreated to the Land of Moon, close to the Land of Lightning, where he could observe the current state of the ninja world while remaining hidden. Who is fighting whom? Chapter 58. My heartbeat recognized you before I did. Dust Release. World Dissolution Technique. Wu unleashed a beam of dust release, aimed at Senju Hashirama. Hastily, Hashirama evaded, clapping his hands together to summon a multitude of wooden branches that entwined around Wu. Simultaneously, the previous wooden technique began to blossom, releasing a copious amount of pollen. Wu frowned slightly. This substance required caution. Lacking Susanoo to shield himself, he redirected his dust release to clear the forest of trees first. Chapter 59. The duo of Wu and Madara Bang. Boom. Wu seized hold of Senju Hashirama's arm and forcefully hurled him towards Uchiha Madara, executing a spinning kick that sent both of them flying. A tremendous surge of sage energy overflowed. As Madara and Hashirama sensed this power, their expressions changed. Hashirama, this energy feels somewhat akin to yours. Madara mused, holding his fan and glancing at Hashirama. Madara, it differs from mine. His is pure, appearing to be a more refined sage mode than my own. Chapter 60. I have declared that if I could defeat you once, I can do so again. Let us go, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's single eye widened fiercely, a powerful blue chakra surging around him like tumultuous waves. His hair appeared to dance as if caught in an invisible wind. Simultaneously, a gigantic Susanoo erupted from the ground, rising majestically. Hashirama, with a forceful clap of his hands, produced a resonant sound. His hair too swirled wildly, as if disturbed by a swarm of serpents. Chapter 61. Left hand, 10 quarrel sword. Right hand, 8-span mirror. He was nothing short of a superhuman. Even Kurizetsu, who was observing from the ground, was taken aback. In midair, Wu did not linger, directly ignoring Senju Hashirama as he continued to attack Madara. At this moment, Hashirama finally snapped out of his earlier astonishment. Is this fellow truly human? The incredulity of Hashirama's words was quite amusing. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Dozens of wooden dragons surged forth to assault Wu. Chapter 62. 10 quarrel sword seal boom. Boom. The flaming rock giant collided with the Susanoo-clad wooden man, shaking the very earth. The flaming rock giant swung the 10 quarrel sword, engaging fiercely with the Susanoo's blade. Sparks flying as explosive sounds echoed relentlessly. Wu stood upon the shoulder of the flaming rock giant, his gaze steely as he adjusted the giantess' assault. Meanwhile, Hashirama and Madara exerted their utmost to manipulate the Susanoo-clad wooden man from within. Chapter 63. The Divine Donkey Cart of Kurizetsu. After knocking down Yamamoto Yoshiko with a powerful blow, Kurizetsu wasted no time in hopping onto a donkey cart, instructing Madara, Lord Madara, please hold on. Madara's expression darkened as he realized he was to escape in a donkey cart. He quickly adjusted himself to lie down in the cart. Go. Kurizetsu cracked the whip with all his might, striking the plump donkey's rear. Crack. He exerted every ounce of strength in that blow. Chapter 64. Fate Bang. 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 Wu had now entered a state of transcendence. After crossing the river, Kurizetsu, panting, caught up. Upon seeing Kurizetsu, who merely needed a piece of wood to cross the river, Wu could no longer maintain his composure. First, he had carried Madara swiftly, then executed a drift with the donkey cart for 100 miles, and now, with merely a piece of wood, he crossed the river. Is it any wonder Kurizetsu could achieve greatness? With such perseverance, he could accomplish anything. Truly, Kurizetsu is a remarkable being. Chapter 65. This is a struggle for survival. In the land of water, within the hidden mist village, laughter echoed. What has happened on the mainland of the ninja world? Wu chased the donkey cart all night. Could this really be true? The ghostly figure of Hozuki Mangetsu held the latest intel from the land of fire, laughing heartily as he read. Hearing of Wu's pursuit of the donkey cart all night made him unable to contain his amusement. The ninja war had seen Mist Hidden occupying the eastern coastal region of the Land of Fire, where they had established an intel station to receive the latest news from the mainland. Chapter 66. What? The Mizukage has defected? Mobilize all Jonin and Umbu to apprehend Hozuki Mangetsu. Announced to the entire village that the Mizukage has defected, an unnamed figure swiftly declared. The clan leaders responded eagerly, unaware of the dire consequences that the impending third Mizukage would bring upon their families. A strange smile crept upon the lips of the unnamed figure as he approached the window, slowly gazing down upon the entire hidden mist village. The village had become too urbanized. It was time for a convoluted exploration. Chapter 67. Hozuki Mangetsu enters Iwagakure. After the meeting concluded, Wu found himself in the Tsuchikage's office, adjusting Uchiha Madara's fan. This fan is well positioned. Wu nodded in satisfaction as he regarded the emblem of Uchiha glory. This was his achievement. Seizing the exclusive weapon of the Shura of the ninja world, its worth was unquestionable. Regrettably, he had not obtained Senju Hashirama's great sword. Otherwise, he would have displayed it alongside. Chapter 68. Let us take a picture with my brothers. Welcome to Iwagakure. From now on, we are family. A grand banner hung at the entrance of Iwagakure. The streets were alive with jubilant voices as the common folk cheered for Hozuki Mangetsu, and his entourage, who had traveled from the farthest east. They arranged the two ninja clans' residences in the central area of the village. Iwagakure has gained a significant increase in population. I see many new faces. Chapter 69. The funeral of the second Raikage. I recall Lord Hashirama once saying, "Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall thrive eternally." I shall revitalize Konoha, reclaim the lost territories of the Land of Fire, expel foreign foes, and lead Konoha to prosperity. Uzumaki Mito gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a fiery determination. Good. This man can be Hokage. In the time Tobirama was alive, he had held Sarutobi in high regard. Now, having assessed him, along with a sense of morality, Mito could ascertain that Sarutobi could at least stabilize the situation. He then turned his gaze to Shimura Danzo. Chapter 70. The conclusion. It is over. Jin Jiao wielded the banana fan and struck down at the head of Kakuzu with great force. At the critical moment, a steady voice emerged. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the golden horn and silver horn changed dramatically. Immediately afterward, two invincible figures appeared, Wu and Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. When they beheld Wu and Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, an undeniable glimmer of fear flickered in their eyes. After the battle concluded, Wu began to clear the scene. He collected the heads of Golden Horn and Silver Horn with the intention of presenting them to the Hidden Cloud Village as a gesture of goodwill. Subsequently, he stored the bodies in a scroll to be handed over to the research department of the Rock Hidden Village for anatomical cell studies, to examine how these beings could withstand the power of the Nine Tails. If they could endure such strength, could the cells of Hashirama also possess a similar resilience? What if the cells were fused with the Six Paths lineage of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and then infused with the power of the Nine Tails? In the land of Earth, within the Rock Hidden Village, a tranquil inner lake served as the backdrop. Two men sat leisurely on chairs, fishing. Wu and Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon donned bathrobes and sunglasses, gazing at the lake's surface while holding their fishing rods, patiently awaiting a catch. In the distance, members of the Umbu were stationed for security and service. "Are you truly at ease, leaving that brat Inoki in charge of the village?" Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon remarked, munching on a cookie. "It's time for him to gain some experience. This marks my 8th year in office," Wu replied. Suddenly, a figure approached with an air of bravado, Shaman, accompanied by a woman cradling a child and two youthful guards. "It's been a while," Shaman exclaimed as he and Wu clasped hands. "This is my son, Shachuan." Shaman proudly displayed the child to Wu. "Shachuan." Wu accepted the infant. His expression slightly strained at the unusual name, yet he maintained his decorum. Meanwhile, the groom, Inoki, was drenched in sweat as he surveyed the assembly of shadow-level figures. Aside from the Mist-Hidden Village, all other major ninja villages had sent their shadows, making this event no less significant than a 5-Kage summit. It was rumored that envoys from the feudal lords would also attend. Inoki had envisioned a grand wedding, yet the scale of this occasion was beyond his expectations. With nearly every power player from the ninja world present, in the scientific district, Orochimaru was unexpectedly spotted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Orochimaru, I didn't expect to see you here," Hiruzen exclaimed, having just confronted Jiraiya. Seeing Orochimaru engrossed in scientific literature tempered his irritation. "Ah, you're studying science," he mused. "Let us hurry. The ceremony is about to commence." After the wedding, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the departing guests. Rather than celebrating the union, many had come to assess the strength of the Rock Hidden Village. Hiruzen sought a war to cleanse the dishonor of Konoha, while Shaman and the Third Raikage were haunted by the memories of the First Ninja World War, yearning for another conflict against Konoha. Both subtly hinted at Wu, hoping to draw the Rock Hidden Village closer to their cause. "Why did you choose me? Why not someone else?" Purple questioned Wu, lamenting her selection as a Jinchuriki. Wu, slightly exasperated, explained that despite the potential for exclusion, being a Jinchuriki was ultimately advantageous. For those who crave power, it signified an elevation of their limits and the ability to wield greater strength, as she was the only one among the children suited for the role. Have the slaughterers completed their task? Yes. Eliminate every bloodline limit family. Cleanse them entirely. The Water Shadow's orders echoed, revealing the increasingly radical path the Mist-Hidden Village had taken in recent years, evolving from merely restricting bloodline families to outright extermination. To focus on his research into ninjutsu and longevity, Wu resolved to pass the mantle of Earth Shadow to Inoki, having exhausted his interest in power. Clinging to authority would only strain the bond between him and Inoki. creating a rift in what should be a harmonious teacher-student relationship. He yearned for a genuine friendship with Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, devoid of political or selfish motives. "Oh, since you are reluctant, I shall contemplate further," Wu feigned deep thought. Inoki felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He regretted his attempt to feign humility. "Master, he stammered, but before he could articulate further, Wu gently placed the Earth Shadow hat upon Inoki's head. "Have you had your fill of life?" Wu inquired of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. "Meh. I feel we have lived quite splendidly. Born in a tumultuous era, we have accomplished much and experienced enough glory." Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon shrugged, indifferent. They had witnessed the rise and fall of great figures, and both had served as shadows of their respective villages, now standing as the strongest in the world. A messenger from the Wind Country arrived urgently, announcing the death of the second Wind Shadow, Shaman. Upon hearing the news, Wu and Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon paused, reflecting on the loss of yet another old friend. Yet another comrade has departed, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon sighed. Wu nodded in agreement. Having shifted his focus to film promotion alongside Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon after stepping down from his role as Earth Shadow, they adapted literary classics into ninja-themed versions, which gained immense popularity, even prompting feudal lords to purchase televisions to watch their productions. "Orochimaru, this is a critical infiltration mission. I need you to delve into the rain-hidden village and uncover the truth about Hanzo of the Salamander," Hiruzen instructed. "What does it mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen is sending us deer meat?" Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon wondered aloud as he savored the delicacy. "I'm not certain, but I hear it's from the Nara clan's fawn, and it's indeed tender and delicious," Wu replied while enjoying the dish. "Yet we have our own delicacies in the land of Earth. If he merely wished to curry favor, he could have sent other specialties from Konoha instead of deer meat." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, having noticed that Jiraiya had yet to assemble, made their way to his residence. "Sarutobi-sensei, this is Jiraiya's home. The young rascal has undoubtedly overslept again." Two individuals stealthily infiltrated the room. Tsunade forcefully swung open the sliding door. Jiraiya, I knew you would sleep in." Tsunade's voice abruptly halted, her expression shifting to one of shock and disbelief. Chapter 86. A single cigarette paralyses the security of Iwagakure. A reader mentioned an upcoming examination, asserting that regardless of the outcome, be it success or failure, one must accept it all, as fate is predetermined. What truly matters is oneself. One must not succumb to internal strife. Prolonged inner conflict can diminish one's lifespan. Thus, maintaining an excellent mindset is essential. Orochimaru, upon hearing the revelation of his identity, felt a buzzing in his head. His mind blank. He trembled, rooted to the spot in fear. "You've certainly grown, little Orochimaru," observed Wu, gazing at him with a sense of nostalgia. Chapter 87. The situation of Obito. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Inoki exclaimed, rising to greet the unexpectedly arrived instructor. "I have matters to discuss with you." "I just captured an infiltrating foreign ninja within Iwagakure," Wu stated, his gaze laced with anger. Inoki, taken aback, hurriedly inquired, "Teacher, which village does he belong to? Where is he now? What are his intentions?" Wu raised a hand, dismissing the need for further inquiry. "There's no need to search. I have personally eliminated him. These details are inconsequential. What truly matters is that foreign ninja." Chapter 88. The Ninja Paradise Game Company. "This love comes from Prospero," the reader noted. "I responded to your review, but it seems my comment was swallowed. I have basically replied to all those I liked." "Teacher, the infiltration was unsuccessful," Orochimaru reported back to Sarutobi Hiruzen upon his return to Konoha. Sarutobi nodded, acknowledging that Orochimaru's failure was expected. "Let us consider this mission a learning experience. Perhaps send Orochimaru to Iwagakure to procure cigarettes. The battlefield in the Land of Rain requires your presence. Jiraiya and Tsunade are also engaged there. The battle has been ongoing for quite some time, in certain areas." Chapter 89. The War Phase. "Frog Sage? How tiresome. I defeated the Senju Hashirama with ease." Uchiha Madara, holding a gaming console, dismissed a friend request from a player named Frog Sage. "Wow, Lord Madara, in just a few days, you have ascended the Ninja World Ranking chart, becoming the first Super Kage player since the server opened," exclaimed Uzumaki White Zetsu, excitedly praising Uchiha Madara. Madara smirked, merely trivial skills." Chapter 90. It's sweltering. The Great Ninja War raged on with fervor as the ninja world faced an oppressive summer. The land of earth, the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of rain all experienced soaring temperatures. Why is it so unbearably hot this summer? Wu pondered, observing the air outside shimmering from the heat. Fortunately, the Iwagakure Technology Department had developed air conditioning. Otherwise, they would have to rely on chakra to cool down. Situated in the northwest, Iwagakure, though adjacent to the land of snow, was surrounded by mountains, making it difficult for breezes to reach the village. Chapter 91. The plan to nurture little Nagato. I never expected you to have an affinity for infants. Will you personally raise him? Asked Hozuki Mangetsu, teasingly poking at the swaddled Nagato. Yes, Wu replied with a slight nod. I plan to nurture him until he is 5 years old. Wu intended to instill in Nagato the foundational values before returning him to the land of rain, reappearing as an orphan. By that time, it would be interesting to see if Uchiha Madara would choose Nagato, adhering to the original storyline. Chapter 92. Wu's television series. Hey, you changed your clothes? Wu remarked, raising an eyebrow at Hozuki Mangetsu's new attire. Indeed, Mangetsu confirmed with a nod. What happened to the old ones? I recycled the old ones in Iwagakure. I can place an order for new ones now. Mangetsu began to explain, but was interrupted as Wu's expression hardened. Have you become addicted to advertising with Kakuzu? All right. I understand, he replied, before a knock sounded. Chapter 93. Wu's 60th birthday. Alas, there is no hope. The third Hokage lamented, his governance style having softened considerably by this point. He had aged, his strength waning significantly. Uchiha Madara set foot on the land of mist, accompanied by black Zetsu, clad in white Zetsu. To compensate for his frailty due to old age, Madara chose to wear white Zetsu, ensuring no mishaps occurred. Little did he expect that the land of mist had transformed so drastically. Chapter 94. Just as one wave settles, another rises. Today, the air conditioning suddenly malfunctioned, and the repairman won't arrive until 5. I've spent the entire day without it, saluting the legendary heat-resistant king. Black Zetsu reported to Madara that Wu is still alive. I've heard he celebrates his birthday today. Humph, the old fool is still breathing. Let us see who outlasts whom. Madara's eyes glinted coldly as he scribbled a note, instructing White Zetsu to deliver a gift to the birthday celebration. Chapter 95. The Relentless Third Great Ninja War. In the office, Inoki was vigorously preparing to wage war against Konoha. Upon learning of this, Kakuzu became anxious and rushed to Wu's residence to report Inoki's intentions, seeking Wu's intervention. However, Wu found himself powerless, merely suggesting that they trust Inoki. Aware of Inoki's determination, Kakuzu resigned himself to the reality that a swift and ruthless battle was imminent. Hoping to shatter Konoha within a year to prevent further bloodshed in Iwagakure, as the longer the war dragged on, the greater the costs would become. Chapter 96. Father, I have long been a citizen of Iwagakure. In a classroom at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the walls were adorned with student performance rankings, densely populated with names and scores. A throng of excited students gathered around, whispering, pointing, and exhibiting varied expressions of joy or despair. Among them stood a notably captivating 5-year-old boy, wearing goggles. His small stature was complemented by large, expressive eyes, fixated on the rankings, leaving no name unexamined. Chapter 97. The Eruption of Ninja Warfare. 3 years later, after extensive preparation, Iwagakure was ready for war. The protracted wait was necessary for the new generation to mature. Each passing year represented an increase in Iwagakure's ninja population. Furthermore, it served to desensitize Konoha into believing that Iwagakure was merely conducting drills. Lord Tsuchikage, I have formulated the battle strategy, he announced. I call it Blitzkrieg. Led by the Eastern Dead, 1,000 ninjas will launch a frontal assault on Konoha's front lines. According to intel from the Umbu, Konoha's defenses are currently sparse. Chapter 98. The Land of Water joins the fray. Under Iwagakure's offensive, the Land of Fire was engulfed in flames of war. Simultaneously, Humogakure and Amigakure also began to mobilize. Humogakure advanced southward, vying for control over the lands of Rice, Moon, and River. Amigakure, on the other hand, sought vengeance. The Sand Village remained inactive, as the third Tsuchikage was reportedly missing, and the Sand Village was fully engaged in searching for their leader, leaving them no time to attend to the war. The Eastern Dead's forces swiftly dismantled Konoha's front lines. Unlike the original narrative, Iwagakure's onslaught was exceedingly rapid, leading to the annihilation of characters like Mei Terumi and others. While the likes of Namikaze Minato, Chapter 99. The Third Great Ninja War is ongoing. Jiraiya leading a team alongside the Four Tails and Five Tails storyline originates from the Namikaze Minato series and is not my original creation. Some readers may not have read Namikaze Minato, so I have highlighted this to prevent confusion regarding whether Minato confronted the Four Tails and Five Tails directly. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, the battlefield trembled violently. Ozzy and Han stood side by side, their figures partially obscured by the swirling smoke. Tail Beast Transformation. With a furious roar, the old man exclaimed, Chapter 100, The Lightning Warfare of the Eastern Dead. Engaging in a pleasant conversation with a slightly plump girl, weighing approximately 125 to 135 pounds, was truly delightful. She mentioned that she had no boyfriend, leaving me to ponder my chances of romance. How I longed to embark on a sweet love story with her. Should an opportunity arise, I would certainly seize it. If not, I shall accept it as fate. I can only imagine the joy of embracing such a charmingly soft and slightly plump girl. Who could resist such allure? Alas, the mission failed. The losses were catastrophic. Mission unsuccessful. Total annihilation. This year is destined to be a painful one for Konoha. Chapter 101. With a heart adorned with blooming flowers and eyes reflecting the vastness of stars and oceans. How vexatious. Why am I unable to access the forum? Uchiha Obito anxiously attempted to log into his mobile account, only to be met with the persistent message, access to the Land of Fire is unavailable. Do not waste your efforts, Obito, he was advised, for Iwagakure has initiated a complete internet blockade against the entire Land of Fire. Any applications related to Iwagakure, as well as various films, have become inaccessible. Noara Rin sighed and lamented, Oh dear, what shall we do? I have so many posts stored within. In Chapter 102, talents emerge in every generation. Uchiha Obito anxiously tugged at his hair in frustration. I feel truly wonderful conversing with a pleasantly plump girl. Overall, I sense a positive connection. She appears to have a fondness for me, and I eagerly anticipate our meeting. Although I have only seen her photographs, we have yet to encounter one another in person. To clarify, I am not repressed in my desires. Rather, I am in pursuit of love. I seek someone who will cherish me, a kindred spirit. Following the establishment of the Anti-Rock Alliance, the state of affairs abruptly changed. Sunagakure opted for neutrality, choosing not to intervene, adopting a singular strategy to support whichever side emerges victorious. Chapter 103. The old Hokage recognizes the legendary Minato Namikaze. At this moment of emptiness, he finally comprehended the essence of that verse. He closed his eyes and donned the long-forgotten rock-cloaked vest. The last time he stood upon the battlefield was decades ago. As if eons had passed. Haha. Greetings, little ones. I am Wu, and I am here once more to wreak havoc upon the Hidden Leaf Village. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama have been vanquished by my hand. Who else can possibly thwart my advance? On the battlefield, the Eastern Dead Army has just dispatched someone to escort the renowned figure back to the Hidden Rock. Chapter 104. The astonishment of the ninja world. Are Hermione and the untroubled Tom present? The opportunity to claim the monthly card has arrived. Your book titles have been selected. Please respond upon seeing this message. Should I be unable to reach you, I will randomly select 2 readers to receive it instead. I initially intended to contact you privately, but due to the lack of private messaging on the platform, I must post it here. Today, the slightly plump girl has been more proactive. We engaged in numerous conversations. Alas, I sense that her family situation is rather dire, and I wish to embrace her, to rescue her. If parents lack the ability to provide a nurturing environment, perhaps they should reconsider having children. Personally, I would refrain from parenthood if I cannot ensure a child's living conditions and educational upbringing. As for sharing photos, I deem it impolite to do so without the consent of others. Chapter 105. Group activities. It seems we are all on the same wavelength. Once again, a sound reverberated as the elusive Hanzo of the salamander arrived at this place with his art of instantaneous movement. His gaze, indifferent, swept across the few individuals present. To him, they were merely children, insignificant beings in the vast expanse of the ninja world, daring to challenge one who had grown weary with age. The third generation of thunder, do you still dare to meet me? The silence was as tranquil as the depths of a still pond, devoid of any ripples. Yet, it left the third Raikage and his predecessors feeling as if they had descended into an icy abyss, a tinge of shame washing over them. Wu gazed at the third Raikage with an air of serene detachment. I have reached out to you, Tom and Hermione, but my comments seem to have been swallowed. Please check my homepage. I am not a sycophant. I remain clear-headed. Our conversations have been progressing remarkably well, with a broader range of topics being discussed. Everything is evolving positively. Love, after all, requires patience and sincerity, and it is often a gradual journey. I appreciate the concern from many readers regarding my well-being in relation to women, but there is no need to demonize them. Nowadays, whether in the news, marketing, or literature, there seems to be an increasing divide between genders, which may have resulted in a backlash that makes men feel repulsed at the mere mention of feminism. Women are often depicted as sharp-tongued and bitter. Chapter 107. The Three Techniques of the Ghost. Oh no, it is a unique ability of the void. Sarutobi Sasuke's expression changed dramatically, and he silently exclaimed that something was amiss. I recall the intelligence operations of the past, where one particular technique allowed the user to become imperceptible, rendering even the most adept sensory ninjas incapable of detection. Not even the Sharingan or Byakugan could penetrate this concealment. In the next moment, a pair of hands materialized behind the third Raikage. Dust release, decay of the original realm. The third generation of Raikage was taken aback, and he exclaimed, "I have come to assist you, Lord Mizukage. Organize a lottery. Those selected shall receive a monthly card or a sum equivalent to a meal at KFC, 60 yuan. A single complimentary gift suffices for participation. Gentlemen, simply tap on the lucky bag. One free gift grants entry into the draw. Winners will be generously rewarded. Hermione and Tom have already claimed theirs. Supplement your health. Ghost Lantern, Illusory Moon. You have already discovered the path to death. You wish to render me incapable of holding my head high before the myriad heroes of the ninja world, do you? In the tale of Hozuki's cool-headedness, it is indeed a moment of satisfaction. However, for characters such as Sarutobi Sasuke and the 12 others, their fate is rather grim. Chapter 109. Corpse Demon Seal. Alas. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind Release, Great Tornado Technique. Summoning Technique, Mountain Pepper Fish. Hanzo the mackerel fish continuously unleashed his ninjutsu, swiftly summoning the mackerel fish to expel a copious amount of toxins. He disregarded the possibility of harming his allies, as survival in this dire situation was already a fortunate outcome. Chapter 110. Great love to the readers. The enthusiasm of the readers is truly remarkable. Therefore, I shall increase the number of available spots by 3, maintaining this opportunity for 2 days. A complimentary gift shall be provided for those who participate. The specifics of the lottery will be determined by me, ensuring fairness and guarantee of delivery. I will reach out to the winners individually and will refrain from including further details in the main text, as my previous experience showed that leaving my contact information led to an influx of requests from numerous individuals, ultimately overwhelming me. I kindly ask that you refrain from sending me any more unsettling images, as they are quite distressing. Of course, those who do not believe may choose not to participate. Chapter 111. Lord Tsuchikage, you are indeed quite ruthless. With the failure of Sarutobi Hizen and others, the Iwagakure front began to re-establish its strategy. A new commander took the helm, leading the main forces of Iwagakure to launch an offensive against Konohagakure, Humogakure, Amigakure, and several smaller nations. On the other hand, Inoki and Kakazu remained stationed in the rear, ensuring a steady supply for Iwagakure. Meanwhile, Mizukage Hozuki Mangetsu led his troops and the 7 ninja swordsmen to re-enter Kirigakure, preparing to seize control of Iwagakure through either a coup or warfare, aiming to transform the landscape. Yet, they astonishingly encountered defeat. Beneath the earth, Uchiha Madara was astonished. Chapter 112. The Great Brother of the Vote. The death of the third Raikage, the third Mizukage, and Shimura Danzo, alongside the capture of Hanzo the Salamander and the third Hokage, sent shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. Even Iwagakure found it hard to believe the reports of these victories. However, upon confirmation from the returning ninjas from the front lines, the truth emerged, igniting fervor throughout all of Iwagakure. Meanwhile, the media of Yen-in fervently disseminated and glorified this remarkable achievement, simultaneously unraveling the networks of various nations. Chapter 113. Night Kai, will you accept or not? Why was I not informed? Such an important matter. Looking at the few members of the Umbu before him, Wu furrowed his brow and inquired. The reason for his vexation was due to the recent incident involving Obito. Prior to his arrival, He had admonished the Umbu to keep a vigilant eye on this individual. After finishing his battle, he intended to address the matter promptly. Yet, upon conclusion, the situation concerning Uchiha Obito had indeed transpired. Nonetheless, he resolved to devote his full attention to opposing Konoha, deferring these concerns for later resolution. Chapter 114. Sarutobi Hiruzen's surrender at midnight, as the wind began to stir. Whose sighs floated in the air, filled with both helplessness and regret. Countless remnants of past dreams lingered in this lifetime's fate. Even as time and appearance changed, I still remembered the affection in your eyes. Chapter 115. The surrender of Konoha. The broadcast from Iwagakure reached its maximum volume. Utilizing their media power, they transmitted the surrender declaration into every household, whether through television or radio. Across Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, every home equipped with a television or radio could hear this proclamation. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, deeply perceive the prevailing circumstances of the shinobi world and the current state of Konoha. I wish to employ extraordinary measures to address this extraordinary situation. I hereby urge the loyal villagers not to resist, but to cooperate with Iwagakure. Chapter 116. Entering Konoha, you may remain to observe if our methods towards Konoha are unjust. Wu added. Jiraiya closed his eyes and turned back towards Wu. In that case, I shall stay and observe. Jiraiya ultimately chose to endure humiliation for the sake of Konoha and its people. I assure you, my decision to remain is not merely due to your suggestion to become an actor, but for the sake of Konoha. Chapter 117. Is the daimyo necessary? In the Root's underground base, a palpable gloom enveloped the atmosphere. Upon learning of Konoha's surrender, Danzo had already perished, and members of Root resolved to sacrifice themselves for the village. Each member held a kunai to their throats. Stop! With a swift motion, Wu appeared at the Root base. He had sent others to take charge of Konoha's Umbu, yet recognizing the importance of Root, he came personally to oversee it. Put down the kunai. Chapter 118. Daimyo. Go fetch some apple cider. Feel free to post any questions. I will do my best to answer them, whether they pertain to the novel or not, Wu stated. Lord Kakuzu, we have located the funds owed to Hanzo of the Salamander. A ninja hurried into Kakuzu's office. How much did you find? Kakuzu inquired, his excitement palpable. $16.66. Kakuzu responded, astonished. Are you serious? Are you certain there is no mistake? Chapter 119. Are you remembering me now? Wu stared blankly at the daimyo before him, a wave of disdain surging within him. Truly, this generation seems to diminish in capability. This so-called daimyo is utterly foolish and incompetent, a mere joke. Yet, even with ability, it matters not, for I am too perfect. As I have stated, my only flaw is my perfection. Very well, Wu said coldly. From this moment forth, you shall be but an ordinary citizen. Your family's wealth, along with the national treasury. Chapter 120. The battle in the prison. Uncle Anoki. It's me, little Shikuro. I even attended your wedding when I was a child. On the battlefield in the desert, Shikuro was pushed forward. Anoki, floating in the air, furrowed his brow. Shikuro? I don't recall anyone by that name from my wedding. Chapter 121. The four who strive on Konoha's southeast road. Jiraiya hummed the latest popular tune as he walked through the neatly organized and bustling streets of Konoha. What a change this world has undergone. Jiraiya could not help but admire the old Tsuchikage's effective governance of the economy and people's livelihoods. Once a mere village, Konoha now thrived like a grand city. Chapter 122. The third sand and leaf war. If you were the best at surrendering, you should dance. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Shino swayed and danced. Can I join you? Asked Tenten. Orochimaru swiftly knocked both aside. In the central stone prison of Iwagakure, news emerged of an impending newcomer. Uncertain whether it would be a daimyo or a noble. Chapter 123. The journey has not been easy after 2 years of stabilization and settlement. The wind, fire, water, and earth countries had achieved peace, all choosing to surrender and submit. The shinobi world was hastening towards unification, with only the lightning country holding out. Within Iwagakure, opinions on the lightning country split into two factions, one advocating for war and the other for peaceful unification, led by Kakuzu. Chapter 124. The unification of the shinobi world. Celebrating 80 years, Wu extended an invitation for a meeting concerning the matter of peaceful unification, emphasizing the importance of avoiding war to spare the lives of the shinobi. During the 5 Kage summit, the fourth Raikage expressed his frustration, I find this meeting somewhat redundant. Chapter 125, Dawn of a New Era. The art of longevity. Since Konoha's fall, Wu relocated numerous Iwagakure laboratories to the underground ruins of Konoha, transforming them into a subterranean research facility. In this dimly lit underground city, all researchers gathered in the plaza as Wu, with closed eyes, sat in a chair. Accompanied by Anoki, Akatsuki, and several scientists, Wu inquired, "Is it possible to extend my lifespan during my lifetime?" Chapter 126, The Mysterious Masked Man Reikage. Your physique has improved remarkably. I never expected you to bulk up even more after entering. In the prison courtyard, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others marveled at the muscular fourth Reikage. Filled with pride, the fourth Reikage reflected, "It's true, 3 parts training and 7 parts diet. This saying holds true." Chapter 127, The Chaos in Konoha after releasing the 9 tails. Uchiha Obito felt a sense of relief. He did not pause, but continued his exploration to the underground laboratory, guided by the information provided by Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Utilizing Kimui, he swiftly traversed until he reached the lab, where Orochimaru was intently conducting surgery, surrounded by several physicians preparing potions in a bustling scene. Suddenly a low, ominous humming filled the air. Chapter 128, The Sage Transformation. With a whoosh, the death forest was enveloped in mist as the mist technique activated, shrouding the entire area. The ethereal figure of Akatsuki and the mysterious masked man stood opposite one another, the atmosphere tense. After several rounds of intense probing, Akatsuki gained deeper insight into the masked man's strength and jutsu, discovering their unique characteristics. Chapter 129, Obito U. Uchiha Obito felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing those words. He suddenly turned to see another version of himself standing in the Kimui space, bearing the same Sharingan, the same black cloak, and the same tiger-striped mask. The resemblance was uncanny. Even their chakra and vocal timbre were identical. Uchiha Obito momentarily lost his composure, instinctively stepping back. No one had ever entered his Kamui space before. What was even more terrifying was that this void was already aware of his existence. In an instant, the Umbu, who had rushed in, subdued him, pinning him firmly to the ground. Uchiha Obito sensed impending defeat. In a final surge of rage, he cried out, "No, Kagaya, you 2 old fools, I will fight you to the bitter end." With that, wooden spikes erupted from his body as he charged at Kagaya and the void. In the Leaf Village studio, after stabilizing the situation in the mist, Kagaya could no longer resist temptation and returned to live in the Leaf alongside Void. He personally authorized the Leaf to become a production studio. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stood on the stage. Itachi, ever nonchalant, mentioned the presence of a serpent demon in the vicinity. Uchiha Shursui gazed at Itachi's handsome face, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks as he stumbled through his words. At this moment, Kagaya could no longer bear it. "Stop! Halt!" 5 years after the unification of the ninja world, the highest decision-making body announced a new chronological system. This body consisted of the 5 Kages: Earth, Fire, Water, Wind, and Lightning. The ninja calendar had reached year 6, and Void was now 87, nearing 90, following the previous exchange of blood and cell transplants. Void's body was in excellent condition, remaining active in the political arena and influencing a series of significant decisions post-unification. Lord Hokage, there have been recent complaints from the public regarding the Uchiha clan. Please address this matter. As for the Land of Snow, it had merely become a city under the iron heel of the rock-hidden village, losing its national identity, now merely a part of the ninja world. Regarding Fukunaruto, this individual was overly flattering towards the rock-hidden, often currying favor and bestowing substantial sums of money. Void deemed it unnecessary to eliminate Fukunaruto for the sake of a minor grievance, recognizing the latter's significant role in stabilizing the region despite the questionable nature of his rise to power. In the Leaf Village, the new academic year commenced, and the students were greeted with enthusiasm. "Congratulations, everyone, on being accepted into the Rock-Hidden Ninja Academy," proclaimed Wind Demon Chichingba, beaming as he addressed the eager students. He paused briefly before adding, "I know you might not enjoy hearing me ramble, so I'll keep it brief." He succinctly outlined the Academy's fundamental rules, emphasizing the Rock-Hidden Village's unique spirit of resilience, concluding with encouraging words for the students. As for Sharon, though the original narrative did not clarify his father's identity, it was evident he existed, as Sharon had mentioned his father bringing him to the Leaf. Is this the Leaf Village? It seems more prosperous than our moon. Doesn't he it? Sharon ambled slowly alongside his father through the streets of the Leaf. He nodded, continuing to follow his father. The last time he visited, the village was newly established. Now, upon his return, he was astonished to find the ninja world unified. In a special narrative, detached from the main storyline. The timeline had now reached the Fourth Great Ninja War. Orochimaru and Obito had forged an alliance to wage war. Orochimaru summoned an army through the reanimation jutsu, resurrecting fallen strongmen, including renowned figures from the ninja world. Obito had implanted the Rinnegan, transforming the Jinchuriki into new puppets, leading a new Pain Six Paths into battle alongside the White Zetsu army against the ninjas. In another segment, humorously reiterating that this special narrative was unrelated to the main plot. Haha, I never expected you to be Hokage Void. In this world, you're the Earth Shadow, while in another, you're the Fire Shadow. How exhilarating. Laughter erupted as the reanimated Kaguya slapped Void on the shoulder, the latter's expression darkening at the implication that his counterpart in another realm held such power. Finally, a decade after the unification, a significant moment arrived in the Leaf Village. Under Orochimaru's relentless efforts and extensive research, the launch site outside the village prepared for an unprecedented event, the launch of a space satellite named Ninja World 1. This undertaking was monumental, yet Orochimaru and the Leaf's scientific team faced the challenge with unwavering resolve. The scientists worked tirelessly, meticulously designing and testing every detail to ensure the satellite would flawlessly fulfill its mission. At long last, the day of the launch had arrived. I, Void, shall confront Uchiha Madara. This narrative lacks a female protagonist and focuses solely on the world of Naruto. As a fan of the Uchiha and Leaf, I aspire to write a tale centered on a different ninja village, with Void as the protagonist, a character I greatly admire. I welcome critiques for any shortcomings in this work. Silence. There is no so-called alliance between the Leaf and the rock-hidden villages. The words of the Hokage are now null and void. A haughty, aloof voice resonated as Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, looked down upon Void and Inoki. Void froze momentarily. Where am I? Suddenly, a flood of memories surged forth, merging the unknown with his own. Soon, he had integrated all memories. So, this world we inhabit is merely a comic? I am Void, the second Earth Shadow in Naruto, the enigmatic bandaged man, the ninja world's foremost mummy. I now find myself visiting the Leaf, only to be inexplicably halted by Uchiha Madara after my discussion with Senju Hashirama. What transpired left deep scars on both me and Inoki. I now grapple with the question, why, when Hashirama had assured me, do you deny it? Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Uchiha Madara. Huh. A smirk crept onto Madara's lips as he recalled Hashirama's face, a flicker of indignation igniting within him. How could Hashirama disregard him so? There exists no so-called alliance. Do not think that I am unaware of your intentions, you villagers. The hidden ninja village must submit to the might of Konoha. Moreover, do not dare to utter that man's name in my presence. Uchiha Madara, with a cold expression, abruptly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing an overwhelming surge of chakra that descended upon Mu and Inoki. What? Inoki's pupils widened in alarm, panic etched across his face. The Susanoo enveloped Uchiha Madara, and in an instant, a skeletal Susanoo rose from the ground. The first stage of Susanoo, how formidable! Mu's countenance shifted. For this was indeed Uchiha Madara, exactly as he appeared in the memories he possessed. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of chakra, Mu felt himself bending under the immense pressure. In that moment, a wave of humiliation washed over him. Countless thoughts raced through Mu's mind. Was he destined to repeat the past? To endure like in the original narrative? Bowing to the humiliation inflicted by Uchiha Madara, allowing his disciple to carry the burden of a lifelong shadow? He too was a titan within the ninja world, a pinnacle of strength. With his disciple oppressed, his village dishonored, and the weight of tyranny upon him, could he as a mentor, as the next generation's leader, simply endure in silence? No, absolutely not. He could never acquiesce. He would rather perish in battle than live with the shame of submission. The turmoil within Mu became unbearable as the timid glint in his eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. At that moment, Inoki, standing at the forefront, appeared strained and suddenly knelt before the overwhelming force. Such strength. Inoki found himself half kneeling, finally recognizing the vast chasm between himself and Uchiha Madara. The disparity was indeed immense. This power surpassed even that of his master, Mu. Cursed be it, Inoki gritted his teeth, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. The stone representing the will of the earth slipping from his grasp. Just as the emblem of will was about to fall, a bandaged hand caught it. Inoki's pupils constricted as he looked up. Do not falter, Inoki. Do not relinquish your will. Mu's face, shrouded in bandages, appeared before him. Fear not, for your master is here. Taking a deep breath, Mu's gaze was resolute as he patted Inoki reassuringly. Master. A newfound sense of security enveloped Inoki. Simultaneously, Mu's chakra began to counteract the oppressive aura of Uchiha Madara. Hitting a wall can easily lead one to abandon oneself, to seek excuses, to replace resolve with hatred. Listen well, Inoki, your will, do not abandon it, do not forsake it, hold steadfast to your heart. Even in the face of the reapers of the ninja world, never shall you bend, unyielding and resilient. Such is the will of our hidden stone village. Upon hearing this, Inoki was instantaneously struck with awe. The will of the earth had emerged even before the fire's spirit, profoundly impacting Inoki. Master. Tears streamed down Inoki's face, his eyes brimming with emotion, and he clenched the stone tightly in his hand. In that moment, he felt deeply moved. With me here, fear not. Allow your master to take the lead. Mu stepped forward, shielding Inoki with his body, his gaze sharp as he faced Uchiha Madara directly. If you have the ability, do not bully the young. Uchiha Madara, allow me to engage you. Mu's voice was calm as he advanced, each step amplifying his presence, until his chakra surged mightily. The surrounding stones levitated, manipulated by Mu's power. As he soared to meet Uchiha Madara eye to eye, it is said that Susanoo envelopes the great Buddha. Today, for my village, for my disciple, and for my own dignity as a mentor, I shall confront you, Uchiha Madara. Indeed, your Susanoo is sharp, but my dust release is no less formidable. When faced with my dust release, should you not evade, you are but a fool. Fear is an innate human instinct. Courage is the anthem of humanity. Master. Inoki gazed at his mentor's silhouette, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, even if his master may not match Uchiha Madara in power, within his heart, Mu would forever remain a towering figure, a strong man, a force greater than Madara. Who dares to belittle the great Mu of the hidden stone? Mu fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Madara, beads of perspiration forming in his palms. Was it sweat? No, it was rain. The next moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Huh. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, a glimmer of admiration and respect flashing in his eyes. Such an opponent is indeed worthy of his regard. How amusing. Knowing your weakness, you still dare to draw your sword against me. Before you meet your demise, I must ask, are you not afraid of death? Uchiha Madara's tone was chillingly cold. Ah, the fury of the strong strikes against the stronger. The anger of the weak lashes out at the weaker, Mu replied, gazing steadily at Uchiha Madara. Huh, how audacious. You dare label me as weak? Uchiha Madara's expression hardened. No, do not take it personally, Mu replied nonchalantly. Boom. Uchiha Madara's eyes grew cold, surprised by this man's strength, not yet revealed, but his verbal assaults were indeed formidable. Very well. Do not think that your sharp tongue ensures victory. True outcomes are determined by strength. If you insist on courting death, I shall oblige you. Prepare to witness the might of the Uchiha. This is Uchiha Madara, the embodiment of divine power. The crimson hues of his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. Chapter 2. The Sage's Technique. Dust Release. Thunderous roars. The confrontation between Mu and Uchiha Madara had drawn the attention of the Uchiha clan. Such a commotion was impossible to ignore. Remarkable. Someone dares to challenge Lord Madara. Heavens, Lord Madara is about to engage that bandaged man. Should we inform Lord Hashirama? Is it necessary to involve Lord Hashirama? Do you think that bandaged man could compel both Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara to join forces against him? No. I fear for the bandaged man's life if he faces Lord Madara. The Uchiha clan observed with a mix of mockery and anticipation. Boom. Bang. The battle between Mu and Uchiha Madara commenced. Uchiha Madara opted to deactivate his Susanoo, choosing a more visceral combat approach. He leaped forth with great speed, while Mu, leveraging his own ability to fly, met Uchiha Madara head-on. Boom. Crash. The two collided. Mu was immediately propelled backward by the force of Uchiha Madara's assault. Truly, he was a man capable of matching Hashirama in taijutsu. Earth release, heavy rock technique. Mu's arms went numb. and he utilized the added weight to bring himself to a halt. Weak. The initial clash led Uchiha Madara to perceive that this man's taijutsu was lacking. However, Madara strategically underestimated his opponent while tactically respecting him. He did not relent, but instead unleashed a series of strikes upon Mu. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara appeared at Mu's side, executing a sweeping kick aimed at him. Mu sensed Madara's presence the instant he appeared. Earth Release, Super Heavy Technique. He swiftly maximized his weight and summoned an earthen armor. Boom. Uchiha Madara's kick struck Mu's rocky exterior, which then transformed into mud, ensnaring Madara's foot. Before Madara could extricate himself, Mu formed a single-handed seal. Earth Release, Rock Hand. The stones on Mu's arm morphed into a colossal hand, grasping Uchiha Madara tightly. In the next instant, Mu's fist rapidly transformed into rock, forming a stone fist. Earth Release, Super Heavy Rock Fist Technique. With all his might, Mu struck down upon Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara wore an expressionless demeanor as he activated his skeletal form. Boom. The rock fist collided with the Susanoo skeleton, unleashing a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire surroundings trembled violently as the formidable chakra from both parties erupted simultaneously. Boom. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama was at the casino, sweating profusely. Haha, what a delight, he exclaimed while shaking the dice. Having just concluded discussions with an envoy from Iwagakure, the two villages had established a friendly relationship, lifting his spirits greatly. Hashirama believed that a future of harmonious coexistence among people was truly within reach. The clan leader lost again. A member of the Senju clan chuckled. Upon seeing the rolled numbers, Hashirama's expression darkened, but he soon burst into laughter. Today I am triumphant in diplomacy, yet unfortunate in gambling. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the Senju clan echoed around him. Suddenly, a colossal sound reverberated through the air. Swish. Hashirama seemed to sense something amiss, his laughter ceasing as he gazed out the window with a grave expression. The others exchanged glances, yet before they could inquire, Hashirama abruptly stood up, his face shifting in alarm. This is bad. He vanished in an instant. Elsewhere, Senju Tobarama was busy at the Hokage building. At this time, the structure was far from the grandeur it would later achieve. It was merely a tall wooden and stone edifice. Tobarama was drafting plans for the village's future layout and various construction projects. Today seems to be uneventful, he mused, admiring the serene night. In the past, during the era of turmoil, he would often be roused from sleep in the dead of night to fight, but such worries were now a thing of the past. Lord Tobarama, the village's female dog is pregnant, a Senju ninja knelt and reported. Tobarama furrowed his brow, muttering, the inherently wicked and cunning Uchiha. Just as he lamented the Uchiha clan once more, a familiar and malevolent chakra suddenly registered in his senses. Tobarama's expression shifted. Not good. Uchiha Madara is causing trouble again. He sprang to his feet and departed in a blur. Swish, swish, swish. The confrontation between Mu and Uchiha Madara escalated rapidly. Do not underestimate the experience I gained from the era of turmoil, Madara proclaimed while engaging in combat. You emerged from the tumultuous times, but so did I. Mu replied coldly. Humph. Madara's eyes narrowed as he realized through their skirmish that this bandaged man, known as Mu, possessed considerable strength. His perception and reflexes were not inferior to Tobarama's, likely on par with that of Izuna, perhaps even slightly superior. Receive my attack. Madara summoned the second stage of Susanoo, a gigantic arm wielding a colossal blade descending forcefully. Mu did not dare to be careless. Earth Release, Daisen no Jutsu. Boom. A massive stone giant emerged from the ground, bracing itself against Madara's strike. Blocked? Then let us see the third stage. Madara's Susanoo surged once more, transforming from its second stage to a towering form 3 times larger, complete with 4 arms that conjured 4 long blades. With a synchronized strike, the blades descended upon Mu's stone giant. Boom. The ground shook violently, and smoke filled the air. Teacher Anoki, witnessing the scene from afar, displayed an anxious expression, his heart filled with concern for Mu's safety. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed that the stone giant had withstood Madara's 4 Susanoo blades with its hands. The ground beneath them had sunk deeply. Interesting, Madara's eyes glimmered with surprise. The rock giant summoned by this bandaged man resembled Hashirama's wooden beings, and he was astonished that even in his third stage, he had yet to subdue this opponent. Mu gasped for breath. In the original narrative, Inoki's Daisen no Jutsu had required Madara to counter with wood release. Thus it was no match for Madara's third stage Susanoo. Just as Madara contemplated whether to activate the fourth stage, Mu seized the opportunity, his gaze sharpening with cunning. Got you. At that moment, Mu's main body, which had been lurking in the shadows, finally found its chance. Indeed, the entity battling Uchiha Madara was merely a clone. To avoid being swiftly defeated, Mu had concealed his true form using dustless mist, waiting for the right moment. The clone faced Madara directly, a strategy born of necessity. He refrained from using dust release, as the clone could not wield it, and Mu aimed for a decisive strike without revealing his technique. Look behind you. Suddenly, Madara felt a chill run down his back. This was merely a distraction, not a genuine warning to Madara. It is well known that Madara's weakness lay behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Mu had appeared behind him, hands clapping together as a massive white beam of light surged toward him. It's here. The ultimate technique of my master, capable of shattering even stone. Inoki exclaimed upon seeing the dust release. Alas, my master has yet to teach me the lethal technique, dust release, terminal disintegration. Swish, swish, swish. The white beam descended like divine retribution upon Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing it, Madara felt a surge of dread, his scalp tingling. If struck by this ninjutsu, certain death awaited him. This was not mere speculation, but an instinctual warning from a seasoned warrior. Though he possessed Izanagi, a trump card unknown even to Hashirama, there was no time to activate it now. Izanagi required prior setup. Furthermore, would he sacrifice his precious Sharingan for a chance to escape death? Susanoo. Madara unleashed all his power, activating Susanoo at its fourth stage. Buzz. Mu's true body unleashed its full might, ready to deliver a fatal blow, only to be met with a powerful shockwave that sent him flying. Cursed be. Mu silently cursed. This dust release was formidable, but its aftermath lingered longer than his own life. Had the technique been instantaneous, he would have had the means to eliminate Uchiha Madara. Dustless mist. Mu hastily executed the technique, allowing himself to fade into nothingness, leaving the clone to continue the battle. As the remnants of dust release and Susanoo settled, Madara staggered out from the white light, astonished. It actually obliterated my Susanoo. He gazed at the ground where his Susanoo had vanished without a trace, bewildered. He had been prepared to summon a more powerful fourth-stage Susanoo for defense, only to find his Susanoo had been utterly erased. Indeed, it had been obliterated into oblivion. Hashirama would shatter his Susanoo, but this was an entirely different phenomenon. Thankfully, he had made a swift decision to abandon Susanoo. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Reflecting on the recent ninjutsu, Madara felt a chill run down his spine. Such a powerful killing technique existed in the world. The ninjutsu of this individual was clearly of a different caliber. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Madara's gaze fixated intently on Mu. Do you think I am a fool who will divulge my secrets? Am I so foolish as to disclose my intelligence? Without a doubt, Wu would never divulge his intelligence to Uchiha Madara. Madara's expression darkened, realizing that his inquiry was somewhat foolish. After all, how could an enemy possibly share information with him? Chapter 3. Proving Lord Wu's might. What on earth is this? Senju Tobarama gazed in astonishment at Wu, who was soaring through the air. This fellow can actually fly. Does that mean I cannot reach him? It's astonishing how effortlessly he has obliterated Madara's Susanoo. This technique is formidable. In the shadows, Senju Hashirama marveled at Wu's prowess. He was well aware of the defensive capabilities of Madara's Susanoo, which he could only barely shatter with all his strength. Yet, that technique merely flashed with white light and completely erased the Susanoo. Indeed, that technique is undeniably powerful. However, my attention is more drawn to the sudden appearance of Wu, who vanished without a trace, leaving me unable to sense him. Senju Tobarama's gaze remained fixed on the distant Wu. His sensory abilities were quite strong, yet at the moment Wu disappeared, he found himself utterly unable to detect anything. Undoubtedly formidable, I am unable to sense any chakra either. It seems the Iwagakure emissary is no ordinary opponent. Hashirama, upon hearing this, also wore a grave expression, as he too could not perceive anything. Tobarama urged, let us hasten forward. We must not escalate the situation. If we damage the amicable relations we have established, it would be disastrous. Hashirama could not help but speak up, recalling that he had just negotiated a friendly relationship with Wu. He should have intervened earlier. But at a crucial moment, Tobirama had used the Flying Thunder God technique to pull him aside for observation. Brother, let us consider this as a test of the strength of other villages. What is done is done. There is no difference between going early or late. Regardless, with your strength, saving that person from Madara should pose no issue. Tobirama replied casually. In truth, he was curious to see how far the bandaged man could push Uchiha Madara, hoping he might even best him. All right then, Hashirama conceded, deciding to trust his brother's judgment. Meanwhile, the commotion attracted the attention of the villagers of Konoha and various ninja clans. What has transpired? It seems Uchiha Madara is engaged in battle with an outsider, reportedly someone from Iwagakure. Remarkable. To withstand Madara for so long, this Iwagakure emissary possesses considerable strength. A number of veteran ninjas from Konoha ventured out of their clans to observe the clash between Madara and Wu. Witnessing Wu contend with Uchiha Madara and directly shatter his Susanoo left many seasoned ninjas from the tumultuous era utterly astounded. They understood that the prowess of ninjas and Uchiha Madara were realms apart. Only Senju Hashirama was known to possess the capability to shatter Madara's Susanoo. Yet now, this emissary from Iwagakure had achieved the same feat. Atop the Hokage Rock, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Tozen Kamatsu, Mito Gate, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafu stood, gazing at the battle between Madara and Wu. Danzo, this bandaged man is incredibly strong to be evenly matched with Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Danzo replied, his expression grave. However, Madara has yet to exert his full power. If he did, this bandaged man would not stand a chance. Beside him, Uchiha Kagami crossed his arms, stating, though I am not a staunch supporter of Madara, I believe that only Hashirama can truly defeat him. Tozen Kamatsu, Mito Gate, and Akimichi Torafu remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Heroes of the world are indeed as numerous as the stars. Before encountering Wu, they believed that only they and Hashirama could be considered heroes. However, Wu's recent display of prowess altered that perception. They recognized that while they and Hashirama were heroes, Wu could be regarded as a half-hero. Uchiha Madara's gaze was stern as he fixated on Wu below. At that moment, there was no trace of mockery or carelessness. His previous seriousness towards Wu was now replaced with a profound respect, treating him as a formidable adversary. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan to scrutinize Wu's body and the surrounding environment. The sudden emergence of another Wu was evidently not a mere shadow clone. An outsider could not possibly create shadow clones like Tobirama could. This technique was only mastered later in the ninja world's history. However, after examining the situation, Madara could not discern any flaws. Could it be that this technique surpasses the shadow clone? Madara pondered deeply. Wu, panting heavily, cast a glance toward a specific direction. Senju brothers, will you not emerge to intervene? His extraordinary sensory abilities had detected their presence, and he had expected them to intervene, yet they remained on the sidelines, merely observing. If this continued, he would have no choice but to flee with Inoki. Madara smirked, sensing that Hashirama had indeed arrived. Summoning technique. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands, summoning a fan of flames and a scythe. In an instant, he teleported to Wu's side, delivering a mighty blow that sent Wu crashing away. As Wu soared through the air, Madara appeared once more, delivering a series of strikes. Madara's intent was clear, to shift the battlefield beyond the village. Concerned for his village and clan, he understood that battling within the village could cause harm to both, restricting his ability to unleash many of his techniques. Wu's expression grew serious as he contemplated his strategy. With one attacking and the other defending, the battlefield had now moved outside the village. Once they were beyond the village's confines, Madara wasted no time and unleashed his lethal technique. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Madara unleashed his signature fire technique, wielding the fan in his right hand to amplify the already formidable Great Fire Annihilation, increasing its power exponentially. Boom! Wu's eyes widened as he beheld the tsunami-like flames surging toward him. In the original story, it took 20 water-style ninjas to counter this attack. Yet now he was expected to withstand it alone. The pressure was immense. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Boom! A thick, reinforced earthen wall erupted before Wu, shielding him from the oncoming inferno. Crash! The moment the sea of flames made contact with the earth wall, it began to rapidly melt and crumble. Wu pressed his palms firmly against the ground, summoning more earth walls to reinforce his defenses. However, this was a genuine battle. The opponent would not simply stand idle after unleashing their techniques. Swish. Uchiha Madara appeared beside Wu in a flash, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wu crashing into the earth wall. Puff. Wu was embedded within the earth wall, narrowly avoiding having his bandages torn apart. Fortunately, he had previously employed the earth-style, hardening technique. Otherwise, he would have been utterly defeated. Madara's expression remained impassive as he raised his scythe, preparing to strike at Wu. Swish. Boom. A flash of white light erupted as Uchiha Madara's strike tore through the earth wall, which had previously withstood the flames for quite some time, causing it to shatter into fragments. Chapter 4. Wu's Planetary Devastation Boom. As the earth wall was cleaved apart, Uchiha Madara's gaze turned icy, fixating on the smoke. Has he fled? In the next instant, earth-style, heart-cutting technique. A hand suddenly emerged from beneath Madara's feet. Grasping his ankle, Madara glanced down and concentrated a vast amount of chakra into his foot, slamming it into the ground. Boom. Instantly, the earth cracked and collapsed. The once powerful hand fell listlessly. Uchiha Madara's expression was strained. How could this child use such trivial ninjutsu against him? Yet, this was merely a feint, for the true assault was imminent. A colossal rock giant suddenly loomed above Uchiha Madara, delivering a thunderous punch downwards. Madara's pupils constricted. When had this occurred? When had this foe formed the seals? Was it during that moment? Memories flooded back to him when the earth-style wall had risen, undoubtedly. This adversary had completed the seals then. This opponent was indeed calculating. However, in the face of Uchiha's absolute strength, such tricks were merely acts of desperation. As the massive fist drew nearer, Madara raised his fan defensively above his head. Boom. The rock giant descended with immense force, causing the ground to collapse instantly. Yet, Madara remained unscathed, uttering calmly, Uchiha rebound. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted. With incredible force, the strength of the rock giant was reflected back upon itself, leading to its disintegration and scattering across the ground. The masked figure gasped for breath in the shadows, hastily replenishing chakra. Madara was indeed serious now. The masked one sensed that Madara had entered a state of lethal intent, where every move was a death strike, whether it was the previous rebound or the earlier kick, all executed with deadly precision. Quickly forming several seals, the masked one revealed himself. The moment he did, Madara instantly appeared, locking onto him and swinging a massive scythe. Whoosh! Swift as lightning, the masked one hurriedly manipulated stones to shield himself, deflecting the scythe with deft control. Simultaneously, he formed new seals, shouting, Earth-style, Earth Dragon technique. Madara decisively abandoned the scythe, instinctively raising his fan to block. However, this was merely a ruse. The masked one turned and took flight. Dare to toy with me, Madara? The latter's expression turned icy. During his battle with Hashirama, the latter had always declared his techniques outright, accustomed to such a straightforward approach. Yet today, this bandaged figure had caught him off guard. In the shadows, Senju Hashirama, witnessing this scene, smirked and remarked, Madara is truly naive. Senju Tobarama, overhearing, scoffed, declaring that it was Madara who was genuinely naive. Humph. Trying to escape? Madara leaped into the air, his speed rivaling that of the masked one's flight. The masked one turned, noticing Madara's crimson eyes locked onto him, drawing closer. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. No, it was not merely a chill. His skin was so scarred that he had no hairs left, only cold sweat streaming down. Taking a deep breath, he arrived at a predetermined location. Facing the suddenly halted masked one, Madara charged without hesitation. This time, the masked one met him head-on without reservation. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of exchanges, Madara unleashed a stage of Susanoo, slamming the masked one into the ground. He then shot forth his fan. The masked one was pinned to the ground by Madara's fan. Truth be told, I have long wished to do this to you. Madara released Susanoo, gazing coldly at the pinned opponent. The cosmos remains undecided. The masked one looked up at Madara with a haunting gaze. Stubborn, Madara scoffed. In that instant, he felt a coldness at his back. Slap. A hand suddenly rested on Madara's shoulder. His expression changed dramatically. Was the figure he had pinned merely a clay clone? No time for contemplation. Earth-style, super heavy rock technique. The masked one unleashed extreme gravity upon Madara. In an instant, Madara felt an overwhelming weight, as if even the ground beneath him was sinking. Now, let us see you experience this technique. The masked one slammed both palms onto the ground. Instantly, the earth began to crack open at an astonishing rate, fissures spreading like a spider's web, as if the very ground was tearing apart into countless fragments. Yet, these ruptured surfaces did not scatter. Instead, they were drawn back towards Madara as if pulled by a powerful force. Madara was swept upwards by this immense strength, his body soaring into the sky. As he ascended, countless clods of earth and stone leapt into the air as if animated, transforming into massive boulders that hurtled towards him like meteors. These stones descended like a torrential rain, overwhelming Madara entirely. The masked one too soared into the sky, raising both hands to complete the final seal. "This is my Earth Explosion Star technique." He gazed at the colossal sphere suspended above, pride glinting in his eyes. Even as blood trickled from his mouth. "Oh my goodness. This is simply..." Madara-sama has been suppressed. Those observing from Konoha were in shock, eyes wide at the sight of the massive floating sphere created by the masked one. From the high-ranking officials to the shinobi, all were astonished. "Look, Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exchanged incredulous glances. Mito and Uchiha Kagami also stared in disbelief. Such a level of ninjutsu. Does it truly belong to the realm of shinobi? Under the moonlight, the masked one appeared like a deity, arms raised, as though crafting a second moon. In this moment, the Konoha ninjas were profoundly shaken, not merely by the masked one's technique, but by the realization that aside from Senju Hashirama, there existed another capable of standing toe-to-toe with Uchiha Madara. It turned out that the world was not solely defined by Konoha. Other villages too possessed their share of formidable figures. "This ninjutsu is truly remarkable," Senju Hashirama marveled, contemplating the potential for developing a similar technique in the future. Indeed, Senju Tobarama squinted slightly, recognizing the differences that set this technique apart. As for the specifics, he withheld his thoughts, eager to see if his elder brother would notice. "Brother, do you not see what is peculiar about this sphere?" What's different?" Hashirama scratched his head. Tobarama remained silent, directing his gaze towards the Hyuga clan leader. "Hyuga clan leader, have you discerned it?" Upon hearing this, the Hyuga leader chuckled with resignation. "Lord Tobarama, with my Byakugan, I certainly see it. The rocks comprising this sphere are all embedded with explosive tags." Hashirama's brow furrowed slightly, activating his heightened perception. In an instant, he realized that the rocks concealed a multitude of explosive tags. "What is going on? That masked one from Iwagakure has been under our surveillance this entire time. Was he not in combat with Madara? When did he plant the explosive tags?" Hashirama bombarded Tobarama with questions, astonished. At this moment, Tobarama calmly replied, "Because there is not merely one person battling Madara." Chapter 5. The fall of Hashirama. Tobarama began to analyze calmly. There are indeed two individuals fighting against Uchiha Madara. From the beginning, one has been in the open while the other has operated in the shadows. Do you remember the masked one who had vanished earlier? After employing that white beam technique, he has not reappeared. The one in the open engaged Madara directly, luring him into a prearranged trap, while the one in the shadows had been laying the groundwork, planting those numerous explosive tags. Tobarama's analysis prompted a series of nods from Hashirama. But why didn't Madara notice? Senju Hashirama could not help but inquire whether Uchiha Madara had anticipated that traps would be laid in advance. The entity known as Wu was consistently within Madara's line of sight, thus he had not observed too closely. Senju Tobarama personally deemed Uchiha Madara to be quite arrogant. Could it be that Madara is on the verge of defeat? Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in alarm. Not likely, brother. Madara has yet to activate his complete Susanoo. However, at this distance, I am uncertain if he can summon it in time. Senju Tobarama stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Can you achieve this? Wu. Ninjas typically possess high offensive capabilities, but low defenses. Even a shadow-level ninja can be pierced by a kunai. Even with the Rinnegan, a single kunai can still blind you. The Sage of Six Paths, Obito, had to activate the truth-seeking balls to defend against explosive tags. The feasibility of detonating explosive tags at close range against Madara is indeed plausible. Trapped within the confines of the God of Earth technique, Uchiha Madara lacks the space to maneuver, and given that Susanoo cannot be summoned instantaneously, the explosive tags can detonate in an instant. Moreover, Madara's physical form does not possess the capacity for rapid recovery. This is a reasonable inference, not intended to undermine Uchiha Madara. The five Kage have also utilized explosive tags against him. Presently, Madara lacks the Rinnegan and is not in a state of Edo Tensei. I believe that under circumstances of negligence, he could indeed be vulnerable to explosive tags. Is this your plan to confine me, merely to buy time for your escape? Within the enormous sphere, Uchiha Madara remained as steadfast as a mountain. His thought process was rather straightforward. Wu's intention was to ensnare him, thereby gaining precious moments to flee. From Madara's perspective, it all made sense. To expend such significant resources in constructing this sphere, it could hardly be for mere aesthetics. It was evidently designed to trap him and facilitate Wu's escape. Yet, I am genuinely curious to witness the despair etched upon your face once you behold my complete Susanoo. A spark of excitement flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Just imagine, after his opponent has exerted every ounce of strength, he activates his complete Susanoo. What expression will his adversary wear? Surely, they will be engulfed in endless despair and utter subjugation. This is precisely why he had refrained from activating his complete Susanoo until now. Only upon earning his own recognition could he be deemed worthy of manifesting such power. As the saying goes, genius merely signifies the threshold one must cross to behold their true potential. However, Uchiha Madara misjudged Wu, for he was not merely a genius. He had witnessed the heavens. In this context, heavens refers to the vast knowledge Wu had acquired about the world of Naruto, having seen later stages where even the strongest shinobi were rendered insignificant. And the Sage of Six Paths was commonplace, capable of obliterating complete Susanoo with a mere kick. Thus, he perceived Madara's Susanoo as nothing extraordinary. Wait, just as Uchiha Madara prepared to summon Susanoo and command Wu to detonate the sphere, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon focusing intently, he was startled to discover that the rocks surrounding him were laden with an abundance of explosive tags. Even more astonishing was that this was not confined to just one area. The entire sphere was replete with explosive tags. There were even some affixed to his own visage. When had he buried these? Uchiha Madara's realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. How could Wu have had the leisure to plant so many explosive tags while remaining in his line of sight? Zing! Outside, Wu gazed at the god of earth he had created and promptly formed a hand seal. Wu activated the explosive tags. Buzz! The god of earth was immediately enveloped in blinding white light. The explosion illuminated the world in an instant. The very ground shook. Boom! Wu slumped onto the ground and slowly closed his eyes, refraining from fleeing. Regardless of the outcome, his objectives had been achieved, and there was no need to escape. For he was determined to fixate on the blinding light and began to sense. I knew Madara would not be so easily ensnared. Whoosh! As the explosion subsided, an immense surge of chakra ascended toward the heavens, accompanied by a proud and wild voice resonating from the sky. Haha, fascinating. Truly captivating. Almost allowed you to succeed. Wu lifted his gaze to the sky, where a colossal Susanoo loomed, akin to a divine warrior descending from the heavens. The complete Susanoo. Inside the cockpit of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara appeared tattered, having been ravaged by the explosive tags, his upper body bare save for a pair of pants. Yet he maintained a fierce demeanor, arms crossed, his crimson eyes glinting with a hint of madness. I shall fight again. Uchiha Madara's voice echoed through the sky. However, another voice soon followed. Stop, Madara. Senju Hashirama, donned in a kimono, accompanied by Senju Tobirama, descended into the fray. What do you intend to do, Hashirama? Uchiha Madara bellowed in fury. Just moments ago, Hashirama had not intervened. Now that Madara was prepared to unleash his complete Susanoo, he chose this moment to interrupt. Did he truly believe this was a game? Madara, this ends here. For the sake of the village, cease your actions. Wu is an old friend of the Leaf. Senju Hashirama implored, pointing at Madara. Seeing the situation escalating, Senju Hashirama could no longer remain passive. Uchiha Madara glared. What? An old friend of the Leaf? The Leaf has only been established for a few years. Where did this old friend come from? Madara, I fear for Wu's safety. Senju Hashirama replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled within Uchiha Madara. Did you not see that I was nearly obliterated by that white jutsu? You're worried about me harming him? Are you not concerned about him harming me? Uchiha Madara growled darkly, while Senju Tobirama's brow twitched violently. Senju Hashirama fell silent. Uchiha Madara cast a cold glance at Wu, who was now slumped on the ground. Utterly exhausted, chakra depleted, having burned himself out. Observing Wu's state of utter fatigue, Madara felt a sense of relief. Look at this. This is the disparity between Wu and myself. Wu is entirely spent just to compel me to activate my complete Susanoo. Had I not been negligent, he might not have even managed to force me to this point. Is Wu injured? Senju Hashirama hurriedly approached Wu, employing healing techniques, while casting an apologetic glance. Upon hearing this, Wu struggled to maintain his composure. Do I look unscathed? I nearly perished in the leaf, and you ask if I am injured? My sincerest apologies. Senju Hashirama exclaimed. On behalf of the Hokage, I, Senju Hashirama, extend my deepest apologies to you. He stood and bowed deeply to Wu, his demeanor profoundly earnest, nearly kneeling. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, displeased that Hashirama had humbled himself so. Cough, cough, cough. Wu coughed several times and then, as if channeling an acting deity, began to express his grievances. I had thought that the Leaf was a village devoted to peace. Thus, I traveled great distances to foster goodwill and seek mutual cooperation. Yet I find that the Leaf has laid such traps to intimidate and suppress me. It appears that genuine understanding between individuals is indeed a rarity. Wu lamented, shaking his head. These words pierced Senju Hashirama's heart, causing him great discomfort, as he already possessed a somewhat sensitive disposition. Senju Hashirama's expression turned anxious, and he quickly retorted, Wu, when have we ever attempted to intimidate you? This has never been our intention. Huh? You send someone to engage me in battle to demonstrate your strength while you lurk in the shadows, only to emerge when I am on the brink of defeat, one playing the role of the villain and the other the hero. Is this not intimidation? Is this not bullying? Wu sneered. This. Senju Hashirama was rendered speechless, his face a mask of profound regret. In the wake of Wu's words, he was inundated with an overwhelming sense of remorse and shame, his heart flooded with regret. Chunin is a person of delicate sensibilities, although at times clumsy. He is deeply attuned to the feelings of others. It appears that, indeed, there is an aura of bullying in Konoha. How this renders me hypocritical. Yet, I assure you, it was never my intention. As Senju Hashirama reflected, from the perspective of the void, he seemed undeniably insincere. And it felt as though he had plunged into the depths of the ocean, unable to cleanse himself of this perception. How could he convince the void of his genuine intentions? There is indeed a method. That is to wager the dignity of a strong man. In a time of turmoil, the powerful bow only to heaven, earth, and their parents. Encountering someone like Madara, they might not even bow to the heavens or earth. If he were to kneel in apology, would it not convey sincerity? Immediately, Senju Hashirama, under the astonished gazes of Tobirama and Madara, undertook a bold gesture. Thud! With the sound of his knee striking the ground, Senju Hashirama knelt before the void. Hashirama, what on earth are you doing? Brother, there is no need for this. Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama exclaimed in unison, their shock evident as they beheld Hashirama's act of kneeling. The void's eyes flickered with surprise and astonishment. It seems that the memories were accurate. Senju Hashirama is indeed a good man and a peace-loving individual worthy of respect. Initially, I found it hard to believe that Hashirama would bow at the Five Kage summit, but now I am convinced. My sincerest apologies, esteemed void. I express my deepest regrets and am willing to compensate Iwagakure with 10,000 gold, 1,000 ninja tools, several thousand provisions, and 50 earth release scrolls. If you are still unsatisfied, please direct all your wrath upon me. I shall not retaliate. Senju Hashirama earnestly declared. Hashirama, get up. Uchiha Madara shouted angrily at Hashirama, who could only kneel for himself. Why should he kneel before others? Brother, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? Senju Tobirama remarked, his expression darkening, feeling that his brother had gone too far. It wasn't he that Hashirama kneeling was the issue. He valued the act of apology itself. Apologies are acceptable, but the compensation is far too great. With so many resources, even though Konoha is currently prosperous, it cannot squander funds recklessly. Future village construction, department establishment, recruitment, and investments all require capital. If the esteemed void does not forgive me, I shall remain here on my knees. Hashirama insisted firmly. Esteemed void, please accept my apologies. Regardless of how Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara implored, Senju Hashirama remained resolute on the ground. Taking a deep breath, the void maintained a serious demeanor. Hashirama, is this a matter of wealth? It pertains to dignity. Do you believe that a mere sum of money can absolve this? The dignity of the village cannot be purchased. Even with 10,000 gold, the void asserted solemnly. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara shot a cold glare at the void. Enough. If you continue to pressure Hashirama, I will end you right here. Unexpectedly, the void remained unyielding, since time immemorial, who has not faced death. I shall leave my heart as a testament to history. If you slay me, let the other villages witness the true face of Konoha. The void declared boldly, closing his eyes. Are you truly unafraid of death? Senju Tobarama gazed at the void in astonishment, questioning whether this individual truly feared nothing. Provoking Uchiha Madara could indeed lead to dire consequences. If not for his brother, he would not dare to face Madara alone. Senju Hashirama admired the void, recognizing him as a true hero whose words resonated with wisdom. Senju Tobarama, however, considered differently. Given the void's stance, perhaps the reparations could be reconsidered? After all, those resources were quite valuable, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. Esteemed void, you speak well. But do you still desire the reparations? Tobarama inquired, unable to contain himself. Indeed, I must have it. I earned it through my own efforts. Why should I refuse? If the villagers from the neighboring village discover I don't ask for it, they might think me cowardly. I demand it. I shall split the compensation with Inoki. The void exclaimed, thumping his thigh as he stood upright. Whoa! Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama were momentarily taken aback. Very well, Hashirama agreed, then curiously glanced around. Esteemed void, where is your disciple? I recall you brought one, yet he seems to have vanished now. The void smiled mysteriously. That is of no concern to you, Hashirama. But where had Inoki truly gone? At this moment, on the borders of the land of fire, two figures were swiftly moving, none other than the void and Inoki. In truth, the void and Inoki had long since fled. They had evaded the situation, for who could claim the title of the first long-distance runner in the land of Earth? Did anyone genuinely believe the void would remain amidst the bickering with Hashirama, Madara, and Tobarama? The void had long since feared for his life and had already escaped. After expending so much chakra on the Earth explosion star, he decisively fled with Inoki, leaving only a clone behind. If he were to perish, he could feign death to escape being hunted by Madara. Should the clone die, it could regenerate after a few days. The void was an exceedingly cautious individual. He would never leave his true self in a place where, should Madara or Hashirama harbor ill intentions, it could spell doom. He could not gamble on Hashirama's benevolence, nor on Madara's speed. Inoki, halt. Wait for my clone. The void suddenly called out. Yes, teacher. Inoki replied, admiration gleaming in his eyes. It was rare for someone to escape unscathed from Uchiha Madara. Few in the ninja world could achieve such a feat on the other hand. The generous reparations from Hashirama included an additional 200 tons of lumber produced by him. Originally, the void had not requested wood, but he deliberately mentioned the need for materials in Iwagakure, which was predominantly rocky. Hashirama pondered for a moment and then, with a clap of his hands, utilized wood release to create a substantial amount of wood. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I shall take my leave now. The void appeared quite pleased as he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, Uchiha Madara abruptly blocked his path. Hey, have you forgotten something? Where are my fan and scythe? Madara inquired coldly. The void's expression tightened. I nearly forgot. With an awkward chuckle, he slowly produced the fan and scythe, handing them to Uchiha Madara. Madara scoffed, and then turned to leave. Farewell, Hokage-sama, Tobarama. The void raised all the reparations, which floated in midair. Since Inoki can lift Turtle Island with one hand, as his master, raising 200 tons of wood is effortless. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama watched the void's departure, Hashirama remarking, Tobarama, that fellow is quite impressive. His strength and battle intelligence are commendable. Senju Tobarama nodded silently, feeling that this individual named the void possessed an elusive and cunning nature. This person may become a hidden threat to Konoha in the future. By the way, Tobarama, I still haven't paid the money from the gambling house. Could you handle that for me? Senju Hashirama asked with a sunny smile. Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, you just compensated so much. Do you dare ask me for more? Go to Uchiha Madara for that. The Uchiha clan is wealthy and can afford it. After all, it was Madara who instigated this entire debacle, calling someone over to be beaten and then leaving us to clean up the mess. Speaking of which, brother, you should really keep an eye on Uchiha Madara. He is becoming increasingly unruly, Tobarama remarked, coldly criticizing Madara's actions. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression darkened, and he sighed. Ever since I was appointed Hokage, Madara has become more difficult to manage. Well, brother, do you think Uchiha Madara is suited to be Hokage? If he were to become Hokage, he would only bring calamity to Konoha, instigating wars. Just like this situation, if it weren't for the two of us, Uchiha Madara would have likely declared war long ago, Senju Tobarama said with a stern face. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama let out a deep sigh. Madara is excessively forceful and rather cold, lacking the affability that a leader should possess. In a time of turmoil, a strong leader is indeed necessary. But the current circumstances are vastly different. I'm leaving, Tobarama, Hashirama said, not wishing to continue listening to his brother's complaints about Madara. He used the body flicker technique to depart. Chapter 7. Teacher, why did you let Uchiha Madara go last night, when such a great opportunity presented itself? In the air, the split body of Mu was slowly flying with 200 tons of wood, gold, and ninja tools. From a distance, he looked like a king of the sky, carrying immense weight. Once he landed, he immediately dissolved the split body and began to pack these items into scrolls. Is that how it ends, teacher? Why did you let Uchiha Madara go last night, when such a prime opportunity arose? Inoki looked at the reparations with reluctance. Mu cast a glance at Inoki, his expression difficult to maintain. Why should I let Uchiha Madara go? Indeed, why did you let him go when such a chance was within reach? Is that truly something a human would say? Do you really think that teacher could defeat Uchiha Madara? He risked his own dignity to confront Madara. Do you wish to see teacher stake his life against Madara? However, upon further reflection, Mu realized that Inoki was just a child, naive to the world's complexities. Imagine being humiliated and beaten, only for the perpetrator to compensate you handsomely while remaining unscathed. One would still feel a loss of dignity. The shinobi world is brutal and bloody. When the weak kill the weak, they face punishment, but when the strong kill the weak, it is merely self-punishment. Rather than being killed, it is wiser to accept reparations and focus on self-improvement. Inoki, I understand your frustration, but one must assess the situation. Mu gently ruffled Inoki's hair. But teacher, didn't you tell me to never admit defeat and to stand up against tyranny? Inoki hesitated, gripping the stone in his hand, questioning why his teacher had chosen to accept reparations instead of standing firm. Mu chose not to scold Inoki for his bluntness, but patiently explained, endurance is not surrender. It is faith, it is conviction. As long as we live, there will come a day when the withered trees blossom again, and we will reclaim our lost dignity. Yet, Inoki, with his stubborn nature, still did not comprehend. Mu smiled slightly, picked up a stone, and pointed to a nearby willow tree. Inoki, tell me, which is superior, this willow tree or this stone? Holding the stone and gesturing towards the tree, Inoki hesitated, then quickly declared, of course, the willow tree. It is beautiful, tall, and majestic. Anyone passing by would first notice the willow, not the stone. Mu nodded and continued, however, the lifespan of this willow tree is merely 40 years, while this stone can endure for thousands, even millions of years. Inoki's eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. Mu elaborated, the flow of water does not rush ahead. It strives to be continuous. Outlasting your competitors is also a form of victory. After hearing this, Inoki's eyes sparkled as he began to grasp his teacher's intentions and gained a deeper understanding of the will of stone. The will of stone is not just stubbornness. It requires assessing the situation and recognizing that those who understand the times are the true heroes. It is about patience, for the clouds will part in due time. Teacher, your recent insights are truly profound. Inoki expressed his admiration for his teacher's wisdom. Mu chuckled softly but did not respond. The two swiftly traversed from the land of fire's border through the land of grass into the land of earth. Since I already know the storyline, I certainly shall not follow the original path. The protagonists of the shinobi world are not limited to Konoha. Mu contemplated his next steps calmly. First and foremost, he would not engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with that little mustached fellow. He intended to live well and grow stronger until he could steer the course of the world. To live well, one must possess a robust physique. This is precisely why he sought the wood that Hashirama produced. Compared to the Otsutsuki cells, Hashirama cells are much easier to acquire. He hoped to research the possibility of cloning Hashirama's cells through the wood to enhance himself. However, the priority was to strengthen the village in preparation for the coming conflicts. Yet, why is it that such a crucial war lacks a clear depiction of its catalyst in my memories? Mu furrowed his brow. The first great ninja war is so significant, yet the memories do not record the reasons for its outbreak, nor do they specify the warring countries. They only note the deaths of Senju Tobarama and the Second Tsuchikage. as well as the mutual destruction between himself and the little mustached guy, Kagaya's descendant. Sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. For now, it is best to focus on building the village. My current strength has reached its limit, unless some extraordinary opportunity arises. Mu recognized that he had reached his peak. Without the Sage of Six Paths bloodline, his potential was already capped. If he were to acquire other fortuitous chances, perhaps he could elevate himself further. Creating dust release was already a significant opportunity, propelling him to an unexpected height. Otherwise, relying solely on ninjutsu would confine him to the shadow level. With Inoki, Mu flew swiftly, reaching Iwagakure by midnight. Observing the bustling and prosperous Konoha, Inoki felt a twinge of inferiority at the sight of Iwagakure, a village seemingly devoid of life and composed entirely of stone. It's all right. Though it may appear to be a slum now, it will one day become the most prosperous village in the shinobi world, Mu reassured, patting Inoki's shoulder. Feeling somewhat comforted, Inoki nodded. Since they returned in the dead of night, they did not report to the sleeping Tsuchikage but directly entered the ninja village. The next morning, Mu entered the Iwagakure building to attend to administrative duties, as although Ishihara now served as Tsuchikage, certain matters had begun to fall under his purview. He acted as the acting Tsuchikage. Upon opening his envelope, he discovered multiple letters from the Land of Water. As Mu tore one open, he was met with an exuberant message. Hey, Mu, how did the last battle go? Was my steam danger technique exhilarating? Do you want to experience my water iron cannon technique again? When will we have another match? It's been ages since I last saw you. Why haven't you replied? You're not dead, are you? Hey. Why haven't you responded? You're not really dead, are you? Oh, weren't we supposed to fight until we both perished? All these letters were from the Land of Water's Kagaya, who had not received a response during Mu's days in Konoha. Mu's expression darkened as he recalled their last battle, feeling a tinge of irritation. Their relationship was complex, both adversaries and friends forged through combat. It was a shared understanding that while they wished to defeat each other, they would do so together, to perish as shadows. However, Mu was not inclined to meet Kagaya in a mutual demise. He was acutely aware of the future splendor. He desired to live brilliantly, and for a long time, to witness the marvels that lay ahead. Most importantly, he wanted to survive until the era of Boruto. After a moment of contemplation, I slowly took up my pen to respond to Ghost Lantern Hanue. I am well. Just those 3 simple words. And I sealed the letter in an envelope with wax. Chapter 8. Affairs of the Land of Earth, I am back. I heard Inoki mention that you were doused with cold water in Konoha. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man dressed in gray-brown linen, wearing the hat of the Tsuchikage, who floated in. I lifted my gaze momentarily before rising slowly to vacate the Tsuchikage's seat. I have never feared being doused with cold water, I replied with a faint smile. Oh, Shurha sat down slowly, raising an eyebrow. What does a mere splash of cold water amount to? I spoke nonchalantly, as if the humiliation I had suffered at the hands of Madara was merely a fleeting memory. Shurha regarded me with admiration. Such a person was precisely the candidate he sought, one who understood patience and restraint. Shall we have another bucket? Shurha jested. Forget it. Another bucket would surely be my demise, I replied, my expression tightening. The battle with Madara was already quite arduous, with luck playing a role. If another encounter were to occur, I might not be so fortunate. However, I heard from Inoki that you actually fought evenly with the Shura of the ninja world. I did not anticipate your prowess to be so remarkable, Shurha remarked, astonished. Just luck. I chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this. Inoki likely boasted about me before Shurha, perhaps under the influence of a teacher's filter, elevating me to celestial heights in his tales. Inoki did not witness how I was pinned to the wall by Uchiha Madara, nor how I was subsequently slammed to the ground. Ha. Truly worthy of the wisdom of Iwagakure, your strength is commendable, bringing glory to our village. Shurha laughed heartily, slapping my shoulder. Ahem. Konoha owes us considerable funds and ninja tools, all of which I have submitted to the village, I stated. In response, Shurha gave me a thumbs up. You are undoubtedly the best candidate for Tsuchikage. Your strength is matched by your wisdom and integrity. No wonder the villagers refer to you as Lord Mu. Additionally, I have had your will of stone inscribed at the village entrance. Your theoretical understanding is quite impressive. Shurha praised with a smile. I smiled faintly, pleased as it aligned with my intentions. It was meant to invigorate the spirits of the villagers, and it predated the will of fire. After a brief discussion, Shurha yawned and departed from the Tsuchikage office. Once he left, I narrowed my eyes slightly. It seems this elder truly intends to pass on the mantle to me. Having already relinquished such authority, I settled back down to attend to village affairs. In truth, there was not much to manage in Iwagakure, being a small place. And with the village still in its infancy, governance was relatively simple. My primary focus was on strategizing and planning for the village's future development. Currently, institutions like the Konoha Ninja School and the Umbu had yet to be established. Since I had acquired that memory, I might as well preemptively lay the groundwork for these organizations in Iwagakure, such as the Umbu and the Ninja School. In the land of water, Kirigakure. What on earth? I have already prepared the purple sand. Mu, are you certain you are fine? Within a high fortress, Ghost Lantern Hanue pressed a hand against his forehead, seemingly ready to unleash the water iron cannon technique. Upon receiving the news that Mu was unharmed, Ghost Lantern Hanue could not suppress a slight smile. Wonderful. I can fight with Mu again. At last, he is no longer feigning death. If he had not replied, I would have sought him out in Iwagakure. As he grumbled, he folded the envelope into a paper airplane and tossed it out the window. Bang! The door suddenly swung open. A long-haired elder clad in rough linen stood at the entrance. Ghost Lantern Hanue, you young man, did I not instruct you to handle village affairs? How can you be slacking off here? Bai Lian scolded vehemently. With a resigned gesture, Ghost Lantern Hanue waved his hand. All right, old man, do not be so furious. Your eyes might go crooked. As he spoke, Ghost Lantern Hanue playfully gestured in front of Bai Lian. Do not be foolish. Bai Lian barked. Ghost Lantern Hanue rolled his eyes inwardly. His village leader was commendable in many aspects, but was excessively stern and high pressure, lacking the charisma seen in leaders of other villages. Especially with the constant pressure he exerted, it felt like an unbearable weight. In contrast, being around Mu was delightful. I could speak my mind freely, and if we disagreed, we could settle matters with a duel, with mutual destruction as the worst outcome. Throughout the afternoon, Mu remained in the office, attending to affairs. He signed off on several engineering projects and plans, including one for the Umbu base and another for the Iwagakure Ninja School. Simultaneously, he dispatched individuals to seek investments elsewhere, aiming to expedite the establishment of commerce in Iwagakure, to accumulate capital and ensure the village's prosperity. Stretching lazily, Mu turned to gaze out the window, surveying the entirety of Iwagakure. Knock knock. Just as Mu was lost in thought, a gentle knocking interrupted him. Enter. Without turning, Mu replied in a calm tone. Anoki entered, carrying a tray. Teacher, it is evening. You should eat something, he said, attempting to curry favor. Mu raised an eyebrow, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry, and nodded slowly, sitting down to eat. Anoki continued to shower him with attentions. Teacher, let me brew you some tea. Hee. Teacher, shall I massage your back? Teacher, would you like a wife? Upon hearing Anoki's words, Mu nearly choked, casting a dark look at Anoki. Anoki, what on earth are you suggesting? I presume you have a request of me. Just speak plainly. I am your teacher. I inquired while munching on a rice ball. Hee. As expected, you understand me best. Teacher, Anoki chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Teacher, your jutsu during the battle with Uchiha Madara was magnificent, especially that white technique. Anoki said, affectionately leaning against Mu's arm. Enough, Mu exclaimed, a chill running down his spine. Despite the bandages, he felt a wave of discomfort, particularly at the thought of Anoki in his old age. Seeing the eager expression on Anoki's face, Mu smiled enigmatically. Do you desire my dust release jumping gun course? A knowing smile graced Mu's face. I do. Anoki nodded vigorously. Do you think you are worthy? Anoki replied earnestly. First, to learn dust release, one must master the 3 chakra types, wind, earth, and fire, and understand their nature transformations. Dust release is a bloodline elimination, surpassing bloodline limits. Mu elaborated for Anoki. I did not deliberately inflate the prowess of dust release. Within the world of Naruto, it is the sole bloodline elimination. The Sharingan falls under bloodline limits. While my dust release is classified as a bloodline elimination, the sheer capability of dust release is evident. It can reduce a person to atoms. Whereas most techniques leave behind at least a pile of ash, dust release leaves nothing, obliterating the target entirely. If it were not for the Rinnegan's ability to absorb, I feel I could confront Kagaya using dust release. Come on, teacher, I did not expect it to be so difficult. I am barely familiar with earth release. Anoki lamented, looking dejected. This was not entirely Anoki's fault. His contemporaries, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, were still practicing basic techniques. Expecting Anoki to master the transformations of 3 chakra types right from the start was indeed a tall order. Therefore, apply yourself diligently once you master the 3 chakra transformations. I shall teach you. I finished the last rice ball, then wrapped the bandages around me and executed a body flicker technique to leave the office. This book is currently updated once a day. Chapter 9. Rasengan. The great name after leaving the office. I had no intention of resting or sleeping. I am nearing 30. How can one possibly sleep under such circumstances? Although I have reached my limits in strength, I can still augment my skills by learning more ninjutsu. Despite having exhausted myself throughout the day, I shall persist in my training. Upon arriving at a concealed cave in the back mountains of Iwagakure, I swiftly began forming hand seals and, with a decisive slap against the ground, the walls of the cave trembled, gradually revealing a small door through which I entered. Inside the cave lay a veritable treasure trove, filled with numerous books and an abundance of scrolls, my laboratory for the creation of ninjutsu. It was from this very place that my pride, the dust release technique, was birthed a few years prior. It must be acknowledged that the second generations of each ninja village were indeed inventors of exceptional genius. I recalled the second generations of various villages, the second Tsuchikage, the second Raikage, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and that fellow, Hozuki Mangetsu. All were brilliant innovators. The Tsuchikage devised the puppet technique and the sand manipulation. The second Raikage created the lightning release chakra mode, and Senju Tobarama's various forbidden techniques require no further elaboration. I had successfully developed the dust release, a technique of great versatility. That little mustached fellow was also impressive, seamlessly combining jinjutsu and water release. I retrieved a piece of wood crafted by Senju Hashirama and placed it into my vessel. With my current capabilities, I fear I may not be able to conduct research on Hashirama's cells alone. This must be set aside for now. Silently pondering, I began to contemplate new ninjutsu. I remembered a particularly effective technique from my memories, utilized by a descendant known as Naruto, a technique called the Rasengan. I should certainly attempt this ninjutsu. Being adept at chakra control and having developed the dust release, I found the complexity of dust release to far exceed that of the Rasengan. Naturally, I could easily master such a basic technique. It seemed that the Rasengan was inspired by the tailed beast bomb created by Namikaze Minato. With an understanding of its principles and processes, and with enhanced mastery over chakra, I devoted several hours to mastering the Rasengan. With a thought, a rapidly spinning Rasengan materialized in my palm. It was not difficult. Next, I would try to infuse it with wind release properties. As I gazed at the rotating Rasengan in my hand, a green hue unique to wind release suddenly appeared. After a few brief experiments, I successfully learned to utilize the wind release Rasengan. Excellent. If I further incorporated shape transformation, it would become the wind release Rasen Shuriken. A flicker of pride crossed my eyes as I attempted to infuse the Rasengan with shape transformation. Soon, a miniature Rasen Shuriken emerged. However, to advance further, I would need to explore sage techniques. Currently, I wield the wind release Rasen Shuriken. If I were to infuse it with sage arts, it could be thrown to create an explosion. Regrettably, I do not possess the knowledge of sage techniques. A shadow of disappointment crossed my gaze. I lacked the mastery of sage arts. Should I acquire such powers, with my innate talent, I could make further progress and perhaps enhance my dust release. Yet, such thoughts are mere fantasies. Thus far, I have encountered no opportunities for sage training. I have yet to find a contractable summoning beast. While Hozuki Mangetsu at least had a shell, I have nothing. The rock giant can hardly be considered ninjutsu. Might I create my own sage techniques? I quickly dismissed this notion. It seemed utterly implausible. If I possessed such strength, I could entirely abandon the path of a ninja and establish my own clan. After mastering the Rasengan, I began to study the shadow clone technique created by Senju Tobarama. This technique was simple, requiring only a single hand seal. However, upon mastering it, I felt as though I had wasted my efforts. This shadow clone was inferior to my own splitting body technique. Alas, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. I reclined on the laboratory's bed and fell into a deep slumber, awakening the next day around noon. Upon returning to the Tsuchikage's office, I discovered numerous officials from Iwagakure anxiously awaiting my arrival. What seems to be the matter? I inquired as I settled into the Tsuchikage's seat. My lord, we have reviewed your previous proposal, and it is indeed quite remarkable. However, the issue is that Iwagakure simply cannot muster enough personnel. We need teachers for the Ninja Academy. members for the Umbu, individuals to maintain the village, and others to undertake missions to sustain the village's finances. One Iwagakure official stepped forward, initially affirming my ideas, then outlining the shortcomings. I furrowed my brow, contemplating the situation. It appeared that I had indeed overreached. Iwagakure is still in its infancy and is currently in dire need of manpower. The rapid establishment of Konoha is due to its larger population and favorable geographical position for trade. Very well, let us prioritize commerce. I want 2 commercial streets constructed, and I will seek investment from the feudal lord to see if we can attract some industries to Iwagakure. I immediately formulated a plan, and the officials nodded in agreement. As for the manpower shortage, I will discuss it with the Tsuchikage this afternoon to see if we can loosen immigration policies. Many areas still have wandering ninja clans. Perhaps we can take them in at Iwagakure. I proposed this plan, and the officials nodded once more. Subsequently, I made my way to the residence of Tsuchikage Ishikawa. After a brief discussion, Ishikawa remarked, "I am getting old. Iwagakure will eventually be yours. You may make decisions on these matters without needing to consult me." The implication being that, although I lacked the title of Tsuchikage, I was already acting as one, encouraged to proceed boldly. In the afternoon, I left a clone to handle administrative duties while my true self ventured alone to the capital of the Land of Earth, to the feudal lord's mansion. The mansion, grand and imposing, conveyed the prestigious status and supreme authority of the feudal lord. Guided by a servant, I passed through a series of crimson gates and meandered along winding corridors until I finally arrived at the feudal lord's garden. Deep within the estate, I beheld an elegant pavilion spanning a pond, its columns and railings adorned with exquisite carvings, showcasing the craftsmanship of skilled artisans. Proceeding along the pavilion, I reached the edge of the pond. Here, an ancient pavilion stood quietly, harmoniously blending with its surroundings. Its roof was thickly thatched, imparting a sense of nature and simplicity. Inside the pavilion sat an exceedingly corpulent man, leisurely fishing with a long rod in hand. Dressed in a flowing white ceremonial robe, the sleeves billowed in the wind, enveloping him in a cloud-like aura. His head was adorned with a tall black hat, encrusted with dazzling jewels that sparkled brilliantly. At this moment, the feudal lord relaxed, casting his line into the pond, while his other hand wielded a folding fan, occasionally fanning himself, seemingly savoring this moment of tranquility. For now, this book will update once a day. Chapter 10. The Feudal Lord of the Land of Earth. Oh, it is Lord Mo. Please, take a seat, take a seat. The feudal lord of the Land of Earth greeted me with a beaming smile, gesturing with his plump hand for me to sit. Soon, several servants brought a chair and placed it behind me. "Thank you, my lord," I said as I slowly sat down. "It has been quite a while since we last met. How is Ishikawa doing? I heard you visited Konoha a few days ago. How did that go?" The feudal lord inquired, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "The Tsuchikage is in good health. During my visit to Konoha, they showed no intention of forming an alliance, and I was left with no choice but to abandon the matter." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I proceeded directly to the main topic. "My lord, I have come to request funding from you." At this, the feudal lord's expression shifted. The mention of money instantly dampened his enthusiasm. "Ahem, Lord Mu, if I recall correctly, you ninjas can earn money through missions, correct? Each task holds immense value, so why seek financial aid from me?" The daimyo gazed indifferently at the fishing rod. "Your Excellency, times have changed," came the reply. "We have moved beyond the era of the shinobi clans. We now live in the age of hidden villages. Iwagakure requires funds for military expenses, as well as commercial investments, to foster the prosperity of our village." The daimyo furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What are you proposing, Iwagakure?" Without wishing to engage in further debate, the speaker stated plainly, "I seek your authority and funds, permitting us to take the initiative. By leveraging the unique attributes of ninjas alongside the civilian populace, Iwagakure aims to evolve into not merely a military entity, but a thriving town where both military and civilians coexist harmoniously. For years, Iwagakure has been shackled by missions, relying solely on them for sustenance, a short-sighted strategy. Thus, we must also engage in commerce and attract investments to establish industries. I am confident that I can transform Iwagakure into a bastion that not only safeguards your interests but also flourishes as a prosperous city." The daimyo nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in these words. However, he remained reticent about military funding. Acknowledging the underlying implications, the speaker continued, "The potential is vast. You need only provide us with annual military funding. In return, we can allocate 20% of our village's total finances as a tribute to you." Upon hearing this, the daimyo's eyes gleamed with interest. "How much do you require?" he asked calmly. As a member of a lineage that has endured for millennia, the daimyo's wisdom was profound, understanding that no one works without the prospect of gain. 3.5 billion, came the tentative reply. The daimyo's expression shifted, and he countered, 25 billion. The speaker sighed, alas. The daimyo's heart sank at that sound. "Your Excellency, though you are not a ninja, you must have heard the phrase, when soldiers rise, funds must follow. Do you know how much a kunai costs now? 500,000 ryo. Not even a cart can carry that." As he spoke, the speaker raised 5 fingers to emphasize the point. The daimyo, feeling awkward, began to fidget with his toes. "All right, let us negotiate. I'll offer you 30 billion. Hearing this, the speaker smiled beneath his bandages. Very well. The two reached an agreement and discussed the investment plans. The daimyo consented to send a portion of civilians to inhabit Iwagakure, along with commercial establishments. At last, the villagers could savor ramen, barbecued meats, and other delicacies. "One more thing," the daimyo suddenly interjected. "What is it, Your Excellency?" the speaker inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Recently, a region near the borders of the Land of Earth has declared independence, establishing the Land of Grass and the Grass Village. This infuriates me." The speaker instantly grasped the daimyo's implication. He was essentially requesting Iwagakure to eliminate the Grass Village, thereby annexing the Land of Grass into the Land of Earth. However, it was understood that with the daimyo funding the military, it was imperative to act in accordance with his wishes. "Leave this matter to me," the speaker assured with a nod. Thus, a transaction was completed. The following morning, he returned to Iwagakure, accompanied by numerous commercial shops and civilians relocating from the city. Fortunately, the efficiency of the Iwagakure officials was remarkable, swiftly establishing 2 bustling commercial streets. The speaker promptly arranged for merchants and civilians to settle in. That evening, most villagers flocked to the commercial streets, indulging in a variety of delectable foods from the city: char siu, ramen, meatballs, and barbecued meats, much to their delight. Even Tsuchikage Ishikawa ventured here to procure tobacco from the capital. Simultaneously, the speaker explained that Iwagakure was a place where ninjas and civilians coexisted. The villagers collectively hailed the speaker as a wise leader. He also provided special protection for civilians to prevent any low-quality ninjas from bullying them. Once all arrangements were made, he summoned 10 elite Iwagakure ninjas. "Wow, it's truly Lord Wu leading us," they exclaimed in awe. To be led by such a figure was an honor. Lord Wu was a formidable presence, capable of facing Uchiha Madara. The news of his recent confrontation with Madara had spread throughout Iwagakure, and under Ishikawa's subtle promotion, his achievements left all ninjas in awe. The notion that they could stand toe-to-toe with Uchiha Madara filled them with pride. "Now, let us proceed to the Grass Village. Our objective is to eradicate all ninjas present. However, those who wish to surrender and join Iwagakure may be treated leniently, as we are in need of personnel." With that, he donned his dual blades, prepared for departure. Yes, the 10 elite ninjas responded in unison, setting off towards the Land of Grass to execute their mission. In the Land of Grass, within the Grass Village, 2 men stood side by side. "Are we truly not concerned about retribution from the Land of Earth?" The leader of the Grass Village expressed his worries. "Fear not. The Land of Earth is unable to mobilize their forces in time, and Iwagakure is newly established and unlikely to intervene," the Grass Village leader replied confidently. But the daimyo began, only to be interrupted. "Enough, Your Excellency. Worry not. I have already sent envoys to Konoha to establish diplomatic relations. This way, we can use their reputation as leverage, and Iwagakure will not dare to act against us. Moreover, the nearby Kazama clan is considering aligning with us. If we continue to grow, perhaps I too may be worthy of the title of Hokage. Then I shall be known as the Grass Shadow." The Grass Village leader's face shone with excitement, as if the title of Grass Shadow was within reach. Meanwhile, the daimyo appeared increasingly anxious. Truthfully, he only desired to remain a loyal subordinate of the Land of Earth, feeling caught between Konoha and Iwagakure. He had no desire to instigate conflict. To his dismay, a few ninjas within his territory swiftly established the Grass Village and now threatened him, compelling him to comply and establish the Grass Village in the name of independence. It was evident that the daimyo of the Land of Grass did not genuinely wish for independence. He merely sought to be a subordinate of the Land of Earth. Chapter 11. Annihilation of the Grass Village and the Kazama clan Swish. The speaker soared through the air, with 10 elite Iwagakure ninjas trailing closely behind. He glanced back at the ninjas, having bestowed upon them the ability to fly temporarily through his unique technique, albeit requiring his guidance. Without any concealment, they boldly entered the perimeter of the Grass Village's defenses. "Intruders! Sound the alarm!" a grass ninja exclaimed, his face paling as he dashed toward the village center. "My lord, should we pursue?" A certain hidden rock jonin, noticing the indifference of Wu, could not help but inquire. Wu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need. It's merely a small ninja village. Even if the monk flees, the temple remains." In Wu's eyes, the grass ninja village was simply a minor establishment. The original text depicted the village as rife with corruption, its only merit being its amicable relations with the Leaf Village, essentially surviving through sycophantic diplomacy. "Something terrible has happened. Leader, something terrible has happened." A grass ninja stumbled in to report, panic-stricken. "What are you in such a hurry for? You are a proper ninja now. There's no need to be so flustered." The leader of the grass ninja village reprimanded. Disregarding any semblance of composure, the grass ninja exclaimed, "It's the Rock Village. They've sent someone to come and attack us. What shall we do?" "What? The Rock Village?" The leader felt a jolt of dread, an ominous premonition rising within him. The daimyo of the Land of Grass, standing nearby, also turned pale, anxiously looking at the leader of the grass ninja village. The leader rushed forward, grasping the grass ninja's shoulders, and bombarded him with questions. "Quickly, tell me, who has come? How many of them? What do they look like?" The grass ninja, still trembling from fear, stammered, "There are 11 of them in total, but I can't see the leader. He is wrapped in bandages and can fly." Upon hearing this description, the leader of the grass ninja village felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, his eyes widening in horror. "It's over. It's all over. Wrapped in bandages. A perfect mummy, and can fly. Isn't that the infamous Wu of the Hidden Rock Village? What should we do?" The daimyo of the Land of Grass asked, trembling. "By the heavens, we have 200 ninjas in our village," the grass ninja leader shouted, gritting his teeth. The daimyo, hearing this, felt a sense of despair wash over him. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Coughing, he added, "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." However, the leader of the grass ninja village saw through his ruse and seized the daimyo's collar, saying, "Hold on, daimyo. Don't be hasty. Guards, ensure the safety of the daimyo. All ninjas of the grass ninja village, assemble." At the entrance of the grass ninja village, a host of grass ninjas, led by their leader, stood menacingly. Wu, soaring through the sky, narrowed his eyes, intrigued. It appeared these individuals were aware of their impending doom. Earth release, heavy rock technique. Wu concentrated all his energy into his foot and delivered a flying kick downwards. Boom. The grass ninja leader felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a shadow of a formidable foe, descending upon him, rendering him motionless. In a flash, Wu's foot struck the grass ninja leader's face. Thud. With a scream, the grass ninja leader was immediately flattened. "Where is your leader? Bring him to me." Wu addressed the remaining grass ninjas without a glance at his fallen adversary. The grass ninjas, their faces a mixture of horror and absurdity, quavered, "He is right beneath your feet." Wu paused for a moment, then looked down. To his astonishment, there was a pool of red and white beneath him. "What on earth? How did you end up stuck to my foot?" Wu couldn't help but chuckle, having not noticed the unfortunate position of the fallen leader, mistaking him for a speed bump. Just as Wu looked down, the diehard supporters of the fallen leader erupted in fury. "This guy has killed our leader. We shall fight him. Yes, they may only be a dozen, but we have 200. Let us fight." Fire release, wind release, earth release. The grass ninjas, with grim expressions, unleashed a barrage of various ninjutsu. Unfazed by the vibrant display of techniques, Wu maintained his stoic demeanor, swiftly raising his hands. Dust release, destruction of the realm. In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed the area, obliterating all ninjutsu, and erupting into a catastrophic explosion. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the previously boastful 200 grass ninjas, along with their techniques, had disintegrated into nothingness. Wu barely raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He had overestimated the strength of the small ninja village. If they were truly that powerful, they would not have become a battleground for greater nations in the original narrative. Clean up the area. Ensure that any willing to submit are spared, and eliminate the rest. With that, Wu took to the skies in search of the daimyo. In a cave within the grass ninja village, he discovered the daimyo imprisoned. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Wu deftly dispatched the guarding grass ninjas. Wu-sama, you have finally arrived. These beasts forced me to establish this village. I had no choice. Please, advocate for me with the daimyo of the land of earth. I am a victim of circumstances. The daimyo of the land of grass, crawling and sobbing, sought to distance himself from responsibility. Wu's gaze betrayed no emotion as he slowly crouched beside the daimyo, whispering in his ear, "However, I do not believe you." Swish. In the next moment, the daimyo's head was severed by Wu's wind release technique. The rationale behind eliminating the daimyo was that keeping him alive would displease the daimyo of the land of earth. It was far better to integrate the land of grass directly into the land of earth. After disposing of the daimyo's corpse, Wu began to loot the treasures of the land of grass, preparing to transport these resources back to his village. Meanwhile, news of the annihilation of the grass ninja village rapidly spread. This information naturally reached the ears of the Wind Demon clan, who were contemplating an alliance with the grass ninja village. Leader, the grass ninja village has been destroyed by the hidden rock. A member of the Wind Demon clan rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Wind Demon clan was taken aback. Alas, we intended to ally with grass, but now it has been obliterated, he sighed. We are in the era of ninja villages now. The age of the ninja clans has vanished. In these times, mere combat skills are insufficient. One must possess a background and influence. Thus, the Wind Demon clan sought to join a ninja village. Leader, why not ally with the Hidden Rock village? I recently heard they have eased their entry policies. Anyone wishing to join can now settle there. The Wind Demon clan member could not help but suggest. Oh, I did not expect the policy to change so swiftly. I recall it was quite difficult to ally with the Hidden Rock before, the leader said, his eyes lighting up. Then why bother with the Grass Ninja Village? We shall head directly to the Hidden Rock, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, I heard that not long ago, Wu from the Hidden Rock village visited the Leaf and had a close encounter with Uchiha Madara, managing to retreat unscathed. Aligning with the Hidden Rock is no less beneficial than aligning with the Leaf. The Wind Demon member shared the news, further igniting the leader's determination. All right, let the entire clan heed my command and proceed to the Grass Ninja Village to ally with Wu-sama. In the Grass Ninja Village, Wu was meticulously cataloging the plundered wealth and resources, discovering an unexpectedly abundant supply for such a small ninja village. As he recorded his findings, a Hidden Rock Jonin knelt before him. Wu-sama, there is a ninja clan outside wishing to ally with us. The Hidden Rock Jonin spoke with respect. Wu raised an eyebrow and turned to inquire, "Oh, which clan is it?" "They are known as the Wind Demon clan." At this, Wu recalled the visage of the 6 paths of Pain's beasts. "I did not expect this clan. Take me to meet them," Wu stated calmly. Soon after, he arrived at the entrance of the Grass Ninja Village, where the members of the Wind Demon clan were kneeling in orderly rows. The leader of the Wind Demon clan, reverently on his knees, awaited Wu's presence. This was the custom of the tumultuous times. A ninja clan wishing to join another must demonstrate sincere subservience. The leader of the Wind Demon clan raised his head, filled with anticipation. "Wu-sama, our Wind Demon clan wishes to ally with the Hidden Rock village and serve you. We hope for your acceptance." The chieftain of the Wind Demon clan raised his voice, his gaze slowly scanning the group before him, contemplating the value of the Wind Demon clan. Renowned for their expertise in the use of ninja tools and their research into chakra, their incorporation into Iwagakure could indeed offer a formidable strength. "Chieftain of the Wind Demon clan, report on the capabilities of your clan," a voice commanded. The response was earnest. "We possess no bloodline limit, yet we excel in chakra manipulation and the use of hidden weapons." The chieftain conveyed the intelligence of his clan, and the listener pondered, recognizing the potential of this ninja clan. In the current shortage of teachers at the Ninja Academy, the Wind Demon clan's proficiency in ninja tools and chakra control made them fitting candidates for the role of instructors. The clan members waited anxiously for the decision. "Are you aware of the rules for aligning with Iwagakure?" the voice inquired gravely. The chieftain nodded vigorously. "We are aware and shall abide by all the rules of Iwagakure." With a slight nod, the voice replied, "In that case, I grant your clan's allegiance. From this moment forth, you, the Wind Demon clan, shall be a part of Iwagakure." The proclamation was met with fervent gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. We shall remain steadfast in our loyalty," the chieftain exclaimed, bowing deeply. The entire clan echoed their commitment. raising their voices in unison. "We shall serve Iwagakure with unwavering resolve." "Enough," the voice waved dismissively. "Rise and follow me back to Iwagakure. Arrangements will be made for your accommodations and affairs." Upon returning to the ninja village, immediate arrangements were made for the Wind Demon clan's residence, strategically placing them near the village center. This served two purposes: to demonstrate the importance placed on the clan and to facilitate monitoring, as the voice, while trusting the clan would not rebel, exercised inherent caution. "My lord, your immigration policy is yielding results. Many civilians and wandering ninjas have joined us, and our village has expanded, now boasting 3,000 more inhabitants." Officials from Iwagakure stated with bright smiles. "Indeed, this is a positive development. Yet we must exercise discernment in whom we accept. I noticed some vagrants within the village who contribute nothing and merely take advantage of our hospitality," the voice remarked calmly. The officials promptly agreed. "Very well, you may leave now and focus on your respective duties." "My lord, the location for the Ninja Academy still requires your decision," one official reminded hastily. With a thoughtful nod, the voice replied, "I shall select the site." After ensuring the office was empty, the voice utilized a transformation technique to exit the Tsuchikage Tower. Strolling through the bustling streets of Iwagakure, the presence of the disguised figure went unnoticed. The purpose of this visit was twofold: to assess the public sentiment in the commercial district, as well as to determine a location for the Ninja Academy, all while remaining inconspicuous to avoid drawing attention. As the figure wandered among the populace, snippets of conversation reached his ears. "The village is thriving lately, with an abundance of goods. Indeed, many newcomers have arrived. Thanks to our lord, we eagerly await his official appointment as Tsuchikage." The figure nodded silently, recognizing the effectiveness of the immigration policy. His journey led him to the heart of the village's commercial district, teeming with vibrant shops, including barbecue joints, florists, and clothing stores, each enriching the lives of the ninjas and providing ample opportunities for expenditure. Entering a tea house, the figure ordered a cup of tea and settled down just as a comedic performance commenced. "Today, we recount the tale of our lord's fierce battle against Uchiha Madara." The figure nearly choked on his drink, surprised to hear his own story. Our lord declared, "If I do not defeat you, Uchiha Madara, I shall descend from the stage. Within 24 hours, I shall raise the capital of the Fire Country." The performance continued, captivating the audience with exaggerated tales, leaving the figure both amused and slightly embarrassed. He reflected on the pride this instilled within the villagers as they reveled in the narrative. After finishing his tea, he departed, having gained valuable insights into the steady progress of Iwagakure, recognizing the need to accumulate foundational capital. Following his inspection of the commercial district, he proceeded to select a site for the Ninja Academy. He discovered a vacant area bathed in sunlight, offering a broad view, conveniently close to residential zones in the village center. "This shall be the site for the Ninja Academy," he declared decisively. On his way back, he visited the mountains behind Iwagakure, recalling that Inoki often practiced there. Although busy with village affairs, he too was a teacher. In the mountains, Inoki was diligently training in chakra control, focusing on the elements of wind, fire, and earth to lay the groundwork for dust release. However, despite several attempts, he struggled to unify the three chakra types. Observing from a distance, the figure decided it was time to reveal himself. With a swift motion, he dispelled his transformation. Inoki, startled by the sudden appearance, quickly sat up. "Teacher, what brings you here?" he asked, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and surprise. "I came to see your progress. As your teacher, I am responsible for your training," the figure replied, sitting beside him. "Do not be disheartened. Mastering dust release is inherently challenging." Inoki sighed. "I've tried countless times, yet I cannot seem to consolidate the three chakra types. Consolidating chakra requires balance and precision. Perhaps you should first focus on stabilizing your control over wind, fire, and earth individually before attempting to merge them," the figure suggested thoughtfully. Inoki's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. "But I've already tried that several times. It just doesn't seem to work," he lamented. With a gentle smile, the figure rose, understanding that Inoki's repeated failures had shaken his confidence. Now was the time for a teacher to guide his student through the challenges ahead. True harm from failure lies not in the occasional setback, but in the erosion of self-assurance after repeated disappointments. Deeply convinced of his inadequacy, he ultimately surrendered. As he spoke, he tenderly patted the head of Ohyuki. Every individual, in their journey of professional growth, must surmount this threshold known as the confidence barrier. Throughout one's developmental journey, regardless of past performances, the focus must be on growth rather than mere outcomes. Therefore, Ohyuki, it is imperative that you accumulate experiences now to lay a solid foundation for future success. As he spoke eloquently, Ohyuki found increasing resonance in his words, and his gaze grew ever more resolute. If even his teacher, one of the most formidable figures in the ninja world, believes in him, then why should he doubt himself? With this thought, Ohyuki gradually reclaimed his confidence. With a gentle pat on Ohyuki's shoulder and a slight smile, he encouraged, "Keep going. I believe in you. You are my disciple, so do not underestimate yourself." Upon hearing this, Ohyuki felt a surge of energy coursing through him. "Yes, master. I will certainly learn to master the 3 types of chakra," he declared with earnest determination. Following this, Ohyuki commenced his training on the 3 chakra types, systematically overcoming each challenge as per his mentor's guidance, ultimately contemplating their integration. He gazed at Ohyuki with calm intent. In truth, another method to transcend the confidence barrier lies in encouragement from authority figures. External validation, coupled with self-affirmation, can significantly bolster Ohyuki's inner confidence. Just as he himself encouraged Ohyuki, the latter felt invigorated, believing that if his master, the founder of Dust Release, deemed him capable, then he surely was. Chapter 13. The Establishment of the Ninja Academy. With Mu as principal, happy Dragon Boat Festival to everyone. Love you all. If there are any shortcomings in this book, please point them out promptly. Otherwise, it will be challenging to amend them later. Gratitude to Lord Braid for the support of love, and to Feng Hikingkong for their 3 acts of kindness. For several consecutive days, Mu dedicated himself to the planning of Iwagakure, officially establishing the Umbu and personally selecting its members. However, his primary concern lay with the construction of the Ninja Academy. After several days of expedited development, the first Ninja Academy in Iwagakure was completed. Initially, he commissioned a census of those willing to become ninjas. This census revealed that, aside from those unable to extract chakra, all who could wish to enroll in the Ninja Academy, totaling 300 qualified students. After all, becoming a ninja was the only means for these common folk to transcend their social class, a fact that did not surprise Mu, who should assume the role of principal for this academy. Mu hesitated momentarily. Had Ohyuki been older, he might have been suitable, but his youth precluded this option. Then there was Ishikawa. However, as the Tsuchikage, it would be inappropriate for him to also serve as principal, especially considering his impending retirement. After careful contemplation, Mu made a decisive choice and appointed himself as the first principal of the Ninja Academy, intending to personally nurture the next generation of Iwagakure successors. For any endeavor, it is most reliable when one takes it upon oneself to manage it. The next day, the Iwagakure Ninja Academy officially opened, commencing with a grand ceremony. The full name of the academy is the Iwagakure Ninja Training School. Today, on this sunny day, under Mu's directive and chosen location, the Ninja Training School built by Iwagakure's efforts has formally been established, and now, Mu will address everyone. Amidst the resounding applause of Iwagakure's residents, Mu approached the podium, surveying the children and citizens below. After clearing his throat, he began to articulate his vision of the Will of Stone. On this day of the Academy's founding, I wish to convey that the new generation of Iwagakure must embody the Will of Stone. This Will of Stone signifies steadfastness and resilience. It represents an unyielding defense against formidable foes, akin to an immovable rock face. One must never retreat a single step in the face of overwhelming adversaries. It embodies a reliable and solid approach to fulfilling missions. The Will of Stone must be passed down through generations, with the elder ninjas imparting their experiences and beliefs to their successors, like layers of rock accumulating over time. The new generation of ninjas will tread in the footsteps of their predecessors, etching new marks upon the stone, ensuring that this will endures like a mountain range, allowing Iwagakure to stand ever tall at the pinnacle of the ninja world under the protection of the Will of Stone. Not only the children sparkled with aspiring dreams, but even the young adults and elders emerging from the tumultuous era glimmered with excitement, as if they beheld a luminous path ahead. The applause erupted once more. The Will of Stone is unwavering, firm and steadfast. The teachings were magnificent. In the distance, Ohyuki gazed at Mu with admiration and excitement. Ishikawa nodded in appreciation. Truly, Mu is remarkable. I had a feeling he could serve as our strategist in Iwagakure. "O Hyuki, you must learn diligently from your master. Master his dust release, his oratory skills, his wisdom, and most importantly, his will of stone," Ishikawa admonished gravely. He held high hopes for O Hyuki, otherwise he would not have entrusted him to Mu's tutelage. O Hyuki nodded in agreement, recognizing the immense wealth of knowledge his teacher possessed. In O Hyuki's eyes, no one in this world is perfect, but his teacher is the exception. His teacher is indeed a paragon of perfection. All right. Mu waved to the crowd with a smile, clearly pleased with the effect he was creating. The next generation of children will undoubtedly revere him as a deity. In the annals of Iwagakure's history, his brilliance will surely eclipse that of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. Pausing momentarily, Mu continued, "From this day forth, you will learn ninjutsu, taijutsu, theory, and various skills within this academy. However, remember, skills are merely tools. The will of stone is your essence. In the days to come, various challenges will await you. Only by adhering to the will of stone can you become true Iwagakure ninjas." As soon as he finished speaking, a timid child raised his hand. Mu raised an eyebrow and gestured, "What is it? Speak freely. Feel free to ask any questions." Mu greatly valued freedom of expression. Even if someone in Iwagakure shouted against him, he would allow such sentiments to exist. Accepting all criticism is fundamental to a village. The child stood up nervously and, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "Lord Mu, if we encounter an enemy we cannot defeat, must we still persist in battle?" At this question, the residents and ninjas immediately split into opposing views. Of course, isn't this the fundamental quality of a ninja? Even if we cannot win, we must fight. If worst comes to worst, we perish in the attempt. Are you soft-hearted, child? I disagree. Don't you think that is too reckless? They are just children. Humph. We emerged from turbulent times, where every child could become a live explosive tag. The crowd buzzed with discourse. Some, having come from chaotic times, believed that ninjas exist to face death, willing to sacrifice themselves, while others thought such notions were too extreme, emphasizing the need for self-preservation among children. Mu smiled slightly, not pondering too long before providing a response. The will of stone does not entail reckless bravado. Rather, it involves calmly contemplating solutions in adversity. If the enemy is overwhelmingly powerful, conserving one's strength is also a form of wisdom. However, one's faith must never waver. Mu delivered an official response to the crowd. The child nodded, somewhat understanding, and sat down. Finally, I wish to propose a motto for the Ninja Academy. With a smile, Mu moved a large stone to the entrance of the academy and began to concentrate chakra at his fingertips to inscribe the motto. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating what motto would be proposed. I wish to present a motto consisting of just 8 words. Efforts are never in vain. Like jade, one will attain success through perseverance. Many may not grasp the meaning of this, so allow me to elucidate. Efforts are never in vain signifies that every endeavor in this world will yield rewards. Like jade, one will attain success through perseverance conveys that under arduous conditions, one should continuously refine oneself, akin to the meticulous crafting of jade, which will undoubtedly lead to fruitful outcomes. With great vigor, I inscribe the motto, prompting yet another thunderous applause from the audience. The children's eyes sparkled with visions of the future, resolutely determined to strive for excellence within the academy. Embodying the will of stone. Chapter 14. The shock of Senju Hashirama. The establishment of the Ninja Academy and the Umbu system by me immediately stirred up a tempest within the ninja world. The other 4 great ninja villages were astonished and awestruck. Everyone remembered the name Mu. The Ninja Academy inspired a sense of longing among the villages, with some even beginning to emulate it. The emergence of the Umbu also captured the attention of many. My Umbu was distinct from the one established in the original story by Tobirama, which functioned as a special operations unit for assassination directly commanded by the Hokage. In contrast, my Umbu resembled a national security agency, patrolling discreetly to maintain order, relaying intelligence from the land of Earth and Iwagakure directly to my desk, allowing me to possess precise first-hand information about the land of Earth. I also dispatched personnel to monitor the daimyo and various officials within the land of Earth. Naturally, such clandestine affairs could not be publicly proclaimed. I could only assert that the Umbu existed for self-defense. In the land of water, Kirigakure. Bang! The door was kicked open once more. Upon seeing the slumbering Hozuki Mangetsu, Haitani's mood erupted. Hozuki Mangetsu, get up. Look at how exceptional the second generation of others is. Mu from Iwagakure has invented the Ninja Academy and the Umbu system. What about you? What do you do all day besides sleeping and being mischievous? If it weren't for your combat talent and the backing of the Hozuki clan, I wouldn't have chosen you. After a furious outburst, Hozuki Mangetsu appeared taken aback. However, upon hearing about the remarkable systems invented by Mu, his spirit was immediately rekindled. What? All of this was created by Mu? He exclaimed in surprise, realizing he had been unaware of this individual's remarkable capabilities. Look, I plan to replicate the Iwagakure model and bring that system to Kirigakure, Haitani stated calmly, revealing her intention. Hozuki Mangetsu was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes lit up. Hey, Mizuki-sama, I have a brilliant idea. We have only heard of the Ninja Academy and are unaware of how it is managed and allocated in Iwagakure. He smiled as he spoke. Are you suggesting we refrain from learning? Haitani furrowed her brow slightly. No, I mean, we could send a delegation to Iwagakure to observe their Ninja Academy model, which would allow us to better adapt it. Hozuki Mangetsu proposed, grinning. But our relationship with Iwagakure is rather poor. They might refuse us, Haitani remarked, casting a curious glance at Hozuki Mangetsu. Why would he propose such an idea knowing the strained relations between Kirigakure and Iwagakure? Oh dear, Mizuki-sama, there are no eternal enemies. I will send a letter to Iwagakure, and I will lead the delegation. Hozuki Mangetsu confidently declared, patting his chest. Upon hearing this, Haitani considered it feasible. Iwagakure was quite distant from Kirigakure. They had only heard rumors and had never conducted a genuine inspection. It would be beneficial for Hozuki Mangetsu to gain insight, especially since he was the next generation's successor of Kirigakure. Very well, it's settled then, Haitani affirmed decisively before leaving the office. Mu, we shall meet again, Hozuki Mangetsu said excitedly, rubbing his hands together with a smile. His suggestion stemmed from a desire to visit Iwagakure and meet Mu. Since their last encounter had ended in mutual exhaustion, he had not seen Mu since. He found himself missing the fellow. It would be perfect to see if Mu was indeed as healthy as reported in the letter. In Konoha, the Hokage's office. Oh my, this Mu. He is simply a reflection of myself, Senju Tobarama exclaimed in awe. At that moment, he had learned about Iwagakure's establishment of the Ninja Academy and the Umbu. Upon discovering the systems Mu had created, his emotions were profoundly stirred. It was not merely the novelty of Mu's creations that astonished him, but rather the uncanny alignment with his own thoughts. It was not just a striking similarity. It was almost identical, even down to the name Umbu. He had previously contemplated establishing a department called Umbu. While the concept of a ninja academy might have coincidentally overlapped, the fact that the name Umbu was the same was simply outrageous. Tobarama seriously suspected that Mu had overheard his dreams at night. Nonetheless, it must be said that Mu indeed possessed remarkable talent. Ever since their last meeting, Tobarama had sensed that Mu was extraordinary. Narrowing his eyes slightly, a thought emerged in Tobarama's mind. He wished to visit Iwagakure. I must see for myself what is happening in Iwagakure. With determination, Tobarama arose abruptly and instantly transported himself to Senju Hashirama's residence. Brother? Brother? Tobarama called out twice, but received no reply, causing him to frown slightly. Ah, Tobarama. Your brother just stepped out, Mito said as she emerged from the room. Upon hearing that his brother had left, Tobarama immediately understood his brother's whereabouts and vanished using the body flicker technique. On the Hokage rock, two figures stood side by side, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Madara, do not lose heart. The people of the village simply do not understand you. Once they do, they will accept you, Hashirama stated urgently. Hashirama, you still do not comprehend. This is not a matter of acceptance, but rather a matter of ideology, Uchiha Madara replied solemnly. Hashirama's expression darkened as he grasped Madara's arm. Madara, do not think too much. The village still has me, and your clan is here too. However, Madara merely scoffed dismissively. Clan? Those individuals have already begun to distrust me. Before Madara could finish his statement, Tobarama's voice echoed from a distance. Brother. Senju Tobarama materialized behind the two. Madara remained silent, observing him. Tobarama? What brings you here? Hashirama asked, puzzled. Tobarama first glanced at Uchiha Madara, his eyes filled with caution. Brother, I have something to discuss with you regarding the village, Tobarama said solemnly. All right, Madara. Please wait for me, Hashirama replied hastily, following Tobarama as they departed, leaving Madara behind. Uchiha Madara stormed away. his expression dark as he noted that Tobirama was clearly wary of him. Forget it. If it weren't for Hashirama, I would have left long ago, Madara thought, his face somber. Although he had successfully built the utopia of his childhood, ever since the establishment of Konoha, he felt increasingly uneasy, accompanied by a sense of disappointment. Perhaps it stemmed from the disparity between his dreams and reality, or perhaps it was due to the loss of his brother. Additionally, failing to become Hokage and the fact that the second Hokage would be Senju Tobirama weighed heavily on him. Chapter 15. The Thrill of Battle Dust Release. Original World Separation Technique. In the back mountain, Mu was practicing dust release while summoning his clones. His objective was clear, to enable his clones to also wield dust release. He recalled that in Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm, his clones were capable of performing dust release. If his clones could also utilize dust release, it would significantly enhance his power, allowing for even more astonishing and formidable maneuvers in conjunction with his original self. Whoosh. A member of the Iwagakure Umbu knelt respectfully behind Wu, reporting urgent news from both Konoha and Kirigakure. Oh, Wu's heart stirred with curiosity. What could these two ninja villages possibly want? Upon receiving the letters, Wu quickly scanned their contents, discovering simultaneous requests for a delegation to visit Iwagakure for observation and learning. Hiss. Well then, let them come. It provides a perfect opportunity to gather intelligence on Konoha under the pretext of Tobirama's arrival. Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. According to his recollections, shortly after the founding of Konoha, Uchiha Madara would depart from the village. He wondered if Madara had already left. Of course, the more chaos in Konoha, the better it would be for Iwagakure under his leadership. Little Mustache is coming too? Wu rubbed his temples, pondering whether this individual intended to engage him in battle. However, with the memories from the original storyline, Wu was confident he would not meet the same fate as before. Armed with knowledge of Little Mustache's techniques and weaknesses, along with his own battle experience and the Rasengan, Wu now felt superior in strength. Let it be, he said, decisively approving the visit. A few days later, Wu led his team to welcome the guests from Kirigakure and Konoha. Since both parties arrived simultaneously, he decided to host them together. In the early morning, thick fog enveloped the entrance of Iwagakure. Why is the fog so dense this early? Wu frowned slightly as he silently formed a seal, pondering which village would arrive first. It was reasonable to expect Konoha, given their close proximity. As Wu contemplated, a group gradually appeared on the horizon. Kiri's people. He rushed forward to greet them. Ha ha ha, Baka. It's been too long. I almost didn't recognize you. The boisterous voice of Hozuki Mangetsu filled the air as a tall man with a yellow pompadour and a small mustache approached, clad in a high-necked coat. Baka, you don't even smile when an old friend arrives. It feels like we have a mortal feud. Mangetsu grinned mischievously, throwing an arm around Wu's shoulder as if they were brothers. Little Mustache, maintain some boundaries, Wu replied with an impassive expression, swiftly evading the embrace with a body flicker technique. Haha, my apologies. How is your injury? Last time was an accident. You know my steam can be uncontrollable. Mangetsu feigned innocence, making exaggerated gestures. I'm fine. Let's go. Senju Tobirama will arrive shortly, and I'll take you inside, Wu said, his expression strained beneath the bandages. Previously, he had struggled to articulate the sensation Mangetsu evoked, but now, with the memories, he labeled it as abstract. He escorted Mangetsu into the village, leaving other Iwagakure officials to await Tobirama's arrival. Iwagakure seems to be thriving. I recall my last visit. It was all mud huts, Mangetsu noted, his hands clasped behind his head, curiously observing his surroundings. By the way, Wu, after all our battles, can you see through my techniques now? He asked with a teasing grin. At that moment, Wu abruptly halted, glancing around at the morning fog, a frown creasing his brow. When has Iwagakure ever had such dense fog? If this isn't your doing, Little Mustache, then I'll eat my words. He glanced at Mangetsu, who retorted, Oh, come on. If I hadn't reminded you, you probably wouldn't have noticed at all. Suddenly, the environment around Wu transformed dramatically. The buildings of Iwagakure vanished, replaced by an expansive forest. Ha ha ha, Wu. After so long, let us have an exhilarating battle. I've been waiting for you to play with me, Mangetsu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Wu felt a wave of frustration. Was this man truly human? So, you're eager for a fight right off the bat. I've never felt this way before, but ever since I absorbed those memories, I realize how absurd everyone in this world seems. First, It was Uchiha Madara calling him for a fight. Now it was Little Mustache seeking combat for sheer enjoyment. Hey, Little Mustache, are you trying to instigate a war? Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Before Wu could finish his thought, a barrage of water bullets surged toward him. You. Wu's expression darkened as he swiftly formed hand seals. Doton, Doria Hiki. A sturdy earthen wall rose instantly, blocking the water barrage, which crashed against the wall, sending splashes in all directions. Little Mustache, you remain as impulsive as ever, Wu sighed, shaking his head as he clapped his hands together. Doton, Joso no Jutsu. A semi-transparent white light shot forth toward Mangetsu. Without evasion, Mangetsu allowed the attack to hit him directly. Boom. The explosive power of the dust release obliterated everything in an instant. After the bright flash, Mangetsu reappeared from another position. Baka, Wu, you didn't forget that I can create illusions, did you? Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Mangetsu clapped his hands together, summoning a colossal water dragon that roared toward Wu. Heh! Wu's eyes sharpened as he quickly formed hand seals. A mud dragon erupted from the earth, colliding with Mangetsu's water dragon in a clash that neutralized both attacks. Meanwhile, Wu's shadow clone was swiftly searching for the shell. His acute perception had sensed something amiss with the fog, prompting him to summon the clone early to scout. With the memories from the original story, Wu knew he had to deal with Mangetsu's shell first. After a quick assessment, he pinpointed the location of the mirage. Found you. Wu swiftly formed seals, and an Iwagakure fist materialized on his arm as he dove downward. Nanny? Mangetsu's expression changed drastically. This isn't right. How has Wu become so clever? Previously, he was easily fooled by my illusions, yet now he found me so quickly. But why isn't he using dust release? Chapter 16, Tobirama's Visit Doton, Iwa Koken. Wu descended from the sky, delivering a powerful punch to Mangetsu's mirage. The mirage shattered instantly and was sent back to the summoning realm. Have you had enough? Wu's main body appeared behind Mangetsu, who looked grim, surprised that the battle had ended so swiftly. All right, Little Mustache, I don't have time to play with you. I've already figured out your tricks. The times have changed. For the sake of our villages, you should refrain from further antics, Wu thought with a hint of pride. Thankfully, with those memories, he was able to identify Mangetsu's weaknesses. Without the shell, Mangetsu's power was reduced by half. TCH. Hey, why didn't you use dust release just now? Mangetsu questioned, still unconvinced. He couldn't grasp why Wu hadn't taken advantage of such a good opportunity to potentially defeat him. Wu's expression tightened beneath the bandages. Am I to reveal that my clone cannot utilize dust release? I merely chose to hold back. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago, Wu replied, arms crossed. His tone calm, yet slightly mocking. Baka, can you stop posing like that? Kaido, with clenched fists, felt an inexplicable surge of anger within. The two swiftly utilized their body flicker technique to arrive at the entrance of Iwagakure, where the thick fog had dissipated. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Wu and Kaido had vanished without a trace, only to reappear just as mysteriously. At that moment, the delegation from Konoha, led by Tobirama Senju, also arrived. Greetings, Lord Wu. Tobirama initiated, shaking Wu's hand, then casting a curious glance at Kaido. This is Lord Kaido of Kirigakure. It appears both of your delegations have coincidentally arrived together, and I intend to host you both. Wu spoke calmly. Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to say no more. The three were pragmatic individuals, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they promptly delved into the matter at hand. Upon entering the village, Tobirama's eyes widened in surprise. Iwagakure, as he had envisioned, was supposed to embody a rugged and simple charm. However, it now exuded an extraordinary vibrancy. Shops lined the streets, their signs gently swaying in the breeze, while a dazzling array of goods overwhelmed the senses. Ninjas and villagers mingled, their faces radiating contentment and prosperity. Tobirama could not help but remark, Lord Wu, the transformation of Iwagakure is remarkable. It must have required considerable effort. Wu smiled faintly. In recent years, Iwagakure has vigorously developed its commerce, fostering connections with neighboring cities, resulting in the present scene. As they conversed, they unconsciously reached the core area of Iwagakure. The architecture here was even more grandiose, with its Tsuchikage tower standing tall and majestic. Tobirama nodded inwardly, gaining a newfound appreciation for Iwagakure. Beyond Konoha's esteemed military strength, Iwagakure held its own in various aspects, and in certain respects, its cohesion appeared stronger. While Konoha's ninja factions were rife with discord, Iwagakure seemed largely unaffected by such strife. Wu guided Tobirama and Kaido through the Ninja Academy, sparking their interest in this educational model. Wu believed there was nothing to conceal. Eventually, the world would know. So he might as well earn a reputation for transparency. The Ninja Academy is divided into upper and lower grades, spanning 5 years of study, with students graduating around the age of 10. Upon graduation, they are organized into teams of 3, led by a jonin, responsible for executing missions, Wu explained nonchalantly. Tobirama's intrigue deepened with each revelation. Not only did Wu's ideas align with his own, but even their class division mirrored his thoughts. Wu, could it be that you are, in fact, another version of myself? Tobirama mused. Lord Wu, may I inquire about the origins of your insights? Tobirama asked, stroking his chin. Wu, scratching his head and half-joking, replied, the Sage of Six Paths whispered them to me in a dream. Laughter erupted, and Kaido could not contain his amusement, while Tobirama chuckled awkwardly, refraining from pressing further. Lord Wu, I am particularly curious about the structure of your umbu, Tobirama expressed. Kaido mirrored his curiosity, gazing at Wu expectantly. This department is classified. I cannot disclose any details, Wu replied curtly. Do you both think I am foolish enough to reveal the secrets of such a covert organization? If I were to show you, it would cease to be a secret. After their tour of the academy, they proceeded to a banquet. During the meal, Wu seized the opportunity to inquire about the current state of Konoha, seeking to ascertain the timeline. Lord Tobirama, how are Hokage Hashirama and Madara faring? Wu inquired with genuine concern. Tobirama, perceiving it as mere casual conversation, responded, the Hokage is in good health. As for Uchiha Madara, it is best left unmentioned. Oh, it seems there is some discord between you and Madara, Wu feigned ignorance. Tobirama waved his hand dismissively. This is an internal matter of Konoha. Iwagakure need not concern itself. Undeterred, Wu sought to fan the flames of discord within Konoha, believing that the more turmoil there was, the better it would serve his interests. Konoha's adversaries do not lie beyond its borders, but rather within. The Uchiha clan, if not carefully managed, could become a grave threat to your village. Wu cautioned, feigning goodwill. As expected, the mention of the Uchiha clan caused Tobirama to pause mid-bite, his expression turning serious. What did you say? Tobirama's keen eyes sharpened, intrigued. He was surprised to find someone who shared his concerns. He too believed that the Uchiha, if not handled with care, could pose a significant internal threat. However, out of respect for his elder brother, he had kept such sentiments to himself. It is simple. From what I understand, the Uchiha tend to have extreme personalities, easily swayed to radical actions over trivial matters. Surely, Lord Tobirama is well aware of their volatility. Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. Tobirama fell into deep thought, realizing that Wu had already discerned the internal dilemmas plaguing Konoha. At that moment, his perception of Wu shifted dramatically. This individual was astute and adept at recognizing danger. Simultaneously, Tobirama reflected on his elder brother, Hashirama Senju. An outsider had recognized Konoha's internal strife, while his brother remained blissfully unaware of the Uchiha's potential for discord. Lord Wu, your perception is commendable, yet you are not fully acquainted with our village's realities. I too wish to address the Uchiha issue, but the resistance is formidable, Tobirama stated, taking a sip of his drink. In this nascent village, just emerging from a tumultuous era, Tobirama had yet to embody the will of fire and had not entirely abandoned his previous beliefs, maintaining a wary stance towards the Uchiha. Hearing this, Wu seized the moment to challenge Tobirama further. Lord Tobirama, will the heavens forego winter simply because people fear the cold? Will the earth shrink in vastness due to people's fear of distance? Can a gentleman allow the petty squawking of some small-minded individuals to deter him from his purpose? Wu's words resonated powerfully with Tobirama, igniting a spark within him. Indeed, I am a gentleman. Why should I heed the trivial criticisms from the Uchiha? Determined to uphold the stability of Konoha, Tobirama resolved to eliminate all destabilizing factors, even if they were rooted in the founding clans of the village. Previously, he had questioned whether it was right to harbor bias against the Uchiha, but after Wu's admonition, he had solidified his resolve. The Uchiha clan represented a source of instability. Even an outsider recognized this, while he, as Hokage, had remained blind to it. Lord Tobirama, although my time in Konoha has been brief, I believe that the reason Konoha operates as smoothly as it does today is due to the formidable powers of both Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara, coupled with your unparalleled intellect. They possess strength, while you are the stabilizing force. Conquering is easy, but governing is challenging, and you perfectly complement this need. With a faint smile, Wu praised Senju Tobarama, who responded with a slight grin. Indeed, since the establishment of the village, most matters had been orchestrated by Wu himself, managing various affairs with his own hands. Nearby, the enigmatic Hozuki Mangetsu glanced at Wu with curiosity. Today, Wu seemed somewhat different. In the past, he had been taciturn. Yet now he was openly lauding Senju Tobarama. What schemes was he concocting this time? However, Hozuki Mangetsu chose to remain uninvolved. After the banquet concluded, it was time to bid farewell to the delegations from Konohagakure and Kirigakure. The Konohagakure delegation departed early. When would Wu see them again? At the village gate. Hozuki Mangetsu turned to Wu with a faint smile, saying, "Just don't die." Wu chuckled lightly, replying, "Rest assured, I shall outlive you." Hozuki Mangetsu patted Wu's shoulder. After sending off the two delegations, Wu rubbed his temples, feeling an unusual weariness. He rose and flew back to his secret cave, contemplating the need to nurture some scientific talent to assist him in studying Hashirama's chakra, as the wood release was imbued with a hint of Hashirama's essence. Wu glanced at the wooden specimens in the petri dish, pondering deeply. While he excelled at ninjutsu research, his understanding of science was limited. He could hardly comprehend the principles of scientific inquiry, let alone cultivate cellular studies. His interest in Hashirama's wood stemmed from a desire to leverage the formidable machinery of Iwagakure to foster scientific talent, akin to Orochimaru of Konohagakure. However, this endeavor would require time. Scientific minds could not be cultivated in mere days. Sighing, Wu wondered how old he would be by then, having reached the pinnacle of his abilities. He felt an insurmountable barrier to further advancement, akin to a tether that could not stretch any further. Previously, he had believed himself remarkable for creating dust release, considering himself among the elite of the shinobi world. Yet, after absorbing that memory, he realized his insignificance. He was but a mere passerby in the grand scheme of things. Just as Wu began to explore how to enable his split body to unleash dust release, he sensed a sudden fluctuation in chakra nearby. Who could it be? Alarm bells rang in his mind. Swiftly, he dispatched a split body to investigate, while his main body discreetly utilized earth release to conceal its presence. This was not due to cowardice, but rather caution. In this world of shinobi, a moment's negligence could lead to demise, even for someone of his current strength. Upon emerging, Wu quickly pinpointed the source of the chakra disturbance. A cacophony of harsh caws echoed, sharp and grating. Following the sound, he beheld a dead tree where an unusual raven perched atop a branch. This raven was unlike any ordinary one. It was significantly larger, its crimson eyes piercing against its inky black feathers, which gleamed like silk under the moonlight. Wu's gaze sharpened as he noticed a tomo adorning the raven's neck. Looking down, he was astonished to discover that this raven possessed 3 legs. A mutation, perhaps? Wu hesitated briefly, sensing a peculiar chakra emanating from the creature, one he had never encountered before. The raven turned its head, locking eyes with Wu. "Let me test you," it seemed to convey. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wu swiftly formed hand seals, launching a powerful gust of wind towards the raven. As the attack neared, a crimson shield materialized before the raven, dissipating the wind technique effortlessly. Wu furrowed his brow. This raven was indeed formidable. Suddenly, as Wu stood momentarily stunned, the 3-legged raven took flight. Without hesitation, Wu pursued it, aware that his split body was in no immediate danger. He activated flight and trailed the raven until he reached a desolate grove. The moment Wu stepped into the grove, he felt as though he had entered another realm. Before him, the raven landed atop a stone tablet. Wu's gaze sharpened. Was this the sacred ground of the Yatagarasu? Was this raven leading him to this tablet? In the next instant, a surge of unique energy invaded his body, akin to the floodgates of the Yellow River bursting forth. Wu was taken aback, quickly channeling his chakra to repel the invasive force. Feathers erupted from his left side, but swiftly retracted into his being. In the blink of an eye, raven feathers began to manifest from various parts of his body, and he even felt the onset of a 3rd leg. Could this be sage art? Chapter 18. Sage art complete. The contract with the raven. Meanwhile, deep within his cave, Wu's primary body also shifted. Sensing the situation with its split counterpart, He faced two possibilities. One was Sage Chakra, and the other, an unknown power. Wu had only learned of Sage Chakra from that memory, yet he had no understanding of its sensation. Should he abandon the split body? After a moment's hesitation, he realized that losing the split body would severely deplete him, requiring considerable time to recover. Yet, he was reluctant to relinquish this extraordinary energy. What if it were indeed sage art? Would he squander this opportunity? Moreover, from the brief encounter, he detected a distinct difference between this power and ordinary chakra. If he could tame this force and harness it for himself, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Resolute, Wu commanded his split body to attempt to subdue the foreign chakra. At that moment, the split body was covered in feathers, only to revert to its original form in an odd cycle. Wu sensed that if he allowed this chakra to run rampant, there was a risk of transforming into a raven himself. Quickly, he focused his own chakra to counterbalance and stabilize the two forces. They clashed rapidly, resisting one another until a balance was achieved. True to his reputation as a genius in chakra control, Wu found himself gradually improving as he delved deeper into the process. After a considerable duration, Wu slowly opened his eyes. The moment his eyes fluttered open, a chilling aura of sage energy surged forth. Wu examined his body in astonishment. It felt as if he had entered a new state. Could this be the sage mode described in that memory? Yet, where exactly was he? He recalled that aside from the 3 great sage lands, no other locations were known for sage art. Wu waved his arm, casually summoning dust release. A pitch-black, angular cube of dust release materialized between his palms. Wait, he was currently in a split body. Wu gaped at the dust release in his hands. His split body was incapable of performing dust release, so what was this? Had he inadvertently mastered sage mode? Wu's eyes sparkled as a smile crept across his lips. He retrieved a mirror from his scroll, gazing into it. Though wrapped in bandages, he could see that his pupils had transformed. He had indeed achieved the so-called sage visage. His eyes were completely black, reminiscent of the sage faces in his memories. The Ryuchi cave had vertical pupils, while Myobo-Kuzan had horizontal ones. His inky appearance was not surprising. How extraordinary! His sensory perception had expanded exponentially, and his stamina, agility, and strength had all experienced significant enhancement. It was no wonder that the protagonist Naruto relied on sage mode. Even the later Uchiha Madara sought to obtain Hashirama's sage art. Astonished by the transformation brought about by sage mode, Wu decided to test the extent of his ninjutsu power amplification. He did not harbor extravagant hopes for an increase in the potency of his dust release. Rather, he merely wished to reduce the casting time to avoid absorption. After all, his dust release was already renowned as the ultimate technique among Hokage. Had it not been susceptible to absorption, he believed he could sit at the same table as the likes of Koketsu. Under this technique, there were no weaklings. Sage art, dust release, original realm separation technique. A formidable surge of sage chakra coalesced in Wu's hands. Under the enhancement of sage mode, the originally prolonged preparatory phase was compressed to a mere second. In an instant, a beam of black light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a resonating roar, before swiftly vanishing. A thunderous explosion ensued, as the ground appeared to be torn apart. Dust swirling chaotically. As the dust settled, a perfectly square pit emerged, its walls smooth as glass. The power had indeed increased, but what of the long-range capability? Sage art, dust release, original realm separation technique. Wu's dust release could morph according to his desires into both close-range and long-range forms. The close-range variant resembled Inoki's solid block, while the long-range form was a cylindrical projectile, albeit difficult to strike with, unless the opponent was exceptionally large. Against someone like the Raikage, hitting would be nearly impossible. With renewed determination, Wu clapped his hands together, forming a black cylindrical dust release. A sweeping motion unleashed the black cylinder, carrying immense force wherever it passed. Solid rock shattered into atomic particles, turning to dust. Laughing gleefully, he soared through the sky, one hand raised with the dust release light column. Exhilarated by the display of power, suddenly, Wu's eyes returned to normal, and the sage chakra began to dissipate. Was sage mode limited to 5 minutes? Gently descending to the ground, he reflected on the brief duration of sage mode. However, he could employ shadow clones or his own split body to extend the duration. A clever strategy forming in his mind. At that moment, the previously encountered 3-legged crow alighted on Wu's shoulder. Thank you. I did not expect you to bring me here to seek sage techniques. But why choose me? Wu inquired, puzzled, gazing at the crow. Yet, the crow remained silent, merely opening its beak to emit a caw. Suddenly, a black scroll emerged from its mouth. Do you wish to become my summoning beast? Astonished, Wu examined the scroll closely. Who would have thought such fortune would fall from the heavens? After a meticulous inspection, he promptly signed a contract. In that instant, he received information about the crow. It was no ordinary bird. It was the mythical Yatagarasu. This crow was extraordinary, a guardian of the boundary between life and death, coexisting with mortality. As long as death existed in the world, it would not vanish. Moreover, the Yatagarasu's true form was a three-legged crow. Suddenly, the crow flapped its wings, and three shimmering weapons floated above the contract scroll: the Yata mirror, the Kusanagi sword, and the Yasakani no Magatama. Wu's eyes sparkled as he beheld these divine artifacts, suspecting they were the very items that Uchiha Itachi had procured from this crow. After all, Itachi was adept in the arts of the crow. Had he inadvertently intercepted Itachi's divine artifacts? Wu squinted slightly, contemplating the implications. Would Itachi then be unable to acquire them? Perhaps it was for naught, for those artifacts would be wasted on a frail individual who could not wield them. The depths of the Kusanagi sword and Yata mirror were far beyond Itachi's grasp. For any inquiries, please submit them in the final chapter or directly in the reviews. I apologize for the confusion with comments that seemed to vanish. I tested with an alternate account and found the same issue. Rest assured, I will respond to any that I see. For today, I will post one chapter, and tomorrow, for more. Chapter 19. The plan to capture the Nine Tails. Thanks to Feng Hikingkong and Buliide for their support. Let me, the illustrious Wu, test the feel of the Kusanagi sword. Wu summoned the Kusanagi sword into his hands, but the moment he grasped it, he felt his chakra depleting at an alarming rate. Focusing intently, he quickly withdrew the sword, realizing that his chakra reserves were insufficient to wield it. I must find a way to enhance my chakra. Wu pondered deeply, recalling methods from the memories he had absorbed. Tailed beasts. The thought struck him. Indeed, the most effective way to significantly boost his chakra was through the tailed beasts. However, Wu had no intention of becoming a Jinchuriki. Instead, he would scientifically study the chakra of the tailed beasts to augment his own strength. Much like the duo of Kin and Jin, there was no time for games of bonds, friendship, or spiritual understanding with the tailed beasts. What he sought was a swift augmentation of power. It was time to return to the village. Release. His eyes sparkled as he returned the Yatagarasu to the summoning realm. Without pause, Wu unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Crumble technique, obliterating the area to prevent any future intruders from learning sage techniques due to his inexplicable experiences. Upon returning to the village, Wu promptly issued commands, summoned the Umbu leader, Fuma Namba. In no time, a Fuma clansman clad in Iwagakure armor and a mask hurriedly arrived. Lord Wu, what orders do you have? Fuma Namba knelt respectfully. Immediately send out scouts to locate the traces of any tailed beasts. Any tailed beast will suffice. But it would be ideal to find the Nine Tails. Wu instructed swiftly, recalling that in the original narrative, the Nine Tails was the strongest among the tailed beasts, thus prioritizing its capture. With his own power augmented by elite Iwagakure forces, utilizing Earth Release to seize the Nine Tails, combined with local sealing techniques, victory should not be beyond reach. Yes, Fuma Namba was about to depart when Wu called him back. Have you made use of the wood I brought back from Konoha? Fuma Namba hesitated momentarily before replying. Without your instruction, we dared not act. Very well. Then, use that wood to craft a specialized set of shackles to suppress the tailed beasts. Wu nodded, recalling how Hashirama's wood release had a restraining effect on tailed beasts. While it might not be novel, it was better than nothing. Using it to bind the Nine Tails would certainly be advantageous. At the Nanha Shrine, Hashirama remarked, "Do you think I am unaware of everything?" Uchiha Madara turned to face Hashirama, who wore the Hokage robes. Madara, I will speak with Tobarama to prevent any misunderstandings. I cannot afford to lose your support. You are my right hand and my brother. I hope you will assist me in perfecting the village we founded together. One day, the people will recognize your merits, and you shall become the second Hokage. Hashirama spoke anxiously. Yet, Uchiha Madara remained impassive, his eyes betraying no emotion. After a few seconds, he slowly replied, After you, it will be Tobarama in charge, correct? Thus, the Uchiha clan will inevitably face annihilation. Madara, Hashirama urged, do not be foolish. Although Tobarama has shown some wariness towards the Uchiha since his return from Iwagakure, he would never seek to eliminate the founding clans of the village. Hashirama pondered, increasingly aware that since Tobarama's return from Iwagakure, there seemed to be heightened suspicion towards the Uchiha. That is because I am still here. If we were both gone, who knows what he might do? Even if he does not wish to bear the blame, he would naturally cultivate someone capable of eradicating the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of the matter, leaving Senju Hashirama at a loss for words. You profess to consider me your brother. Yet would you forsake the village or me? Uchiha Madara's eyes fixated on the flickering candle flame. A pang of anguish struck Hashirama's heart. He could neither relinquish Madara nor the village. I yearn to rally our clansmen to depart with me, yet none have chosen to follow. However, it matters not. I have discovered a new path, a route leading to the ultimate dream. As Uchiha Madara murmured to himself, he gradually made his exit. Madara, what are you saying? Is not our ultimate dream the village? Having achieved it, what remains? Hashirama queried loudly, bewildered. Uchiha Madara merely glanced back, his Sharingan morphing into its advanced form. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as he regarded Hashirama. I shall relish our conflict. Madara's lips curled into a smirk as he departed from the secret chamber. Concern filled Hashirama's eyes. He sensed that Madara might embark on a nefarious endeavor. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, Madara convened a clan meeting, declaring, "Those willing to accompany me, come forth. Those unwilling may remain in Konoha." Without awaiting the clan's reaction, he vanished in an instant. The following day at the gates of Konoha, Uchiha Madara stood solitary, bearing a fan upon his back, his gaze piercing the distant sunset. He had chosen to leave Konoha that day, and not a single clansman had chosen to follow him. As the sun sank, night quickly enveloped the land. At that moment, at the rear gate of Konoha, Uchiha Haken and Uchiha Shana, along with several Uchiha members, sat yawning at the back gate. Isn't the clan leader supposed to defect? We've been waiting until deep into the night. Why hasn't he arrived? Uchiha Shana inquired, scratching his head in impatience. Uchiha Haken, seated on the ground, wore a troubled expression. They had waited all day, from morning until night. Hey, do you think the clan leader might have exited through the front door? One Uchiha speculated. This suggestion brought forth laughter from the usually stoic Uchiha, who found humor in the notion. Do you think the clan leader is foolish enough to use the front door? A defector would never make such a choice. Perhaps the clan leader is testing our resolve. Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. The Uchiha stood expressionless, as rigid as wooden stakes. In the distance, a patrolling Konoha ninja observed this peculiar scene. Are these Uchiha truly human? Chapter 20. The mission to capture the Nine Tails and Inoki's secret Lord Mu. We have new intelligence. An Iwagakure Umbu reported hastily. While attending to official duties, Mu nodded. Speak. The latest intel indicates that the Nine Tails was sighted yesterday in the Land of Waterfalls. It appears that a few days ago, the Land of Thunder dispatched elite forces from Kumogakure to capture the Nine Tails, but their efforts ended in failure. It is said that the brothers, the Silver and Gold brothers of Kumogakure, also perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. The Umbu of Iwagakure reported swiftly. Mu's eyes narrowed, and he promptly issued a command. Prepare to set out immediately. Yes. Without delay, he donned his armor, leaving behind a shadow clone to gather Sage Chakra. This way, once he dispelled the clone, he could instantly enter Sage mode, a strategy he derived from the original Naruto Uzumaki's methods. Also, summon Inoki. Mu had not attended to Inoki lately, primarily due to his overwhelming workload. After imparting the Rasengan technique to Inoki, he had neglected him. It was time for Inoki to broaden his horizons and witness the tailed beasts. Shana, you will lead the Umbu and await my arrival at the gate. I will join you shortly, Mu instructed, glancing at the nearby wind demon Shana. With that, he soared off towards Inoki's residence. Though Inoki was the grandson of Ishikawa, he had long since established his own abode, separate from his grandfather. Why is the door closed? Mu furrowed his brow, staring at the tightly shut door. Instinctively, he activated his sensory abilities to probe the interior. However, the sounds that reached his ears left him utterly astonished. Hee, my beloved Iwagakure Rain sister. You are my Inoki's mother. Mu's expression shifted, his pupils reflecting shock. Wasn't his Iwagakure Rain sister merely an old woman selling pancakes at the village entrance? She was far more robust than the Raikage, capable of using Inoki as a drinking cup. Little did he expect that Inoki harbored such peculiar preferences. It suddenly made sense why Inoki was so short. His father was tall and robust, and his granddaughter was even more so. Mu recalled an old adage from the depths of his memory. The root of all evil is lust. Should I enter or pretend I saw nothing? Mu hesitated, concerned that it might frighten his disciple. Yet, thinking of the Umbu waiting outside for the mission to capture the Nine Tails, Mu made a swift decision. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Mu's voice echoed like thunder in Inoki's ears. Teacher, wait 5 minutes. Inoki shouted in a panic from within. Mu's face darkened. Having arrived, not only did he not delay the mission, but he also dared to insist on taking off. Inoki, I truly must admonish you. Bang. Mu elbowed the door open, revealing the despondent legendary Iwagakure pilot in a state of disarray. Suppress. Breakthrough. Prove yourself. Peek. Shackles. Left and right. Control the path. Teacher, please come in. Teacher. Let me explain. I was just practicing the Rasengan and was so close to succeeding. Inoki exclaimed, his expression a mix of panic and despair. However, his eyes and the blanket draped over him betrayed him. Come, tell me, were you practicing the Rasengan in bed? Faced with Mu's question, Inoki's explanation was patently weak. Yet he stubbornly maintained that he was honing his chakra control. All right, cease your practice for now. Come with me to capture the Nine Tails. Mu's expression darkened. There was no time for such distractions. Okay, teacher, I just need to put on my pants. Boom. In the valley, the Nine Tails emerged from the thicket, clutching its rear. Damn it, the Sage of Six Paths is truly deranged, passing chakra to humanity, and that Indra fellow teaching these rascals to mold hand seals. The Nine Tails' expression darkened. Its head a tangled mess of fur, damp from water release and singed from fire release. Half a month prior, while resting in the Land of Thunder, it had intended to catch up with Gyuki, only to be ambushed by a Kumogakure task force sent to capture it. Fortunately, it had managed to repel them and devour the two leaders. However, that left it feeling unwell. Its belly constantly felt gnawed upon. Now, it felt significantly better. Crafty humans. The Nine Tails snorted, preparing to find a quiet spot to sleep, as it had always passed the long hours with slumber. Meanwhile, Mu, racing towards the scene, quickly locked onto the Nine Tails' immense chakra signature. It was nearly impossible to overlook such a colossal presence. Prepare for battle. First, we shall use Earth Release to ensnare the Nine Tails. The rest will await my command. Inoki, observe from a distance and do not approach. Mu swiftly issued his orders, just as the Nine Tails, having just finished its business, noticed Mu and the others. The Nine Tails glared fiercely, sensing the tension in the air. Surely this is yet another attempt to capture me? Roar. The Nine Tails bellowed at Mu and the others, attempting to intimidate them. However, instead of retreating, Mu quickened his pace. You dare to snarl at me, you little wretch? Unexpectedly, this Hakimi dared to exhale towards me. The first division of the Umbu attacked from the left, the second division from the right, while the remaining members sought the opportune moment to control the Nine Tails. I will strike from the center. Orders issued. The Umbu immediately split into several groups to commence their assault on the Nine Tails. Damn it! Roar. The Nine Tails, filled with rage, let out a fearsome roar and began to sweep its tail towards me. Utilizing my ability to fly, I swiftly evaded the attack. Wind Release. Wind Cutter Technique. Lightning Release. Lightning Strike. The Umbu sprang into action, each employing their ninjutsu. Some enhanced their attacks with Wind Release, while others disrupted the Nine Tails' movements with Lightning Release. Yet, these strikes were akin to mere scratches for the Nine Tails. I held no illusions of hope. I merely wished for these individuals to provide me with support. Slaying the Nine Tails would be relatively straightforward for me. One blast of dust released to its forehead would suffice. However, my true intent lay in dissecting the Nine Tails. The very embodiment of humanity. The Nine Tails opened its mouth, gathering its tailed beast bomb. Yet before it could fully charge, a Wind Release, spiraling shuriken hurtled towards its forehead. Wind Release, spiraling shuriken. I hurled the shuriken directly at the top of the Nine Tails' head. Buzz. Boom. The Nine Tails was sent crashing to the ground, its face meeting the earth in a rather intimate embrace. The Umbu gasped in astonishment. Truly, Lord Wu's prowess is unparalleled. After I had labored for so long to merely scratch the surface, Lord Wu effortlessly pinned the Nine Tails down with a single shuriken. How formidable. The strength of my teacher is indeed unfathomable. In the distance, Inoki's eyes widened as he observed the fierce battle, filled with excitement and anticipation. Clenching his fists and secretly wishing he could attain such strength. Earth Release, Rock Prison Technique. Seizing the momentum, I pressed forward. At this rate, I might not even need to activate Sage Mode. With the completion of my hand seals, vast masses of rock erupted from the ground, swiftly encasing the Nine Tails and hindering its movements. Damn it! The Nine Tails, frustrated, shook its head. Although that previous strike was indeed heavy, it merely left it slightly dazed. Roar! The Nine Tails struggled fiercely, shattering the rocks binding it. It opened its mouth to roar. A mere exhale formed a whirlwind that swept towards me and my allies. Without hesitation, I dispelled my shadow clone and instantly entered Sage Mode. Chapter 21. The Battle of Beasts and Humans. Sage Mode. My eyes were instantly filled with darkness. Concurrently, I once again utilized my shadow clone technique, concealing myself in the shadows to gather Sage Chakra, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Caution is paramount. I always ensure I have an escape route. Even with absolute confidence in victory, I remain vigilant against all possibilities. Thus, it is prudent to accumulate Sage Chakra in advance. Although utilizing shadow clones diminishes my power, it provides a safety net. Should my true self perish, the clone will assume its place. Sage Art. Dust Release. World Separation Technique. I immediately condensed black dust and swept it across the Nine Tails' tail. Whoosh. Buzz. One of the Nine Tails' massive tails was cleanly severed. Tomcat's shriek, emotionless. I swiftly stashed that massive tail into a scroll for safekeeping. Simultaneously, I clapped my hands together, invoking Sage Art. Earth Release. Stone Platform Technique. A gigantic stone platform rose from beneath the Nine Tails. At that moment, the Rock Village Umbu sprang into action, supporting me. Earth Release. Cracking Earth Technique. Earth Release. Rising Platform Technique. The Nine Tails was bombarded by successive earth techniques, its malevolent chakra surging forth, repelling all the earth techniques away. Sage Art. Earth Release. Just Form Technique. A colossal rock giant, slightly smaller than the Nine Tails, erupted from the ground. This giant was different from before. It bore black stripes and radiated Sage Chakra, reminiscent of the Monkey King summoned by the Peach Technique. Boom. Boom. The rock giant used both hands to seize the Nine Tails by the ears, delivering punch after punch to its face. Hey, my friend. While fighting is one thing, could you allow some air? The Nine Tails roared. Yet, all it received was an even more forceful assault. Each punch landed heavily on the Nine Tails' face. Human. Our tailed beasts rely on our formidable physiques. Your punches, to me, are devoid of sensation. Observing that it was not in pain, the Nine Tails taunted. Devoid of sensation? I chuckled upon hearing this. If that were the case, then you are akin to a monster. Immediately, the rock giant ceased its assault on the Nine Tails' face and began to strike below. Hey, no. Stop, stop, stop. The Nine Tails, sensing the giant's intent, suddenly turned pale. However, the giant's fist had already struck true. This blow would make even Ultraman light up. Tomcat's shriek. Tomcat's shriek. Tomcat's shriek. With each of my attacks, the Nine Tails cried out in agony. With every heavy strike, it howled in pain. The Umbu watched in stunned silence. Goodness, could it be that Lord Wu harbors a grudge against this fox? This must indeed be quite painful, to torment a tailed beast. Indeed, from an Umbu member who mused, if only life were as it was at first sight. Bang, bang, bang. The Nine Tails writhed in pain, its teeth bared, as I commanded the rock giant to continually suppress it. However, the duration of Sage Mode was limited, and I began to feel increasingly fatigued. What are you waiting for? I cast a cold glance at the Umbu, who were watching from a distance. Finally, they snapped out of their stupor and rushed to assist me. Summoning Technique. Several Umbu swiftly summoned wooden stakes crafted from Hashirama Senju's wood release, swiftly embedding them into the Nine Tails' tail and paws. At first, the Nine Tails believed these to be ordinary wooden stakes, even sneering at the audacity of these humans to use such methods against it. However, as the stakes penetrated its body, the Nine Tails' expression shifted. A sensation akin to a natural enemy rendered its chakra rapidly subdued. Amidst the furious roar of the Nine Tails, it gradually found itself ensnared by the Dark Faction's earth techniques and iron chains. With a sigh of relief, the bandaged figure of Wu managed a faint smile, realizing that the Sage Mode was on the verge of failure. Nevertheless, he had successfully captured the Nine Tails. As he gently descended to the ground, he began to recuperate his strength, pondering his next move. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully captured the Nine Tails, exclaimed Oyaki, his face beaming with joy as he approached Wu. Wu returned a subtle smile, swiftly refining his chakra. Just as the atmosphere began to lighten, a defiant voice pierced through, accompanied by thunderous applause. Interesting, interesting. Has the once insignificant insect grown to this level? Bandaged man, you have truly earned my admiration. Uchiha Madara materialized on the battlefield, his proud gaze fixed on Wu. Wu's expression shifted drastically as he abruptly looked up at Madara, startled by his sudden presence. When did this man arrive? Alarmed, Wu recognized he had been so focused on the Nine Tails that he had neglected to sense Madara's approach. Oyaki, too, was taken aback. That face was unforgettable. Uchiha Madara. How could he possibly be here? Wasn't he supposed to be in Konoha? Who goes there? The Iwagakure members, filled with vigilance, promptly drew their weapons towards Madara. Madara coldly regarded the dismissing them with a wave. Get lost. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming chakra erupted from him, sending the Iwagakure flying. The recent battle against the Nine Tails had already drained their chakra significantly, leaving them utterly defenseless against Madara. Earth style, rock hand. Wu swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his earth technique to catch the members. You all must flee. Do not linger here, he urged quietly to Oyaki and the remaining No, Master Wu, your chakra is depleted. We cannot leave you here alone. Yes, we must protect you. Master Wu, we will sacrifice our lives to hold him off. As the pillar of Iwagakure, you cannot afford to falter. The resolute expressions of the members revealed their unwavering commitment to shield Wu, prepared to face Madara even at the cost of their lives. Wu felt a twinge of gratitude. Though their strength was lacking, their conviction was commendable. However, I have my clones. Escaping would be a simple task. Did you think I would let you leave? Madara's gaze was icy, his Sharingan slowly rotating. He activated Susanoo, the immense chakra overwhelming all present, rendering them motionless. At that moment, the Iwagakure were struck with terror. So this was the adversary Master Wu faced. They believed the Nine Tails to be formidable, only to realize the true threat was Madara. Reflecting on their earlier bravado, they found it laughable to think they could stall Uchiha Madara with their lives. Only now did they comprehend the weight of the title Shura of the ninja world and the true significance of Wu being able to contend with Madara on equal footing. Oyaki gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure and not succumb to panic as he had done before. Under the oppressive aura of Madara, the Iwagakure trembled, some even contemplating self-harm to shake off their fear. Just as one prepared to pierce his thigh with a kunai, Wu intervened, halting him. Do not harm yourselves. Fear not, he whispered, channeling his remaining chakra to withstand Madara's pressure. Then, Wu stepped forward, past the protective line of his I, Master Wu, have not yet fallen to the point of needing my subordinates and disciples to protect me, he declared boldly, standing tall and meeting Madara's gaze head-on, embodying fearlessness and courage. In that moment, tears welled in the eyes of the Iwagakure. Beneath their masks lay the cold, unfeeling guillotine wielders, nameless shadows in the darkness, whose deaths would go unnoticed. Yet, witnessing their master stand to protect them stirred their hearts. Boring. Today, without Hashirama here, you are destined to die? Madara's expression remained cold as he gazed at Wu. This time was different. He would not underestimate this opponent as he had previously. Last time, he had refrained from unleashing his full power in Konoha, restrained by Hashirama. But now, he was prepared to unleash devastation, eager to see how Wu would evade his assault. Come. I, Uchiha Madara, will not take advantage of your weakened state. Restore your chakra, and we shall engage in a true battle. Madara's eyes glinted with disdain as he addressed Wu. Madara held no desire to exploit a defenseless opponent. That was reserved for Hashirama. Should Hashirama be injured, however, Madara would undoubtedly strike. But he regarded Wu as a worthy adversary, wanting him at full strength for a fair contest. Very well, I will remain for a duel. Can my be allowed to leave? Wu calmly proposed. Madara nodded dismissively. These mere insects are inconsequential as long as they do not obstruct my path. The Nine Tails is mine. You shall not take it. Madara's declaration echoed, and the Nine Tails roared in indignation, questioning when it had become anyone's possession. Yet, a mere glance from Madara silenced the beast, its pupils quickly replaced by the Sharingan's gaze. With a thunderous boom, the wooden spikes on its body erupted, and the Nine Tails dutifully prostrated itself at Madara's feet. Wu took a deep breath, closing his eyes to rapidly adjust his chakra. Under Wu's command, the Iwagakure hastily retreated. Before departing, Wu cast a profound glance at Oyaki, who felt a wave of relief wash over him as he departed. As moments ticked by, Wu's chakra began to replenish. Throughout these minutes, Madara had remained vigilant, wary of any potential trickery from Wu, recalling the peculiarities of his techniques. Wu silently calculated, noting that his forces had likely evacuated from the land of waterfalls by now. Enough. Wu suddenly rose, fixing a serious gaze upon Madara. Madara's eyes ignited with battle fervor. This time, he would certainly eliminate Wu. Wu inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Madara. "Ah, Hashirama-sama, you have come too?" Wu exclaimed, feigning surprise as he glanced behind Madara. Madara paused, momentarily taken aback by the mention of Hashirama, feeling as though Hashirama had pursued him. Yet, upon turning, he found only an empty space and a solitary tree. Madara's expression darkened as he glared at Wu, who was swiftly retreating. "You scoundrel!" Madara roared in fury, summoning dozens of chakra orbs to hurl at Wu. With a swift evasion, Wu utilized his flight to dodge the incoming projectiles while glancing back to see Madara in pursuit. Tailed Beast Bomb. Madara commanded the Nine Tails, marking his first time wielding the beast's power. A tailed beast bomb shot forth like a cannonball, sending Wu crashing to the ground. In an instant, Madara appeared above him, delivering a fatal slash that severed Wu's arm. "Huh, why the lack of struggle? What of your white jutsu? Not using it now?" Madara taunted, brandishing his fan menacingly at Wu. Wu's expression remained impassive, his face obscured by the bandages. Yet the end was nigh. "It is over," Madara declared, swinging his blade to decapitate Wu. A headless corpse lay lifeless on the ground. Uchiha Madara gazed upon the easily vanquished figure of Wu, his brow furrowing slightly. Initially suspecting it to be a shadow clone, he soon realized that Wu was indeed dead. Why had this individual not put up a fight? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. If Wu had been vanquished after an exhilarating battle, Madara would have accepted it without issue. However, now, as he quietly stared at Wu's body, he confirmed after a long while that it was truly him. With that, Uchiha Madara departed the land of Earth, accompanied by the Nine Tails. Wu was currently leading the Umbu and Inoki, swiftly traversing the woods. Upon sensing the demise of his split body, Wu felt a sharp pang in his heart. Nonetheless, the split body had accomplished its mission of diverting Uchiha Madara's attention. The reason he had not chosen to engage in a direct confrontation last time was due to the lack of necessity. With Hashirama absent and his chakra reserves depleted, the duration of Sage Mode was limited. A mutually destructive outcome was the best he could hope for, yet Wu cherished his life too much to entertain such a fate. Knowing the narrative, how could he, like in the original tale, willingly meet his end? However, this matter was far from over. He was determined to eliminate Uchiha Madara. The Nine Tails had been seized, and he would not let this indignity stand. "Teacher, what shall we do about the Nine Tails? We worked hard to capture it," Inoki lamented, still troubled by the loss. "This matter is of no concern to you now. It is not over." Wu commanded the Umbu and Inoki, "Return to the village and select 50 elite Iwagakure ninjas." "What will you do then?" Inoki inquired, sensing Wu's underlying intention. Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. "I am going to find Senju Tobarama. To assassinate Uchiha Madara alone would be perilous. He needed allies. Madara, consider this your warning. Today, I shall not rest until you are dead," Wu declared, immediately resigning from his position as Tsuchikage. Chapter 23. Do you wish for my Flying Thunder God technique course? Draped in a cloak, Wu stealthily infiltrated Konoha. Thanks to the absolute might of Hashirama and Madara, the nascent village had not established any barriers. Wu easily slipped into Konoha, harboring a singular purpose: to persuade Senju Tobarama to join him in the assassination of Uchiha Madara. Engaging Madara posed certain risks. Thus, it was prudent to seek assistance. Recalling his memories, Wu knew Senju Tobarama had contemplated killing Madara several times, but had ultimately refrained due to his own limitations and Hashirama's intervention. In the Konoha building, Senju Tobarama was diligently scribbling by candlelight, drafting plans for the future Umbu and Ninja Academy. Even at this late hour, he was immersed in his duties. "Good evening." Lord Tobarama, a soft voice interrupted, startling Tobarama. He turned sharply to see Wu standing in his office, cloaked and enigmatic. "What brings you here at such an hour, Lord Wu?" Tobarama regarded him cautiously, aware that a visit at such an hour likely signified urgent matters. Wu took a seat opposite Tobarama. Half his face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, the other shrouded in shadow. I have heard that one of Konoha's founders, Uchiha Madara, has defected. Wu's tone was calm. Tobarama, still focused on his work, replied nonchalantly, that is an internal matter for Konoha. Iwagakure has no jurisdiction here. Believing Wu intended to meddle in Madara's defection, Tobarama issued a subtle warning. Wu narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, I have heard that Lord Tobarama has developed numerous forbidden techniques, and during the tumultuous times, he gained renown in the Land of Fire for his flying thunder god technique, even slaying Uchiha Madara's brother with it. Indeed, Tobarama acknowledged with a nod. Curious as to why Wu would bring this up, I come with a request. Might you impart the flying thunder god technique to me? Wu stated plainly. Tobarama was taken aback. How brazen to directly ask for his secret technique. Did he truly believe he would be foolish enough to share such knowledge? Huh. You wish to learn my flying thunder god technique. You are not worthy of it. What if I were to utilize the flying thunder god technique to eliminate Uchiha Madara? Wu interjected, throwing a bombshell into the conversation. Tobarama's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wu. Are you speaking nonsense? Lord Wu, are you in your right mind? No. I speak the truth. I intend to assassinate Uchiha Madara using your flying thunder god technique in conjunction with my own jutsu. I am confident I can bring him down. Wu reiterated earnestly. As Tobarama processed Wu's determination to kill Madara, he felt a surge of respect. Impressive. My brother would not even consider taking on Uchiha Madara, yet here you are, seeking to do so. Why do you wish to eliminate him? Did he attack Iwagakure after his defection? If he declares war on you, it does not implicate us in Konoha. Tobarama sought to distance Konoha from any potential conflict. Yes, though it is not an attack on Iwagakure, he assaulted my Umbu, hence my decision to target Uchiha Madara. He no longer belongs to Konoha, so eliminating him should pose no issue, correct? Wu stated matter-of-factly. That is acceptable. You may pursue his death, but why seek my assistance? Tobarama inquired, nodding. Wu's expression darkened. You feign ignorance, do you? I am acutely aware that I cannot defeat Uchiha Madara alone. I am here to request both your flying thunder god technique and your involvement in the plot to eliminate him. I recall that you and Uchiha Madara have always been at odds, and now that he is a rogue ninja, why not join me in this endeavor? Wu presented his purpose. Tobarama's expression grew serious. This was no trivial matter. Noticing Tobarama's hesitation, Wu seized the moment to persuade him further. Uchiha Madara is a rogue ninja, and his presence poses a risk to Konoha. Moreover, having captured the Nine Tails, he will inevitably seek revenge against Konoha or even confront you, Lord Hashirama. If we do nothing, we are nurturing a threat. Why not organize a joint operation to eliminate him before he can act? Wu's words resonated with Tobarama. The more he listened, the more compelling Wu's arguments became. Previously, when they were all part of the same village, it was unthinkable to turn against one another. However, with Madara's defection, he was now a rogue ninja. Such individuals warranted severe action. What if Madara returned to exact vengeance on Konoha, rather than wait for his assault? Preemptive action was far wiser. Why should I believe that you possess the capability to kill Uchiha Madara? My brother may not even be confident in that. Tobarama gazed intently at Wu. Lord Tobarama, you have witnessed my jutsu before. Should Uchiha Madara be struck, he would undoubtedly perish. Wu replied solemnly. Tobarama recalled Wu's square white jutsu, which had shattered Madara's Susanoo. If it struck Madara directly, it could indeed result in his demise. The only issue is that the technique takes too long to condense. With this condensation time, the opponent would have already closed in for an attack. However, if I had my own flying thunder god technique to compensate for this flaw, it seems that a successful ambush might indeed be possible. Senju Tobarama's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated the feasibility of assassinating Uchiha Madara, recognizing the high probability of success. He understood that his elder brother would hesitate to kill Madara, but he himself felt differently. Previously, all had been comrades, but now Madara was a rogue ninja. Even if he were to be killed, the villagers would rejoice. Even if his elder brother were to find out later, for the stability of the village, he would have no choice but to let it go. The flying thunder god technique could not be taught to him, but he could join in the plan. He could secretly collaborate with Tobarama to assassinate Uchiha Madara, but it must remain unknown to his elder brother. Tobarama's voice grew quieter with determination. The masked figure beneath the bandages smiled knowingly, aware that Tobarama's agreement was highly likely. However, Relying solely on the two of them might not suffice to take down Uchiha Madara. Tobirama spoke up, cautious like the masked individual. Chapter 24, Alliances Formed. The masked figure nodded, intending to seek out others. Relying only on Tobirama might yield a chance to kill Madara, but he needed to increase their odds. Thus, he considered other potential allies. I can attempt to contact the hidden mist, cloud, and sand villages, he stated solemnly. Tobirama narrowed his eyes and replied, I can reach out to those old-timers in the land of whirlpools. Madara possesses the 9 tails, which is troublesome. However, with the assistance of the land of whirlpools, the situation would improve significantly. They both agreed to enlist others to participate in the plan to eliminate Uchiha Madara. We will contact each other later, he concluded before departing. Within the office, Tobirama gazed thoughtfully at the flickering candlelight. This matter must remain concealed from his elder brother. Tobirama resolved to select 30 Senju ninjas from his clan to join him in the assassination of Uchiha Madara. Despite the establishment of the village, many Senju members harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha. Their loved ones had all fallen victim to the Uchiha. Children, wives, parents, everyone had been slain. They were unencumbered, all single, often referred to as the invincible ones. Thus, seeking out these individuals, he knew they would surely agree. In the land of water, at the hidden mist village. After a lengthy journey across the land of fire and the sea, he arrived at the hidden mist. At that moment, the bearded Kagaya Hogetsu was fervently reforming the village. Since returning from the land of earth, he had resolved to strengthen the Umbu and the Ninja Academy. Moreover, Hogetsu had established the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, an organization surpassing the Umbu. Suddenly, Hogetsu raised his head, sensing something amiss. Little beard, it's been a while, a voice unexpectedly startled him. Baka, you, here in my hidden mist? Hogetsu exclaimed, suspicion etched on his face. You're not planning to attack Hidden Mist, are you? No, I merely seek an alliance, he replied, extending his hand. Hogetsu paused, raising an eyebrow. What scheme are you concocting now? I and Senju Tobirama from the Leaf Village plan to assassinate Uchiha Madara. Would you be interested in joining us? He invited. Hogetsu was a maniac for war and chaos. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless in battles. Adding him to the mission against Uchiha Madara was certainly a viable option. Haha, hunting Uchiha Madara. Hogetsu chuckled, exhilaration coursing through him at the prospect of battle. However, upon hearing the target was Madara, he quickly regained his composure. While he was a war fanatic, he was no fool. You're not serious, are you? Hogetsu couldn't help but tease. He shook his head lightly. Since our esteemed Hogetsu dares not confront Madara, then Tobirama and I shall go. Wait, you mean Tobirama is with you? Hogetsu frowned, discontent with his good rival teaming up with another water-style user. Hold on, I'm coming too. He grasped the hem of his robe, thumping his chest in agreement. It's just Uchiha Madara, I'll take him on. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across his face. Hogetsu, you truly are the most dashing water-style user I have ever met. Hogetsu's face flushed at the compliment, and he feigned nonchalance, running a hand through his spiky yellow hair. In the land of lightning, at the hidden cloud village, as for the matter at hand, it is up to your esteemed village to decide whether to participate, he said, addressing the first Raikage solemnly. The first Raikage's expression grew grave as he pondered the implications. To assassinate Uchiha Madara was no trifling matter. Rumor had it that Madara had captured the 9 tails. He had yet to hear back from the 2 ninjas he had sent to capture it, suggesting they had perished at the beast's hands. After much deliberation, he turned to the second Raikage, who remained nameless. Second, what are your thoughts? The second Raikage stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lord Raikage, I believe we should participate. Uchiha Madara has defected from Konoha and may engage in unspeakable acts. His motive for capturing the 9 tails indicates he harbors malicious intentions. Very well. You shall lead 20 elite cloud shinobi into battle, the first Raikage decreed. After securing the support of the hidden cloud, he promptly made his way to the hidden sand village, where he successfully met with the first Kazekage. Oh, the land of wind does not engage in fruitless endeavors. You should return, the first Kazekage said, arms crossed and gaze indifferent. I implore you to reconsider, Lord Kazekage. Surely you understand the principle of mutual benefit? He warned. The Kazekage remained silent, fully aware of the implications but contemplating how to extract some advantage from the situation. If the sand can assist, Iwa will relinquish its influence over the land of birds and cede control of this territory to the hidden sand. Understanding he must offer some incentive, He spoke again. I can entertain that notion. The Kazekage fell into thought before summoning Shaman. Upon hearing the name, he raised an eyebrow. Shaman was indeed the second Kazekage from the original story, the founder of both puppetry and sand manipulation. In many ways, he possessed everything Gaara had, and more. Shaman shall lead 20 elite sand shinobi alongside you to eliminate Uchiha Madara. A subtle smile crossed his lips. In his vision, he aimed to assemble a team reminiscent of the original 4 Kages from the Fourth Great Ninja War to confront Madara. Only then could they securely defeat the Eternal Uchiha. He would take the place of Inoki. Hogetsu would replace Mei Terumi. Tobirama would stand in for Tsunade. The second Raikage would substitute for the fourth Raikage. And the second Kazekage Shaman would take Gaara's place. This lineup, combined with Madara lacking the Rinnegan, would likely lead to victory. Furthermore, with the second generation of each village being exceptionally strong, and Tobirama potentially enlisting the help of the Land of Whirlpools, even Uchiha Madara could face a downfall. In the Land of Whirlpools, at the village's leader's residence, Tobirama secretly arrived. The elderly Uzumaki Mito, now over 50, could be considered a half-father-in-law to him. Tobirama, what brings you to my village? Mito asked, sipping tea leisurely. Old clan leader, I apologize for the intrusion. I have come to request the assistance of the Uzumaki clan. Tobirama respectfully replied, recognizing that Mito was of the same generation as his father. Oh, assistance in what? Mito inquired, narrowing his eyes after taking a sip of tea. To help me eliminate Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, Mito's hand trembled involuntarily. Do you know about Hashirama? Vortex Uzumaki solemnly inquired, placing his teacup down. My elder brother does not wish to be seen as a villain. Although he does not explicitly state it, I understand that he intends to eliminate Uchiha Madara to rid the village of its scourge. However, he cannot take on that role. It must fall to me. Senju Tobirama, with unwavering composure, spun a web of deceit. Vortex Uzumaki's eyes flickered with doubt. He believed Hashirama was not such a duplicitous person. Yet, contemplating the benefits of Madara's demise for the Uzumaki clan. After all, Madara had slaughtered numerous Uzumaki during the tumultuous era. He relented. Very well, how many do you require? 50 elite Uzumaki proficient in sealing techniques will suffice. Chapter 25. The Assassination of Uchiha Madara. Please point out any toxic elements. Otherwise, I may misjudge and deteriorate further in my writing. Additionally, please mention any shortcomings so I can assess the true quality of this work. Atop a mountain. Beneath a colossal waterfall, the icy mountain breeze billowed through Uchiha Madara's garments. He stood tall like a pine, his handsome visage marred by a profound weariness. His ink-black hair was tied back, with a few strands dancing in the wind. Madara shed his clothing, opting to bathe under the waterfall. Perhaps due to an inherent social anxiety, he chose not to visit a public bathhouse in the city. Suddenly, as he bathed, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Am I being watched? Madara furrowed his brow, but shook his head. The only one capable of thwarting him was Hashirama. Others could easily be crushed beneath Susanoo. Unknown to him, a group was conspiring to end his life, a formidable alliance of 50 elite ninjas from Iwagakure, 30 from Kirigakure, 25 from Kumogakure, 30 from Sunagakure, 50 from Uzushio, and 30 Senju from Konoha. Within a temple nestled among the mountains, the second generation of the 6 strongest ninja villages convened. Thankfully, none of these individuals had ascended to the role of village leader. Otherwise, this gathering might have been deemed the first 5 Kage summit. Ahem, let us discuss tactics, spoke the leader, clearing his throat. The group nodded in agreement. Senju Tobirama began detailing Uchiha Madara's intelligence and his means of counteraction. Others, including the second Raikage and the Sand Village's leader, shared their strategies and experiences in confronting Madara. After a thorough exchange, they devised a plan to confront Uchiha Madara, aiming to strike swiftly and decisively before he could summon Susanoo. It is settled then. Let us all contribute our utmost for the peace of the ninja world, proclaimed the leader. For the peace of the ninja world, echoed the assembly, though each harbored ulterior motives. Were it not for their interests, they would not unite to combat the scourge of the ninja realm. Thud, thud, thud. Uchiha Madara traversed a forest path, expressionless, carrying a fan and a scythe upon his back. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure leaning against a tree ahead. Upon recognizing the individual, Madara erupted in fury. You wretched scoundrel, you're not dead. He growled darkly. What have you been up to lately, Zetsu? The figure replied with a mocking smile. Get lost. I told you not to come. Madara roared, unleashing a colossal fireball. Boom. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in flames, laid waste by Madara's fury. His crimson eyes glowed with intensity as he summoned even greater flames with a flick of his fan, transforming the inferno into a raging firestorm. Die, you bastard! Madara did not desire an open confrontation with Zetsu. When did you become so hot-headed? A voice resonated from above, revealing Zetsu floating in the air. In a flash, Madara appeared beside Zetsu, delivering a fierce kick. Boom. As clouds of dust rose, a giant rock golem materialized, its fist aimed squarely at Madara. In a heartbeat, Madara's Susanoo arm met the golem's strike, shattering its limb. Perish! Madara lunged at Zetsu with a swift slash. Yet, as his blade approached, Zetsu transformed into a swarm of crows, vanishing into the ether. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whirled rapidly. Behind you. Suddenly, Zetsu reappeared, brandishing a kunai from behind. Madara smirked. Having anticipated this move, take a look behind you. Zetsu's eyes widened as Madara vanished, reappearing behind him. Expressionless, Zetsu hurled a kunai backward. Madara instinctively dodged, a frown crossing his face, surprised by Zetsu's rudimentary attack. However, the high-speed vision of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan quickly detected the technique embedded in the kunai. What is this? Flying Thunder God? Madara's eyes widened. He was all too familiar with this technique, recalling the day it claimed his brother's life. But how could Zetsu wield it? Wasn't it exclusive to Tobirama Senju? Madara swiftly struck at the kunai's trajectory. Simultaneously, Senju Tobirama materialized before him. Flying Thunder God slash. Thud. A strand of Madara's hair fell as Tobirama's kunai shattered his armor. The two retreated quickly, creating distance between them. Tobirama stood beside Zetsu, who remarked, "You underestimate the prowess of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If it were that simple, I would have long since eliminated Uchiha Madara." Tobirama's calm demeanor belied the tension in the air. Madara's face darkened. "Tobirama, you treacherous wretch, colluding with outsiders to take my life. If it weren't for Hashirama's regard, do you truly think you could escape unscathed?" His voice was chilling, eyes icy. Tobirama replied calmly, "Madara, it is my brother who sent me to end you. Your threat to Konoha is too great. You must be eliminated for the village's sake." Zetsu smirked at Tobirama's words. He understood the power of persuasion. Upon hearing Tobirama's claim of being sent by Hashirama to kill him, Madara felt a piercing pain in his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tobirama, struggling to accept this reality. The once fierce light in his Sharingan dimmed, replaced by despair as an indescribable anguish washed over him. Hashirama sent someone to kill me. This thought echoed relentlessly in Madara's mind, sending his heart into a freefall. If this were true, he would weep in his bed at night, cloaked in sorrow. Chapter 26. Confronting Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Hashirama has long known you to be a scourge. Zetsu declared boldly. I will present Tobirama's head as a testament to Hashirama. Madara's expression darkened, his eyes bloodshot as he coldly commanded, "Those lurking in the shadows, come forth." At this moment, the surroundings were in a state of turmoil. With a swish, hundreds of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. Uchiha Madara, you have become exceedingly perilous. For the sake of peace in the shinobi world, we must take action. No sooner had the words left his lips than the second Hokage and other prominent figures from the major ninja villages converged from all directions, encircling Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, elite ninjas from various countries appeared in swift succession. Hundreds of elite ninjas surrounded Uchiha Madara. The likes of Kage of the Mist, the second Raikage, and others were all present. Uchiha Madara, your doom is upon you. Kage of the Mist pointed at Uchiha Madara and declared, your power is too formidable. You must be eliminated. The second Raikage's body crackled with lightning chakra as he bellowed, for the peace of the shinobi world, you shall not be allowed to perpetrate wickedness. The puppet master, Shaman, manipulated two puppets, speaking indifferently. Uchiha Madara, choose a dish you favor, then leap off a grand bridge, and I shall annually commemorate you. Wu looked at Uchiha Madara and spoke. Humph, is it you lot? Just you insignificant minions? Madara sneered, his hair billowing without a breeze. A colossal Susanoo instantly took form, its terrifying aura distorting the air around it. The overwhelming pressure suppressed everyone in an instant. As they felt this chakra, Kage of the Mist, Shaman, and the second Raikage's expressions changed dramatically. How could it be so powerful? They had never witnessed the full extent of Uchiha Madara's strength. They only knew he was stronger than them, but now, It was evident that he was on an entirely different level. They had assumed that 5 against 1, along with numerous jonin, would guarantee their victory. However, now they exchanged glances with Senju Tobarama and Wu. Tobarama and Wu were not overly surprised. Both had fought against Uchiha Madara before. There was no turning back now. They had to press on. Wu stepped forward to rally everyone's spirits. Everyone, let us unite. Uchiha Madara cannot eliminate us all before exhausting his chakra. Ninjas, for the shinobi world, charge. The Iwagakure ninjas took the lead in launching an assault. Earth-style, earthquake technique. The ground fractured, countless fissures racing towards Uchiha Madara. Madara's Susanoo was immediately engulfed. At the same time, flames from the Senju clan surged forth. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. 50 Senju ninjas unleashed a torrent of fireballs. The ninjas from the Mist and Cloud villages also joined the fray, unleashing an array of jutsu that surged toward Uchiha Madara. A swarm of insects. I shall present your heads to Senju Hashirama and demand an explanation. Uchiha Madara's eyes sharpened, and the arm of his Susanoo coalesced into a massive chakra blade, cleaving down upon them. Yasaka Magatama. Accompanied by a rain of Magatama, countless ninjas fell, dead or wounded. This cannot continue. Wu watched as numerous ninjas perished, his expression pained. It was one thing for other nations to fall, but many from his own Iwagakure were also dying. These were his elite. Wu immediately stepped up. Dust release, universe separation technique. Wu dissipated a large portion of the Yasaka Magatama, heading towards them. Mist technique. Kage of the Mist quickly expelled dense fog to obscure Uchiha Madara's vision, aiding Wu in his efforts. Yet Madara paid no heed to these tactics. He activated the third stage of Susanoo, wielding a colossal sword that he swung down upon the 5 Kage. Boom. Earth-style, heavy stone technique. Sand-style, sand golem technique. Wu and Shaman simultaneously summoned rock giants and sand golems, combining their efforts to block the strike. The Susanoo's long sword slammed down upon them, rendering them immobile. Watch this. Shaman hurriedly summoned a vast amount of sand to cover Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Do not fear. I shall pierce him with kunai. As 2 puppets wielded kunai, they lunged at Uchiha Madara from either side. However, it was evident that Shaman had gravely miscalculated the capabilities of Susanoo. In such a dire situation, puppet techniques were entirely ineffective. Boom. Sure enough, as the puppets thrust the kunai at Susanoo, crack. The kunai shattered without hesitation. With an explosive sound, Madara's Susanoo sprouted arms that crushed the advancing puppets. Instantly, one hand of Susanoo swung down towards Shaman. Boom. In the nick of time, Senju Tobarama swiftly used Flying Thunder God to rescue Shaman. Thank you, Lord Tobarama. Shaman wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that the puppet technique was utterly inadequate. Lightning-style, thunderstorm kick. The second Raikage gaze sharpened as he entered lightning chakra mode and charged towards Susanoo, throwing an elbow strike. Boom. However, despite the sound, it was utterly ineffective. What? So resilient. The second Raikage's expression changed. Ants. Uchiha Madara scoffed, and with a punch from Susanoo, he sent the second Raikage flying. The Raikage flew back like a kite with its string cut. Wu swiftly flew to catch the Raikage. Hey, do not act independently. Follow the strategy. Kage of the Mist yelled in frustration as he watched the 2 fail consecutively. Immediately, the group understood. The overwhelming pressure from Uchiha Madara had made them forget their tactics. Senju Tobarama and Kage of the Mist exchanged glances, then quickly formed hand signs. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Together, they unleashed the Water Dragon technique. A massive water dragon surged toward Uchiha Madara, sending him and his third stage Susanoo flying over 100 meters. Lord Shaman, can you assist me in restraining Uchiha Madara? Wu turned to Shaman beside him. Though this is not my desert domain, I shall do my utmost. With that, Shaman clapped his hands, summoning a vast quantity of sand. In an instant, the entire forest transformed into a desert. Wu similarly clapped his hands, executing the earth-style, heavy rock technique. Immediately, Shaman felt his sand grow lighter, becoming more manageable. Excellent, Shaman exclaimed. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Madara landed, he was surrounded by a deluge of sand. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind him. The second Raikage appeared like lightning, with Wu in tow. Earth-style, ultra-heavy rock technique. Lightning-style, thunderstorm kick. The second Raikage kicked, augmented by Wu's ultra-gravity technique, increasing the damage and intensity to an unprecedented level. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara reformed his skeletal structure, yet when the thunderstorm kick struck, his proud Susanoo shattered in an instant. The Raikage's kick landed squarely on Uchiha Madara. Pooh! Madara spat out blood, his eyes widening in shock, and was instantly sent flying. But it was not over. The second Raikage and Wu pressed their advantage. This time, the second Raikage aimed for Uchiha Madara's head. A rare look of seriousness crossed Madara's eyes as he hastily raised a fan to defend himself. No, stop. Wu's expression changed upon seeing the fan. But the second Raikage's speed was too swift to halt. Boom. Ah. The second Raikage let out a cry as he was sent flying. Shaman, seeing the second Raikage fail, hurriedly manipulated the sand, infused with explosive tags, to rush at Uchiha Madara. Summoning technique, 9 tails. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand signs. With a roar, the 9 tails emerged. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, the sand began to collapse as the 9 tails ferociously broke free from its sandy confines. Now it's time to test this new technique. Uchiha Madara began to slowly envelop the 9 tails with Susanoo. No, interrupt him. Konoha village, Senju Tobarama shouted. And in an instant, dozens of members from the Uzumaki clan appeared around him. Sealing technique, iron chains. Sealing technique, adamantine binding. The Uzumaki members manifested iron chains from their palms, frantically wrapping them around the 9 tails. Those who could use adamantine binding did so, while others employed the iron chains. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows, surprised that the Uzumaki clan had joined the fray. Was this truly a clandestine directive from Senju Hashirama? Chapter 27, The Mightiest Dust Release. Hashirama, are you really going to capture the tailed beasts? Uzumaki Mito asked with concern as she gazed at Senju Hashirama. Clad in armor and carrying a large scroll on his back, Hashirama wore a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Mito. I shall return swiftly. For the peace of the shinobi world, I am determined to capture the tailed beasts, he declared resolutely. By the way, where did Tobarama go? Hashirama scratched his head, unable to suppress his curiosity. I'm off to capture the tailed beasts, yet Tobarama hasn't come to see me off. Should I send someone to find him? Mito inquired. No need for that. I assume Tobarama is busy working for the village. Besides, if he were to learn of my mission, he would undoubtedly oppose it. Hashirama declined Mito's suggestion and promptly departed the village. Sealing technique, 8 directions sealing. In an instant, a green barrier enveloped the 9 tails. Uchiha Madara had no choice but to abandon his position and leap away from the 9 tails. Just as he landed, the steam-powered puppet, wielded by a figure with a small mustache, elbowed Madara away amid a series of explosions. Everyone, this is a wide-area attack. If you wish to avoid becoming collateral damage, keep your distance. Hozuki Mangetsu shouted while manipulating the steam puppet. Nearby, the emotionless figure felt a chill, sensing danger. However, given the urgency of the situation, he decided to hold back for the moment. Illusionary atmosphere steam tower. Simultaneously, the small mustached figure created a mirage to shield himself from harm. Nevertheless, Madara remained unconcerned, for his attacks were of such magnitude that they would inevitably strike true. Boom, boom, boom. As the steam puppets exploded, Madara's third stage Susanoo began to weaken. Determined, he evolved his Susanoo to its 4th form, enhancing its defenses and manifesting colossal weapons while sprouting arms to wield 4 blades. My explosions cannot penetrate his defenses, Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed in frustration. Meanwhile, Tobarama had already prepared a substitute. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. After sacrificing a living being, a coffin slowly ascended. Uchiha Azuna, is that you? Hozuki Mangetsu gasped. My explosive tags were specifically designed to complement this jutsu. Tobarama revealed a sly smile, as the coffin lid bore the character for spring. At this moment, Hozuki Mangetsu realized who lay within the coffin. A guessing game. What turns red when split open? Just then Madara, still within his Susanoo, sensed an overwhelming chakra. What? He gasped in disbelief, but his astonishment quickly morphed into fury as Uchiha Izuna slowly emerged from the coffin. Though only a corpse could be summoned, its consciousness remained elusive. Tobarama hastily affixed explosive tags to Uchiha Izuna and commanded him to charge at Madara. You shall not escape. Tobarama, I will end you. Madara seethed with rage, incensed not only by the ambush but also by the fact that his own brother had been resurrected as a living bomb. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosive tags detonated, Izuna was obliterated, Yet due to the nature of impure world reincarnation, he swiftly regenerated. In Madara's eyes, it was as if he was continuously witnessing the gruesome demise of his brother. The repeated sight of Izuna being annihilated and then restored not only battered his Susanoo, but also struck at Madara's very heart. Tobarama, this move is too cruel. Hozuki Mangetsu remarked, unable to contain his thoughts. Isn't this akin to constantly replaying the scene of Obito's demise? Humph. For Konoha, I am willing to do anything. Tobarama retorted coldly. Hozuki Mangetsu glanced at Tobarama, feeling an unsettling resemblance to Danzo. Boom, boom, boom. Madara had succumbed to madness. Full-body Susanoo. You will all perish. He roared, his eyes blazing red, his hair disheveled, and his armor shattered by the raging chakra. The overwhelming energy surged forth, elevating his full-body Susanoo into the heavens. Oh, it seems we've angered him. Hozuki Mangetsu sensed impending doom. Die! With Madara's furious roar, his full-body Susanoo wielded a long sword, striking down upon them with cataclysmic force, shattering everything in its path. Tobarama's gaze sharpened. He swiftly formed seals and vanished alongside the second Raikage and Hozuki Mangetsu. Flying Thunder God technique. He disappeared from his position, reappearing at a distance. Hozuki Mangetsu attempted to use his steam puppet to block the Susanoo's assault, but the immense power shattered the puppet to pieces. Seeing this, the emotionless figure hurriedly carried Hozuki Mangetsu away, only to be sent flying as well. In this vast expanse, only Madara's full-body Susanoo towered, dwarfing the mountains around it. Is this enemy truly in the same dimension as us? Hozuki Mangetsu murmured in shock. Tobarama remained unfazed, turning to the emotionless figure. Can you break through this? After a deep breath, the figure considered revealing his Sage mode. It seemed he had no choice but to utilize it. He silently entered Sage mode. Tobarama, noticing the transformation, was momentarily taken aback, but upon sensing the Sage chakra, his expression shifted. This is just like my elder brother's mode. It appears this figure has quite the hidden trump card. The figure soared forward, charging into the fray. The scene mirrored that of Inoki's fearless advance toward the Ten Tails in the original narrative. This Susanoo was colossal, and conventional dust release could scarcely cover it. Only a cylindrical dust release could sever the Susanoo. To gather enough chakra for a sufficiently long and large dust release would demand an immense expenditure of chakra, prolonging the gathering time. Unfazed, the figure summoned all his chakra and began to gather it. This would be the longest dust release he had ever performed. Dust release, columnar world separation technique. With a clap of his hands, a surge of Sage chakra coalesced in his grasp. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. What is that? Hozuki Mangetsu gasped in astonishment. It must succeed, Tobarama silently urged. Madara, perceiving the gathering power, furrowed his brow. This jutsu was one he had always feared. He could not allow the figure to succeed in its release. Immediately, he commanded his Susanoo, raising its long blade and channeling all his strength to strike down. Boom, boom, boom. The figure gritted his teeth, watching as the Susanoo's blade drew ever closer. Dust release, columnar world separation technique. A brilliant, towering black beam shot skyward. The moment Madara's Susanoo blade made contact with the black beam, it seemed to dissolve, abruptly vanishing. The black beam shattered the Susanoo's blade, racing directly toward Madara's full-body Susanoo. Chapter 28. Does the strongest in the shinobi world also weep? Buzz. As the black beam obliterated the Susanoo's blade and surged toward the Susanoo, Madara's heart was filled with utter shock. The dust-vanishing light beam, akin to an eraser, rendered everything in its path utterly non-existent, as if it had never been. The once proud Susanoo vanished without a trace beneath this dark beam. In a fleeting moment, the entirety of Susanoo was cleaved by the black beam, its surface smooth as if it were slicing through butter. Uchiha Madara gazed in horror as the beam drew nearer, his expression transforming dramatically. At this moment, an unprecedented panic surfaced upon his face. Fear gripped him. He could perish. He had never contemplated that, aside from Hashirama, anyone could bring about his demise. Perhaps, upon first encountering this entity of nothingness, he should have eliminated it to prevent future calamities. Alas, it was too late. Uchiha Madara chose to abandon Susanoo, sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. Senju Hashirama, in search of tailed beasts, had heightened his senses to the maximum. However, upon arriving in the land of waterfall, he detected a violent chakra fluctuation. What could this mean? Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, catching sight of the towering black beam from afar. He intensified his sensory perception. Upon sensing the chakra, he felt both astonished and elated. He recognized Madara's familiar chakra. Could it be that Madara had settled here after leaving the village? Ha ha ha. At last, he could reunite with Madara. Initially intending to capture the tailed beasts, he had unexpectedly stumbled upon Madara. I must persuade Madara to return. Once again, Hashirama focused his senses to pinpoint Madara's exact location. However, upon closer examination, he discovered that, in addition to Madara, there were other chakra signatures present. This revelation stunned him, and he delved deeper into his perception, only to realize that Tobirama was also there. And the Uzumaki clan? How delightful. A gathering without my invitation? Senju Hashirama's expression grew serious. Could it be that Tobirama and Madara were engaged in battle? Why was the Uzumaki clan involved? Was Tobirama's disappearance an attempt to hunt down Madara? Without hesitation, Hashirama dashed toward that direction. Now was the time. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. Witnessing Uchiha Madara abandon Susanoo, the swiftest ninja in the ninja world, Senju Tobirama unleashed a water release. Hard vortex water blade, crashing into Madara's midsection. Gushing blood erupted from Madara's mouth as he hurriedly summoned the remaining chakra to reconstruct his frame. Yet, Tobirama was not one to show mercy. He was the type to drive his adversaries to the brink of death as long as they still drew breath. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to extinguish Madara's life. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. Tobirama summoned a colossal water dragon while simultaneously launching explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. In the heart of the explosion, Uchiha Madara struggled to channel chakra, using Susanoo's frame to shield himself. The recent usage of Susanoo and the ensuing battle had depleted both his stamina and chakra. Water dragon bite explosion. Tobirama commanded a massive water dragon to strike at Uchiha Madara. With a resounding roar, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Bang! Uchiha Madara fell, disheveled and battered. His garments were tattered, armor shattered, hair in disarray, and wounds marred his body, his scythe and fan lost to the chaos. No, the figures of Ghost Lantern Moon, Second Tsuchikage, Sand Gate, and Senju Tobirama collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Victory was assured. Uchiha Madara, trembling, attempted to rise and flee. Yet the 5 second-generation Kage would not allow him to escape. Madara ran backward, only to be confronted by Ghost Lantern Moon. He swiftly veered right, only to meet the Second Tsuchikage. Clenching his teeth, he dashed left, discovering Tobirama standing before him. Ultimately, Madara charged forward, where Sand Gate emerged amidst the grains of sand. Suddenly, he looked up to see the entity still hovering above. Humph, is that not Madara himself? Ghost Lantern Moon remarked with an air of mockery. After a few days apart, has the legendary warrior of the ninja world become so diminished? Sand Gate teased with a grin. Madara, who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament? Senju Tobirama spoke coldly. From now on, when you encounter us in the ninja world, bow your head and submit. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, silently enduring their humiliation, yet his heart was torn asunder. He yearned for vengeance. He wished for the demise of them all. He wanted to see everyone who had witnessed his disgrace perish. Enough. Let this end quickly. The entity observed as they kicked Uchiha Madara about, slightly furrowing his brow. Though he held no affection for Madara, he was nonetheless a formidable figure in the ninja world, a founder of Konoha. Madara, everything has come to an end. Senju Tobirama raised his steel blade towards the center of Madara's forehead. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, a booming voice echoed from afar, "Stop!" Along with the shout, a massive wooden barrier emerged, shielding Uchiha Madara while ensnaring the 5 second-generation Kage. The entity hovering above narrowly escaped disaster as Senju Hashirama descended from the sky. Boom. Madara, what has happened to you? Tobirama, what is the meaning of all this? Senju Hashirama's heart ached upon seeing the grievously injured Madara. He rushed forward to cradle him in his arms. Tobirama, bewildered by his elder brother's sudden appearance, wondered if there truly existed a thread of fate binding him to Uchiha Madara. Could destiny intertwine their lives unbeknownst to them? Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Senju Hashirama. Madara, you must not meet your end. Hashirama exclaimed anxiously, his voice trembling with concern. Frantic, he placed his hand upon Madara's chest, invoking healing techniques in a desperate attempt to save his life. Did you summon them to kill me? Uchiha Madara's breath had become faint, yet he endured the agony, struggling to inquire. His eyes bore into Hashirama's, seeking answers in his expression. No, Madara, you are my brother. How could I ever harm you? Senju Hashirama hastily shook his head, his eyes filled with anguish. He truly had no knowledge, no inkling that his brother would orchestrate an attempt on Madara's life. Upon seeing Madara so battered and bruised, Hashirama's eyes brimmed with tears. Unable to fathom that this once loyal comrade, who had fought by his side, now lay on the brink of death. Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a faint smile, albeit one tinged with sorrow. His voice was barely audible. I knew you could never bring yourself to kill me. 2 tears fell like pearls from a broken string, landing upon Uchiha Madara's face. Senju Hashirama's heart felt as though it would shatter. He grasped Madara's hand tightly, shouting, Madara, you must hold on. I will heal you. Hashirama poured his chakra and healing energy into Uchiha Madara, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, every ounce of his strength converging upon Madara at that moment. Yet, Uchiha Madara merely shook his head slightly, the tragic smile still lingering on his lips. His voice grew fainter. Hashirama, do not waste your efforts. If this were effective, my brother would not have perished. Slowly, Uchiha Madara lifted his pale and feeble hand, the motion appearing laborious, as if each slight movement required all his remaining strength. Hashirama watched in silence, and when he saw Madara raise his hand, an unexplainable premonition surged within him. He seemed to comprehend Madara's state of mind at that moment, and without hesitation, he pressed Madara's hand firmly against his cheek. As Uchiha Madara's hand gently caressed Senju Hashirama's face, a faint, sorrowful smile graced his lips, revealing a profound sense of grief and helplessness. Could it be that the strongest in the ninja world still weeps? Madara's voice was low and hoarse. Hashirama's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his lips pressed tightly together to prevent them from spilling over, yet the anguish within surged like a relentless tide. Do not weep. Avenge me. Madara's final words echoed like a last testament, and as he spoke, his hand fell limply, devoid of strength. Chapter 29. Senju Hashirama. Madara is gone. I can no longer discern right from wrong. Avenge me. Avenge me. Avenge me. Madara's last words reverberated in Hashirama's mind incessantly. Madara. Hashirama cried out in torment, clutching Madara's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. He had never anticipated that this farewell would culminate in such a tragic end. Once comrades battling side by side for the ideal of peace, his dear friend now lay dead. In the original tale, Hashirama had reluctantly slain Madara after he attacked the village. Yet now, Madara had not assaulted the village. He had merely departed, still the best of friends to Hashirama. With Madara's death, what distinguished this from the loss of a cherished companion? Oh no, this seems dire, thought the trapped Hozuki Mangetsu, his expression grim. Would he have to face Hashirama after battling Madara? The situation was critical. His chakra reserves were dwindling. The second Raikage, though silent, bore wounds from Madara's earlier assault. His feet yet to recover. The expression on the face of Mu, the second Tsuchikage, was equally grave. Having just expended his most potent dust release technique, he realized he could not withstand another conflict. Hashirama's great Buddha surpassed Susanoo in size. He lacked the chakra to topple it. However, Hashirama was unlikely to lose his composure and jeopardize Konoha's future and their nations for Madara's sake. Silently, he speculated, drawing upon his memories, that Hashirama was a man of great compassion. In the original narrative, he had slain Madara for the sake of the village. Thus, it was unlikely that Hashirama would wage war against the 4 great ninja villages for the sake of a single Uchiha. Brother, Madara is too powerful. He even captured the 9 tails. I am convinced he poses a future threat to Konoha and must be eliminated. Tobirama, Hashirama's younger brother, hastily interjected. Madara is dead. Madara is dead. Hashirama's eyes were vacant, utterly oblivious to Tobirama's words, his lips incessantly repeating the name. Tobirama swallowed hard. He had witnessed Hashirama's grief before, during the loss of their younger brothers. Slowly, Hashirama raised his head, his eyes filled with sorrow and fury, his body trembling as a powerful chakra emanated from him. Boom! In an instant, the ground fractured as an overwhelming chakra surged forth. Who killed Madara? Hashirama bellowed, his voice like thunder, stirring clouds of dust around him. Mangetsu and the others paled further. Lord Hashirama, please, calm yourself. Are you truly intending to declare war on the four great nations? The second Raikage spoke, his tone firm. Yes, your Uchiha Madara has long betrayed the village. By all rights, you have no authority to interfere with our elimination of a rogue ninja. Traitors deserve punishment. Sandaime added, echoing the sentiment. Brother, Tobirama urgently grasped Hashirama's arm. Now is not the time for rashness. For Konoha's sake, we cannot engage in war with all four nations. Consider our village. At Tobirama's words, a flicker of clarity passed through Hashirama's eyes, but soon his heart plunged into an abyss of conflict. If he failed to avenge Madara, could he still regard himself as Madara's true brother and friend? If he chose to endure, what would Madara's spirit think of him? Hashirama could not forget Madara. He could not erase the memory of the final gaze Madara had cast upon him, nor the melancholic depths of his eyes. These images haunted him like a relentless nightmare. He even began to ponder what words Madara might speak upon their reunion in the afterlife. Perhaps Madara would inquire, Hashirama, did you avenge me? How would he respond to such a question? Should he speak the truth or fabricate a lie to veil his guilt and unease? Once more, Hashirama opened his eyes. But this time, they were filled with an icy resolve. Tobirama, by the authority of the Hokage, I command you to lead your people away at once. Hashirama's voice was cold and commanding. Tobirama's expression shifted as he grasped his brother's intent. No, brother. We cannot declare war on the four great nations. Tobirama hastily urged. This is not your brother's matter. Call upon the Hokage. There is only the Hokage here. Hashirama thundered, his voice piercing. Tobirama hesitated, understanding that Hashirama was enraged with him for collaborating with outsiders to slay his dear friend Madara. From Hashirama's perspective, had Tobirama not been his brother, he would have met a dire fate long ago. Brother, I am sorry, Tobirama thought, gritting his teeth, contemplating using the Flying Thunder God technique to forcibly remove Hashirama. Release me, Tobirama. But Hashirama unleashed his chakra, immobilizing Tobirama in place. Tobirama's face darkened. He had no choice but to retreat. The expressions of the four Second Tsuchikages grew increasingly grim. This is bad. Hashirama truly seems intent on annihilating us. They were not fools. They promptly began to employ their skills to escape. Hozuki Mangetsu began to ooze oil, utilizing it to slip free from the grasp of the wood release. The second Raikage rapidly activated his lightning release chakra mode to sever the wood release bindings. Sandaime transformed into sand, employing it for a swift escape. Mu too sought flight. Madara is gone. Right and wrong, I no longer care to discern. Hashirama's voice echoed ominously in their ears. Wood release, flower tree world. Hashirama roared, slamming his hands together. Instantly, countless robust trees erupted from the ground, resembling verdant serpents, sweeping toward the four fleeing Second Tsuchikages. Just as Mangetsu escaped the wood release's grasp, newly sprouted trees obstructed his path, ensnaring his oily form. Although the second Raikage had severed the wood release with his lightning release, the trees from the flower tree world continued to emerge relentlessly, slowing his movements. Sandaime's sand transformation struggled amidst the dense foliage, becoming encased in a sandy cocoon. Mu's flight seemed futile against the overwhelming wood release. He attempted to utilize the dust release, but found himself ensnared, crashing heavily to the ground. For Madara's vengeance, Hashirama utilized wood release to gather the four together, trapping them within its confines. He clapped his hands once more. In the blink of an eye, an expansive forest surged forth, colossal flowers blossoming upon vines, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the air in a delicate pink mist. The four found themselves amidst this floral sea, inhaling the pollen that dulled their senses and weakened their bodies. This pollen is toxic, Mangetsu exclaimed. Water release, water barrier technique. He strained to gather the last of his strength, conjuring a water barrier around them to fend off the poisonous gas. Chapter 30, Heirs of the Shadows, Part 1. What shall we do? Shall we head to the dock for some fries? The elite of the four villages, observing from a distance, stared blankly at the battlefield, sensing that the situation had become increasingly dire. Everyone, remain calm. I have already informed our village's leader. They should arrive shortly. Unfortunately, the distance from the Hidden Mist village makes it unlikely for them to reach us in time. Not to worry, the Earth Country, Wind Country, and Lightning Country should arrive promptly. Although the elite Jonin were now leaderless, They were all seasoned ninja, swiftly reaching out for assistance from the earth, lightning, and wind countries. In the earth country's Tsuchikage office, Shurhei sprang to his feet upon receiving the intelligence. What? They actually managed to defeat Madara? Now we must contend with Hashirama Senju? He slapped his forehead, foreseeing the impending outbreak of a ninja world war. Grandfather, we must rescue our teacher. Anoki urgently interjected. Shurhei solemnly nodded and immediately led a team to the scene. A similar scene unfolded in the Wind Country and Lightning Country, where the Kage of both villages decisively took charge, dispatching troops to provide assistance. On the battlefield, damn it, I can't maintain this technique for long. We need to think of another way. Hozuki Mangetsu shouted to Mu, Shaman, and the second Raikage. Meanwhile, Mu was anxiously contemplating his predicament. He regretted not leaving a clone outside, which would have prevented their current vulnerability. It's over. We're doomed, Shaman muttered, his face pale as a sheet, his lips trembling in despair. Having just fought fiercely against Uchiha Madara, he was already worn and battered. Now, facing Hashirama Senju, such a formidable foe, felt like a nightmare. Attack him? Shaman exclaimed. Madara at least seems to have a health bar, while Hashirama appears to have only a progress bar. Coughing, the second Raikage struggled to kneel, his body swaying from injuries sustained during the battle. He had been severely hurt by Madara's counterattack, breathing heavily, his tattered clothes stained dark red with blood. Sighing, Hozuki Mangetsu noticed the lack of fighting spirit in his companions. His once proud steam puppets had been rendered useless, and he lamented that if they hadn't been destroyed, he could have summoned them once more. Mu, it wouldn't be so bad to die together with you, he said, patting Mu's shoulder. Upon hearing the word die, Mu shuddered violently. What are you talking about? I can't die? No, I refuse to die. He trembled, realizing he must survive. He was aware of the narrative. There was no way he could perish like this, even in such seemingly hopeless circumstances. No, even in despair, there remains a glimmer of hope. Summoning technique. Mu suddenly raised his head, swiftly forming hand signs to summon a crow. Can you help me gather chakra? He asked the 8-foot-tall bird. Without hesitation, the bird perched on Mu's shoulder, assisting him in rapidly gathering chakra, while Mu himself began to accumulate energy. Outside, Hashirama Senju coldly observed the 4 individuals below. Upon noticing their continued resistance, he clapped his hands together, preparing to deliver a final blow. Would release, Forest of Death. With a thunderous roar, numerous vines ensnared and began to assault the water barrier created by Hozuki Mangetsu. It's over, he thought, closing his eyes to accept the impending reality of death. Yet, at that moment, Mu slowly picked up a stone from the ground. Closing his eyes, he crushed the stone with one hand. No, it's not over yet. Dust release, column of the world. As Mu's voice echoed, a radiant beam of light surged skyward. The barrier was torn asunder like a sword slicing through the heavens, producing a piercing shriek in the air. Those colossal trees disintegrated from roots to crowns at the moment they came into contact with the light, transforming into countless glowing particles. Wherever the light shone, the trees were disassembled into atomic states, disappearing into dust, resulting in a widespread explosion that obliterated the forest previously created by Hashirama. The beam illuminated the battlefield, revealing Mu soaring through the air, one hand raised to support the dust release, with the divine 8-foot crow perched on his shoulder, its bandages fluttering in the wind. In that moment, it felt as if a deity had descended to battle, accompanied by the divine crow. This technique is formidable. Is it powered by that summoning beast? Hashirama mused, momentarily taken aback by Mu's unexpected display of strength amidst despair. Fellow heirs of the villages, do not yield easily. We are the inheritors of our clans, and we must possess an iron will. Do not give up lightly. To do so would be true failure. We can die fighting, but we shall not wait passively for death. Mu proclaimed as his voice resonated across the battlefield. Mu-sama. The elite observers from the 4 countries gazed in astonishment at this scene. Their leader had seemingly given up, yet Mu continued to rise. Mu-sama. This is the dust release of Mu-sama. Even wood release pales in comparison. He has reached the state of nothingness, transforming rock into boulder with his intellect. He has taken on the full responsibility of a Kage, the founder of the Will of Stone. He will persevere on the path toward it. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure Umbu had become a commentary team, excitedly explaining Mu's prowess to the ninja from the other 3 countries. Hozuki Mangetsu gazed in awe at Mu, who soared in the sky, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He felt an urge to join Mu as a subordinate. You always manage to step up at critical moments. Hey, Mu, are you trying to take all the glory for yourself? Don't forget about me, Hozuki Mangetsu. He shouted. Hashirama Senju, I'll hold you down. With a series of water iron cannon techniques, he shattered the surrounding wood release. Hozuki Mangetsu gradually stood up, invigorated by Mu's encouragement. Shaman and the second Raikage also reignited their fighting spirit. Yes, I hail from the cloud-hidden village in the high mountains. I cannot easily give up. The second Raikage reignited his lightning chakra mode. In that case, what else can I say? I will sink the ninja world. Shaman strained to rise. And the four of them reassembled, standing side by side. Yes, we will sink the ninja world. They once more faced Hashirama Senju. Observing their renewed resolve, Hashirama felt a twinge of sadness, yet the battle would not cease. Wood release, forest of death. Hashirama clapped his hands again, attempting to utilize wood release to ensnare them. Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu stood back to back, one employing dust release while the other utilized water iron cannon techniques. Let us see who can shoot more, Hozuki Mangetsu declared, unleashing a barrage of water iron cannon techniques. No one wants to compete with you, Mu retorted, his expression darkening as he unleashed dust release, obliterating the encroaching wood release. For today, I will post 2 updates. I love you all, and I sincerely thank the readers who sent gifts. Chapter 31, The Heirs of the Kage, Part 2. There was no time to mourn Uchiha Madara's defeat. Next to appear was the one without a health bar, the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, the wielder of wood release, husband of Uzumaki Mido, elder brother of Senju Tobarama, and the dearest friend of the Shura of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. On the battlefield, Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu cleared the waves of wood release, while Mu also aided the Raikage and Shaman. Without warning, Mu rapidly formed a clone with astonishing speed, leaving everyone astonished. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the split entity to rush towards the battlefield to assist the second Raikage and Shaman in their combat. Lord Wu, Lord Shaman, please lend me your strength. Let us devise a way to strike down Senju Hashirama. The second Raikage's voice was deep and resolute. All right. Upon hearing the Raikage's call, Shaman immediately responded. He skillfully manipulated his sand, unleashing it like a torrential storm, surging madly towards Senju Hashirama. The grains of sand moved swiftly, swirling in the air to form a massive wave that engulfed Hashirama. Next, witness my light and heavy rock technique. Seeing the unfolding scene, Wu promptly unleashed his unique skill, the light and heavy rock technique. With hands forming seals and chanting incantations, a powerful force erupted from his being. Simultaneously, Wu cleverly utilized the dustless mist to conceal himself in the shadows, quietly positioning himself behind the second Raikage. This way, he could not only better observe the battlefield but also deliver a surprise attack on Senju Hashirama at a critical moment. Sensing Wu's presence, the Raikage's lips curled into a confident smile. Clenching his fists, all his strength surged forth in that instant, making him feel extraordinarily light, as if he could effortlessly take flight. Senju Hashirama, sharp-eyed and quick to react, swiftly evaded the oncoming sand wave with a flash of his body, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Following this, Hashirama pressed his hands down forcefully, unleashing a torrent of powerful wood release chakra. The wood release forest surged. In an instant, countless massive trees erupted like a verdant ocean, crashing violently against the rolling sand wave. A thunderous roar resounded, as if the very fabric of the world was being torn apart. The clash of sand and trees stirred up clouds of dust and wood shavings, obscuring the battlefield from view. Amidst the chaos, a brilliant flash of lightning suddenly pierced the darkness. It was the second Raikage. With astonishing speed, he executed the lightning body flicker technique, appearing beside Senju Hashirama like a bolt of lightning. Lightning release, thunder torrent, he shouted, as a violent surge of lightning energy coalesced between his hands. The lightning struck forth like a roaring dragon, hurtling towards Hashirama with such speed it seemed to teleport, almost colliding with Hashirama's face in an instant. Facing such a fierce assault, Senju Hashirama remained expressionless, not even glancing at the ferocious lightning. Wood release, ranking technique. He murmured softly while forming hand seals, unleashing another powerful wave of wood release chakra. The already immense forest began to tremble violently, as countless thick branches intertwined as if alive, forming an impregnable wooden wall. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed as the thunder torrent crashed against the wood release ranking technique. Yet astonishingly, despite the overwhelming power of the torrent, the ranking technique stood firm and unyielding. This is remarkably sturdy. Observing from behind the second rakeage, Wu couldn't help but feel astonished. He recalled that in the original tale, this ranking technique was capable of withstanding the tailed beast bomb and Uchiha Madara's strikes. Whoosh! With a sound of slicing air, Senju Hashirama's figure suddenly appeared at the second rakeage side. His speed was like lightning, accompanied by a chilling sound of the air being sliced. The rakeage had no time to react. His pupils dilated in shock as Hashirama's fist, imbued with surging blue chakra, slammed into him like a cannonball. Boom! The impact was tremendous, sending the second rakeage and Wu flying as if they were kites severed from their strings, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. This, Senju Hashirama's strength, is astonishing. The rakeage struggled to rise, feeling as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, agony coursing through him as he stared incredulously at Hashirama. He had believed Hashirama's prowess lay solely in his wood release, yet he had underestimated the sheer ferocity of his physical strength. The force of that punch was beyond his imagination, surpassing even 50 years of grueling training in the hidden cloud. If one dared to claim that Hashirama had not taken enhancements, even they would not believe it. Wu also gritted his teeth slightly. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who might become arrogant and careless, allowing openings, Hashirama was different. He was undeniably powerful, yet exuded an aura of caution. However, Senju Hashirama's onslaught did not cease. His figure surged forward like a tempest, denying the rakeage even a moment to breathe. Huh! Hashirama roared, delivering another fierce punch to the rakeage's chest. This blow was even more potent than the last, sending the rakeage hurtling once more. Puff! The remnants of the rakeage's garments burst apart under the tremendous force, scattering like confetti. His body was driven deep into the ground, as if struck by a cannonball. Whoosh! Hashirama's relentless assault continued like a torrential storm, granting the rakeage no respite. He followed up with a swift kick aimed directly at the rakeage's forehead. The speed was blinding, the power overwhelming. The rakeage felt an impending sense of doom wash over him, engulfed by fear. What the hell? Is he out to kill me? If that kick connected, it would undoubtedly mean his demise. At this critical moment, the figure of Kagaya Otsutsuki suddenly shouted, "Water release, water dragon technique." With a swift motion, he conjured a powerful torrent, forming a giant water dragon that lunged ferociously towards Senju Hashirama. Undeterred by the fierce water dragon, Hashirama emanated a green glow, summoning a colossal wooden dragon that coiled protectively around him. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With a roar, the wooden dragon surged forth like an arrow, colliding fiercely with the water dragon. A thunderous roar erupted as the two colossal dragons clashed. Roar! Boom! In an instant, water splashed and shockwaves rolled, as if the entire battlefield was being torn asunder by the immense impact. However, the water dragon, being merely a water-based ninjutsu, could not possibly withstand Hashirama's formidable wood release. At the moment of collision, the water dragon was effortlessly torn apart as if made of paper. Subsequently, the wooden dragon opened its massive jaws, mercilessly devouring the remnants of the water dragon. With its appetite sated, the wooden dragon's power surged, roaring with unparalleled ferocity as it charged towards Kagaya Otsutsuki like a blazing meteor. Dust release, world separation technique. While in flight, he swiftly waved his hands, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that struck the wooden dragon directly. As the light flashed, the massive dragon's form seemed cleaved in two by an invisible blade, its body fragmenting and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In that fleeting moment, the second rakeage, who had been lying on the ground, along with the split entity, seized the opportunity to leap up vigorously. Taking advantage of this rare interval, they swiftly distanced themselves from Senju Hashirama. Chapter 32, The Heirs of Shadows, Part 2, The Sandstorm Burial. Shaman simultaneously exerted his power, manipulating the sand once more, enveloping a multitude of explosive tags as he charged towards Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's gaze sharpened, and he quickly formed hand seals. Wood release, birth of the world tree. In an instant, sturdy trees erupted from the ground, forming green barriers that firmly obstructed the sandstorm laden with explosive tags. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly, with dust and wood chips flying through the air. Yet, Hashirama's would-release defense stood resilient as a rock, unyielding against the ferocious assault. Indeed, Hashirama was as formidable as his reputation suggested. His chakra was as boundless as the ocean. Observing this, Shaman furrowed his brow, secretly pondering how Hashirama lived up to his legendary status. He had unleashed 2 large-scale sandstorms, and his chakra was nearing depletion, while Hashirama seemed utterly unscathed. At that moment, Hashirama, using the cover of the trees, suddenly appeared before Shaman, delivering a powerful punch. Shaman reacted swiftly, sidestepping while simultaneously shaping the sand into a sharp blade. Thrusting it towards Hashirama, Hashirama effortlessly evaded, then unleashed would-release again, causing numerous vines to erupt from the ground, ensnaring Shaman tightly. Shaman struggled desperately, employing all his strength to break free from the tenacious vines that coiled around him. However, no matter how hard he fought, he could not budge the seemingly delicate yet remarkably sturdy would-release. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. If he could not escape this predicament swiftly, the consequences would be dire. As expected, Hashirama gathered his strength and launched a devastating punch. Shaman was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He did not possess the physical constitution of the Raikage, and such a blow could shatter him into pieces. Just then, a furious shout rang out, "You shall not pass." It was Akatsuki's Hozuki Mangetsu. Seeing Shaman, the sole control-type ninja in their team, in peril, he acted without hesitation. Unleashing his ultimate technique, a massive white steam doll surged forth like lightning, charging directly at Hashirama. With a roar, the steam doll's elbow collided violently with Hashirama, triggering an intense steam explosion. In an instant, the powerful shockwave sent Hashirama flying like a cannonball, while the surrounding sand and wood were incinerated by the roaring steam. Even Shaman was not spared, suffering burns from the scalding steam. "I apologize, I cannot control the range of my attack," Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed hurriedly. Shaman gritted his teeth against the pain, nodding in acknowledgement, a wry smile forming on his lips. "I should be thanking you. It's better than losing my life." He glanced at his scalded side, silently resolving that if he survived this ordeal, he would tattoo over the unsightly scar on his body. Observing that both Shaman and Hozuki Mangetsu were unharmed, a great weight lifted from his heart. In this 4-member team, the absence of any one individual would pose immense challenges. Boom, boom, boom. Hozuki Mangetsu, in tandem with the steam doll, relentlessly dismantled Hashirama's would-release defenses. In the sky, the split entity began to shift its focus to attacking Hashirama. Would-release, arrival of the world tree. Would-release, sea of trees. Would-release, flowering tree realm. In a light-hearted exchange, Hashirama effortlessly conjured a vast expanse of trees, easily compensating for those that had just been destroyed. Truly troublesome. The split entity was at a loss. This guy's chakra was indeed as vast as the sea, akin to a tailed beast. Suddenly, a hand silently grasped the split entity's hand. "Do not give up. We are all still here. Steadfast and unyielding, we are the heirs of shadows. Is that not what you taught us?" Hozuki Mangetsu said with a resolute smile, tightly holding the split entity's hand. "Indeed, do not relent. We are the heirs of shadows. Behind us lies the village, for the sake of the village." At that moment, the second Raikage placed a hand on the split entity's shoulder. In the face of adversity, one must be bold. In challenging times, remain composed. Shaman nodded firmly. Encouraged by their words, the split entity reaffirmed his determination. "Thank you all." He closed his eyes. "The world may wish to see us crushed like insects beneath the mighty Susanoo, but I refuse. I will witness our ascent, shattering the facade of the dual divine filters. We are not mere supporting characters. We are the protagonists of our respective villages. Today, I shall challenge the heavens." With renewed focus, the split entity gathered his chakra, channeling it with vigor. "All right, let us strike." Hozuki Mangetsu commanded the steam doll to charge towards Hashirama once more, while Shaman shaped the sand into a massive pointed cone. Launching a fierce attack against Hashirama, the second Raikage transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards Hashirama. Faced with the onslaught from the four, Hashirama maintained his composure. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning more would-release techniques. In an instant, wood dragons, wooden figures, and wooden walls emerged, blocking each of their attacks. However, the four coordinated seamlessly, their assault relentless, forcing Hashirama to give his all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mangetsu, coordinate with me. The Reikage bellowed. Hozuki Mangetsu immediately understood, synchronizing the steam doll with the second Reikage for a close-quarters assault on Hashirama. Shaman preemptively arranged the sand, while the split entity utilized dust release, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Boom! The explosions and thunderclaps created by the steam doll and the second Reikage reverberated through the air. As Hashirama retreated, he countered with wood release, all the while remaining vigilant of the hidden split entity. Despite this, Hashirama still retained the upper hand throughout the battle. Suddenly, Hashirama felt his feet sink, and in an instant, quicksand ensnared his leg. Now, the second Reikage and the steam doll attacked simultaneously. Hashirama's pupils constricted at this distance. He had no time to evade and could only brace himself. Thud! The second Reikage's fist struck Hashirama's chest, shattering his armor and sending his hair flying. Take this. Hozuki Mangetsu swiftly formed seals, guiding the steam doll to deliver a punch to Hashirama's abdomen. Simultaneously, Hozuki Mangetsu swiftly formed seals. This was originally an unprepared technique for the split entity, but now it was directed at Hashirama. Secret technique. Steam doll heavy liquid pressure technique. In an instant, the steam doll rapidly shrank, while Hashirama felt his abdomen swell. The split entity watched in shock from above. This technique was terrifying. As a master of ninjutsu, he quickly discerned its principle. It was simple. Replace Hashirama's body with the steam doll, allowing the doll to transfer its internal energy into Hashirama, causing him to swell and ultimately explode in place of the steam doll. The steam doll was essentially a gas canister. Injecting the gas into a body would result in an internal explosion. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, rain began to fall from the sky. Hozuki Mangetsu slowly succumbed to exhaustion, gasping for breath, a smile gracing his lips. I have slain a god. Chapter 33, The Heirs of Shadows, Finale. Well done. Hozuki Mangetsu. The second Reikage exclaimed, exhilarated. We did it. We have triumphed. Shaman's expression was one of intense agitation, while Wu in the sky wore a solemn countenance. No, this chakra is a manifestation of sage arts. Having cultivated natural energy, Wu was acutely sensitive to this sage chakra. With a thunderous roar, an explosion unleashed a shockwave that swept through the surroundings like a tempest, enveloping everything in a haze of dust and obscuring the sun. As the remnants of the explosion gradually subsided and the smoke began to dissipate, onlookers anxiously observed the unfolding scene. Finally, as the smoke cleared entirely, the sight revealed left everyone with an expression of sheer horror. Amidst the lingering mist, Senju Hashirama stood resolute. Beneath him lay the shattered remains of the steam doll created by Kagaya's moonlight. His attire was tattered, and his once formidable armor had vanished. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, with blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the earth beneath him in a gruesome display. Yet, even more astonishing was the sight of that wound healing at an astonishing rate. What on earth? Is this fellow truly human? The second Reikage could no longer contain his composure, clenching his fists and exclaiming in fury. He had witnessed Hashirama nearly cleaved in half, yet here he was, still alive. You expect me to believe you haven't activated something? This is unbelievable. Kagaya's moonlight's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips quivering. Is this even possible? The damage I painstakingly inflicted healed in mere seconds? What kind of joke is this? If you told me Hashirama had activated some secret technique, I would believe you. But this Hashirama isn't even pretending. You're so formidable, yet you still chose to defend against us? Why not just withstand it head-on? Shaman's expression darkened, exclaiming, this is absurd. This wheelchair ninja, Hashirama, tell me the truth. Did you find amusement in your own actions? Wu, suspended in midair, struggled to maintain his composure. It appeared he would need to rely on his dust release. Among the assembled shadows, only he possessed the opportunity to eliminate Hashirama once and for all. Only dust release could obliterate Hashirama in a single strike, turning him to atomic particles before he could recover. During the recent battle, Wu had distinctly sensed that the majority of Hashirama's attention was focused solely on him, rendering him unable to act. It seemed that while Hashirama appeared to engage the other three, his true vigilance was directed only towards Wu. However, managing to contend with Sage Mode was no trivial matter. Wu watched anxiously as Hashirama transitioned into Sage Mode. Cough, cough. Hashirama's body restored itself at an alarming speed. This can't continue. That fellow is a formidable adversary. His gaze remained fixated on the sky. Although he had been battling the other three, their attacks posed no real threat to his life. The genuine peril had always been Wu, lurking in the shadows. Hashirama held no fear of fearsome figures like Kagaya's Moonlight or the Second Tsuchikage. His true concern lay with the venomous serpent hidden in the dark, Wu. Should he be bitten, he would suffer severe injury, or worse, be vaporized on the spot. Dust release was a perilous technique. A mere brush could inflict harm, and a direct hit would spell disaster. This was precisely why he had refrained from using the wooden golems. Their large target made them easy prey for Wu's dust release. Summoning them would only deplete his chakra. Against such an agile foe, it would significantly diminish his agility and leave him vulnerable to being toyed with. The wooden golems could contend with Madara's Susanoo. But the individuals below were not to be underestimated. Each was highly mobile and adept at positioning themselves. Summoning wooden golems would be akin to painting a target on his back. It would be better to engage in solo combat, avoiding being outmaneuvered by them. Hashirama formed seals, and soon 16 wooden clones appeared around him. Wu's expression shifted dramatically while airborne. He seemed to grasp Hashirama's intentions. Subsequently, Hashirama assigned each clone to battle one of the foes, creating a 4-to-1 scenario. Isn't this just what you wanted? Now it's 4 against 1. With 4 wooden clones of Hashirama facing off against 1. Among them, 4 wooden clones remained fixated on Wu, their target unmistakably clear. Upon entering Sage Mode, Hashirama's perceptive abilities had indeed heightened. Wu marveled at Hashirama's capacity to broadly sense his position. Though he couldn't pinpoint it accurately, he could approximate Wu's location. To evade detection, Wu would have to remain completely still. Any movement would reveal his general whereabouts. But standing still was no different from being trapped. As he faced the wooden clones, Kagaya's Moonlight, Shaman, and the Second Tsuchikage once again wore expressions of dread. Facing one was already arduous. How could they possibly contend with 4? This is absurd. How can we fight this? Kagaya's Moonlight lamented, his countenance grim. His ninjutsu relied heavily on teamwork, particularly since he would enter a weakened state following the use of his steam techniques. In this 4-to-1 situation, weakened as he was, victory seemed impossible. Wu found himself in a difficult position as well. However, he recalled the words, "Heaven does not forsake the desperate." He remembered the original narrative, where the 5 Kage faced 25 Susanoo. His situation was comparatively better. He could draw inspiration from Inoki's tactics. That old man managed to wipe out 25 Susanoo in one go. As his pupil, possessing sage arts, he too could eliminate 16 wooden clones. Originally intended to conclude in 3 chapters, but it seems insufficient. I will continue tomorrow with 3 updates. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed readers for their generous gifts. Chapter 34, Kakuzu. Thus, it is time for me, Takigakure's Kakuzu, to make my entrance. At this moment, a masked man gripped a long blade, his gaze fixed intently on the distant figures of Hashirama and the 4 second-generation Kage. His name was Kakuzu, and his village had dispatched him on a seemingly impossible mission to assassinate Hashirama. Upon receiving this assignment, Kakuzu had been taken aback. Nonetheless, he was a man willing to sacrifice anything for his village. Resolutely, he penned his farewell letter and set forth on the task of assassinating Hashirama. However, upon leaving the village, Kakuzu discovered that the elite masters of the 5 great shinobi villages were all present, engaged in battle within the borders of the land of waterfalls. Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Perhaps he could seize a kill amidst the chaos, making a name for himself. Gathering his chakra, Kakuzu steeled himself. Just as the 4 second-generation Kage found themselves in dire straits, Kakuzu's figure suddenly surged forth. His shadowy form executed a series of instantaneous movements, brandishing his blade as he charged at Hashirama. The 4 second-generation Kage and Hashirama were all taken aback. What? Who is this subordinate? How can he be so valiant? Is he from your village's Umbu? Or perhaps an elite jonin from your village? Kagaya's Moonlight, the Second Tsuchikage, and Shaman exchanged bewildered glances. Wu, hovering in the air, immediately recognized Kakuzu. The assassination attempt on Hashirama was genuine. Wu recalled from memory that a figure named Kakuzu from Takigakure would one day attempt to assassinate Hashirama. He had previously thought it absurd. Surely Takigakure wouldn't consider deploying a jonin against the god of shinobi? Yet, it was indeed true. Takigakure's higher-ups, are you awake? Hashirama. Remember this. The man who seeks to assassinate you is named Kakuzu. Prepare to receive my strike. Jiaodo bellowed fiercely. his sharp blade aimed directly at the center of Senju Hashirama's brow. What on earth is this? Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in shock, instinctively launching a punch. Bang! Accompanied by the explosive sound of chakra, Jiao Do was sent flying backward. The 4 second-generation Kage exclaimed, Senju Hashirama, hey, can you please refrain from complicating matters? Ugh, this is already troublesome enough. At this moment, Kisame Hashigaki could barely contain his laughter. Immediately voicing his thoughts. How does this guy have the confidence to believe he can take down Senju Hashirama alone? We might not even be able to defeat him. The second Raikage couldn't help but chime in. Jiao Do is indeed a character. I, Shaman, have taken note of that. What kind of rebellious drink did you consume to dare attempt such a feat? He muttered under his breath. Here we are, for Elite Kage. And we might not even be able to defeat Senju Hashirama. Yet you, a mere jonin, come charging in to assassinate him? Oh, how impressive you are. Senju Hashirama's expression darkened. Damn it, I thought this was some elaborate scheme by the 4 second-generation Kage, but it turns out he's just an ordinary jonin. Was this fellow truly not here for comic relief? Jiao Do, having been knocked back, landed awkwardly on the ground and struggled to rise, his expression grim. That punch nearly sent his insides flying. It seemed he had not consumed enough of that rebellious drink. Upon returning to his village, he must indulge in it further. Cough. Cough. No, children, run. Jiao Do immediately activated the substitution technique and made a swift escape. However, in summary, Jiao Do had still gained something, fame. From that day forth, he boasted to everyone about his past exploits alongside the 4 Kage and his encounter with Senju Hashirama. In the Land of Fire, Senju Tobarama led the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan back into their territory. Lord Tobarama, Lord Hashirama is in battle. Why do you not assist him? Inquired the representative of the Uzumaki clan. Senju Tobarama shook his head helplessly. Alas, my brother does not wish to see me. Senju Tobarama understood that his brother's dismissal stemmed from anger over his secrecy regarding the assassination of Uchiha Madara. If your sibling allied with outsiders to slay your closest friend, who wouldn't harbor resentment and create distance? Senju Hashirama had a good temperament, yet it didn't mean he could tolerate such actions. The last time Tobarama sought to eliminate Uchiha Madara during the tumultuous era, his brother's gaze had dissuaded him from that course of action. Now that a village had been established, and with Uchiha Madara's defection, he had chosen to ally with others to eliminate him. What shall we do next? The Uzumaki representative inquired. Prepare for battle. If my brother slays those 4, the 4 great shinobi villages will likely declare war on Konoha and the Uzumaki. Senju Tobarama sighed. In his eyes, the killing of those 4 was a foregone conclusion. Now, he needed to prepare for the impending declaration of war from the 4 great shinobi villages. What about the 9 Tails? Let it remain in Konoha for now. On another battlefield, the incident with Jiao Do was but a minor interlude, providing a brief respite in an otherwise tense atmosphere. Swish, swish, swish. Senju Hashirama's wood clones rapidly advanced toward Kisame Hashigaki, Shaman, and the second Raikage, while the remaining 4 focused on the entity known as Mu, who was enveloped in a dust mist. Why are so many people watching over me? Mu thought, feeling the immense threat his dust release posed in Senju Hashirama's eyes. However, he had left a clone behind with the Raikage. Perhaps that could be of use. After acquiring Sage techniques, Mu's clone could also wield dust release, effectively enhancing his power by at least half. We must find a way to regroup and avoid fighting separately. Kisame urged urgently. The others nodded in agreement, and the trio began to coordinate their attacks. As Senju Hashirama's wood clones began to converge, the second Raikage Mu initiated his assault. Dust release, disintegration technique. Mu emerged from his dust mist state, conjuring a massive cubic dust release. Senju Hashirama's pupils constricted. What is happening? Have I miscalculated? Hadn't Mu been under his sensory perception? Reflecting on Tobarama's earlier assessment, the thought of there are 2 Mus echoed in Hashirama's mind. He had long suspected that there were indeed 2. His battle intelligence was not lacking. The surprise stemmed from the fact that the one below had also unleashed dust release. From the battle, it became clear that there were 2 Mus. One was the main body, and the other a clone, with only the main body capable of utilizing dust release. He had focused on the one in the sky, assuming it was the main body, believing that as long as he kept it in check, he would be safe. The one below was merely a clone, and thus, not a credible threat. However, the clone had just unleashed dust release. Could it be that the one he was observing was the clone, while the one below was the main body? No, He distinctly remembered the muse in the sky had also executed dust release. Had Mu performed a sleight of hand while he was distracted? Chapter 35, A Fiery Clash. Senju Hashirama felt his head spinning. The battle with Madara had been straightforward, both of them acting as berserkers. This situation was different. The four adversaries below were all strategic masterminds akin to Tobirama. Had Mu been aware of Hashirama's analysis, he would have nodded in agreement. Yet, Hashirama's intelligence was somewhat outdated. If he lacked sage techniques, his strategy would have been sound. He could keep an eye on the main body while the clone provided support. But Hashirama was misinformed. Given that both could employ dust release, it became evident that the one below was the main body. Senju Hashirama swiftly redirected his focus, launching an attack toward the one below. Meanwhile, the Mu in the sky rapidly activated dust release, obliterating the four wood clones of Senju Hashirama. Dust release, disintegration technique. Mu's form materialized. While unleashing dust release, his body naturally exited the dust mist state. Wood release, wood clone technique. The four wood clones attempted to defend themselves. But against the true damage of dust release, they were annihilated along with the wood clone technique. Startled, Senju Hashirama realized he had misjudged the situation. Both could indeed employ dust release. In light of this, he felt compelled to resort to a certain technique. Hashirama hesitated. He had never even used this move against Madara due to its immense chakra cost. The technique in question was the true Thousand Hands, Ascension of the Buddha. This technique had yet to be witnessed by Madara. Ultimately, Hashirama concluded that it wasn't yet time. He had yet to reveal the trump card of the true Thousand Hands. Mighty Fist. As Mu executed dust release, Hashirama seized his opportunity. In sage mode, Hashirama's speed was akin to that of a sage. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Mu's side. Mu's pupils narrowed. So fast. Boom. With Hashirama's powerful strike, Mu was sent tumbling backward. Simultaneously, Shaman hastily maneuvered sand to catch Mu. I have little chakra left, Mu panted, forced to dispel his clone to conserve chakra. Even with the 8-span crow on his shoulder, chakra was draining rapidly. Senju Hashirama's sage mode, akin to a sage's perception, allowed him to clearly discern that the chakra of the individuals below was dwindling. His expression stern. He cast a cold gaze over the group and declared, "You shall take your own lives." His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in their ears. Immediately thereafter, Senju Hashirama raised his voice once more, proclaiming, "I swear by the name of Hokage that as long as you choose to end your own lives, I shall not lay a hand on your ninja village. The law does not punish the masses. Your villagers are innocent." His words resonated across the vast battlefield, imbued with an undeniable authority. However, those gathered below felt a heavier weight upon their hearts upon hearing his declaration. Uchiha Obito's gaze sharpened slightly as he pondered. He was quite familiar with Senju Hashirama. Indeed, Hashirama possessed a heart filled with great love. He would not blame an entire ninja village for the transgressions of a single individual, just as he had embraced the Uchiha clan when Uchiha Madara betrayed them. Hashirama had not sought to annihilate the Uchiha due to Madara's actions. Obito mused that perhaps Hashirama spoke the truth from his heart. Yet, the likes of Ao, Shaman, and the second Raikage clearly disagreed. Humph, what nonsense. Ao retorted angrily. True failure lies in surrender. We shall not yield like cowards. The second Raikage scoffed at Hashirama's suggestion, clearly dismissing it. Shaman and the second Raikage echoed this sentiment, expressing their disbelief in Hashirama's promises, deeming them mere fabrications. Obito, though aware that Hashirama spoke sincerely, clung to the hope of survival. He would not resort to self-termination. After all, had he fought thus far merely to perish? With that in mind, he resolved to continue the battle. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. Wood release, wooden golem jutsu. Hashirama recognized that their chakra reserves were dwindling, and knowing Obito's dust release could be used only a few more times, he promptly initiated the wood golem and wood dragon techniques. Boom. A towering wooden giant, rivaling the Susanoo in stature, rose from the ground, resembling an immovable mountain. Its head bore an ancient demonic visage, exuding an aura that instilled terror. The wooden giant took colossal strides towards Obito and his companions, each step causing the earth to tremble, while the wood dragon coiled around it. Meanwhile, on a distant hill where spectators had gathered, one mist ninja, chewing on fries, mumbled, "Hasn't this battle raged for an entire day and night? Is it still ongoing?" Indeed, they are still fighting. Chakra fluctuations persist, nodded a member of the Iwagakure, his eyes unwavering from the battlefield. Shouldn't we lend a hand? The mist ninja queried, hastily swallowing a mouthful of fries. Do you believe we can intervene in such a battle? The Iwagakure replied, casting him a disapproving glance. A nameless Takigakure jounin just flew away after a single encounter, like a leaf tossed aside. As the conversation continued, the Iwagakure-umbu's gaze fell upon the mist ninja's fries, his eyes lighting up with desire. You rascal, when did you buy fries? I'm starving. Let me have a taste. Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged at the mist ninja, snatching the fries and shoving them into his mouth. Well, this is the land of water. You can find food at the docks just a few kilometers away. The mist ninja continued leisurely munching on his fries. Hey, what about the ninjas from Sunagakure and Kumogakure? The Iwagakure suddenly inquired, scratching his head and scanning the surroundings. Just as he voiced his confusion, a rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, captivating his senses. He and the mist ninja exchanged curious glances. Upon closer inspection, they saw the Sunagakure and Kumogakure forces gathered around a massive barbecue grill, sizzling with various meats and vegetables. The delightful scent was emanating from their feast. Why didn't you call me for the barbecue? Why didn't you call me for the barbecue? Seeing this, the Iwagakure hurried over, grumbling. The mist ninja followed closely behind, soon arriving at the grill. Haha, I was just about to call you. I didn't want to disturb you while you were spectating, laughed the lead jounin of Kumogakure, welcoming them to join the barbecue revelry. Instantly, the previously scattered elite forces converged around the grill, some assisting in cooking, while others engaged in light-hearted banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. While the leaders of the four countries were embroiled in a life-and-death battle below, their elite forces enjoyed barbecue above, juxtaposing the intense tension of the fight with the joyous feast. How can you all eat barbecue while our leaders are battling? The Iwagakure exclaimed, though he continued to relish the skewers with delight. Humph. As the saying goes, the greatest pleasure is in feasting. A battle? One must eat well before engaging in such. The Kumogakure jounin replied, mouth smeared with sauce. Indeed, I concur. The Sunagakure jounin nodded vigorously, clutching a piece of pork. This is deer meat I caught nearby. It's half a year old, incredibly tender, paired with our secret sauce. You must try it. Delicious. No wonder Kumogakure thrives. Your provisions are splendid. That's life in the great ninja world, simple yet satisfying. Too bad the four leaders below cannot enjoy such delicacies. Perhaps you should send them some? And borrow some wood from Senju Hashirama for kindling? Ha ha. Laughter and merriment echoed among the elite ninja forces as they indulged in their feast. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. The elite ninjas were taken aback. Who dares to attack us? Each of them was a seasoned warrior. In an instant, four robed elders appeared before them. As they recognized the faces of these figures, shock swept through the elite forces. The newcomers were none other than the four top leaders of the ninja villages. The Iwagakure-s Ishikawa, Kumogakure-s First Raikage, Sunagakure-s Redo, and Kirigakure-s Hakuren had arrived. The elite ninjas, suddenly paralyzed by their presence, stood up straight, abandoning their meal. From amongst the crowd, the leader of the elite forces hastily stepped forward. My lord. The leaders of Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure all advanced to salute one another. The other three leaders remained respectful, while the Kumogakure leader, known for his fiery temperament, called out to the First Raikage, why did you break the barbecue grill? At this, the other three leaders could not help but express their admiration for such boldness. Is this the tradition of defiance? They chuckled. Well, the grilling was indeed commendable, the Sunagakure leader remarked, taking a bite of the skewer. Indeed, quite good. Here, Hakuren. You must try this. Ishikawa cheerfully offered a skewer to the somewhat disgruntled Hakuren beside him. Quite impressive. The grilling is commendable. Hakuren nodded in approval. With a grin, Ishikawa savored the barbecue. Humph. The First Raikage scoffed. I report to you all, we shall immediately join the battle. Four elite captains shouted loudly. We are heading into battle right now. The four shadows were flustered. It's all cooked. Are we not going to eat? Since we are here, what's the rush? You all are full, but we haven't eaten yet. The elderly cannot go hungry. We haven't had a morsel all day. Can't you show a bit of awareness? You four captains, light the fire for us and make room. We want to eat too. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve the dishes. Let the music play and the dance continue. And that half-year-old deer meat, let us have a taste. The four original shadows exchanged words and sat down together, joining the skewered food brigade. The expressions of the elite captains were strained, as they suspected that the others were merely here to steal their food. Boom, boom, boom. Gazing at the towering figure of Senju Hashirama, the four maintained their resolute gazes. Despite the apparent defeat, how could they let the dignity of being the heirs of the shadows falter? Just as they were about to unleash the dust release without preparation, a tailed beast ball shot straight towards Hashirama's wooden figure. Boom. Chapter 37. We arrived late. A tailed beast ball exploded right in front of Senju Hashirama. However, it did not inflict significant damage. It merely pushed the wooden figure back several meters. Hashirama furrowed his brow. A tailed beast ball. The four second-generation shadows below were equally startled, quickly looking towards the source of the attack. In the sky, two blood-red lights flickered. Gold horn, go. Silver horn, go. With the resounding voices, two muscular men wielding the Six Paths tools, cloaked in the chakra of the Nine Tails, stood directly in front of the four. It was indeed the Gold and Silver brothers. The second-generation Reikage exclaimed, recognizing at a glance that these two were from his village, Gold Horn and Silver Horn. How did they end up like this? Hozuki Mangetsu, upon hearing the second-generation Reikage, also recognized who they were. How did they come to possess the chakra of a tailed beast? Shaman's gaze sharpened as he studied the tailed beast cloaks on their bodies. Are you all right, my lords? The Gold and Silver brothers turned to the four, who were battered and exhausted. We are fine. I thought you perished in the battle with the Nine Tails. How are you still alive? The second-generation Reikage spoke in astonishment, having received word of their demise before leaving the village. Silence, Goldhorn replied. We survived by being swallowed by the Nine Tails, living off its flesh and gaining a modicum of power. Wait, you were swallowed? How did you get out? Hozuki Mangetsu asked, unable to suppress his morbid curiosity. The moment the question was posed, Goldhorn and Silverhorn's faces darkened. Damn it, must we bring up those unpleasant memories? How else could we get out? We were expelled from the Nine Tails' rear end, mixed with excrement. Enough with the unpleasant memories. If you mention it again, I swear I'll kill you. Silverhorn joked with a fierce grin. Oh, I am so frightened. Hozuki Mangetsu feigned fear, hiding behind Mu. Mu wore a face of exasperation, realizing that Hozuki Mangetsu was deliberately provoking them. If not for his formidable strength and towering height, he would have been beaten by now. Now is not the time for idle chatter. A great enemy approaches. Shaman urgently reminded. Indeed, since you are here, let us join forces against Senju Hashirama. The second-generation Reikage said, clenching his fist. Just then, a youthful voice called out, Teacher. They turned in surprise to see Oyama Moku racing towards them. What are you doing here? Oyama Moku placed his hands on his hips and smiled broadly. Not just me. Everyone is here. He then formed a hand sign. Ninja Alliance technique. In an instant, a multitude of ninjas from the hidden stone, mist, sand, and cloud villages appeared on the horizon, rushing towards them. Mu, Hozuki Mangetsu, Shaman, and the second-generation Reikage stared wide-eyed, astonished to see everyone had come together. Swish, 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 swish. For figures landed before the four. Shurhei, Hakuren, First Reikage, Retsudo, Earth Shadow, Lightning Shadow, Water Shadow, Wind Shadow. Despite their injuries, they continued to fight valiantly. Well done. Mu praised. Old man, why do you smell of barbecue? Shurhei raised an eyebrow. Unable to resist a jab. Shaman, your sand control techniques have improved remarkably. You could take up the mantle of Wind Shadow. Retsudo chuckled, patting Shaman on the shoulder. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Wind Shadow. Shaman replied, a hint of color returning to his face. Impressive. AI, you truly are the heir I have chosen. Possessing a will as fierce as lightning. The first Reikage and the second exchanged brotherly camaraderie with a fist bump. You all made it, Hozuki Mangetsu said, joyfully gazing at Hakuren, surprised that she had traveled across the sea from the lonely island. In the next moment, Hakuren landed 3 punches on Hozuki Mangetsu's head. How could I not come? You brought the elite of the village out. If you were to die here, the village would be left in ruins. Hozuki Mangetsu shielded his head in grievance. Hey, old man, while the other shadows praise me, why do you hit me? Hakuren huffed and replied, Hozuki Mangetsu, you may appear unreliable, but in times of danger, you are indeed dependable. Hey, Hozuki Mangetsu beamed with joy, realizing that the 4 major ninja villages had united to form the Ninja Alliance for their sake. Shaman lamented, we merely happened to cross paths. Hakuren, the old man, said proudly, haha, Why didn't you mention that we just happened to meet when we were eating barbecue? Sure, he teased. The ninja alliance behind them couldn't help but smile at this scene, unable to resist their amusement. All right, you all stand aside. The next battle is ours. The four shadows stepped forward to face Senju Hashirama directly. Mu observed the four shadows and the gathered ninja alliance, a smile creeping across his lips. Indeed, only when faced with a mightier foe do people unite. Just like today, unbeknownst to him, was he truly mistaken? Standing atop the wooden figure, Senju Hashirama's expression was complex. He had never anticipated that the union he had sought all along would manifest among the four great nations, nor that he himself would be the catalyst for this alliance. Was he truly the villain? To the astonishment of all, the four great nations united in a concerted effort to resist him. Senju Hashirama could not help but release a deep sigh, realizing that he appeared to be leading Konoha into war. Regardless of his ability to secure victory, the four nations would undoubtedly take action against Konoha. The current situation, though lacking a formal declaration of war, was far more severe than any official confrontation. If he were to halt his endeavors now, perhaps he could mitigate the impending disaster. Yet, the image of Madara haunted him. Senju Hashirama's gaze became distant, as if he could see through everything. In a moment of abstraction, he felt as though Madara was staring back at him. Madara had endured great misfortune since childhood. He had lost his brothers and his father, and his only remaining brother, Izuna, was slain by Tobirama. After the arduous task of village establishment, not only had he failed to become Hokage, but he was also ostracized and mistrusted by the very villagers he sought to protect, including his own clan members. The solitary friend he had was none other than Senju Hashirama. Chapter 38. The Great Unification of the Ninja World, Spiraling Shuriken. He was Madara's sole friend, his only brother. If he failed to avenge him, how would Madara perceive him in the Pure Land? Alas, to cease his quest for vengeance would be a betrayal to Madara. Yet, to persist in his vendetta would mean betraying the villagers, plunging the hard-won peace into chaos and war. Not merely a skirmish among ninja clans, but a full-scale conflict with the four great nations, leading to untold suffering once more. However, he could not forget Madara, his melancholic eyes, nor the gaze cast upon him moments before Madara's demise. After much contemplation, Senju Hashirama slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a sharp, killing intent emanated from his gaze. He had attained enlightenment. In the grand tapestry of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama discerned a singular truth: kill, eliminate them all, thoroughly and completely. This would not only alleviate pressure on the village, but also serve as retribution for Madara. Even against 1,000 foes, he would press onward. At that moment, Senju Hashirama made his decision. This time, he would diverge from the original narrative. He would not forsake Madara for the sake of the village. Rather, he would stand against the world for Madara. If he chose not to avenge him, the world might rejoice and avert conflict, yet one soul would remain wronged: Madara. He could not permit his dear friend to suffer indignation. Even if the world opposed their union, he would resolutely align himself with Madara. He owed too much to him. This time, even if the world stood against him, he would seek vengeance for Madara. Perhaps this was the true essence of a devoted friend. With a sharp clap of his hands, a surge of unprecedented chakra erupted forth. Senju Hashirama's sage visage deepened, his hair defying the wind. As chakra surged around him like a tempest, let the final battle commence. In an instant, the battlefield was transformed. Every face turned pale. This chakra exceeded the combined might of all present. Sage art, true thousands' hands. Accompanied by Senju Hashirama's deep voice, the earth trembled, rocks flew, and mountains crumbled. A colossal wooden manifestation of 1,000 hands arose, towering over the battlefield. Each finger was as robust as a great pillar, exuding an aura of invincibility. Each hand was the size of the 9 tails. The coalition of the 4 great nations was rendered speechless by this sudden appearance of the colossal Buddha, their formations in disarray. The 4 Kage standing at the forefront were equally astonished. Had they known he possessed such a trump card, they would have refrained from their earlier bravado. They had assumed they could weaken Senju Hashirama to the brink of defeat, only to emerge as victors in the end. Yet, they had underestimated him. The 4 Kage exchanged forlorn glances towards the rear, where a figure stood, Mew. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He had expected the 4 of them to unleash a formidable jutsu that could rival Senju Hashirama's Buddha, yet here they were, relying on him. This was not entirely the fault of the 4, Perhaps they could have held their own against a Hashirama devoid of his colossal Buddha, but now, with it in play, what chance did they have? Stone River could not help but glance at Mew, seeking guidance. The coalition of ninjas looked on, their expressions filled with despair. Senju Hashirama's Buddha cast an overwhelming shadow. Unless they had space-time ninjutsu, escape was futile, and they could only hope Mew possessed some hidden ace. I do not know, Mew responded, his eyes tightly shut. I cannot be certain my chakra will suffice. What if we contribute our chakra? Suddenly, two voices spoke in unison. Jean and Ian slowly placed their hands on Mew's shoulders, transferring their chakra to him. Mew's eyes widened. How could he have forgotten these two? Simultaneously, the eight-headed crow perched upon his shoulder began to supply chakra as well. In an instant, Mew's chakra was restored, and he entered sage mode. He clenched his fist tightly. Now he possessed 3 strategies to counter the foe: the 8-span mirror, the 10-point sword, and dust release. The 8-span mirror? No. If he used it to confront the true Thousand's hands, while the mirror may withstand the attack, he would likely be obliterated. The 10-point sword? No, it was too short. He would be struck down before he could seal the attack. Ultimately, Mew had no choice but to resort to dust release. With all his might, he prepared to unleash an expansive dust release, bolstered by sage mode. He felt confident. While it might not defeat Senju Hashirama outright, it could likely neutralize the true Thousand's hands. As the colossal Buddha began its assault, Mew summoned his clones. 2 Mew simultaneously clapped their hands. Sage art, dust release, double original world stripping technique. 2 enormous, multicolored beams erupted from Mew's hands, sweeping towards Senju Hashirama's true Thousand's hands. Buzz! Wherever the dust release traveled, space itself seemed to contort, reducing all matter to its primal state. The true Thousand's hands clashed violently with the dust release in midair, producing a deafening roar as energy storms raged, consuming everything in their vicinity. Bang! 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 Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, amplifying his chakra output, as the strength of the true Thousand's hands surged once more. Meanwhile, Mew, empowered by sage mode and the chakra of his allies, remained steadfast. The entire sky illuminated as their battle cast a bright glow, resembling daylight. The allied forces of the ninja world watched in astonishment and excitement. Was this truly the essence of a ninja's battle? Shouldn't it consist of ninjutsu followed by throwing shurikens and kunai? What was this spectacle? Were they witnessing the arrival of an otherworldly entity? Crack, crack, crack. Ah! Mew exerted greater effort, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet he did not cease his onslaught of dust release. Buzz! Buzz! Senju Hashirama's eyes widened as he beheld the approaching dust release. This was not good. The penetrating power of this technique was too formidable. Quantity would not prevail unless he targeted the core. However, the tide had turned. As Mew unleashed his desperate dust release, brilliance erupted in an instant. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their ears ringing. Their vision was obscured by flashes of light. When the brilliance and chaos dissipated, a great Buddha remained, though the once mighty pedestal and countless hands had been completely eradicated. A massive void appeared in the Buddha's chest, having been punctured by the dust release. Ha 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 ha. Senju Hashirama knelt upon the head of the Buddha, gasping for breath. He was truly running low on chakra. The true Thousand's hands had demanded an exorbitant amount. Meanwhile, Mew was not faring much better, nearly collapsing to the ground. His once white, gray bandages were now soaked in blood. His clones had also vanished due to excessive strain. He could not falter. Mew understood he must not allow Senju Hashirama to recover. Without pause, he began to gather chakra for a spiraling shuriken. Yet, just as he attempted to condense the chakra, he realized he lacked sufficient reserves. Smack! At that moment, a hand was placed beneath Wu's, offering support. I am here to assist you. This time, I truly intend for you to shine, so give it your all. Goezhong Huanyua, struggling to maintain his composure, managed a faint smile as he aided Wu in forming the spiraling sphere. And I too. The second Reikage stepped forward, channeling his chakra to assist. While our triumph may not hinge on our actions, our contributions will surely be felt. Shaman also placed his hand beneath, joining the effort. With the addition of the 4, the wind-style spiraling shuriken in Wu's grasp burgeoned in size, lifted high by the collective strength of the 4. Teacher, lower it a bit, I wish to help as well. The untrained Oyamuki exclaimed anxiously, standing on tiptoe. Thank you all. Let us name this technique the Sage Art. Super Ninja World Unity Spiraling Shuriken. Wu inhaled deeply, gazing at the increasingly colossal spiraling shuriken, a vibrant blend of colors embodying the attributes of water, lightning, and wind, harmonizing into a magnificent super spiraling shuriken through his unparalleled mastery. Senju Hashirama, prepare to receive. The four hurled the spiraling shuriken towards Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's pupils contracted as he attempted to utilize wood release to defend himself, but the extreme depletion of chakra, compounded by his weary state, caused the Sage mode to dissipate alongside the true Thousand Hands. The velocity of the spiraling shuriken, saturated with power, was far beyond his previous capabilities, rendering him unable to react in time. The fallen god of ninjas, you have nowhere to escape. Chapter 39. The conclusion with a thunderous roar that echoed through the night. The obsidian darkness was abruptly rent asunder by a blinding brilliance, illuminating the battlefield in its entirety. The Sage Art spiraling shuriken unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, surging forth with the might of a tempest, distorting the very air around it. The once majestic, solemn final Buddha crumbled before this terrifying force, reduced to a feeble sandcastle. The surface of the Buddha fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its form, until colossal stones cascaded down like rain. Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of the shockwave, the great Buddha was obliterated, disintegrating into a cloud of dust that scattered with the wind, leaving only a desolate ruin in its wake. As the enveloping smoke gradually dissipated, Senju Hashirama emerged before the gathered crowd. In that moment, he appeared utterly battered, stripped of his former grandeur and poise. The once proud crimson armor, emblematic of the warring states, lay in tatters, fragments fluttering helplessly in the breeze. His disheveled hair obscured his pallid, fatigued visage, sweat, blood, and grime mingling to create a picture of utter despair. The god of ninjas had fallen from grace. Hashirama knelt, trembling slightly, his hands pressed against the ground, struggling to breathe. His chest heaved violently. Though remnants of defiance and determination lingered in his gaze, they were overshadowed by an unmistakable exhaustion and pain. The recent battle had drained him entirely. With the last vestiges of his willpower, Hashirama slowly rose. This time, he chose not to attack, but instead staggered toward a wooden barrier he had erected to protect Madara. Madara, wait for me. I will join you. Each unsteady step he took seemed to conjure memories of the past. His gaze drifted through the battlefield, the smoke, the ravaged wood release, transcending time and space. Memories flickered before him like a lantern show. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Hashirama. I am Madara. Can I use you as a flotation device? Get lost. If there is any way to ensure our survival, it lies in our honest confrontation with the enemy, without concealment. Can we truly not be forthright with one another? Thank you, Madara. You are indeed a person of great loyalty. Do you remember the words we exchanged here in our youth? Let us build a village that belongs to us. It is time to name our village, Madara. Do you have any suggestions? The memories of yesteryear materialized before him like a slideshow. At that moment, a phantom of young Madara appeared before Hashirama, gazing at him quietly before slowly extending a hand. Tears streamed down Hashirama's cheeks as he tremulously raised his hand to meet the phantom's, merging their grasp in a poignant moment of connection. Though they were not born on the same day, they were destined to depart this world together. Tobarama, I entrust Konoha to you. I am departing. Hashirama collapsed to the ground, relinquishing his desire to flee. To perish alongside Madara felt rather fortuitous. He gently closed his eyes for the final time. Hashirama, it is over. At the moment of Hashirama's fall, Wu could no longer support himself and succumbed into unconsciousness, the raven on his shoulder breaking its contract. The depletion of chakra had rendered him unconscious. In truth, Wu had been on the brink of collapse long before, sustained solely by Sage mode, which now lifted, allowing the adverse effects to surge forth. Guizhong Huanyue's expression shifted as he hurried to support the fallen Wu, tightly pinching his pressure point and calling out to the ninja coalition behind him. Come quickly. Instantly, Oyamuki, the second Raikage, and Shaman's faces changed, rushing to assess Wu's condition. Bring our best medical ninjas immediately. The second Raikage shouted to the Cloud Ninja. Yes. Does Sand have any accompanying medical ninjas? Hurry. Shaman echoed to the Sand ninjas behind him. The four shadows exchanged glances, realizing that the fighters had forged a commendable bond in battle. In an instant, medical ninjas from the four great nations rallied around Wu, initiating emergency aid. when it was determined that Wu had merely fainted from chakra exhaustion. A collective sigh of relief was exhaled. "My lords, what shall we do with Senju Hashirama's corpse?" Several ninja captains inquired as the four shadows prepared to respond. Yet, they were taken aback as Hashirama's body spontaneously ignited. "What is happening?" The four shadows exchanged bewildered looks. Concluding that Hashirama had invoked a self-ignition technique to prevent them from desecrating his remains, they then organized a search for Uchiha's body, only to discover that Madara's corpse was nowhere to be found. Uchiha Madara's remains had vanished. The scale of Wu's dust release and the battle with Hashirama was so immense that Madara's body likely disintegrated into nothingness. They unanimously concluded, abandoning the search. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance ninja left by Tobarama, upon witnessing Hashirama's demise, was struck with shock, rendered speechless. "Quick, inform Lord Tobarama. The sky has fallen. The pillar of Konoha has collapsed." Why did Tobarama not rush to save Hashirama? It was simply because he had never anticipated that his elder brother would falter. At that moment, in Konoha, Tobarama hurried toward the Hokage building to announce that his brother was engaged in battle with the Four Shadows. Suddenly, a translucent, ethereal hand gently rested on Tobarama's shoulder. Startled, he turned sharply, sensing something, yet found nothing behind him. However, his gaze inadvertently met the stone likeness of Hashirama at Hokage Rock. Elder brother Tobarama furrowed his brow, a surge of inexplicable emotion welling within him as he approached the Hokage office, where the leaders of Konoha had gathered, including Uzumaki Ashina. Upon hearing of the impending conflict, the atmosphere turned somber, as the recent tranquility of peace had left them reluctant to return to the horrors of war. The collective mood was grim. The gravity of the situation was evident to all as the Hokage prepared to speak. Bang! As Senju Tobarama's words hung unspoken in the air, a panicked Senju Jonin hurriedly burst in. Tobarama furrowed his brow, not yet having the chance to speak when the Jonin urgently whispered in his ear, "Lord Tobarama, the Hokage. He has perished in battle." Chapter 40, Awakening Boom. The moment those words left his lips, it felt as if a tailed beast bomb had detonated in Tobarama's mind. He was struck by a deafening silence, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. "What did you say?" Tobarama's pupils trembled as he repeated the question. "The clan leader, he has fallen." The Jonin could no longer restrain his tears. Tobarama staggered back a few steps, grasping the Hokage's desk for support. The other clan leaders, sharp of ear and eye, had overheard their conversation. Upon receiving the shocking news of Senju Hashirama's demise, their expressions turned pale with disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My brother is invincible. How could he fall to those wretches? Even if he was outmatched, he should have been able to escape. Surely, he faked his death to evade capture." Tobarama muttered to himself, gripping the desk's edge with such force that it began to warp under his fingers. In a subterranean cavern, two bodies lay motionless on the ground, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It was unfathomable that the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra could be slain by mere mortals. Kagaya's shadowy presence lingered nearby, silently observing the lifeless forms of Madara and Hashirama. Despite all his meticulous plotting, he had never anticipated that the reincarnation of demigods could be defeated by human hands, let alone both at once. His grand scheme to resurrect his mother would be delayed yet again. He wondered when the next reincarnations of Indra and Ashura would emerge. Curse that bandaged man. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern him? Why instigate an organization to eliminate Madara? Could he not simply live his life? Would it not be preferable to endure Madara's torment? Kagaya seethed inwardly, blaming all misfortunes on the bandaged man. Had it not been for him, events may not have spiraled so dreadfully. Ordinary mortals should remain as mere background figures, not challenge the protagonists of the era. Just as Kagaya was lost in his ire, a faint sound of breathing broke the silence. Startled, he realized Madara was not yet fully dead. He quickly concealed himself, sinking into the earth. Moments later, the breathing intensified, and Madara suddenly opened his eyes, one normal, the other a pale gray. Huh. Madara gasped for air, swiftly rising to his feet. Those fools did not dispose of my body. Did they not know that the heavens never fully forsake a soul? He chuckled softly, examining his hands. He had utilized the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi. He had set it up in the chaos of the explosion caused by Tobarama's explosive tags. Though he was loath to admit it, he had indeed been pushed to the brink. He had no choice but to gamble on Tobarama preserving his body. which would later be buried in Konoha. Seeing Hashirama approach had eased his worries. As long as Hashirama was there, he could rest assured that his body would be kept safe. Hashirama. Madara's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Hashirama's lifeless form beside him. His expression darkened. Could it be that Hashirama had also fallen to those fiends? Madara's heart sank. Had Tobirama truly become ruthless enough to slay his own brother? No. There must be another explanation. The image of the bandaged man flashed in his mind. Unbelievably, they had both fallen to the same individual. Madara clenched his teeth, a cold glint in his gaze. He had long wished to eliminate that bandaged man. Had it not been for Hashirama's intervention, he would have done so long ago. Now, both he and Hashirama were ensnared by this individual. Madara surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in an underground cave. This puzzled him. Even if it were a grave prepared for him, it made no sense to be interred alongside Hashirama. It seemed many unknown events had transpired. Madara's eyes narrowed. The situation was not as he had envisioned. He needed to analyze the current state of the outside world. However, revenge would have to wait. He was missing an eye, and any misstep could lead to his demise. He needed to find a place to lie low and await a more formidable power. He turned to Hashirama, crouched beside him, and murmured, "Hashirama, I will avenge you. One day, I shall create a perfect world." Madara severed a piece of Hashirama's flesh and pressed it against his wound. This was something he had long pondered. The Uchiha stone tablet spoke of merging to obtain the essence of all things, yin and yang, Senju and Uchiha. What if he and Hashirama could truly become one? After gathering his chakra, Madara lifted Hashirama's body and swiftly departed the cavern. Once Madara had left, Kaguya emerged slowly. Oh, it seems this reincarnation of Indra is quite clever, leaving himself a safeguard. He chuckled maliciously. He had taken both bodies amidst the chaos, each possessing their own value, and he considered how they might be useful in the future. Unbeknownst to him, an accidental turn of events had saved Madara's life. He had thought he would have to wait many years for another opportunity, yet here it was. A twist of fate had presented itself. However, he could not appear before Madara just yet. He needed to devise a reasonable and plausible explanation for his presence. A hasty appearance would be ill-advised. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Four Nations Alliance, Mu gradually awoke from his slumber, noticing that his bandages had been changed and his arm felt heavy. Looking down, he saw Anoki sleeping on his arm. Mu gently nudged Anoki. Anoki rubbed his eyes, and upon realizing his teacher was awake, his face lit up with joy, tears shimmering in his gaze. Teacher, you're awake." Mu rubbed his head and nodded, immediately inquiring, "What has transpired? How long have I been unconscious?" And, before he could finish his question, Anoki leaped onto him, sobbing, "What? Teacher, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to die." Anoki clung to Mu's arm, weeping profusely. Chapter 41. Unintentionally igniting the First Ninja World War. "Teacher, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to perish from chakra exhaustion. Should you die, what would become of me?" Anoki cried, his tears flowing freely. Mu coughed awkwardly. "All right, I'm not dead yet." He lightly cleared his throat and used the lightweight rock technique to levitate Anoki off him. "Now tell me, how long was I unconscious? Where exactly are we?" Mu, just having awakened, still felt disoriented, so he asked Anoki for clarification. "Teacher, you were unconscious for nearly a day. After your collapse, the four major ninja villages established a camp here in the Land of Waterfalls, and everyone is awaiting your awakening to make decisions." Dianmu recounted the current situation in meticulous detail to Wu. Almost immediately, an expression of profound admiration appeared on Dianmu's face. "Master, your prowess is unparalleled. There is no one in the entire ninja world who can match your might. You, alongside the other three, have astonishingly vanquished the dual deities of the ninja realm. Word has spread far and wide, from the western cliff-hidden mountain to the eastern mist-hidden isle. Your name is known by all." Dianmu gestured dramatically, his expressions exaggerated. Raising an eyebrow, he had not anticipated the news would disseminate so rapidly. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. This was the heart of the continent, after all. Such a monumental event, coupled with the gathering of ninjas from the four major villages and the demise of the ninja god and the Shura of the ninja world, would inevitably attract attention. "Master, during your unconsciousness, the three esteemed individuals who fought alongside you were deeply concerned for your well-being. Now that you have awakened, I shall convey this delightful news to them." With that, Dianmu hurriedly exited. "Very well, go," Wu replied without hindrance, beginning to regulate his breathing and gather his chakra, attuning to his surroundings. Approximately an hour later, the sound of shuffling footsteps reached his ears, accompanied by the voice of Ghost Lantern Huan Yue as the three entered the room. "Wu, you foolish, reckless man. You truly had us worried," Ghost Lantern Huan Yue exclaimed as he approached, placing a hand on Wu's shoulder with a grin. "Congratulations on your recovery, esteemed Wu." The second Raikage offered a faint smile. "Thanks to you, we have lifted the colossal burden that loomed over our villages." Shaman also bore a broad smile as he placed a bouquet of fresh flowers upon Wu's bedside. "Oh, such flattery." Wu chuckled softly. "Indeed, the words ring true. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have long been the formidable mountains overshadowing all ninja villages. No one dared to act against them. With Konoha's own formidable strength and two monstrous entities, it was no wonder the other villages felt trepidation. Although Senju Hashirama is hailed for his peaceful intentions, who can truly perceive his authenticity? No one would entrust their fate to an unfamiliar figure. Now, with you at the helm, having defeated Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. The weight of prior oppression lifted. Only Konoha has sustained injuries. Wu expressed his gratitude. But the credit cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. Without the three of you, I fear I would not have succeeded. Wu smiled beneath the bandages. In truth, the accolades could not be solely attributed to himself. The other three had contributed significantly. Confronting either Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara alone would have imposed considerable difficulty. Of course, there was another individual deserving of thanks, Senju Tobarama, Wu remarked with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing this, the trio could no longer suppress their amusement. Indeed, my greatest gratitude lies with Senju Tobarama. Had he not agreed to cooperate in the siege against Uchiha Madara from the outset, none of these subsequent events would have unfolded. Without Senju Tobarama's assistance, I would have struggled to assemble this formidable team. It was precisely through my utilization of Senju Tobarama's apprehensions regarding Uchiha Madara that a series of consequential reactions were set in motion. Had Senju Tobarama chosen to remain dutifully within the village and decline my proposal, it is likely that Senju Hashirama would still be alive. Enough of this modesty. Without your dust release, our victory would have been unattainable. You are indeed our mainstay. The second Raikage praised with a smile. Yes, I concur. Shaman nodded in agreement. Now, rise quickly. Everyone is awaiting your presence. Ghost Lantern Huan Yue asserted, assisting Wu from the bed. Awaiting me for what? Wu queried, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Before Ghost Lantern Huan Yue could respond, Shaman interjected, to discuss the acquisition of land in the Land of Fire, of course. With Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara defeated, the fertile lands of the Fire Country are ripe for the taking. The Wind Country is in dire need of such fertile ground. Shaman spoke with ambitious fervor. Indeed, what you say holds merit. We of the Lightning Country also covet control over the northern regions of the Fire Country, as well as dominion over the Moon Country, the Hot Water Country, and the Rice Country. Ghost Lantern Huan Yue and the second Raikage chimed in, their ambitions palpable. Wu's eyes widened as he regarded the trio. By the heavens, I merely sought to alleviate some of the pressure on our village by eliminating Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. These three are intent on igniting a war among the ninja world, and this war appears to be a 4-village assault against Konoha. Initially, I intended to return to the village to foster its growth, but it seems I have inadvertently sparked the first ninja world war. Wait, even though Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are now deceased, we must not grow complacent. The clans with bloodline limits and secret techniques within Konoha outnumber the 4 of us combined. Wu cautioned solemnly. Aware of the original narrative, he understood Konoha's internal strength. Although 2 high-ranking figures had fallen, the remaining Senju and Uchiha were products of a tumultuous era, not to mention the myriad of clans such as Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga. While he might evade significant harm in the ensuing conflict, the casualties among the lower ranks would be catastrophic. Rumor had it that Uzumaki Ashina still lived. That old man possessed strength comparable to a Quasi-Kage. When the time came, the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly lend their assistance. Wu felt a twinge of fear regarding the Reaper Death Seal. Moreover, Senju Tobarama possessed numerous forbidden techniques, particularly the Edo Tensei. Speaking of Edo Tensei, what had become of the corpses of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Wait, how did you handle the bodies of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Wu suddenly grasped Ghost Lantern Huan Yue's arm, pressing for answers. Ghost Lantern Huan Yue and the others exchanged glances of surprise before responding. Oh, regarding their bodies. We could not locate Uchiha Madara's. It is likely reduced to ashes by your dust release. Senju Hashirama's remains spontaneously combusted. I surmise he employed that technique to prevent us from tampering with his corpse. Ghost Lantern Huanyue shrugged. Chapter 42. You have truly brought me misery. Upon hearing Ghost Lantern Huanyue's words, Wu's brow remained furrowed. Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara may have perished, there was still a possibility they could be alive, lingering in a state akin to Schrodinger's cat, especially Uchiha Madara. At the time, he had not had the opportunity to conduct a thorough examination. After Senju Hashirama's arrival, conflict erupted, and given the extensive scale of his dust release, the situation remained unclear. He recalled an aspect of that memory. The Uchiha clan possessed two forbidden techniques, Izanagi and Izanami. The mere thought that Uchiha Madara might not be dead tightened Wu's brow. What if this man sought vengeance? Yet, if he had employed Izanagi, losing a Sharingan in the process, his strength would be significantly diminished, rendering him no match for Wu. Wu concluded silently that as long as Madara did not awaken the Rinnegan, his sage techniques and dust release would always keep him at bay. What a jest! Who did he think he was? The mechanics of his dust release were such that as long as the mechanics remained unchanged, he would always be invincible. If not for the introduction of absorption mechanics in the later stages of Naruto, his dust release could have pierced through the ninja world like a hot knife through butter. Enough, enough. Do not fret, he is surely dead. I guarantee it. After being so ruthlessly beaten by us, if he is still alive, I will eat my words. Ghost Lantern Huanyue declared, thumping his chest. In that moment, Ghost Lantern Huanyue resembled a seasoned general on stage, confidently declaring his stance. Hey. Can we refrain from making such reckless proclamations? The more you assert such things, the more likely it is that the situation will turn dire. Wu replied, his expression one of exasperation as he gradually rose. Subsequently, guided by Ghost Lantern Huanyue and the others, they made their way through the throngs of people, arriving at a hastily constructed square. Though this square may appear modest, it exudes an air of solemnity. The flags of the four great ninja villages flutter in the breeze. At the center of the square stands a towering platform, upon which several tables and chairs are arranged. For Kage sit leisurely, savoring tea while joyfully playing cards, even engaging in gambling with money. Below the platform, a dense crowd gathers, an alliance of ninjas from various villages, with thousands of them assembled, creating a magnificent spectacle. The ninjas from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure sit idly on the ground, some chatting in groups, while others form circles to play cards. At this moment, the animosities between the ninjas are not as profound as they would become in later years, for they had only just emerged from the early stages of village formation. Furthermore, the leaders of each village are not causing any disturbances, allowing for a relatively harmonious coexistence. As Mu entered the square, accompanied by the likes of Kisame Hashigaki and others, all the ninjas instinctively turned their gaze towards him. Their looks were filled with respect and gratitude. Subsequently, the ninjas rose, directing appreciative glances towards Mu and offering sincere thanks. This was only natural, as if not for Mu's timely use of dust release to counter the true 1,000 hands of Hashirama Senju. They might have been reduced to mere fragments by his overwhelming power. It can be said that Mu's actions saved every individual present. Mu has arrived. Ishikawa exclaimed upon seeing his successor awake, his face lighting up with joy, the weight lifted from his heart. I was so worried about you during your unconsciousness. I couldn't eat or sleep. Old man, is your worry truly genuine when you are gambling and sipping tea? Mu teased lightly. Ishikawa chuckled, scratching his head. Cough. You two stop your banter and get to the point. I have to return soon, Byron interjected, her eyes narrowing in annoyance at their continued chatter. Ishikawa led Mu to the stone platform, followed by Shaman, the second Reikage, and Kisame Hashigaki. The hats of the four Kage were placed in the center of the table as they took their seats, with their successors behind them. Observing this scene, Mu thought to himself that only Konoha was missing. The first 5 Kage summit was about to transform into a 4 Kage summit. Alright, I won't waste more words. Although war has yet to commence, let us first determine the division of interests to avoid unfair distribution later. Let us delineate our respective territories on the map. With that, 2 Jonin unfurled a map of the ninja world on the table. I shan't hold back. The first Reikage boldly took a pen and marked the entire northern fire country, including the moon, rice, and hot water countries, as belonging to the Land of Lightning. Mu raised an eyebrow. The Land of Lightning was being rather greedy. However, considering these three countries had yet to establish ninja villages, it was understandable that the Land of Lightning sought to annex them. Then I shall also make my claims. Byron narrowed her eyes and proceeded to mark various islands and seas, including the Land of Whirlpool, within her sphere of influence. The first wind Kage, Retsudo, silently marked the Land of Rivers and the southern region of the Fire Country. Mu's expression remained impassive. It appeared these three truly treated the Fire Country as a piece of meat to be sliced without any thought of whether they could conquer and hold it. Even with a powerhouse like himself, it was impossible to run around suppressing resistance every day. The Land of Earth is vast. Let us claim the western part of the Fire Country. Ishikawa marked off a portion of land, resulting in the entire Fire Country being reduced to only its central region. We shall discuss this area once it is conquered, Byron slowly remarked, gaining unanimous agreement from the others. Subsequently, they began to discuss the formation of an allied army. As the conversation progressed, they proposed the need for a supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance. Who shall take on this esteemed role? Upon this question, all eyes simultaneously turned to Mu, standing behind the Tsuchikage. Ishikawa, Retsudo, the first Raikage, Byron, Kisame Hashigaki, the second Raikage, and Shaman all looked at Mu. Even the Ninja Alliance below slowly shifted their gazes towards him. It was evident that everyone had already come to a consensus. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the collective scrutiny, Mu nearly wished to use dust release to vanish from sight. Noticing Mu's silence, Kisame stepped forward to bolster his case. Well, the commander of the Ninja Alliance must possess several qualities. Foremost among them is strength. One of us must be the strongest. Secondly, they should have prestige. Perhaps someone who has saved everyone's lives and maintains good relations with the other powerful figures. As for the third, before Kisame could continue, Shaman interjected. Unable to contain himself, does this person need to be wrapped in bandages? Ideally, they should also wield dust release, and their name should consist of a singular, exceptional character. The second Raikage chimed in with a playful tone. Should they also be handsome, tall, and destined to become the greatest ninja of all time? Known as the disciple of Inoki? Oh dear, who could this person be? It's so hard to guess. Inoki lamented, scratching his head anxiously. Below, the other members of the Ninja Alliance were equally perplexed, exclaiming, who is this person? It's so hard to guess. Please tell us the answer. However, everyone continued to fix their gaze on the silent Mu. The playful teasing from several individuals caused even the four Kage to cover their faces, expressing their exasperation. Mu himself could hardly maintain his composure, especially upon hearing references to bandages and exceptional names. It felt akin to reading his own identification number. Ishikawa, noticing Mu's feigned ignorance, felt a surge of urgency in his heart. This was a chance to elevate Iwagakure's prestige. Mu, you should take the position. What does everyone think? Ishikawa boldly declared, turning to the other three Kage, who nodded in agreement. Ahem, let us simply choose someone to discuss matters with. There's no need to select a leader. Mu coughed lightly, his face turning slightly red as he spoke. In the next moment, Kisame slapped Mu on the back. No, you still want to play coy? We all accept you as our leader, even if it's just as a mascot. Since that battle, it had become an unspoken agreement that Mu was the strongest among them. Bring forth the commander of the Ninja Alliance. Soon, a chair was brought forth and placed in the center of the four Kage. Oh dear, I truly have no interest in being a mascot. I would prefer to act as an advisor. Mu replied with exasperation, before asserting, I, Mu, am unworthy of such a high position, to serve as the leader of the Ninja Alliance. No, no, no. The impatient second Raikage shouted to the Ninja Alliance below, where are the Iwagakure Umbu? Quickly send a few up here to hold your leader in the chair. The next moment, several Umbu members from Iwagakure appeared, grinning as they utilized body flicker technique to arrive. These Umbu were the very ones who had bravely intervened to stop Uchiha Madara when he sought to eliminate Mu. Hey, Lord Mu, please don't decline. You are the one everyone desires. One Umbu exclaimed. Forgive us, Lord Mu. In an instant, several Iwagakure Umbu swarmed Mu, forcibly sitting him in the chair. How peculiar. The formidable Uchiha Madara, who could vanquish countless foes and suppress Senju Hashirama, found himself restrained by a handful of Iwagakure's Umbu. Wu, displaying a strained expression, sat at the same level as the other four Kage. Alas, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Wu lamented. Upon hearing this, even the four Kage and the ninja allied forces could not suppress their laughter, and Wu himself struggled to maintain his composure. Chapter 43. The March to the Land of Fire. The news of the deaths of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara rippled through the entire ninja world, particularly shaking the citizens of the Land of Fire. In an instant, every civilian, merchant, warrior, noble, lord, and ninja within the Land of Fire was engulfed in shock and disbelief. These residents had witnessed the fierce battles between Hashirama and Madara firsthand. Both were no longer mere mortals, devoid of any warmth. The magnitude of their clashes could be felt even several kilometers away, with the residual energy capable of killing numerous low-ranking jonin. Yet, even such powerful beings had been slain. Who could have accomplished this? It was a coalition of 5 individuals that had jointly defeated Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing that the 4 great nations had banded together for this monumental feat. Upon learning the names of these individuals, shock rippled through the crowd. Wu, Akatsuki's Hozuki Mangetsu, the second Reikage A, the fourth Kazekage, and Kakuzu. Wait, was there something peculiar about this lineup? Upon further inspection, Kakuzu? The first 4 names were at least familiar. But who was this Kakuzu? A commoner, clutching a newspaper, exclaimed in disbelief. According to the paper, this Kakuzu was also involved in the defeat of Senju Hashirama. Are you serious? Someone interjected. Yes, the second Reikage himself confirmed it. It became evident that the written word could not be dismissed. Lord A, can you confirm if this ninja named Kakuzu truly participated in the defeat of Senju Hashirama? As this news spread, reporters from various nations flocked to interview those involved. They surrounded the second Reikage for inquiries. Is this matter indeed true? The second Reikage, though troubled by Kakuzu's name, recognized the valor in Kakuzu's willingness to confront the god of shinobi for the sake of his village. Thus, he nodded in affirmation, not denying Kakuzu's involvement. Let him bask in the glory. It doesn't diminish my own worth, he mused. Unfortunately, Hozuki Mangetsu was absent. Had he been present, he would have surely exposed Kakuzu's true nature. At a tavern in Takigakure, Kakuzu found himself surrounded by several young ninjas. Kakuzu-senpai, did you truly fight alongside those 4 esteemed individuals? Indeed, I heard those 4 could not even approach Senju Hashirama, yet you succeeded in closing in. Goodness! Who would have thought that someone of your caliber could emerge from our humble Takigakure? Truly, it's a testament to our legacy. Listening to their flattery, Kakuzu smiled, relishing the adoration. Though somewhat bewildered, he firmly refused to admit that he had merely taken a punch and fled. Of course, I fought alongside those 4 esteemed individuals against the god of shinobi. Wu himself praised my prowess. Kakuzu downed his drink with bravado, declaring, "Bring me the finest wine." Just as he was reveling in the moment, a Takigakure jonin appeared with haste. Kakuzu, the leader seeks your presence. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's heart leaped with joy. Despite riding on the coattails of the 4, he had technically fulfilled the mission of eliminating Senju Hashirama. Surely, he would receive accolades from the leader and perhaps even a promotion to the position of Takigakure's leader. Very well, Kakuzu cheerfully followed the jonin to the leader's residence. However, upon entering, he sensed the odd gazes of the surrounding ninjas. Nevertheless, he brushed it off. "Hail, leader!" Kakuzu knelt respectfully. The leader of Takigakure sat upon a high seat, his icy gaze fixated on the returning Kakuzu, a hint of regret flickering within. This mission had been intended as a death sentence, a deliberate ploy to eliminate Kakuzu. Yet, he had unexpectedly returned alive. If Kakuzu did not seek honor, then the leader would impose it upon him. Kakuzu failed the mission and is thus deemed negligent. Imprison him at once. At the leader's command, 2 Takigakure jonin restrained Kakuzu, rendering him immobile. What? Kakuzu was utterly stunned. He never imagined his village would treat him in such a manner. He had risked his life for the mission, only to be met with betrayal. In that moment, realization struck him. He had been ensnared by the machinations of the elite. This was a death mission, a design for his demise. Cursed be the wealthy. With rage in his heart, Kakuzu glared at the leader, his teeth clenched in anger. As his bitterness deepened, he was cast into the depths of Takigakure's prison. Meanwhile, the ninja allied forces were fully assembled. After a brief period of organization and resupply, the coalition of 4 villages prepared for their march. The Kage had returned to their villages, entrusting the matters to their successors. What a magnificent sight, reminiscent of the ninja allied forces from the 4th Great Ninja War. Wu took a deep breath, surveying the assembled forces. "Enough with the all. Let us hasten our advance towards the land of fire," urged Hozuki Mangetsu. Wu raised his arm slowly, meeting the gaze of the gathered ninjas. We marched towards the land of fire. With a resounding roar from the crowd, the ninja allied forces surged forth, advancing towards the land of fire. While the morale of the allied forces soared, a somber atmosphere enveloped Konoha. At the funeral of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, all members of Konoha mourned in the cemetery. Senju Tobarama, Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Ashina, Sarutobi Sasuke, and various clan leaders were present. Uzumaki Mido led Hashirama's son, both bearing expressions of deep sorrow. The entire village echoed with cries of grief. Senju Hashirama had been a benevolent leader, providing homes and various benefits for the villagers, sometimes even offering financial aid. His passing left an immense void, and the sense of loss was palpable. "I am so sorry, brother," Senju Tobarama choked back tears, gazing at the portraits of Hashirama and Madara, fists clenched tightly. He had never anticipated that his elder brother would truly fall. He regretted not staying by his side. He had been too confident in Hashirama's strength. He had publicly declared that Hashirama had perished while protecting the village, standing against the four great nations. He could not, however, convey that his brother had fought to protect a rogue ninja, Madara, and ultimately failed. Regarding the reason for hanging the portrait of Uchiha Madara, it stems from the unfortunate demise of my elder brother. If I were to continue opposing the Uchiha clan, it would incite internal strife within Konoha. Displaying Madara's image serves to stabilize the Uchiha Hawks and prevent any upheaval during these tumultuous times. Currently, it is imperative to unite the people of Konoha to collectively resist the potential invasion from the four great nations. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the four great nations might seize this opportunity to strike at Konoha. He would never permit the obliteration of the village established by his elder brother. Chapter 44, Tobarama, if we lose, remember to retreat to the island. Lord Tobarama, it's grave news. The four great shinobi villages have formed a joint ninja army and launched an assault on the land of fire, which has already been breached. A Senju Jonin rushed in to report urgently. Moments later, a messenger from the capital of the land of fire arrived in haste. Lord Tobarama, the daimyo is highly dissatisfied with Konoha. The four shinobi villages have invaded the land of fire, and the daimyo demands that you immediately mobilize ninjas for defense. The tone of the daimyo's messenger was considerably harsher without Senju Hashirama present. Tobarama's expression shifted. It was as he feared. The four great shinobi villages, those ambitious wolves. When both his brother and Madara were alive, they dared not act. Now that they have both perished, these vile creatures have emerged to attack the land of fire. Tobarama hastened the mourning ceremony. Once it concluded, he swiftly convened a meeting at the Hokage building with the clan leaders. Inside, an oppressive silence hung over the assembly. The clan leaders were not oblivious to the news of the four great shinobi villages invading the land of fire. Lord Tobarama, our clan leaders have met their demise at the hands of those scoundrels. Even Lord Hashirama, who has always been benevolent to us, has fallen victim to them. Let us Uchiha take revenge. The newly appointed Uchiha clan leader stepped forward, his voice filled with fury. Surprisingly, the Uchiha, who had often been at odds with Tobarama, now stood ready to charge into battle. Hearing these words, Tobarama felt a pang of guilt, unable to meet the Uchiha's gaze, knowing he had a part in Madara's downfall. Yet, the Uchiha were resolute in their righteousness, and Tobarama's emotions were a tangled web. Let us remain calm. We face a formidable foe now. We must not act recklessly, the Uchiha clan leader advised. Tobarama waved his hand, turning to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Send scouts from both clans to assess the enemy's situation and military deployment. Understood. The Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders promptly departed to fulfill the orders. Tobarama pondered deeply. He could not afford to leave the village unguarded at this critical juncture. With Konoha's elite forces diminished, any reckless action could expose them to the risk of annihilation. Senju, Uchiha, Inuzuka, and Aburame will secure the village. The remaining ninja clans will be stationed outside. Tobarama issued commands meticulously. The Inuzuka and Aburame were best suited for team engagements and should not be dispersed. At that moment, Uzumaki Erasure glanced at Uzumaki Mido and sighed softly. Ah, Tobarama, while I still possess the strength to fight, allow me to assist Konoha. In an instant, both Tobarama and Mido were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise at Arashi's willingness to step forward. He was a master of sealing techniques, revered as a patriarch of such arts. Old patriarch you, Tobarama began, but hesitated. Save your breath. If Konoha falls, my own Uchiha will not escape unscathed. Mito is now one of yours. How could I stand idly by? Erasure declared, fully aware that should Konoha perish, Uchiha would inevitably suffer. I understand, esteemed patriarch. Rest assured, Konoha shall protect Uchiha for generations to come. As long as Konoha still breathes, I vow to safeguard your village. Tobarama stated resolutely. Arashi's expression tightened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. I can only do my best. That entity known as Mu is exceptionally powerful. I am uncertain if I can match him. However, Tobarama, you must prepare for a contingency plan. If we are defeated, retreat to the island. I recall an island to the east of the Land of Fire, called the Land of Waves, Erasure advised, patting Tobarama on the shoulder. Upon hearing the mention of retreating to the island, Tobarama's expression darkened. At that moment, Tobarama's heart was heavy with sorrow. He could not abandon the village he had painstakingly established. Fear not, esteemed patriarch. I shall steadfastly defend Konoha, Tobarama declared with unwavering determination. Moreover, we still have the 9 tails. The thought of the beast struck Tobarama's mind. He remembered that tailed beasts could be controlled through Jinchuriki, becoming weapons of war. However, he lacked the time to train a host. If he were to become the Jinchuriki himself, any failure in control could render him weaker. Suddenly, Mito's eyes sparkled with resolve. Tobarama, allow me to be the Jinchuriki, she asserted firmly. No, my elder brother entrusted me with your protection. I cannot allow that. Tobarama immediately rejected the notion. Now is not the time for such discussions. Hashirama died to protect the village, and I too must inherit his will to safeguard Konoha. Mito's steadfast demeanor garnered the admiration of all clan leaders present. Arashi's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Tobarama, permitting Mito to become the Jinchuriki would be wise. Her abilities can harness the tailed beast. Tobarama closed his eyes, wrestling with his thoughts. Eventually, recognizing the dire situation facing the village, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, a 20-member squad dispatched by the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. Upon their arrival, they were immediately detected. There are individuals in the northern woods. Proceed to eliminate them, came the command. This level of enemy does not warrant my personal intervention. Let us not forget. With Hashirama and Madara dead, I am currently the foremost expert in the shinobi world. The elite of Iwagakure swiftly moved to annihilate the hidden reconnaissance team dispatched by the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were en route when they learned of the Ninja Alliance's actions, and their fury ignited. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, Danzo. Akimichi Choza hurriedly approached Danzo, his expression frantic. Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged puzzled glances. Danzo, it's terrible news. Your mother has died, Choza exclaimed in a panic. Hearing such words, Danzo's rage flared as he glared fiercely. Nonsense. My mother left with my father for a mission this morning. Oh, then perhaps I was mistaken. Maybe it was your father who perished. Choza scratched his head sheepishly. Enough with your nonsense. What are you babbling about? Danzo shouted, seizing Choza by the collar, his voice seething with anger. Indeed, your family has suffered a loss, and it remains unclear whether it is your father or mother. Akimichi Choji, trembling with his chubby face, spoke with resignation. Shimizu Danzo was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing something was amiss, and dashed home. Let us hurry and follow him. Sarutobi Hizashi and Akimichi Choji, feeling anxious, immediately pursued him. As Shimizu Danzo reached his abode, he was greeted by the sight of lifeless bodies. Initially believing it might be either his father or mother, he found the grim reality that both had perished. Chapter 45. The gradual emergence of cracks. Sarutobi Hizashi and Akimichi Choji rushed in, only to encounter Shimizu Danzo, who was weeping inconsolably. Their expressions darkened upon witnessing the tragedy. They had anticipated that perhaps one parent had died, but the shocking truth was that both were gone. Uncle Sasuke, who has slain my parents? I shall seek vengeance for their deaths. Shimizu Danzo glared at Sarutobi Sasuke, filled with rage, demanding to know the perpetrator. With a deep sigh, Sarutobi Sasuke replied, Danzo, we were initially a reconnaissance team, hidden well. However, we never anticipated that the enemy's sensory abilities were so formidable that we were discovered. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Danzo's gaze faltered, his mind flashing to the bandaged man, that seemingly invincible figure. That night, he unleashed the supermassive celestial devastation technique, even forcing Uchiha Madara's Susanoo into existence. Now, he was the primary culprit behind the deaths of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The thought of avenging his parents felt utterly impossible. With a heavy heart, Shimizu Danzo collapsed to his knees, weeping helplessly. Sarutobi Sasuke shook his head in sorrow. Report to Lord Tobarama. Catastrophic news. The northern region of the Land of Fire has fallen. Report to Lord Tobarama. Catastrophic news. The eastern region of the Land of Fire has fallen. Report to Lord Tobarama. Catastrophic news. The southwestern regions of the Land of Fire have been lost, and the daimyo has been forced to relocate, now seeking refuge in Konoha. Lord Uzumaki Arashi's country has been attacked by Iwagakure and is currently on the defensive, unable to assist us. A flurry of disastrous battle reports poured into the Hokage building like snowflakes. Senju Tobarama had never felt such overwhelming despair. In just a few days, half of the Land of Fire had succumbed, leaving only the central region intact. Lord Tobarama, if things continue like this, we should consider retreating to the Land of Waves for safety, Senju Tauha suggested, concern etched on her face. In recent days, the ninja forces of Konoha had rapidly disintegrated, and even within Konoha, pessimism reigned. Impossible. The Hyuga, Uchiha, Senju, and the Inuzuka clans have yet to unleash their full potential. How could we possibly flee? Let us not speak of retreating to the island. I, Senju Tobarama, would rather die in battle than run away. Senju Tobarama firmly rejected the suggestion. In his view, if Konoha stood united, the major ninja clans could indeed thwart the allied forces of ninjas, as long as he could find a way to hold off the likes of Mu, Seimin, and Kagaya. Indeed, as Senju Tobarama had surmised, in terms of core strength, Konoha surpassed all other ninja villages combined. The Uchiha possessed dozens of Sharingan, a force capable of overwhelming the foundational strength of the four great ninja villages. Lord Tobarama, the enemy ninja alliance is gathering at Kikyo Mountain and is about to assault Konoha. A Senju Jonin reported in haste. Senju Tobarama rubbed his temples, quietly observing the map. Taking a deep breath, he decided to take a gamble. Haha, it seems everyone is making good progress. The ninjas of Konoha are too afraid to venture beyond the central region, while we have already seized considerable territory. Indeed, once we capture the central region, the Land of Fire will be doomed. Mu, Kagaya, Seimin, and the Second Tsuchikage assembled their ninja forces at Kikyo Mountain, preparing to launch a decisive assault on Konoha. However, as the four gathered, the atmosphere turned somewhat tense, particularly when the central region of the Land of Fire was mentioned. Ahem, how shall we divide the central region? Kagaya tentatively broke the silence. Although they had yet to capture it, they believed it was merely a matter of time before they did. I, Sunagakure, have contributed significantly, and I wish to secure control over Konoha and its bloodline limits, Seimin stated quietly. This declaration drew immediate ire from the Second Tsuchikage. No way. We also want Konoha and its bloodline limits. The Second Tsuchikage recalled Konoha's Byakugan and Sharingan, salivating at the thought. Then how about we split it evenly? Agreed. Seimin and the Second Tsuchikage reached an accord. No, we, Iwagakure, also require bloodline limits. Kagaya interjected coldly. Iwagakure had yet to implement certain misguided policies, showing no aversion to bloodline limits, even needing them. Doesn't Iwagakure already have plenty of bloodline limits? Don't take ours, the Second Tsuchikage retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Kagaya's gaze hardened, and hearing the Tsuchikage's raised voice, she assumed he was provoking her. Ever sharp-tongued, Kagaya retorted without restraint, who despises having too many bloodline limits. Your Kumobikure has enough with your Korwa, what more do you need? Upon hearing this, the Second Tsuchikage slammed the table in anger. Who are you calling a Korwa? You eyebrowless fool, he shouted. Kagaya, your Iwagakure has sufficient bloodline limits. Let us have some for ourselves. Seimin chimed in, eager to secure more for Sunagakure. The meeting table was rife with tension, each party vying for their village's interests. In the face of a formidable enemy, alliances could be forged. But once the threat dissipated, self-interest took precedence, and the potential for conflict loomed. Mu remained silent, having anticipated this scenario. Was this not a classic tale? In times of hardship, they could share burdens, but when fortune smiled, they could not share the spoils. Hey, Mu, stop being a wallflower and speak up. Kagaya called out to Mu, who had remained quiet. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, swallowing hard. Among them, Mu was the strongest. especially during the battles against Hashirama and Madara, earning their respect. Mu, we truly need those bloodline limits in Iwagakure. If you agree not to contest with us, we are willing to pay, essentially purchasing those bloodline limits. The second Raikage pledged earnestly. I too, for Sunagakure, though it is barren, we have ample gold mines. I have heard you appreciate wealth, Mu, and I can provide. Saemon quickly added. Mu lowered his gaze slightly. Iwagakure indeed lacked bloodline limits. In the original narrative, Iwagakure had coveted Konoha's Byakugan bloodline limits. However, with his presence, could they truly secure them? What a jest! If he could secure them, would he relinquish Konoha's bloodline limits to the three of them? They were dreaming if they thought so. You three can leave. The bloodline limits of Konoha shall be mine to command. Chapter 46. Ah, the king of Konoha has arrived to him. Let us not delve into such discussions just yet. First, we must seize the territory before discussing allocation. Now, we need to determine who will lead the charge. We cannot all rush in recklessly. Mu spoke, gently tapping the table as silence enveloped the room once more. The three remained silent, clearly aware that victory was within reach and having obtained most of their desires. They had grown cautious. No one wished to send their kin to certain doom. Don't look at me. Someone think of a plan and make a decision. At that moment, a ninja hurriedly approached, announcing, Gentlemen, Senju Tobarama has come to negotiate alone. The group was slightly taken aback, not expecting Tobarama to take the initiative. They had anticipated an encounter on the battlefield. Exchanging glances, they gestured for him to proceed. Shortly thereafter, Senju Tobarama, cloaked and accompanied by a Senju guard, entered the tent. Ah, the Hokage has arrived. I thought you would remain hidden in the Leaf-S stronghold, mocked Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu. Tobarama remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the center. Where Mu stood, he began, I have come to negotiate. Continuing this conflict does no one any good. The Leaf does not seek war. Haha, are you jesting? We are already at your doorstep, and you come to negotiate? Laughed the Sands leader. We in the Leaf have yet to reveal our true power. You have not encountered the Uchiha, Senju, or Hyuga clans on the battlefield. Tobarama replied coolly, indeed. At this, the Sand leader hesitated, realizing he had not seen the power of those clans. If you persist in your assault, the Leaf will likely perish alongside you. I, Tobarama Senju, will take two of you down with me if it comes to that. As he spoke, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. The group fell silent, exchanging wary glances. Mu focused intently. He understood Tobarama was not jesting. He had long been preoccupied with the techniques of the dead demon consuming seal and Edo Tensei. If you cease hostilities now, I will overlook the territories you have seized, Tobarama declared, offering a significant concession. The others gasped in astonishment. Mu equally surprised. Such a vast expanse of territory, relinquished so easily? Even Li Hongzhang would not dare to sign such a deal. Mu pondered. He was not fearful of the Leaf-S strength inflicting casualties upon Iwagakure. He could simply declare, I do not care for the casualty figures. I only desire the Leaf. No one wished for the Leaf-S downfall more than he did, for he had expended great effort to eliminate Hashirama Senju. Consider it carefully. I will take my leave, Tobarama said, casting a sidelong glance at Mu before departing with his guard. Mu narrowed his eyes, comprehending the unspoken message in Tobarama's gaze. Later that night, Mu stood at the cliff's edge, gazing out at the distant Kikyo Mountain. In the original story, the battle at Kikyo Mountain led to the Leaf-S defeat, a mere prelude to future ninja world wars. Tobarama Senju, no more hiding. I have sensed your presence for some time, Mu remarked, hands clasped behind his back. Casting a casual glance over his shoulder, Tobarama emerged slowly from the woods, approaching Mu's side. You did not summon me at this hour merely to admire the moon, did you? Mu observed the moonlight, his tone indifferent. Tobarama maintained a stoic expression. State your terms. If Iwagakure ceases its assault on the Leaf, I will do my utmost to meet your demands. Mu raised an eyebrow, retorting, what if my desire is simply to claim the Leaf for myself? Tobarama's eyes narrowed. Then you must be prepared to pay a heavy price. At these words, Mu's gaze turned icy. Humph. I am Mu, and I loathe being threatened. The last Uchiha who dared to threaten me, Madara Uchiha, was reduced to mere fragments of a ninja under my hand. If you suggest that your elder brother, the god of shinobi, still stands, I might concede. However, your brother is dead, and now I am the strongest in the ninja world. Tobarama Senju, are you threatening me? Your brother has already fallen to my might. Do you wish to taste my dust release as well? Madara and Hashirama are now relics of the past. Who now holds dominion over this vast ninja realm? It is I. Mu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, directed at Tobirama. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of authority enveloped him, embodying the very essence of control over the ninja world. At that moment, Tobirama's pupils constricted, involuntarily stepping back in surprise and regret. Good. This man, who was once so humble and seeking peace in the leaf, is not the same as he is now. Once, he knelt before Madara Uchiha. Now he stands resolute. I have witnessed his lowly demeanor before my brother and Madara. He was once a figure only to be beaten down. Tobirama reflected, lamenting why his brother and Madara had not eliminated Mu at the first opportunity. Had they done so, the subsequent turmoil might have been avoided. I was too hasty, Tobirama thought, a flicker of restraint flashing in his eyes. Mu regarded him coolly, suddenly recalling Tobirama's many forbidden techniques. Negotiation was indeed possible. However, I have traveled a great distance to the leaf. I cannot return empty-handed. I have heard that you, Lord Tobirama, enjoy creating forbidden techniques. Why not let me observe your various techniques? Mu patted Tobirama on the shoulder. Tobirama's expression soured. He realized Mu coveted his techniques. You wish for those? I desire them all, Mu proclaimed, making a fist. What a jest. Techniques are exceedingly precious, Tobirama asserted sternly. Then let us not negotiate. Mu waved dismissively. Tobirama, left with no choice, ground his teeth in frustration. Very well. I shall provide you with a copy of all the Leaf's ninjutsu. Furthermore, I will not pursue the territories you have seized in the Land of Fire, but you must guarantee that you will withdraw your forces. In a moment of compromise, Tobirama acquiesced. Agreed. Mu nodded in agreement. The two forged a deal, disregarding the other ninja villages entirely. This was a calculated move on Mu's part. He did not wish for the other three villages to stand on equal footing with Iwagakure. If the conflict persisted, other villages might meddle for their own gain, leading to a potential fallout. For now, he aimed to preserve the leaf. As long as he remained, the leaf would obediently remain the second strongest in the ninja world. Mu sought to swiftly consolidate his gains, returning to his village for development, ensuring that Iwagakure surpassed the other ninja villages. This was why he sought Tobirama's ninjutsu. Iwagakure possessed too few techniques and required supplementation. Additionally, Mu harbored ambitions of capturing tailed beasts, not for personal use, but to cultivate Jinchuriki. With Hashirama Senju deceased, the tailed beasts remained untamed, necessitating his own efforts to secure them. Had he known, he would have awaited Hashirama's completion of the tailed beasts before eliminating him. However, he had no choice. The souls of Ashura and Indra were intertwined in some manner. As for Tobirama Senju, he would not allow him to persist. This man was too cunning. He despised clever individuals, particularly one who wielded the Flying Thunder God and Edo Tensei, alongside a plethora of forbidden techniques. The mere possession of the Flying Thunder God indicated that Mu's dust release would be ineffective against him. It was well known that Obito's Kimui could evade dust release, and the speed of the Flying Thunder God was evidently superior. Mu had already devised a plan to eliminate Tobirama. In the ninja world, there could be no room for such formidable beings. Chapter 47. There are no eternal friends inside the tent, Inoki inquired. Teacher, why did you agree to Tobirama Senju last night? Is this not a breach of our alliance? There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, Mu replied coolly. So your outward camaraderie is merely a facade? Inoki exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Indeed. Mu sighed lightly before continuing. This world operates thus. Although we have fought side by side, it has always been for the sake of our respective villages. Once a common enemy is vanquished, the honeymoon phase dissipates. I am a member of the Ghost Mu faction. I hold you both in high regard. Inoki lamented, his face reflecting regret. Mu paused, confused. What did you say? What is this Ghost Mu faction? Inoki quickly covered his mouth, and nothing. A sudden darkening of the face immediately revealed the truth. Engaging in such reckless actions would only lead to one's own demise. I nearly lost my life at the hands of that individual. Are you still considering involving me in this? Would you be willing to confront both me and Shimura Danzo? With a firm hand, I ruffled Inoki's hair. Teacher, who is Shimura Danzo? Oh dear. Teacher, the entire allied shinobi forces are currently targeting you. It is often said that to strike is to show affection, and to scold is to express love, Inoki remarked with a mischievous grin. Very well. If striking is love and scolding is affection, then what about all these injuries I bear? Do you wish to claim them? I retorted, tapping Inoki's forehead. Upon glancing at the bandages adorning my body, Inoki envisioned himself similarly wrapped and exclaimed, never mind that. At that moment, I sensed the hurried approach of Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu and his companions. I raised an eyebrow and turned to Inoki. You should step aside. Reinforcements are on their way. Inoki nodded obediently and quickly positioned himself behind a screen. Soon after, Hozuki Mangetsu entered with Shaman and the second Raikage. The trio expressed their astonishment at Iwagakure's sudden withdrawal from the assault on Konoha. I cannot fathom why Iwagakure has retreated. Victory was within our grasp. Why not press on? Hozuki Mangetsu pondered aloud. Perched on the table, a look of confusion etched across his face. Indeed, Konoha appears to be on the verge of collapse. A mere kick from me would send it crashing down, boasted the second Raikage. Exactly. Shaman nodded in agreement. I merely sipped my drink, shaking my head lightly. If you wish to attack, go ahead. Should you succeed in your siege, the spoils of Konoha are yours alone. The Iwagakure will not partake. We need to return and consolidate our gains. My message was clear. Engage as you will. The benefits are solely yours, and I have no stake in this. Upon hearing that Iwagakure would not participate in the final division of Konoha, a flicker of joy and curiosity crossed their expressions. Fewer villages mean greater profits for their own. How splendid. I narrowed my eyes slightly at the three, remaining silent. Then, we shall part ways here. Our collaboration has been splendid. I hope we can maintain peace and avoid conflict. The second Raikage declared earnestly, extending his hand towards me. Shaman stepped forward as well, saying, Take care, Wu. I was momentarily taken aback by their sincerity, sighing inwardly at the complexities of shinobi relations. In a world devoid of war or entanglements of interest, perhaps we could have forged a genuine friendship. Take care as well. What are your plans after the shinobi wars? I inquired. I shall return to the south after dealing with Konoha. I plan to cultivate some green beans there, Shaman replied. Can you truly grow green beans in the desert? The second Raikage exclaimed, eyes wide. I must come and kick over your bean trellis. Hozuki Mangetsu interjected with a smirk. I hope our next meeting is as the respective leaders of our villages, I said with earnestness. Smiles broke out among the group. After this battle, each would return to their respective villages as the indomitable leaders of their clans. Take care. After I finish with Konoha, I will hasten back as well. The second Raikage added. In the future, the shinobi world will consist of our 4 great villages. Let us coexist harmoniously. Shaman nodded in agreement. Hearing their words, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. These two genuinely believed that the destruction of Konoha was a foregone conclusion. Soon after, Shaman and the second Raikage departed, leaving only Hozuki Mangetsu behind. Hozuki Mangetsu fixed his gaze upon me, an expression of suspicion dancing in his eyes. Hey, Wu, you haven't made any deals with Senju Hashirama, have you? He mused, stroking his chin. Though uncertain, he harbored a feeling that this ally-turned-adversary was concealing something. I shot him a glare. What an absurd notion. We are an unbreakable alliance. How could I betray everyone in such a manner? I replied with utmost seriousness. Oh, Hozuki Mangetsu narrowed his eyes. If I were to deceive you, I would be doomed. I patted my chest confidently. Hozuki Mangetsu nodded, still skeptical. Given the fervor of my oath, he appeared compelled to believe me. After Hozuki Mangetsu departed, Inoki emerged slowly. Teacher, I recall you mentioning you were an orphan? He remarked, unable to hide his concern. Precisely, which is why I dared to make such a vow, I replied, leisurely sipping my tea. Inoki's eyes widened in astonishment. For someone as young as he, my method seemed profoundly unethical. The shinobi world is filled with treachery. I longed to return to a simpler life. I never anticipated that the First Shinobi World War would conclude merely half a month after its commencement, Inoki lamented. Not too long at all, I said, recalling that the Fourth Shinobi World War lasted only 4 days. In the dead of night, I received a ninjutsu scroll sent by Senju Hashirama. Once I confirmed its authenticity, I tucked it away. Simultaneously, I received troubling news. The first Hokage was ill. I regarded the Iwagakure Umbu with a furrowed brow. Indeed, my lord. The first Hokage has been suffering from severe diarrhea since returning from the war, exhibiting various adverse symptoms, he reported respectfully. Has a doctor diagnosed the cause? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. It appears to be a fungal infection from contaminated food, which has exacerbated the first old injuries, the Umbu replied. Understood, I I shall return promptly, I stated matter-of-factly. After the umbu departed, I walked alone beneath the moonlight. I closed my eyes gently. It appears that old man Ishikawa's time is drawing near. Am I to ascend to power so soon? Henceforth, I shall be the true ruler of Iwagakure. I flew to the summit of Kikyo Mountain, where I could gaze at the outskirts of Konoha from a distance. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Konoha had already experienced snowfall. Iwagakure would soon follow suit. I slowly raised my hand, watching the snowflakes melt in my palm. After the withdrawal of our forces, Hozuki Mangetsu also chose to retreat, citing that Kirigakure's logistics could not keep pace. Even if they were to seize control of the central fire country, they would not achieve actual dominance. Moreover, the bulk of Kirigakure's resources remained on the islands, so it was best to retreat while ahead. In contrast, Sunagakure and Kumogakure continued their assault on Konoha, desperate for its Kekkei Genkai to strengthen their village. Chapter 48. Second Tsuchikage Wu Iwagakure. Under my guidance, Iwagakure has flourished immensely, far surpassing its former glory, with 2 new commercial streets added. However, under Ishikawa's promotion, the village is now adorned with images of the will of stone and my likeness. Since the news of my leadership of the allied shinobi forces, first confronting Uchiha Madara, then subduing Senju Hashirama, and ultimately becoming the commander who toppled Konoha, the entire village has been enveloped in jubilation. I, Wu, have become a symbol of hope and resilience for Iwagakure. Inside the residence of Tsuchikage Ishikawa, a heavy snow blanketed the outside world, while various ninjas and doctors frantically attended to their duties. Has Wu arrived yet? Ishikawa gasped, clutching the hand of Fuma Shichiro tightly. Lord Tsuchikage, I have dispatched Umbu to summon Lord Wu. He should be arriving shortly, Fuma Shichiro reassured him softly. I fear I may not make it through today. Ishikawa panted, his breath shallow, staring blankly at the ceiling. If only I hadn't consumed that piece of half-cooked venison. I was too hasty. Eating it raw led to bacterial infection, which has now triggered a series of complications in my aging body. I should have refrained. Cough, cough, cough. Where's the Tsuchikage? What has happened to my grandfather? With that, Inoki's voice echoed as I entered the room, accompanied by Inoki and several officials from Iwagakure. I shook off the snow from my cloak as I stepped indoors. Grandfather. Dayemu knelt on the riverbed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the bedridden Shurha, furrowing his brow in concern. He then turned to Fumachiba beside him and inquired, "What on earth happened? The last time we met, everything seemed fine. My lord, you may be unaware, but before the last battle, the first Hokage was out in the wild with the other 3 shadows, enjoying a barbecue. Some of the meat might have contained bacteria or been undercooked. Moreover, the Earth Shadow is quite advanced in age, and any minor ailment can lead to a cascade of health issues," Fumachiba explained. Dayemu raised an eyebrow, recalling how the old man had reeked of barbecue. "Will he survive?" he asked gravely. Fumachiba hesitated before cautiously responding. "Will you allow him to survive?" His voice was barely above a whisper, fearful of being overheard. Dayemu was at a loss for words. "Why do you always envision me as a dark figure? What do you mean by will I allow him to survive? Are you suggesting that if I do not intervene, you might deliberately let the Earth Shadow perish?" He pondered. It was not entirely their fault. After all, the entire Iwagakure was filled with his people, and Shurha had long been rendered powerless by him. Such subordinates often misinterpret his intentions. "All right, let us attend to what needs to be done," Dayemu stated calmly. At that moment, Shurha's intermittent voice drifted from within the room. "No, no." Upon hearing this, Dayemu quickly entered. On the sickbed, Shurha grasped Dayemu's hand tightly, his murky eyes fixed upon him. "Am I nearing my end? Has Konoha fallen?" he asked, still concerned about the ongoing war in the ninja world. "Old man, Konoha has not fallen. I have already withdrawn our troops, and I intend to manage our village properly," Dayemu replied softly. Hearing this, Shurha nodded slowly. "Do not cause any turmoil. Let us discuss matters together. Konoha can be left for the other ninja villages to destroy. We must not let our Iwagakure ninjas spill blood. Be cautious of the other villages. With your absence, some officials may have engaged in corruption. Pay close attention once you take office," Shurha advised slowly. Dayemu listened intently, nodding, his gaze filled with complexity as he regarded the old man. To have established Iwagakure amidst chaos, Shurha possessed considerable talent, yet his age had weakened him. "Let them in," Shurha instructed Fumachiba. As the door creaked open, numerous officials from Iwagakure's administrative, economic, and other departments filed in. The once spacious room now felt cramped due to the sheer number of attendees, all high-ranking figures within the village. A grave atmosphere enveloped the space, as everyone understood that the Earth Shadow was nearing his end. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Shurha slowly rose from his bed. Although his voice was soft, it resonated clearly throughout the room. I have chosen a successor for you, one whose resolve cannot be shaken, and whose heart remains steadfast. He paused momentarily before glancing at Dayemu. He will be the second Earth Shadow of Iwagakure. As Shurha made this announcement, the room remained relatively calm, for this had long been an open secret. Since the establishment of Iwagakure, Dayemu had been regarded as the unequivocal candidate for the next Earth Shadow, his abilities and character having garnered widespread recognition and admiration. After concluding the announcement, Shurha let out a sigh of relief, reclining back on his bed, his gaze drifting toward the window. Outside, snow fell in abundance, blanketing the landscape in a silvery sheen. Shurha felt a swell of emotions as his consciousness began to fade. Murmuring to himself, I wish to see the future of Iwagakure, which has become increasingly prosperous and vibrant. His eyes seemed to pierce through the thick snowfall, envisioning a flourishing Iwagakure, newly constructed homes, bustling streets, busy crowds, and thriving commercial avenues all materialized before him. Unable to resist, his eyelids slowly closed. Dayemu's tears flowed freely at that moment. Grandfather. Outside, the snow continued to fall, growing heavier. It was still a snowy day, and Iwagakure was adorned in white. Flurries danced in the air as the coffin of the first Earth Shadow, Shurha, was slowly transported across the snow. Dayemu walked ahead, steadying the coffin, while the residents of Iwagakure stood solemnly along the road to pay their respects, engulfed in silence. 3 months later, the sorrow of the Earth Shadow's passing had subsided, and Iwagakure promptly organized the inauguration ceremony for the new Earth Shadow. This particular ceremony was extraordinary. Having defeated Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Dayemu had presented the village with an unparalleled achievement. The entire village held immense expectations for Dayemu. On this day, under the thunderous cheers of countless ninjas and villagers gathered beneath the Earth Shadow building, Dayemu, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Earth Shadow and wearing the traditional hat, stepped forward. Second. The voices of the Iwagakure residents, both commoners and ninjas alike, reverberated through the air. Dayemu smiled faintly before tossing aside his hat. In that instant, the cheers of the residents soared to a crescendo, eclipsing even the fervor of the village's founding ceremony. The era of the second Earth Shadow, Dayemu, had officially commenced. As Dayemu looked upon the jubilant crowd, he was about to turn when Dayemu reminded him softly, Lord Earth Shadow, you have yet to deliver a speech. Dayemu's expression shifted slightly. The residents of Iwagakure gazed at him with eager anticipation, expecting him to impart words about the will of the earth. Yet, when the crowd anticipated a dose of motivational rhetoric, Dayemu simply smiled and remarked, repeating those words is tiresome. Let us speak practically. I wish for the residents of Iwagakure to be happy every day. May joy abound, peace prevail, and may you all enjoy long and prosperous lives. With a gentle smile, Dayemu proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the residents of Iwagakure were taken aback, and then erupted into thunderous applause, some even shedding tears of joy. Chapter 49. Let us all prosper together. Apologies for the previous chapter mistakenly referring to the Earth Shadow's hat as the Fire Shadow's hat. If there isn't enough time to read, feel free to save it for a few days. Today is Father's Day. I wish a happy Father's Day to all readers with children. Within the Earth Shadow building, the high-ranking officials of Iwagakure sat upright in their seats. Dayemu sat behind the Earth Shadow's desk, the ceremonial hat resting on the surface. The officials remained silent, apprehensive about the implications of the previous Earth Shadow's hints regarding internal corruption within Iwagakure. They feared Dayemu might pursue investigations, yet none dared to speak. Dayemu contemplated matters regarding the tailed beasts. However, he understood that he must first address the internal issues within Iwagakure before capturing the tailed beasts and nurturing Jinchuriki. This was also the reason he sought out Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu. While Iwagakure possessed sealing techniques, Dayemu felt they were subpar. Even the likes of Killer Bee praised Naruto's 8 trigrams sealing technique over the iron armor sealing technique. Thus, Dayemu resolved to utilize the 8 trigrams sealing technique for sealing the tailed beasts. Additionally, he intended to establish a ninja academy and create a repository for Iwagakure's ninjutsu. The mere thought of it made Dayemu feel overwhelmed. Being the Earth Shadow was indeed a demanding role. He slowly lifted his gaze to the officials below. Everyone, I am aware of the circumstances. Do you have anything to say? Dayemu paused in his writing, speaking in a calm tone. In truth, even without the Earth Shadow's reminder, his umbu had already uncovered the extent of their corruption. As Dayemu's words hung in the air, the officials shuddered, exchanging glances. Yet none dared to speak first. The atmosphere felt thick with tension, compounded by Dayemu's presence, which exuded an undeniable pressure that made it difficult to breathe. With a cold chuckle, a flicker of displeasure crossed Dayemu's eyes. Since none of you are willing to speak, allow me to articulate it for you. Embezzlement and bribery. Lining your own pockets. Truly commendable. Without warning, the esteemed Tsuchikage slammed his hand on the table. We have grown accustomed to hardship and poverty, he declared. And the senior officials of Iwagakure momentarily faltered, contemplating confession. However, the Tsuchikage swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, "Why have you all prospered without including me?" His voice carried a hint of indignation. The gathered officials appeared momentarily stunned, but soon their expressions transformed into exuberance. "Ah, we see. You are lamenting our success without your involvement. Why would we not include you? We feared your wrath." One of them exclaimed. "Tsuchikage, had we known, we would have saved plenty to honor you." Another added, "Indeed, we shall transfer ownership of our shops to you immediately. Whatever you desire, Tsuchikage." They all vied for his favor, their smiles broadening. "There's no need for the transfer. Instead, if you encounter any issues, simply provide me with the funds, and I shall handle them for you. This is a way to utilize your resources for your own endeavors," the Tsuchikage stated nonchalantly. He believed that at a certain level of governance, morality became irrelevant. As long as Iwagakure's economy thrived, he was indifferent to the corruption that transpired. Understanding the adage that too much purity breeds no fish. Moreover, he had no desire to manage affairs directly. The risks were too great for someone of his stature. "Yes, Tsuchikage, let us indulge in this together." The officials echoed, their enthusiasm palpable. Yet, upon hearing the term together, the Tsuchikage's demeanor darkened. "Do not conflate our identities. You are you, and I am I. I merely walk alongside you in this venture," he retorted coldly. "Indeed, you walk alongside us." They chimed in, laughter accompanying their agreement. Nonetheless, he warned, while corruption is permissible, it must not impede Iwagakure's economic progress. We must not violate the will of our village. His gaze swept across the assembly, a warning in his eyes. "I can overlook minor transgressions, but do not defy my intentions. My track record spans from a mere ninja to Tsuchikage, accomplishing every task I set my mind to, whether it be managing the ninja academy or leading battles. If I desire to undertake something, it shall come to fruition. If I do not, no other ninja will succeed either. Is there any dissent?" Few dare to oppose, lest they forfeit their status. The officials, all seasoned ninjas themselves, comprehended his implications. They understood that while they could pursue wealth, they must remain obedient to him. "Very well, that concludes our discussion. You may return to your duties," he announced, lowering his gaze and dismissing them. He had ulterior motives in his actions. Without a family, he lived a solitary existence. The illicit funds he acquired were no different from contributing to the village's treasury. In essence, his corrupt dealings were ultimately for the benefit of Iwagakure. Donning his ceremonial robe and lowering his Tsuchikage hat, he resolved it was time to inspect the village's conditions. "Kazekage Nanashire, accompany me," he instructed, rising and addressing the umbu captain lurking in the shadows. "Yes, sir." Kazekage Nanashire knelt in compliance. Currently, half of the Kazekage clan was engaged in education, while the other half served directly in Iwagakure's law enforcement. This marked the first occasion since his ascension that the Tsuchikage made a public appearance among the citizens of Iwagakure. The streets brimmed with lively residents and shopkeepers who emerged to warmly welcome him. The commercial district was bustling with activity as the villagers danced and applauded, some even shedding tears of joy. When dining, one must open their mouth first. The third floor must be built atop the second, and a foundation must be laid before constructing a building, he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the crowd. "Bravo! Such wisdom!" they cried, overwhelmed with emotion. "Truly, the illustrious Tsuchikage is remarkable." The villagers applauded fervently, their admiration palpable. "Your words are profound," they continued, as Kazekage Nanashire diligently took notes beside him. Upon arriving at the ninja academy, that Tsuchikage refrained from interrupting the students' lessons and instead perused the curriculum materials of Iwagakure's ninja school. On the first page, he found his own doctrine of the stone, alongside his portrait. Following that, the history of the village before its establishment was recounted, as well as a personal introduction to his predecessor, Ishikawa. However, the materials soon took an absurd turn. "Come here, director of the Educational Materials Department," he called. "When did I ever shatter Susanoo with a mere stone?" The director obediently approached him, revealing a passage that chronicled an incident where he allegedly hurled a stone skyward, striking down Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. "If I possessed such power, I would have single-handedly dominated the ninja world long ago," he exclaimed, incredulous. "Well, it's meant to inspire greatness." The director replied sheepishly. "Enough with the exaggerations. The reality is what it is. These children will eventually grow up and recognize the absurdity of such claims." "You are doing me a disservice," he stated coldly. "Understood. We will revise it immediately and present it to you for approval," the director assured him promptly. With a subtle smile, he patted the director's shoulder. "Well done, a worthy inheritor of the stone's will." Chapter 50. The Tsuchikage's humorous tale of capturing the tailed beast Tsuchikage. "We have received the latest intelligence," an umbu reported. "The locations of the 7 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails have been confirmed, all situated within the land of fire." The Tsuchikage's gaze sharpened beneath his hat as he replied, "Good. I understand. Return to the Tsuchikage Tower." With a swift motion, he and Kazekage Nanisher utilized the body flicker technique to depart from the academy. Upon returning to the tower, the Tsuchikage swiftly assembled a team, selecting 20 elite shinobi to prepare for the mission to capture the tailed beasts. In the original narrative, Iwagakure possessed only the 4 tails and 5 tails. This time, the Tsuchikage aimed to capture the 7 tails as well, the only flying-tailed beast among the 9. Its strategic value was immense. In the future, it could serve as an aerial bombardment unit alongside Deidara, posing a significant threat to land-based shinobi. Why couldn't Deidara have been born earlier? He mused, rubbing his temples. Once Deidara arrived, he would ensure to keep him close and nurture his talents, preventing him from becoming a rogue ninja. Reflecting on Deidara brought forth a sense of unease. Guess the character I'm thinking of, a youth standing at 166 centimeters, weighing 50 kilograms, with golden hair and azure eyes, possessing unique traits. Trained under a village leader. He had a friend from the sand with red hair. Following the departure of his old teammates, his new partner irked him, resulting in battles against Kakashi, Sasuke, Gaara, and Itachi. One of his companions, with a single Sharingan, was the 4th apprentice. "You thought I was referring to Naruto? Wrong. I was talking about young Deidara." How ironic. They are so alike. One a supporting character, the other a protagonist. Perhaps I should continue as Tsuchikage and hand over the role to Deidara when he matures, compensating for the third's legacy with the granddaughter of Inoki, Kuratsuchi. His thoughts wandered, envisioning a scenario where he bequeathed the title of Tsuchikage to Deidara. However, he shook his head, realizing that such an act would undoubtedly infuriate Inoki. If Inoki had spent 60 years as Iwagakure's leader, only for me to pass the title to Deidara, he'd likely perish from rage. But both Deidara and I would make suitable candidates for the 4th position, he concluded, ultimately deciding against the notion of directly transferring the title to Deidara. Should Inoki learn of this, he would undoubtedly instigate a coup, orchestrating a political upheaval akin to the Jinwu Gate succession. Regarding Inoki, I have not seen him for quite some time. Where is Inoki? Please summon him. Suddenly, I remembered Inoki. Ever since Ishikawa's demise, Inoki has matured significantly. He spends his days either at home or training in the secluded area behind the mountain. This opportunity to capture the tailed beast is perfect. I can invite Inoki along to further hone his skills. Otherwise, his will of stone may soon become a mere historical relic. Lord Tsuchikage, I will go at once. One of the umbu swiftly departed the office. Before long, Inoki, clad in a rock village vest, entered. I glanced up at him, noting the changes in his appearance. Your face has transformed. You've even started to develop acne. Your nose seems larger, yet your height appears unchanged. What is it that you require of me, Lord Tsuchikage? Inoki respectfully inquired. I raised my gaze, revealing a hint of exasperation. You may refer to me as your master during work hours. I slowly stood and patted Inoki's head. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he chuckled. Hee, I shall not hold back then. Understood, master. Hey, no head patting, Inoki exclaimed. Do you not realize that constantly patting my head hinders my growth? He quickly dodged aside. I smiled faintly, genuinely wanting to assure him that he would eventually grow taller. However, would that not be too disheartening? After some consideration, I chose to keep that tidbit to myself. One must maintain a glimmer of hope for the future, after all. Now, let us discuss serious matters. I shall be leaving the village this afternoon to capture the tailed beast, and you will accompany me, I declared, my hands clasped behind my back. Excitement quickly spread across Inoki's face, and he approached with a sense of mystery. Master, I have a surprise for you. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what surprise? Inoki gradually lifted his hand, gathering energy. With a hum, a Rasengan materialized in his palm. Quite impressive. As expected of my disciple, you have already mastered the Rasengan. Well done. I nodded in approval. Hee. Although this ninjutsu was created by you, Master, I, Inoki, have learned it in merely half a month due to my innate talent. Inoki proclaimed proudly, striking a pose that exuded confidence. I smiled lightly, acknowledging his decent learning speed. Master, how long did it take you to learn the Rasengan? Inoki inquired, brimming with pride. I raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly. I believe it only took me about 3 hours. Inoki's expression fell instantly, as if turned to stone. Indeed, you are truly stronger, Master. Undoubtedly the strongest in the ninja world. Do not fret. Your talents are commendable, nearly at the top tier of the ninja world. Do not underestimate yourself, I reassured him. Humph. Understood, Master. I am the sole disciple of the strongest in the ninja world. Inoki regained his composure. The thought of being the only disciple of the current strongest ninja filled him with pride. While perhaps few know my name, being the only disciple of the strongest resonates far more than Inoki alone. I smiled slightly, recognizing that beyond the audience's perspective, every character in the Naruto universe possesses depth and humanity. As Inoki's master, I felt a profound sense of responsibility. Now, prepare yourself. We must set out to capture the tailed beast. I gently hung my clothes on a rack and donned my previous rock village vest. Yes. Oh, and Master, I have also learned the heavy stone technique. I can fly now? Inoki exclaimed enthusiastically, showcasing his newfound ability. Excellent, as the Seven Tails is capable of flight. This will provide a splendid opportunity for you to observe. Lord Tsuchikage, the Jonin are prepared and ready for deployment, reported Fumishikahachi. Very well, I replied. As a precaution, I left a shadow clone behind in the village. The village lacked top-tier combat strength. I was essentially the pillar of the rock village. If I were to fall, it would spell disaster for my home. Suddenly, a thunderous galloping echoed through the forest. A tailed beast, resembling a cross between a horse and a dolphin, was charging forward, emitting steam from its nostrils. It was the King Mu, racing ahead. Upon spotting a group of humans in the distance, King Mu frowned. Yet another detestable human. The most wretched of creatures. With a disdainful snort, he activated his boiling release to hasten his speed, intent on barreling through. Forget it. I thought this was a speed bump. We are tailed beasts. We know nothing of public transportation. Take that up with the Sage of Six Paths. We tailed beasts are striving to survive as well. Thank you for all the gifts. Due to the overwhelming number, I cannot thank each one individually without risking filler content. I will post a gratitude note later. In any case, thank you all. In response to a reader's question, some readers feel that Sage Inoki confronting Madara feels exaggerated. But I believe it is plausible. The configuration on the 5 Kage's side is quite luxurious, with ample mobility, control, and high damage, accompanied by a horde of Uchiha. Without the Rinnegan, Madara would find it challenging to contend. The reason Hashirama was so formidable was due to Kishimoto's control over the narrative at that time. Now, in this fanfiction, the pen is in my hands. Of course, adaptation is not mere fabrication. I strive to remain true to the original work. Chapter 51. Successful capture of the 4 tails, 5 tails, and 7 tails. Grandfather, allow me to give you a back rub. A tremor and rumble echoed as the massive form of King Mu stomped towards us. Upon reaching the vicinity of the rock village's jutsu range, I raised my hand and commanded, release. A dozen rock village jonin simultaneously unleashed their earth-style techniques. Earth-style, mud swamp. Earth-style, quake core. Earth-style, mountain earth technique. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath King Mu shattered, quickly forming a sinkhole that morphed into a muddy swamp. Surrounding stones transformed into slabs, firmly restraining King Mu. Cutting humans. King Mu seethed, activating his boiling release as the swamp began to corrode. Move. I observed King Mu's struggles with indifference. The rock village ninja received their orders and unleashed their Earth-style techniques once more. Earth-style, Mountain Earth technique. This time, more stones rose from the ground. Pressing down upon King Mu. Tailed Beast Bomb. King Mu opened his mouth wide, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Do not let him fire. I shouted to Inoki beside me. While I could handle this alone, it also served as a training opportunity for him. Understood, Master. Together, we clapped our hands. Earth-style, heavy stone technique. In unison, we proclaimed. In an instant, the weight of the earth pressing down upon King Mu intensified. His eyes widened in shock as he was interrupted mid-jutsu, his forelegs trapped in the mud, rendering him powerless. Sealing team. I called to the Rock Village shinobi behind me. After acquiring the sealing techniques from Senju Hashirama, I quickly established a sealing team in conjunction with our own sealing methods. Yes, 5 or 6 Rock Village shinobi each held a scroll, commencing their incantations. Countless iron chains soared towards King Mu, swiftly ensnaring his neck and body. The surrounding earth began to envelop him, as sealing symbols etched themselves into the terrain. After a fierce struggle, King Mu finally ceased his resistance. Capture of King Mu complete. Now, onto the Four Tails, Son Goku. I directed my gaze at the intelligence officer. What is the Four Tails' current location? In response, Lord Tsuchikage. The Four Tails is located at the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain. Note, this is a real place in Naruto, as the Four Tails indeed resides there. Very well. Let us proceed. Leave a few individuals here to guard. More Rock Village shinobi will arrive shortly. In the Land of Fire. More accurately within the borders of the Land of Earth, a figure known as Wu stood poised at the edge of a confrontation. At Huagua Mountain, the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, was enjoying a bath when suddenly, uninvited guests appeared in the sky. Instantly alert, he prepared for battle, gazing upward. Humans, do not trespass upon my territory, he warned, spreading his arms to display his formidable muscles. However, Wu remained unfazed, slowly raising his hand to cast a jutsu. Earth Release, 5-element mountain technique. In an instant, a colossal mountain, summoned by Wu's command, materialized above the Four Tails like a descending celestial body. Realizing the dire situation, Sun Wukong widened his eyes in alarm. This is the version that counters me, he thought. The mountain, imbued with the weighty rock technique, crashed down with tremendous force. In a moment of desperation, Sun Wukong exerted all his strength, raising his hands as if he were Pango himself, holding the mountain aloft. Master, this great monkey possesses immense strength, Mu exclaimed, astonished by Sun Wukong's effort. Wu nodded slightly, and then declared, super weighty rock technique. The air vibrated with power as Sun Wukong bellowed, humans, but could no longer withstand the weight and was forced down. Subsequently, several sealing papers were affixed to the mountain by the rock-hidden village shinobi. Four Tails, capture complete. Wu combined his palms, sealing the beast in place. Turning to an information ninja, Wu inquired about the Seven Tails. Due to its ability to fly, the Seven Tails lacks a fixed residence. Its last known location was above the Land of Fire, but its current whereabouts remain uncertain, the ninja reported, kneeling. Very well. Mu and I will personally pursue it. You are to safely escort the Four Tails and Five Tails back to the village. Do not place them in the center. Reinforce the seals outside the village. After issuing his instructions, Wu soared into the sky alongside Mu. Master, the sky is vast. Where shall we search? Mu questioned, observing the thick clouds and occasional gusts of wind. Do not underestimate your teacher's perception. A beast of such size will not elude us. Wu replied, forming the tiger seal and expanding his sensory abilities to locate the Seven Tails, Komi-ai. Komi-ai, the only tailed beast capable of flight, was represented in the original narrative by a dark-skinned female, Jinchuriki, named Fu. Humans, what do you seek from me? Komi-ai asked gently, observing the two airborne figures before her. Compared to the previous two encounters, Komi-ai exhibited a notably gentler demeanor, likely due to her frequent solitude in the skies. I wish to take you back to serve our village, Wu stated. Apologies, but I dislike being confined. I prefer the freedom of soaring through the sky, Komi-ai replied, her tone growing cold as she turned and began to fly away. I did not come to negotiate, Wu said calmly. Scale powder concealment technique. Realizing the precarious situation, Komi-ai expelled a cloud of powder from her mouth. Do not resist. Wu appeared on Komi-ai's back, unleashing the earth release, super weighty rock fist technique. A colossal fist, resembling stone, descended upon Komi-ai with tremendous force. Boom. Though the airborne environment was not his forte, Wu refrained from employing dust release, concerned about harming the tailed beast. He was uncertain whether she could recover if she were to lose a body part. "Master, allow me to assist," Dayimu shouted as he dove down. Invoking the earth release, weighty rock fist technique as well. Komi stumbled mid-air, losing her balance and plummeting toward the ground. Wu swiftly formed hand seals. Executing the earth release, just subtle technique. Boom. The moment Komi crashed to the earth, a stone giant materialized, tightly embracing her and pinning her down. Earth release, earth prison technique. Wu, ever cautious, reinforced the seal as he summoned chains from a scroll to bind Komi. Despite her attempts to take flight, the Seven Tails found herself ensnared, unable to move. Seven Tails, capture successful. Dayimu triumphantly proclaimed from atop Komi. Breathing heavily, Wu remarked, "The clone left in our village cannot exert its full power. Let us return." With his hands upon Komi, Wu, along with Dayimu, lifted the Seven Tails and soared back to the village. The number of tail beasts needed was limited, as there were not enough individuals to serve as Jinchuriki. If raised properly, a Jinchuriki could become a formidable weapon. If neglected, they posed a significant threat to the village. Upon returning, an urgent message from the ninja world reached them. Chapter 52. We eat sea cucumbers daily. Report to Lord Tsuchikage. Urgent intelligence. An Umbu member announced. What is the situation? Wu inquired, raising an eyebrow. It's disastrous. The Sand and Cloud Alliance has suffered a crushing defeat against the Leaf Village. The Sand commander, Shaman, is gravely injured, and Cloud's AI has lost an arm. Meanwhile, the southern and northern regions of the Land of Fire have been reclaimed by Senju Hashirama, forcing the Sand to retreat to the Land of Rivers and the Cloud to the Land of Hot Water. The Umbu relayed the information to Wu, who listened intently. His brow furrowed. Just as he suspected, with his absence, the Sand and Cloud had been decisively overwhelmed by the Leaf Village. With the Leaf's abundant bloodline limits, the Sand and Cloud stood no chance without tail beasts to bolster their ranks. The only formidable combatants left were the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Since the clan leaders of the Uchiha and Senju had been slain, their rage was likely being unleashed upon the Sand and Cloud. Continue to observe, Wu instructed. Yes. The situation in the ninja world remained perilous. However, Wu was disinclined to involve the rock-hidden village in this turmoil any further. Conflict inevitably leads to casualties, and he did not wish to lose any more of his precious shinobi. His focus had shifted to accumulating resources for the rock village, maximizing profits. He aimed to study forbidden techniques such as Flying Thunder God, explosive tags, and the 8 trigrams. Additionally, establishing a research institute to delve into longevity technology and the chakra of the Nine Tails would be prudent, Wu mused. Recalling the Nine Tails tale he had prudently preserved in a scroll, arriving at the Tsuchikage's office, he approved various initiatives, the establishment of a research department, the selection of potential Jinchuriki, and more. How long has old Z been alive? Wu pondered, narrowing his eyes. This individual, an elder, had appeared alongside Minato during the Second Great Ninja War, proficient in the use of tailed beast bombs. It could be deduced that he was born before the war, likely around the same age as the legendary Sannin. The path ahead was arduous. Perhaps I should first practice Tai Chi and then learn the 5 animal play to enhance my health, he thought, rising from his chair. He began deep breathing exercises. Recalling the forms of the 5 animal play and Tai Chi after several rounds, Wu felt significantly rejuvenated. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. No wonder they sought longevity. Only with sufficient lifespan can one have the time to pursue all their aspirations. Can you surpass the wisdom of our ancestors? In the Land of Water, in the Hidden Mist Village, someone mused, when did the Leaf Village become so powerful? Are shaman and AI even human? How could this favorable situation turn into a disaster? The intelligence ninja stationed in the eastern region of the Land of Fire, under the command of Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, reported back with shocking news. Upon learning that Shaman and AI had been utterly defeated by Senju Hashirama, and that both the northern and southern territories had been completely subdued, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon could hardly believe his ears. He began to question whether these 2 individuals were indeed capable of directing a war. Immediately, he dispatched letters to Cloud and Sand, inquiring about the situation. And what was their response? They simply stated, "We've been diligently consuming sea cucumbers." Shaman remarked. "We did our best. Konoha won when they shouldn't have. The Sage of 6 Paths will surely not let Konoha off the hook." The second generation AI added. Stop berating us. I've been drinking protein powder like water. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon felt a surge of frustration rising within him. In a fit of exasperation, he sent 2 tons of Mist Village's specialty sea cucumbers to Cloud and Sand. Meanwhile, Iwagakure's envoy expressed, "We don't have many sea delicacies here in Iwagakure. Could you send me some sea cucumbers? I wish to prolong my life, and they would serve as a nourishing supplement." Was Konoha simply too powerful? Or were Cloud and Sand too weak? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon leaned towards the former. After all, Konoha possessed numerous bloodline limits, and Senju Hashirama was certainly not inferior to him. That man was undeniably cunning. Reflecting on the earlier decision made by the envoy, he couldn't help but harbor suspicions. Could it be that he was privy to some hidden knowledge? Ever since I had injured him, why had he become so astute? Moreover, following that incident, his strength had significantly increased, and he had even acquired an unknown power, along with a summoning beast, a raven. He had also become the village's leader before me. The more Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon pondered, the more something felt off. Could it be that my explosive attack had inadvertently opened his meridians? A light bulb moment struck him. He had indeed unleashed full power in that explosion. Perhaps he had gained enlightenment from it, resulting in the current version of him. Yes, it must be so. No. Perhaps I should also attempt an explosion? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon stroked his chin, contemplating the idea. But then, a sudden interruption occurred. Chief of the Ghost Lantern clan. This is urgent. The Mist Umbu burst into the room, disrupting Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's thoughts. What is happening? He inquired, slightly bewildered. The first Hokage is nearing his end. The Umbu hastily replied. What? Explain clearly. How could this happen so suddenly? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon's anxiety escalated. Chief of the Ghost Lantern clan. The first Hokage has long suffered from old injuries. According to the medical ninja's diagnosis, he has contracted a severe illness, believed to have stemmed from consuming half-year-old deer meat several months ago. He has now given up on treatment. After hearing the Umbu's account, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon suddenly recalled that the first Hokage of Iwagakure had also passed away under similar circumstances. Half-year-old deer meat? He exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. Had half-year-old deer meat truly claimed the lives of 2 founding leaders? But upon further reflection, it made sense. Both the earth and water shadows were elderly. They were born in an era of turmoil, where the average lifespan was under 30, and ninja lives were notoriously brief. For them to reach the age of 50 was a remarkable feat, thankfully. The first Hokages of Sand and Cloud were both middle-aged and robust. Otherwise, that half-year-old deer meat might have decimated all 4 leaders. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon hurriedly donned his attire and set out to visit the water shadow, Hakuren. To address the reader's question, why haven't the Tenketsu sword and the 8-span mirror been utilized? Is there a different plan ahead? Answer: yes, they will be used shortly. And against Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, with an imminent battle where Wu faces off against 2 opponents. This marks Wu's moment of glory. Chapter 53. Is this nonsense? Another winter snowfall blankets the vibrant Iwagakure in a silvery shroud. On the highest mountain in Iwagakure, statues of Ishikawa and Wu stand tall, symbolizing 2 generations of earth shadows. Under the governance of his master, Iwagakure has flourished immensely. Anoki reclined in his ninja garb atop Wu's statue, feeling a swell of pride for the village's development over the past years. For years have passed since his master took office, and the transformation has been nothing short of revolutionary. Steam engines, telegraphs, and wires have all been invented by the village's technological department, and the entire village now utilizes radios to receive directives from the Earth Shadow Building. However, these advancements are confined to the land of Earth, as other nations remain embroiled in conflict. For instance, Konoha continues to engage in battle with Cloud. Following their recent defeat, Sand could no longer sustain the war. The front lines stretched too thin, and the earlier victories in the land of rivers had yet to be consolidated. Continuing the fight would jeopardize even the land of rivers. Retsudo and Shaman have retreated back to the Wind Country to regroup. However, Cloud remains steadfast, having seized the 8 tails and 2 tails via the 6 paths treasure. The Amber Purification Bottle, and with their elite ninjas still engaged in fierce combat against Konoha. Moreover, Cloud's hawkish faction appears to be growing increasingly aggressive. During this period, there have been multiple incidents involving the theft of Sharingan and Byakugan, but Senju Hashirama is not one to relent, launching a series of counterattacks against Cloud. There have even been instances of reanimated corpses attacking Cloud while armed with explosive tags. In the original narrative, characters such as Kin and Jin, along with Wu and Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, were reanimated and aware of Tobarama's techniques, clearly indicating that he employed them in battle. Meanwhile, an Iwagakure ninja approached. The Earth Shadow requests your presence to welcome the visiting delegation from Mist, he announced loudly before departing. What a bother, such rare leisure time. Inoki grumbled. Iwagakure was busy preparing for the upcoming New Year festivities, and with Mist's recent request for a visit, work piled up. Here they come. Inoki reluctantly rose, stretched, and leaped down from the statue. At the entrance of Iwagakure, Wu stood in Earth Shadow garb, ready to greet the delegation led by Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. This was not merely a visit from Mist, but a meeting between the leaders of the two ninja villages. Wow, it's really you. Haha, my goodness. I almost didn't recognize you in the Earth Shadow robe. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon exclaimed excitedly. Wu, you've done a remarkable job building Iwagakure. The bearded water shadow, clad in his robe, gazed in awe at the impressive gates and flourishing architecture of the village. Not bad, right? I didn't expect we would have the chance to meet again, Wu replied, shaking hands with Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. Don't worry, I'm just here for a friendly visit, and to celebrate the new year with you. Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon grinned broadly. Wu raised an eyebrow. As long as you don't mention borrowing money, everything else is negotiable. Perfect. We have a New Year's banquet tonight, so you can experience the festive spirit of Iwagakure, Wu said as he and Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon walked side by side towards the village center. Hey, Inoki, you haven't changed a bit since a few years ago, Wu remarked. Did you cast a weighty earth technique on Inoki's head? How come he hasn't grown at all? And why is your head so pointy? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon playfully ruffled Inoki's hair, recalling that he was the same height during the last ninja war. Wu fell silent, momentarily unsure how to respond. Inoki grew impatient and turned to the Water Shadow. Hey, Water Shadow, let me ask you, are you male or female? Demon Oki spoke incoherently. Forget it, Demon Oki, let us go, Little Mustache. He pulled away Demon Oki, lamenting that had he known Little Mustache's tongue was so sharp, he would not have brought him along. Demon Oki and Hozuki Mangetsu began a light conversation in the Tsuchikage building. How is the development in the Mist Village? He inquired slowly. Well, it's decent. We mainly focus on maritime trade. Economically, we are doing well, but politically, it's rife with intrigue. Little Mustache waved his hand, expressing his helplessness. Hee. Every political arena is filled with machinations. As the head of the Hozuki clan, you surely must not be outmaneuvered by those with bloodline limits? Demon Oki teased. Rarely did a hint of bitterness appear on Hozuki Mangetsu's usually cheerful face. Demon Oki observed him quietly, realizing that someone like Mangetsu, who was both comical and somewhat absent-minded, was ill-suited for politics. He could engage in battles and wars, but when it comes to politics, Little Mustache was superior, unless he were another Little Mustache. Esteemed gentlemen, the banquet is ready. Will you be attending now? A respectful envoy from Iwagakure reported. Let us go. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and I shall take you to see the fireworks, Demon Oki said with a faint smile as he rose. In that case, I would be remiss to refuse. Hozuki Mangetsu replied with a smile. Surrounded by the crowd, Demon Oki and Hozuki Mangetsu ascended to the highest point of the Iwagakure building, where a lavish feast awaited them. Several microphones were set before Demon Oki. What are these? Ninja tools? Hozuki Mangetsu curiously inquired. These are the tools we will use shortly. Demon Oki replied with a slight smile, waving his hand. Soon, the event commenced. Next, please welcome Tsuchikage-sama for the New Year's address. The sound of applause filled the air. As the residents of Iwagakure enjoyed their New Year's feast, they gazed at the firecrackers and fireworks outside, while Demon Oki's voice resonated from radios in every household. On this occasion of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, I, Demon Oki, in the name of the Tsuchikage, extend my most sincere New Year wishes to every citizen of Iwagakure. Here, I pay my highest respects to all who have contributed to our village and wish every villager good health and family happiness in the coming year. May Iwagakure, through our collective efforts, stand as an unyielding mountain, forever prosperous. At that moment, Hozuki Mangetsu understood the purpose of the small box as Demon Oki's voice emanated from it. Suddenly, thousands of fireworks shot into the sky, exploding above Iwagakure. Wow, what beautiful fireworks! Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed, captivated by the splendid display in the night sky. Demon Oki smiled back at him, noting that this was merely a small affair, as Iwagakure hosted grand fireworks celebrations every year. As the fireworks ascended, the atmosphere in Iwagakure reached its zenith. I heard you Iwagakure folks eat sushi by dumping it on the table. Is that true? Hozuki Mangetsu asked while savoring the sushi on his plate. Demon Oki's jest about regional stereotypes is merely humorous. We are all one family. Oh, you think playing the Iwagakure card makes you one of us? Demon Oki replied, his expression turning serious as he joked, in the vast Northwest, this is life. What do you think? Haha, just kidding. Let me pour you a drink. Hozuki Mangetsu said, picking up a bottle of liquor and casually opening it. Bang. The cap shot off, striking Demon Oki on the head. Demon Oki's face darkened. Mangetsu, are you dining alone? The cap just hit me, he said with a sigh. Hozuki Mangetsu hurriedly took it off. My apologies, brother, it was an accident. This is the liquor I brought from the Mist Village. Let us drink together. He quickly summoned the Mist liquor. Demon Oki's eyes widened. Mangetsu, since you've called me brother, what can I say? Here, take the Tsuchikage hat. He placed the Tsuchikage hat on Hozuki Mangetsu's head. Hozuki Mangetsu, now serious, replied, no, brother, you are too kind. Here, the Mizukage hat for you. He placed the Mizukage hat on Demon Oki's head. Demon Oki held the Mizukage hat. Is this even appropriate? The group of Iwagakure and Mist officials behind them could hardly contain their laughter, realizing these two leaders were quite the entertainers. Thus, the New Year's celebration in Iwagakure unfolded amidst joyous laughter. Chapter 54, 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. While Iwagakure celebrated the New Year with great fervor, Konoha was also in the midst of its festivities. This year, Konoha experienced a relatively good celebration. The Ninja Academy, Umbu, and administrative department all flourished. Supported by generous funding from the Fire Country's daimyo and the competency of Konoha's ninjas, leading to stability throughout the village, save for the situation with Kimogakure. Happy New Year! The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, visited the Uzumaki family. Come, Tsunade, greet your great-uncle. Uzumaki Kushina called for her 3-year-old daughter. Unwillingly, little Tsunade, holding a dice, was brought forward. Little Tsunade, have you learned any new poems recently? Senju Tobarama inquired as he settled down to sip tea. Tsunade remained silent, fiddling with her dice. Your great-uncle is asking you, Tsunade. If you continue to be impolite, you'll have to stand outside. Uzumaki Kushina scolded gently. Only then did Tsunade reluctantly set down the dice, her mind racing to recall any poems she had learned. Suddenly, she remembered a poem created by the Tsuchikage from the neighboring village that she had seen in the newspaper. Great-uncle, I have one. Let me recite it for you, Tsunade said, raising her small hands as she began to recite. For 40 years, the homeland. 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Senju Tobarama's expression shifted as he listened, sensing something amiss. For 40 years, the homeland? I too am nearing 40, he mused. 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers, though exaggerated, resonated with the territories of the Fire Country that had been conquered by foreign enemies. Uzumaki Kushina also began to feel uneasy as she listened. All right, Tsunade, stop reciting. She quickly interrupted, pulling Tsunade back, feeling embarrassed in front of Senju Tobarama. With a resigned smile, Senju Tobarama asked, Little Tsunade, where did you learn this? I saw it in the newspaper, written by the Tsuchikage from the neighboring village, Tsunade replied. Pouting. Upon hearing it was Demon Oki, Senju Tobarama's defenses began to falter. Damn it, Demon Oki. Tsunade, here is your dice, go play. Uzumaki Kushina hastily handed the dice back to Tsunade, sending her away. No problem, Senju Tobarama waved his hand dismissively. Now that the northern and southern parts of the Fire Country have been subdued, only the Mist and Iwagakure remain troublesome. We can only trust in wisdom for the time being. A relieved expression crossed Senju Tobarama's face. Be cautious, do not fall into a trap. Uzumaki Kushina warned. Rest assured. My technique is nearly perfected, Senju Tobarama replied with a knowing look. Uzumaki Kushina wore a serious expression, remaining silent. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, marvelous. 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 Demon Oki exclaimed, surprised that he could compose poetry, remarking on the beauty of the verse regarding 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Demon Oki and Hozuki Mangetsu were admiring the poem Demon Oki had written. Since last New Year's, Hozuki Mangetsu had extended his visit by 7 days. During these days, they played together, soaking in hot springs, visiting temple fairs, appreciating the lanterns, fishing, and enjoying barbecued snacks in Iwagakure's commercial street, while witnessing the unique rock rain of the Earth Country. Hozuki Mangetsu wished he could stay in Iwagakure forever. Reflecting on the desolate place that was the Mist Village, he thought of the hardships he had endured there. How could I ever return to that wretched place? He lamented. Truly, I have lost all desire to go back. Before coming, he assumed Iwagakure was like before, filled with mud houses and stones. Who says Iwagakure is lacking? This place is fantastic. By the way, is your poem perhaps a veiled reference to Senju Tobarama? Hozuki Mangetsu asked with a mischievous smile. Absolutely not. There is no way. The immediate denial is merely a reflection of my leisure, a creation that is not entirely my own. These days spent in Iwagakure have been exceedingly comfortable. Indeed, it is only in your company that I find true relaxation. The clans of Kirigakure, with their incessant scheming, are enough to drain one's intellect. As Kazuki Mitsuki reclined on the tatami mat, he remarked, "You are the village's leader. Having remained here for so long, do you not fear being usurped by those people?" "Humph. If they wish to usurp, let them. I shall resign. Being a leader is a burdensome task, especially in Kirigakure. I truly cannot fathom how Lord Byakuren endured it." Kazuki Mitsuki replied, closing his eyes in a display of nonchalance. "Oh, who is your political adversary?" Naru inquired, narrowing her eyes. Given Kirigakure's steadfast commitment to secrecy and her own lack of intelligence on their situation, she was left in the dark. "Do not even mention that ice release user. He has maintained a policy of oppression that I simply cannot tolerate." Before he passed, the old man granted him immense power, Kazuki Mitsuki said, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Ah, I see," Naru deduced, having already surmised the identity of the individual in question. The user of ice release was not difficult to identify. Do you recall the young man who stood behind Byakuren during the Five Kage Summit? In the original narrative, each village's leader brought their successor. Yet Byakuren was accompanied by that nameless figure, the third Mizukage. This implies that, unlike Kazuki Mitsuki, the third Mizukage aligned more with Byakuren's inclinations. Or perhaps the two harbored conflicting views. One might be lighthearted and carefree, while the other leans towards a stern and oppressive governance. Indeed, from my understanding, the optimistic Kazuki Mitsuki could never have instigated the blood mist. Therefore, it is highly probable that the blood mist was a consequence of the third Mizukage's actions. I do not intend to provoke internal strife within Kirigakure, but you must remain vigilant around that individual, Naru cautioned seriously. Yes, I will. How could an outsider harm me? The only threats come from within my own village, Kazuki Mitsuki retorted, his tone dripping with disdain towards the internal dynamics of Kirigakure. In the dead of night, Kazuki Mitsuki led a delegation away from Iwagakure. Before departing, he expressed a desire to retire and live in Iwagakure. Naru naturally acquiesced. "Take care, Naru," Kazuki Mitsuki said, grasping her hand tightly before he left. "Lord Tsuchikage, urgent news has arrived from the intelligence station in the Land of Fire." Following Kazuki Mitsuki's departure, the umbu swiftly arrived. Naru unrolled the scroll and was astonished to find news of a peace negotiation between Konoha and Kumogakure. Naru's eyes narrowed. Could the plot be advancing years ahead of schedule? Senju Tobarama might be slain by the Gold and Silver brothers. Naru would not allow Senju Tobarama to continue living indefinitely. Konoha was formidable with its numerous Kekkei Genkai and unwavering development, posing a genuine threat to Iwagakure. Perhaps it would be prudent to test the Gold and Silver brothers. If they failed to eliminate him, she would personally deliver the final blow, along with the heirs of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Chapter 55. The negotiation between Kumogakure and Konoha. Approximately 4 months later, the first Raikage stepped down, allowing the second Raikage to ascend. Concurrently, news arrived that Kumogakure sought to negotiate peace with Konoha. What nonsense is this? We have sacrificed countless brothers, and the outcome is peace negotiations. Upon hearing this news, the Gold and Silver brothers rushed to confront the second Raikage. "Raikage, I demand an explanation. Are you even a man? If you are, do not negotiate with Konoha." Gold shouted, disregarding the second Raikage's authority as he slammed his hands on the desk. "Raikage, we have lost so many brothers. I will never accept this peace." Silver chimed in, his expression dark. Both were staunch hawks of Kumogakure, naturally opposed to any negotiations. The second Raikage, missing an arm, rubbed his temples in frustration as he observed the heated exchange between the two. "It is precisely because of your hawkishness that we have failed to recognize our limitations and recklessly engaged with Konoha. You boast that they are a crumbling house. A sickly man. Yet, They have endured for years while we are on the brink of collapse. The second Reikage gritted his teeth in anger. I should have heeded Neru's advice, to seize the moment and withdraw, gradually reclaiming the northern territories of the Land of Fire, allowing us to encroach on Konoha at our leisure. Now, we have lost all the land we previously acquired and must resort to negotiations, rendering Kumogakure a laughingstock in the ninja world. The Gold and Silver brothers attempted to voice their opinions again, but were silenced by the second Reikage. Enough. I am the Reikage. He turned his back on them, refusing to engage any further. You will regret this. The Gold and Silver brothers shot him a venomous glare before departing. Humph. The second Reikage dismissed their threats with scorn. These two have grown increasingly audacious. No one can restrain them except for the first Reikage. Brother, what should we do? Silver's eyes flashed with anger as he looked to his elder sibling. Since this fellow refuses to heed our counsel, we must resort to other means. Gold's eyes gleamed with madness and extreme malice. Sensing his brother's bloodlust, Silver's expression changed. Brother, the first Reikage is still alive. We cannot betray the village. Silver hastily urged, still harboring respect for the first Reikage. Humph. The first Reikage has proven himself inept. While he founded Kumogakure, he never led us in a battle against Konoha. That is his failure. Even more foolishly, he chose others over us. Gold fumed. Both of us have shed blood for Kumogakure, capturing the 8 tails and the 2 tails. Who else but us wielded the 6 paths tools? Without us, could Kumogakure have achieved its current success? Silver fell silent, contemplating the truth in his brother's words. If I were to become Reikage, I would share half of Kumogakure with you. Gold earnestly grasped Silver's shoulders. Silver's pupils dilated as he envisioned a world divided in two, unable to suppress a smile. We command over 20 elite jonin, in addition to the 6 paths tools and the power we acquired from the 9 tails. Kumogakure could indeed belong to us. Do you dare? Gold fixed his gaze intently on Silver's eyes. After a moment of internal struggle, Silver felt a surge of confidence. I dare, he exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Ha ha. With us brothers united, who could stand against us? Gold laughed heartily, giving Silver's shoulder a hearty slap. Report to the Tsuchikage. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, has led a guard team to Kumogakure for negotiations. Neru received the news of Senju Tobarama's impending visit to Kumogakure. Neru raised an eyebrow. This plot had clearly advanced ahead of the original narrative. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others were still youths, yet Senju Tobarama had brought them along. Very well, I understand. Neru decided to go alone. Leading the Umbu would attract too much attention. The land of Earth was currently fostering friendly relations with other nations, and crossing borders with the Umbu would jeopardize relations with the land of lightning. Moreover, facing Senju Tobarama alone was preferable. Bringing the Umbu would only be a burden. She also intended to eliminate the Gold and Silver brothers and acquire the 6 paths tools. If possible, she would also examine their cells for research. The formidable duo, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, possess a resilience that can withstand the power of the 9 tails, indicating that their physical forms hold remarkable qualities. The original text explicitly states that they are descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths regarding the 6 Paths artifacts. Although they possess 3 powerful weapons, they still covet more. They previously attempted to pilfer Uchiha Madara's fan and scythe, but were unsuccessful. Days later, the long-anticipated summit between the Hidden Cloud and Leaf villages commenced. Senju Tobarama, accompanied by a few inexperienced youths, arrived at the Hidden Cloud. However, the negotiations took a sudden turn when Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao transformed into their tailed beast forms and unleashed a tailed beast bomb towards the summit building. The second Reikage and the second Hokage bravely intercepted the attack, but the second Reikage perished instantly. Senju Tobarama desperately shielded his disciples and sustained grave injuries. The first Reikage, in a state of helplessness, could only muster the strength to retaliate against Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. While the main forces of the Hidden Cloud clashed fiercely with the elite troops of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, plunging the scene into chaos. Realizing that a coup d'etat had erupted within the Hidden Cloud, Senju Tobarama forced himself to escape the scene with Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. In the forest, they fled in disarray, pairing off into groups, Hiruzen with Danzo, Kodo with Haru, and Kagami with Kaze. They planned to regroup at the entrance of the Leaf Village. In a departure from the original narrative, as they fled into the woods, Senju Tobarama resolutely commanded them to separate. Hiruzen and the others quickly nodded in agreement, scattering to save themselves. Once his disciples had departed, Senju Tobarama's gaze turned cold as he glanced back, uncertain if Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's forces had pursued them. He knelt slowly, placing his fingers on the ground. Had they not followed? It seemed that the turmoil stemmed from the hidden cloud itself. With a sigh of resignation, he massaged his temples, realizing that the peace talks had once again collapsed. Uncertain of the outcome of the coup, whether the hawks or doves would rise to power, he pondered the implications. The doves might ensure peace, but should the hawks prevail, a fierce conflict with the Leaf Village would undoubtedly ensue. As Senju Tobarama cautiously navigated through the forest, he found that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had not pursued him, yet an unexpected figure emerged. Upon reaching the deeper parts of the woods, he was taken aback to see someone standing beneath a tree. "Is it you?" From the shadows, a figure clad in a dark red vest leaned against the tree, arms crossed, with crimson cloud patterns that resembled blood stains. "Long time no see, Senju Tobarama," spoke Mu, his eyes opening to meet Tobarama's gaze. Chapter 56. Impure World Reincarnation. Long time no see, Senju Tobarama. Mu's tone was cool as he stepped forward from the shadows. His gaze fixed on Tobarama. "You?" Senju Tobarama's surprise quickly morphed into a chilling resolve, his mind racing with alarms. This individual had found him at such a critical moment. "What do you want, Tsuchikage?" he inquired coldly. Despite the time apart, he knew that this cunning individual had approached him with no benevolent intentions. With no hesitation, Mu launched an attack on Senju Tobarama. Dust release. The outer path of dust disintegration. Senju Tobarama's expression shifted dramatically as he realized Mu had struck without warning. Indeed, this fiend bore a grudge. In an instant, a cylindrical chakra matrix coalesced in the air, distorting the atmosphere with a piercing shriek. As the ground was carved into unfathomable chasms, Tobarama barely managed to evade the attack. A portion of his armor was torn away, leaving a jagged gash on his face. This adversary's ability to gather dust release had accelerated. He was astounded that even in adulthood, his strength had surged so dramatically. Senju Tobarama marveled inwardly. Individuals of their age had surpassed the phase of rapid growth in strength, and advancement now required additional tactics. He noted that Mu's recent strike had been alarmingly swift, a testament to his years of honing dust release, which had evidently enhanced his prowess. Quickly forming hand seals, Senju Tobarama unleashed a water release, Water Dragon Bullet. A dragon of water surged toward Mu. Unfazed, Mu casually waved his hand, conjuring a wall of colossal stones to block the attack. With a thunderous roar, the water swept through, sending dust flying and smoothing the ground to a mirror-like sheen, while nearby trees were severed in an instant. Taking advantage of the smoke from the explosion, Senju Tobarama swiftly repositioned himself beside Mu. His kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique glinting ominously as he aimed for Mu's throat. Mu's expression sharpened, his body leaning back slightly. "Hokage, do you forget that I am a sensory-type ninja?" In a fluid motion, Mu evaded the lethal strike at an unconventional angle, retaliating with a kick aimed at Tobarama's abdomen. With a disdainful grunt, Tobarama allowed himself to be propelled backward by Mu's strike. Mu's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing something as he looked up. Above him hovered a kunai, and in a flash, Senju Tobarama vanished from sight, only to reappear directly above Mu, his kunai descending like a striking serpent. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Senju Tobarama's eyes gleamed with determination as he aimed directly downward. "Your reaction speed has diminished considerably," Mu retorted, swiftly crossing his arms for defense. Earth release, hardening technique. Tobarama's kunai struck against Mu's arm, creating a brilliant spark. Mu grasped Tobarama's arm with one hand, preparing to unleash the heavy stone technique, only to find Tobarama had vanished again. "Huh, got you." Mu smirked. With a rush of air, Tobarama suddenly appeared behind Mu. Flying Thunder God, third stage. Water release, hard vortex water blade, Thunder God sword. Senju Tobarama's weapon had transformed from a kunai into the Thunder God sword. Surrounding the sword was a vortex of hard water blades, crackling with lightning as he charged toward Mu with ferocity. Mu reacted swiftly. Recognizing the potency of the Thunder God sword, he realized that if he attempted to withstand it with hardening, he would likely be pierced through. "Got you." Senju Tobarama thought triumphantly, believing he had the upper hand. The speed of the Thunder God sword combined with the Flying Thunder God technique was surely beyond Mu's capacity to respond. Three-dimensional displacement? How intriguing, Mu mused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. With a resounding crash, a bolt of thunder descended with the Thunder God's sword. Yet, at the moment of contact, Mu vanished into thin air. The ground erupted, creating a deep crater, surrounded by residual electricity. In an instant, Mu appeared atop a large tree trunk. What just happened? Senju Tobirama sensed Mu's new position and paused in disbelief. Impossible. The body flicker technique cannot be that swift. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he stared at Mu in shock. Have you learned the Flying Thunder God? Senju Tobirama gazed incredulously at the unflinching Mu perched on the tree trunk. Beneath the bandages, Mu offered a faint smile. For years of effort. Did you think I would only practice dust release? Senju Tobirama felt a jolt of astonishment. He had known Mu would learn, but he had not anticipated Mu would truly master it. The very forbidden techniques he had deemed too advanced for Mu had been grasped. Mu, who had accomplished what even Tobirama's elder brother could not, exhibited true talent. Senju Tobirama silently praised Mu's abilities, reflecting on the notion that genius could only arise in the Leaf Village. In Mu's hand appeared another kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God. I am a commoner by blood, yet I have developed techniques that surpass even dust release, he remarked with a hint of pride. In the realm of dust manipulation, the dust escape technique, coupled with the formidable abilities of the giant and its splitting body, allows for stealthy assassinations and direct confrontations alike, even facilitating the escape of the split entities. Yet, its sole flaw lies in its overwhelming perfection. Water release, water severing wave. Once more, Senju Tobirama launched a fierce assault. A sharp, high-pressure stream of water sliced through the air towards Mu. Unperturbed, Mu deftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, reappearing beside Tobirama just as the latter's gaze honed in on his landing point. With a sickening thud, Mu's wind release technique pierced through Tobirama's abdomen, blood spraying forth. Tobirama, choking on the crimson liquid, hastily activated the Flying Thunder God to teleport away. However, Mu seemed to possess a tracking ability, consistently following Tobirama with unerring precision. Damn it! Tobirama realized something was amiss and quickly glanced at his arm. Indeed, a Flying Thunder God mark was inscribed upon his wrist. Mu had not merely employed the heavy stone technique on him. Rather, he had marked Tobirama for teleportation during their previous encounter. Cursing himself for not recognizing this sooner, Tobirama steeled his resolve. Meanwhile, Mu, upon noticing that Tobirama had discovered the mark, was not surprised. Alas, he had missed the opportunity to utilize the dust escape technique due to the distance. However, he remained unfazed. Tobirama was already weakened from the tailed beast ball strike. And with his chakra dwindling from constant teleportation, it was only a matter of time before Mu found a flaw to exploit for a decisive blow. As Tobirama continued to create distance using the Flying Thunder God, he realized he had no choice but to resort to his final gambit. Gritting his teeth, he prepared himself, knowing that to hold back any further would risk his life. Swiftly, he retrieved a scroll from his person, having previously prepared 2 reanimation sacrifices within it as a contingency. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. As 2 coffins ascended from the ground, Mu's expression grew serious, hastily preparing to interrupt with his dust technique. Tobirama, however, would not allow it. He swiftly unleashed the water dragon bullet. Forced into the air, Mu neutralized the water attack with his dust technique. By this time, the reanimation was complete, and 2 coffins stood imposingly on the ground, one inscribed with Hashirama and the other with Madara. Mu's gaze darkened. He was uncertain of the strength Hashirama could summon. If Hashirama retained 80% of his power, Mu would need to contemplate his escape. Tobirama's expression was grave as he formed a hand seal, prepared for any sudden moves from Mu. The reason he could summon these 2 was his possession of his brother's cells, and his previous encounter with Mu had allowed him to collect Madara's cells when he had cut a lock of Madara's hair using the Flying Thunder God. The sacrifices he utilized were not ordinary. They were crafted from the sins of the Senju clan, and with his modifications to the technique, they could potentially wield half of their former might. With a resounding thud, the 2 coffins burst open simultaneously. Senju Hashirama emerged, while Madara's coffin remained eerily empty. Had something gone awry? Tobirama furrowed his brow, attributing the mishap to his depleted chakra. During this battle, however, another pair of eyes observed the scene. Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. How ironic that this bandaged man had entangled himself in the affairs between the Hidden Cloud and Konoha, truly a meddler in the shinobi world. Black Zetsu thought to himself. I must inform Madara of this development. Last year, I had revealed my identity to him, indicating that I was a product of his use of Izanagi. Having garnered preliminary trust, Madara had tasked me with gathering intelligence from the outside world. Chapter 57. What? Fighting Mu? I, Uchiha Madara, must intervene. My lord Madara. Conflict has erupted outside, in the land of lightning. Utilizing the Kajiro technique, Black Zetsu arrived at Madara's hidden lair. Madara sat calmly upon a stone seat, eyes closed. Years ago, he had brought Hashirama's body to the land of moon. Initially, he intended to establish his base near the land of fire. But war and the fear of detection compelled him to relocate closer to the land of lightning, allowing him to observe the current state of the shinobi world while remaining concealed. Who is fighting whom? Madara inquired, his gaze fixed on Black Zetsu. Aware of the need for caution regarding him, Black Zetsu had claimed to be a manifestation of Madara's while during his use of Izanagi. And although Madara had initially doubted this, he found it increasingly credible as Black Zetsu revealed a series of secrets from his past. My lord Madara, it is Senju Hashirama and Mu engaged in battle. Tobarama is being pursued by Mu, who has summoned Hashirama through impure world reincarnation, and now they are clashing. Madara rose abruptly from his stone seat. Hashirama has been revived, and he is fighting that bandaged man? Madara's remaining I trembled slightly. Is it truly just that bandaged man? Tobarama and the other three fools are absent? Indeed, it is just the bandaged man and Senju Hashirama, Black Zetsu affirmed. Sensing a foreboding feeling, could it be that this man sought vengeance? Should he perish, what then becomes of me? Am I to wait for another opportunity? The irony of fate was not lost on Madara, who clenched his teeth and struck the stone seat in frustration, a murderous intent igniting within his gaze. So, it seems the heavens have granted me the opportunity for retribution. Black Zetsu observed Madara's eagerness for combat and refrained from opposing him, for he adhered to Madara's will. Any deviation from that could lead to suspicion. Although his remaining eye and chakra were diminished, with Hashirama's presence, they could unleash a formidable force. Madara promptly seized his scythe and fan, launching himself down the tunnel. Regretting ever informing this man, Black Zetsu hesitated but ultimately followed suit, intent on ensuring their escape should the need arise. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, having been summoned through impure world reincarnation, was momentarily bewildered. Tobarama? Mu? Upon noticing Mu and then glancing back at Tobarama, Hashirama soon realized he had been summoned by his brother through a forbidden technique. You have ultimately summoned me. Have the four great nations declared war on Konoha? Given this summoning, the situation must be dire for the village, Hashirama murmured, unaware that many years had passed since his death. Brother, there is no time for detailed explanations. I implore you, for the sake of Konoha, for our village, please, charge forth once more. Tobarama, clutching his grievously wounded abdomen, gasped as he spoke. Seeing his brother in such a state, Hashirama's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He could not afford to lose Tobarama as he had lost Madara. Though he was deceased, for Tobarama's sake, he would fight with all his might. Senju Hashirama sensed his current power, realizing that he possessed merely half of his strength from his lifetime. He found himself unable to utilize sage techniques or summon the great Buddha. Although the infinite chakra of Edo Tensei could be sealed, it did not serve him much purpose. It appeared that with only half of his strength, he felt akin to a low-tier version of Tobarama. Leave quickly. I will hold him off, he shouted, casting the wood release, wood binding technique. Countless gigantic hands surged towards Wu. Dust release, aerial severing technique. Wu clapped his hands, unleashing a column of dust release that instantaneously dismantled the wood release, targeting Senju Hashirama directly. With a sickening sound, Hashirama's upper body was obliterated in an instant. I won't let you escape. Wu activated dust release again, teleporting near Senju Tobarama with the Flying Thunder God technique. Dust release, Flying Thunder God strike. Wu, alongside the dust release, appeared before Tobarama. The latter was taken aback, enveloped in a sudden onslaught, unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God. Unbeknownst to him, he was to perish by his own ninjutsu. Panic surged through Tobarama as his pupils dilated, initiating his body flicker technique. A blinding white light erupted. In that fleeting moment, Senju Tobarama was reduced to atoms. Next, it was Hashirama's turn. Wu's gaze shifted to him. Did you manage to escape? Hashirama's body began to restore itself. Regaining his vision, he observed that Tobarama had vanished from sight, his sensory abilities revealing nothing but emptiness. Believing Tobirama had fled using the flying thunder god, he sighed in relief, unaware that his brother had been transformed into atoms, inhaled like air. Would release, forest of trees. Hashirama clapped his hands, causing an immense growth of wooden structures to emerge. Simultaneously, countless trunks coiled around Wu like serpents. You've grown weaker, Hashirama. Wu appeared behind Hashirama, unleashing a wind release. Vacuum blade aimed directly at him. With a swift motion, Hashirama's arm was severed, yet Edo Tensei quickly mended the injury. Observing this, Wu conceived a daring idea. There existed various methods to nullify Edo Tensei, among them the use of the truth-seeking ball to utterly obliterate the reanimated body. Given the similarities between his dust release and the truth-seeking ball, could he utilize dust release to completely annihilate the Edo Tensei form? Instantly, he commenced his experiment. Earth release, rock giant technique. Wu commanded a colossal rock figure to advance towards Hashirama. Wood release, tree binding. Hashirama responded, summoning wooden tendrils to resist the rock giant, while deftly maneuvering atop the wooden constructs to evade Wu's encroaching dust release. However, the rock giant unleashed an explosive force, overpowering and shattering Hashirama's wooden bindings, advancing relentlessly towards him. Indeed, you are considerably weakened, Wu acknowledged with a slight nod. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Just as the rock giant's fist descended upon Hashirama, he invoked the wood dragon technique to seize control of Wu's rock giant. Dust release, aerial severing technique. Wu manipulated the dust release column towards Hashirama, who swiftly dodged, clapping his hands to summon numerous wooden trunks to ensnare Wu. Meanwhile, the earlier wooden structures began to blossom, releasing a copious amount of pollen. Wu frowned slightly, recognizing the need for defense. Without Susanoo to shield him, he opted to redirect his dust release to clear the forest. With a resonant hum, the dust release beam obliterated the forest into atoms. Wood release, wooden man technique. Yet Hashirama did not relent. Clapping his hands again, he summoned a massive wooden figure, its stout arms raised high, crashing down upon Wu. Wu dodged the assault and executed dust release once more, transforming it into a beam aimed at the wooden figure. The beam effortlessly sliced through the wooden construct. Hashirama, remaining expressionless, seized the opportunity amidst Wu's assault on the wooden figure to form seals, causing numerous giant trunks to erupt from the ground, ensnaring Wu from all directions. With a cold huff, Wu's chakra surged, unleashing dust release that shattered the vines in an instant. Suddenly, he spotted an opening. Hashirama had already closed the distance. A powerful punch of chakra struck Wu's abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. Upon landing, Wu steadied himself, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Hashirama, troubled, noted that despite landing a blow, Wu only suffered pain. In the past, he would have inflicted grievous internal injuries. The fact that his diminished strength still posed a challenge left Wu contemplating whether to dissolve his split body and activate Sage Mode. Indeed, Wu too had experienced a reduction in power. Before arriving, he had accumulated Sage Chakra in a concealed location to enable the timely activation of Sage Mode. Wu was not one to place all his eggs in one basket. He had prudently prepared his split body to gather Sage Chakra. No, it's unnecessary. Jinjutsu, Dark Walk Technique. Wu swiftly formed seals, unleashing a forbidden technique. You have learned Tobirama's technique. Hashirama's expression shifted drastically, and suddenly, his vision plunged into utter darkness. In the past, he would have been impervious to such a level of Jinjutsu, but now, Edo Tensei had severely diminished his capabilities. Let everything descend into darkness, where resistance is futile. A sealing technique manifested in Wu's hands as he brandished a scroll, directing it swiftly towards Hashirama. While he yearned to test his dust release, prudence dictated that sealing techniques were the safer option. Hashirama hurriedly manipulated the wood release to launch a frenzied attack, attempting to recall the method to dispel the Jinjutsu. Swiftly, he formed seals, dispelling the illusion. However, Wu was already upon him, unable to react. Tobirama, I did my best. I've held him off for so long. You must have successfully returned to Konoha by now. Hashirama expressed his helplessness, feeling the weight of his limitations. At that critical juncture, a familiar figure dashed in like lightning, positioning themselves directly in front of Hashirama. It's you. Wu's pupils constricted in shock, recognition flooding him. With a piercing sound, the newcomer arrived like a tempest, wielding a fan that whipped through the air like a black cyclone, striking at Wu. The immense force sent Wu tumbling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. He landed gracefully, astonishment etched on his face as he regarded the newcomer. "Hey, Hashirama. Surrendering is not your style?" That familiar voice resonated like a bell in Hashirama's ears, causing his body to shudder. "It's you." Hashirama's eyes widened. Fixated on the familiar silhouette before him, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, unable to voice his astonishment. In the protracted battle, his heartbeat recognized the figure before his mind could comprehend. The individual wielding the fan slowly turned, revealing a visage that was all too familiar. "It's been a long time, Hashirama." Tears glistened in Hashirama's eyes as he beheld Uchiha Madara. "It's truly wonderful to see you again." While the body of Edo Tensei could not shed tears, a brother could. "Just like old times," Madara remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, laden with a multitude of emotions. "You two were summoned by Tobirama?" Hashirama initially assumed Madara was summoned as well, but upon sensing the absence of the same deathly aura surrounding him, he hesitated to speak further. "Enough, Hashirama, do not ask anything." Uchiha Madara refrained from revealing the truth to Hashirama, for he harbored far-reaching ideals that he deemed unnecessary to share. With a fan in hand, he glared fiercely at the repelled Null. The immediate priority was to eliminate this scoundrel. Observing the situation, Senju Hashirama chose not to press further and gradually rose to his feet. "Together, we can overcome any challenge. United in purpose, our strength is unbreakable." Standing shoulder to shoulder, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama gazed intently at Null. "It seems the little one is in for a hefty meal." Null regarded the still-living but one-eyed Madara and recalled the little one's earlier words. As long as Madara lives, he must consume 10 portions. Regrettably, without a camera, he felt compelled to show the little one. Null observed the two with an air of indifference, failing to perceive the gravity of the situation. It was an opportune moment to eliminate the unstable factor that was Madara. In truth, any fear he had harbored towards the duo had long since dissipated. In the past, their mere presence would have prompted him to flee, but now, they appeared merely as defeated opponents. If he had vanquished them once, he could do so again. Although lacking the assistance of the little one and his companions, Hashirama and Madara were also at a disadvantage, one with an injured eye and the other with diminished power. "Madara, I currently possess only half my strength, limiting our coordination," Hashirama spoke solemnly. Madara, without a word, merely nodded. In the next instant, both figures vanished. Whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, Hashirama appeared on the left, launching a powerful punch toward Null. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara materialized from the right, his foot striking like a tempest toward Null. The rapid assault from both sides was as swift as lightning. Two thunderous sounds erupted, akin to thunderclaps resonating through the air. The surrounding atmosphere was violently disturbed by their overwhelming force. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Null effortlessly intercepted their attacks. With arms crossed, he firmly grasped Hashirama's fist with one hand and Madara's ankle with the other. "You are truly not what you once were," Null's voice echoed ominously in their ears. Hashirama and Madara's expressions shifted in alarm. Boom! A surge of black sage chakra erupted from Null, enveloping him in a shroud of dark energy. Tendrils of black mist swirling around him, and dark patterns emerging upon his visage. As he slowly opened his eyes, the once normal pupils had vanished, replaced by an abyssal blackness, with vibrant flashes of color shimmering within the depths. Sage mode activated. Answering readers' questions. Some have asked if I harbor a dislike for Madara. I assure you, I do not. On the contrary, my fondness for him is precisely why he frequently appears in the narrative. Chapter 59. The duo of Null and Madara. Bang. Boom. Null seized Hashirama's arm and forcefully hurled him toward Madara, simultaneously executing a spinning kick that sent both flying. A massive surge of sage energy erupted. Upon sensing this immense power, both Madara and Hashirama changed color. "Hashirama, this power seems somewhat akin to yours," Madara remarked, glancing at his companion. "Yet it is different. More pure, suggesting a sage mode superior to mine," Hashirama observed, his gaze fixed intently on Null, who was enveloped in dark smoke. "Is he truly above you? What fortune has this individual encountered?" Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara couldn't help but curse Null's luck in silence. However, he knew Null's sage mode would not last long. In their previous encounter, it had lasted approximately 5 minutes. Hashirama swiftly conveyed his earlier findings to Madara, beware of his clones. Being struck by that rectangular jutsu could prove troublesome. Madara quickly analyzed the situation. As the two exchanged vital information, Null was unwilling to allow their conversation to persist. His Sage mode had only 5 minutes of duration, and he aimed to eliminate both within that time frame. Currently, he had no clones and was at his peak. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. A powerful wave of dust shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the two. The speed of this dust technique was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Madara, seeing this, swiftly displayed his remarkable speed, evading the deadly strike with mere inches to spare. Although his ocular prowess was diminished, he still possessed formidable taijutsu skills. However, Hashirama was not as fortunate. The impure world reincarnation had not only weakened his ninjutsu, but also dulled his reflexes. Despite his intent to evade, the dust technique's velocity was simply too great for him to react in time. With a resounding impact, the dust technique struck Hashirama, engulfing him as he vanished without a trace. Yet, as a legendary figure in the ninja realm, Hashirama would not succumb easily. He understood that, at this moment, he could only support Madara. By leveraging his immortal nature, he aimed to act as a tank, exerting all his strength to create opportunities for Madara. In a critical moment, Hashirama stomped the ground with a single foot, producing a thunderous sound. Boom! The earth seemed to tear apart under an immense force, erupting violently. Countless stones and debris were launched into chaos, while numerous tree trunks burst forth from the ground as if they were ferocious beasts, swiftly ensnaring Null. These trunks interwove to form an impenetrable cage, trapping Null within. Well done, Hashirama, Madara thought, feeling a surge of joy as he immediately unleashed his fire release jutsu. Fire release, great fire annihilation. With a mighty roar, a colossal inferno erupted from his mouth, the waves of heat and ferocity surging forth toward the ensnared Null. Boom! The flames collided with the trunks, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. The inferno quickly engulfed the entire area, transforming it into a sea of flames. Is this all you can muster, Madara? Hashirama remarked, his body gradually recovering. Fool, Madara retorted, and then with a swift motion of his fan, he directed it toward the fiery tempest. Boom! Instantly, the inferno morphed into a fiery tornado. The resounding echoes of the flames and the explosive sounds of the wood release reverberated through the sky. Yet, Madara was not finished. He activated his Susanoo, the blue tomo swirling around him, launching several blue orbs into the sea of flames, which erupted in violent explosions. Boom, boom, boom. This will surely injure him, Hashirama began, but within the inferno, a flash of red-black light surged upward as a column of dust shot into the sky. The air rippled, and the remnants of the wood release were obliterated. What is this? Madara and Hashirama gasped, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld a three-legged crow perched upon Null's shoulder. Surrounding Null was a crimson shield reminiscent of Susanoo, which successfully deflected their combined attacks. The Yata Mirror. Null wielded this ethereal artifact, conjuring a black wind-natured spiral shuriken with one hand, immediately launching it towards Madara and Hashirama. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Senju Hashirama abruptly formed seals, summoning the Rasenman to counter the assault. Due to a significant reduction in strength, what was originally a 5-layered Rasenman had diminished to 3. The wind release, spiraling shuriken, resembling a rapidly spinning blade, collided fiercely with the Rasenman. The first layer was torn apart like mere parchment, while the second layer only slightly hindered the shuriken. The third layer of Rasenman trembled violently before shattering in an explosive clash with the spiraling shuriken. The remaining force of the shuriken transformed into a black Rasengan, continuing its trajectory towards Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In that critical moment, Uchiha Madara swiftly positioned his fan, redirecting the powerful black Rasengan, which grazed past Hashirama's body. Whoosh! Boom! The black Rasengan erupted upon being deflected. This fiend has grown even stronger. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated Hashirama, who had been weakened, while the opponent had only grown more formidable. I shall probe further. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath. His hands moving swiftly, would release. Birth of the world of trees. Countless robust trees erupted from the ground, surging toward the adversary. The enigmatic figure silently manipulated the Yata mirror to shield himself. The trees collided with the mirror, splintering upon impact. The defensive capabilities of that object are astonishing. Such a pity that I cannot unleash my true Senju techniques. I would love to see just how formidable it truly is. Senju Hashirama gazed longingly at the crimson shield, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. It appears that conventional attacks are utterly ineffective against it. We must resort to our most potent techniques. Uchiha Madara spoke gravely. Now, both combatants had no choice but to unveil their strongest abilities. Otherwise, their ninjutsu alone would scarcely breach that defensive barrier. In that fleeting moment, Madara and Hashirama exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Let us proceed, Hashirama. Agreed, Madara. In the next instant, both unleashed their powers, entering their respective heightened states. Chapter 60. I told you, I can defeat you once. I can do so again. Let us advance, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's lone eye widened dramatically, a torrent of potent blue chakra surging around him like a tumultuous wave. His hair billowed as if caught in an invisible gale. Simultaneously, a colossal Susanoo erupted as if a giant were rising from the depths of the earth, towering majestically. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together, producing a resonant sound. His hair danced wildly like a disturbed horde of serpents, as a giant wooden figure, with a visage as fearsome as a demonic deity, rose like a mountain. Are we truly unleashing our full strength? The enigmatic figure stood impassively on the ground, his gaze calm and profound, like a still pond without a ripple. Before him stood the towering wooden figure and Susanoo, one on each side, resembling two immovable mountains. The wooden figure was imposing, its grain distinctly visible, while the Susanoo emanated a formidable aura, pulsating with chakra, instilling a sense of dread. In stark contrast, the figure appeared diminutive, like an insignificant ant standing before these two titanic entities, exuding fragility and helplessness. Yet, the figure bore no trace of fear. His expression remained indifferent, completely dismissing the colossal beings before him. Hidden in the shadows, Kagaya's black Zetsu watched in astonishment. Incredible! A mere mortal capable of compelling the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura to unite is indeed formidable. Black Zetsu couldn't help but admire. In their era, Ashura and Indra were the pinnacle of ninjas. He had never witnessed a mortal bloodline surpassing the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. Although Ashura and Indra had not fully inherited the Otsutsuki legacy, they were nonetheless demigods. Yet this figure, a mortal, was overpowering the two gods. Truly, it is the first time a mortal has surpassed the gods after countless reincarnations. However, Black Zetsu did not believe the figure could vanquish both. If asked why, he would respond with the fate of Indra and Ashura. Name, destiny. Yata, are you afraid? The figure cast a casual glance at the Yata perched on his shoulder. The Yata's expression was one of supreme confidence. It seems you have no fear at all. The figure mirrored that sentiment. At this moment, Madara's single eye, both in quality and magnitude, was far beyond its previous strength, and Hashirama was no different. Summoning the wooden figure was the limit of his capabilities. This also allows me to gauge the extent of my current strength. The figure gradually approached the two colossal beings. On the Susanoo and wooden figure, Hashirama and Madara wore expressions of disbelief. Dreadful. This fellow does not regard us at all. Uchiha Madara clenched his jaw, recalling vividly how, during their first encounter, the figure had been utterly overwhelmed by his Susanoo, unable to retaliate, and how he had toyed with him to the point of suffocation. Even when the figure had allied with others against him, he had nearly turned the tables on them. Unbelievably, just a few years later, this figure had transformed into an opponent that necessitated the combined efforts of both him and Hashirama to defeat. No, it must be that neither Hashirama nor I are at our peak. If either of us were at full strength, this figure would have no choice but to flee. Now, the Susanoo wielded a great sword, radiating a blue light. Uchiha Madara controlled it as if it were an extension of his own arm, striking fiercely at the figure. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed, as if the very earth trembled beneath it. The sonic boom erupted, reverberating through the air. The figure's form flickered as it rapidly evaded. Though the Susanoo's sword struck with ferocity, it could never connect with the figure. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, swung the sword again, delivering a flurry of strikes, the blade flashing like a storm unleashed upon the figure. The speed was astonishing. To control such a massive Susanoo, with speed and reflexes to match, was truly indicative of Madara's prowess. Yet, the figure's speed surpassed all expectations, utilizing its smaller size and the advantages of Sage Mode. It darted through the air like lightning. Each strike, though fierce, was deftly evaded, leaving not even a whisper of fabric disturbed. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama joined in to assist Madara. The wooden figure suddenly birthed several enormous wood dragons, their jaws snapping as they lunged toward the figure. Wood Dragon Fist. Senju Hashirama commanded the wooden figure, unleashing the wood dragons in a powerful strike. The wood dragons soared through the air, conjuring fierce winds, their presence formidable. Multiple wood dragons opened their massive jaws, lunging at the figure. In midair, the figure faced this sudden onslaught with remarkable ease. Its sensory abilities in Sage Mode had been significantly enhanced, allowing it to perceive each wood dragon's trajectory with clarity. The figure nimbly maneuvered between the wood dragons, sidestepping and leaping, effortlessly evading all attacks from Senju Hashirama's wood dragons, suffering not a scratch. Senju Hashirama's pupils dilated. From his perspective, the figure's movements were astonishingly swift. Die! With Uchiha Madara's furious roar, the single Mangekyo Sharingan seized upon the fleeting opening in the figure's evasion of the wood dragons, unleashing a tremendous force. Commanding the Susanoo, he brought the sword crashing down upon the figure. This strike bore the weight of the heavens. The speed was staggering. In an instant, a thunderous explosion resounded, echoing through the air. Whoosh! Boom! With a resounding explosion, a tremendous energy erupted forth as if from a volcano. In an instant, smoke enveloped the area, and shockwaves surged violently, sending objects within a radius of hundreds of meters flying like leaves caught in a tempest. Some were even torn to shreds. A deep fissure opened in the ground, resembling the gaping maw of a fearsome beast, unfathomably deep as if the earth had been brutally ripped apart. Well done, Madara, Senju Hashirama praised. Yet, Uchiha Madara's expression remained grim, for he sensed that Wu was unharmed. As the smoke dissipated, Wu stood and scathed upon the tip of Susanoo's blade. Madara's Susanoo. How swift is its speed? And what of its defenses? Wu mused. I must accelerate. My Sage Mode is running low. In the blink of an eye, Wu vanished. So fast. Madara's eyes widened, and in the next moment, Wu appeared before Susanoo with a speed that could only be described as teleportation. Sage Art. Super lightweight technique. Sage Art. Earth-style hardening. Sage Art. Super heavy technique. In midair, Wu spun rapidly before delivering a kick that shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Madara. The air seemed to tear apart with the force of that kick, which was as swift as a gale and as thunderous as a storm. This kick was immensely powerful, unstoppable, and capable of shattering anything in its path. With a crack, Madara's pupils constricted in astonishment. Yet, that was not the end. Boom. In that moment of shock, Wu's foot surged forward like a cannonball, obliterating Susanoo's cockpit. With a dull thud, Susanoo's fragments erupted, scattering debris everywhere. The immense force propelled Madara from Susanoo. Wu smirked. With Sage Art, I accelerated my speed. At the moment of contact with Madara, I hardened my leg to withstand the force, then employed the heavy rock technique to amplify my strength. The moment's power was sufficient to rend Susanoo asunder. Had it not been for Susanoo absorbing the majority of the impact, I would have been confident of a single, fatal strike. Chapter 61. Left hand, 10-fist sword. Right hand, 8-span mirror. He was nothing short of superhuman. Even Kaguya, who was observing from the earth, emerged in shock. In midair, Wu did not pause, disregarding Hashirama as he continued his assault on Madara. At that moment, Hashirama finally snapped out of his astonishment. Is this fellow truly human? The words escaped Hashirama's lips, eliciting a chuckle. Wood style, wood dragon technique. Dozens of wooden dragons surged toward Wu. Simultaneously, Hashirama maneuvered his wooden golem to shield Madara at any cost. After all, it was a reanimated body, a disposable life. Sage Art, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Wu clapped his hands, unleashing Dust Release to annihilate the wooden dragons into atoms. Hashirama's wooden golem seized the opportunity during Wu's casting phase, launching a punch toward the airborne Wu. Boom. Wu was forced to land. The moment Wu touched down, Hashirama's wooden golem unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Boom, 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 boom. Crash. The golem's punches blurred into afterimages as it pummeled Wu into the ground. Yet, Hashirama felt the golem suddenly lighten. Sage art, super lightweight technique. Then, an amusing sight unfolded as Wu effortlessly lifted the wooden golem with one hand. With a swift motion, he sent the golem flying. Such a massive construct soared through the air. I'll make you fly. Wu casually flicked his wrist, his black eyes shimmering. He had begun to shine. His sage techniques had succeeded, and his chakra had dwindled to half, even with the assistance of crows. His current deficiency lay in chakra. This was why he had relied on dust release as his trump card all along. Dust release consumed chakra at an alarming rate. Given sufficient chakra, he could pierce through the very planet with dust release. Time was of the essence. Wu locked onto Madara, only to find that Madara had already vanished from sight. That crafty Madara is quick on his feet. Wu expanded his senses, searching for Madara, only to discover him atop Hashirama's wooden golem. Hashirama, it's up to you. This move was originally intended to cooperate with the Nine Tails. Susanoo of the Six Paths. Madara placed his hand upon Hashirama's wooden golem, and in that instant, the golem underwent a remarkable transformation. A thick layer of Susanoo rapidly enveloped the golem like an impenetrable armor, enhancing its imposing presence and granting it formidable defenses. Whoosh! Boom! Simultaneously, the golem's hands erupted with two long Susanoo swords. The scene became extraordinarily magnificent, as Hashirama's wooden golem, bolstered by Susanoo, resembled a war god descended from the heavens. It was twice the size of the original Susanoo. Susanoo enveloped the wooden golem, descending upon the battlefield. Are you not afraid? Not at all, Wu retorted, for he too possessed a formidable force. Just in time, it spared him the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Wu clasped his hands together, then struck the ground. Sage art, earth and fire fusion technique. An unprecedented colossal rock giant, ablaze with flames, erupted from the ground. The rock giant wielded a gourd in its left hand, which, upon opening, released a potent alcohol that transformed into a razor-sharp blade. The Ten-Fist sword made its appearance. In its right hand, the giant held a crimson weapon that resembled both a mirror and a shield. The eight-span mirror emerged. With the Ten-Fist sword in his left hand and the eight-span mirror in his right, both hands wielded divine artifacts. Wu stood atop the fiery rock giant, his bandages fluttering in the wind, emanating an unrivaled aura. His gaze was indifferent, reflecting an overwhelming confidence. To their astonishment, Hashirama and Madara felt a tightening in their chests upon seeing the Ten-Fist sword and the eight-span mirror. Madara's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at the sword. That blade, though akin to Susanoo, is distinct. Remarkable. I never imagined the legendary artifacts would be found by this individual. With the possession of two divine artifacts, Wu was nearly invincible. Kagaya's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the Ten-Fist sword and the eight-span mirror. Having witnessed millennia, he understood that such artifacts existed on this planet. However, it appeared that Wu could not maintain this state for long. Kagaya contemplated Wu's limitations. On the plain, the massive armored Susanoo wooden golem and the flaming rock giant wielding dual artifacts faced off. The armored wooden golem brandished its sword, its heavy armor fixated on Wu, while the rock giant, poised for action, pointed the Ten-Fist sword at Madara, with the eight-span mirror guarding its front. You can't maintain this form for long. Can you? I doubt you can last even a minute, Madara declared, his gaze fixed on Wu. The mere appearance of that sword consumes chakra, and the same goes for that shield. Summoning both drains chakra at an alarming rate. Hashirama sensed Wu's chakra depleting rapidly as well. Wu remained unfazed. Madara is right. I indeed cannot last a minute. However, with the assistance of the eight-span crow, I can endure for 3 minutes. Do you think I cannot dispose of you both within a minute? Or do you truly believe you can withstand my might for even a minute? Wu crossed his arms, his confidence radiating vividly. I possess a confidence that will always surpass yours. As for the strength of these two weapons, it ultimately depends on the reader's perception. In the original work, it is suggested that Itachi wielding these weapons is nearly invincible. However, there may be elements of exaggeration due to their limited appearances. Chapter 62. The Sealing of the Ten-Fist Sword. Boom. 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 The fiery rock giant and the Susanoo-clad wooden figure collided, shaking the very earth beneath them. The fiery rock giant brandished the Ten-Fist sword, engaging in a fierce clash with the Susanoo's blade, sparks flying and explosions echoing through the air. Standing atop the fiery rock giant, I observed with a cold gaze, continuously adjusting the giant's assault. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were within the wooden figure, exerting their utmost to control the formidable Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. Let us advance. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama gritted their teeth as chakra erupted from them, combining their efforts to unleash a powerful strike with the Susanoo. I narrowed my eyes and immediately raised the Yata mirror in defense as the ten-fist sword swung fiercely. Whoosh! The roar of the impact resonated. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Boom. When the Susanoo's blade struck the Yata mirror, the rock giant was shattered by the sudden force. Simultaneously, the Susanoo's blade was also destroyed by the Yata mirror. Following this, Uchiha Madara's chakra was insufficient to sustain the Susanoo, and the protective aura surrounding the wooden figure quickly dissipated. I abandoned the rock giant, dispelled the Yata mirror, and directed the ten-fist sword toward the two. Madara, move! Hashirama shouted through clenched teeth. He was not afraid of death in his reanimated form, as he would regenerate after severe injuries, yet Madara was clearly not in the same position. At this moment, Hashirama was unaware of the sealing effects of the ten-fist sword. I can't hold on any longer, Hashirama. My chakra is exhausted. Uchiha Madara hesitated, contemplating whether to sacrifice his last eye. With determination, Hashirama kicked Uchiha Madara away. Thud! Madara coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Boom! A brilliant white light illuminated the entire dark plane. Kurizetsu could not help but shut his eyes to shield himself from the blinding radiance. Buzz! As the light faded. Thud! Senju Hashirama was instantaneously pierced by the massive ten-fist sword. What is this? Hashirama's expression froze as he realized his reanimated body was gradually dissipating and beyond recovery. It is done. I gasped for breath, my chakra nearly depleted. The crow had already released its summoning and vanished from sight. If you succeed in conquering Konoha, will you promise to be kind to its common folk? Please. Concern flashed in Hashirama's eyes as he clung to his last hope, pleading with me. I did not respond, but continued to wield the ten-fist sword. Soon, Hashirama began to disintegrate, and the wooden figure I had created was absorbed into the ten-fist sword. Just one left. I panted and sensed my surroundings, approximately 200 meters away. Uchiha Madara lay on the ground, nearly lifeless, utterly spent of chakra and stamina, even attempting to perform push-ups like Itachi. A faint smile crossed my lips, though I too was nearing exhaustion, even unable to utilize dust release. I was still stronger than Madara and could deliver the final blow. Cease your struggles, embrace death. I slowly drew a kunai from my waist and walked toward Madara. 150 meters. 100 meters. Just as I was within 100 meters of Madara, suddenly, Kurizetsu emerged from the ground. Lord Madara, I have come to save you. Kurizetsu hurriedly prepared to carry Uchiha Madara away underground. Madara's pupils constricted. I never expected this. Truly, it is my will. Madara felt even more assured of Kurizetsu's loyalty to him. You bastard. I knew you might appear. I narrowed my eyes, quickly throwing the scroll I had prepared for Kurizetsu. Previously, I had regarded Kurizetsu as a hypothetical enemy, and I had 3 methods to deal with him: the ten-fist sword, sealing techniques, and dust release. However, due to my depleted chakra, I could no longer employ 2 of them and had to rely on the sealing technique I had prepared. I had no confidence in sealing Kurizetsu, but my sealing technique could temporarily restrain him from escaping underground. I hurled the sealing scroll toward Kurizetsu, and as it unfurled in the air, the sealing characters struck Kurizetsu instantly. Bang! Kurizetsu flashed a derisive smile at me, dragging Uchiha Madara as he attempted to escape underground. Kurizetsu dove head first into the ground, but, bang! The sound of his head hitting the ground. He discovered, no matter what, he could not burrow down. Kurizetsu's face turned pale with fright. Could it be? Was it that technique just now? This is bad. This is terrible. Kurizetsu had never anticipated that I would come prepared. Ha ha ha, today is your day? I charged at Kurizetsu, kunai in hand. Kurizetsu was devoid of combat power. If he had white zetsu, he might still have been cautious, but now? Seeing me draw closer, Kurizetsu gritted his teeth and desperately hoisted Madara to flee. It must be said that this ancient being, even while carrying Madara, moved with remarkable speed. I tightened my expression and immediately pursued. The 2 of us were 100 meters apart, Kurizetsu carrying Madara, sprinting with great speed. Though my chakra was insufficient, my physical prowess as a ninja remained. Run faster. You fool. Kurizetsu shouted in his mind as he bore Madara. I bore a fierce expression, wielding my kunai, forgoing ninja techniques, and simply chased after him. Yawn. I am so tired. I will sleep with my newly purchased donkey cart tonight, Yamamoto Yoshiko said, stretching widely as he approached the brand new donkey cart that he had spent a great deal of money on, unwilling to part with it. Just as he was about to lie down, a sudden sound startled him. He opened his eyes wide and rubbed them. As his vision gradually cleared, he was astonished to see a pitch-black figure sprinting toward him, carrying a spiky-haired man like a whirlwind. Behind them trailed a bandaged mummy wielding a kunai, relentlessly pursuing them. What on earth is happening? Yamamoto Yoshiko could not help but stand up to observe. At that moment, Kurizetsu was running with Madara, nearly exhausted. Damn it! At this rate, I will surely be caught. Kurizetsu cursed, realizing the distance between us was diminishing. Suddenly, Kurizetsu's eyes lit up as he spotted Yamamoto Yoshiko and the donkey cart. Hey, where did this donkey cart come from? At this moment, unable to escape underground and unable to outrun me, the donkey cart was the best option. Haha, is it not said that heaven will not forsake a man? Truly, divine assistance. Kurizetsu rejoiced. Get out of the way. This donkey cart is mine. Kurizetsu bellowed, elbowing Yamamoto Yoshiko aside and placing Uchiha Madara onto the cart. Ouch! Madara winced as he was tossed onto the cart. Under normal circumstances, Madara would have been fine, but he had just been kicked off a wooden figure by Hashirama, and his body was severely injured. Hey, even if you are a ninja, you cannot forcibly seize my donkey cart. This is my livelihood. At least give me some money. I beg you, have mercy. Yamamoto Yoshiko pleaded, dropping to his knees. Kurizetsu glared fiercely. Oh, you dare ask me for money? I shall give you a slap. Kurizetsu struck Yamamoto Yoshiko across the face. Chapter 63. The Donkey Cart War God, Kurizetsu. After the colossal nose of the giant windmill toppled Yamamoto Yoshiko, Black Zetsu, without uttering a word, climbed aboard the donkey cart, simultaneously urging, Lord Madara, please hold on tight. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. He never anticipated that one day he would be fleeing on a donkey cart. He hastily adjusted his position, reclining on the cart. Go. Black Zetsu cracked the whip with all his might, delivering a sharp lash to the plump donkey's rear. The animal, in sudden agony, let out a howl and galloped forward, sending the cart lurching dangerously and nearly tossing Madara off. In hot pursuit, the faceless figure observed Black Zetsu and Madara aboard the donkey cart, his countenance grim and his teeth clenched in determination. He realized that his sealing scroll would only last 4 hours. If he did not catch them within that time frame, Black Zetsu would recover. Don't run, he bellowed, fiercely gathering the remainder of his chakra in his feet. This chakra was insufficient for releasing jutsu, so he opted to enhance his speed instead. Faster. Go. Move. You stubborn donkey. Black Zetsu's expression was contorted with rage as he relentlessly lashed the whip. The donkey, howling in protest, sprinted ahead, its hooves almost leaving afterimages. Slow down. Slow down. I'm about to be shaken to death. Uchiha Madara gasped, disoriented, his words tumbling out incoherently. We must speed up. Black Zetsu growled through gritted teeth. Do you want to be caught and killed? He could sense the genuine intent behind the faceless figure's pursuit. If he was overtaken, it would spell doom for him. As Black Zetsu whipped around to check on Madara, he was met with a horrifying sight. Those crimson eyes of the faceless one, moving with unnatural speed. Like a zombie in pursuit. Why can't I run faster? Black Zetsu cursed, his whip nearly smoking from the effort. Glancing back at Madara, he finally understood the reason for their sluggish pace. Lord Madara, release that fan. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. Toss it aside. Black Zetsu was on the verge of losing his mind. How could Uchiha Madara still cling to that cumbersome fan at such a critical moment? Not a chance. This has been passed down through generations. I cannot abandon it. Madara's eyes flared with defiance. This fan was a symbol of the Uchiha clan from the era of turmoil. His most trusted weapon, and he had carried it even in his flight. For the sake of survival, you must be decisive. Black Zetsu urged desperately. Hearing this, Madara, not one to hesitate, resolved to act decisively. With a firm bite of his teeth, he hurled the Uchiha fan away, and immediately, the donkey cart accelerated slightly. The relentless pursuer behind was taken aback to see Madara discard the fan. What an effort, he thought, but there was no time to retrieve it. I must catch them today. Black Zetsu, feverishly urging the donkey to run faster, cried out, Come on, old friend. Please run faster. I'm calling you my ancestor. I beg you." His expression was grave, whipping the donkey with fervor, for both their lives depended on it. Madara was the closest to becoming Indra, and with Ashura now deceased, Madara could potentially be the key to reviving their mother. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. As the Faceless One closed the distance, he gripped a kunai tightly and hurled it forward. The weapon struck Black Zetsu's rear, eliciting a yelp of pain, yet he persevered, continuing to whip the donkey. "Damn it, I missed." The Faceless One cursed internally, having aimed for Madara but miscalculated. Black Zetsu, far from slowing down, only intensified his efforts, further quickening the cart's pace. The donkey's rear was nearly reduced to pulp from the relentless lashing. Suddenly, Black Zetsu spotted a great chasm ahead and cunningly devised a plan. "Let us see how I can shake off this bandaged fool." He swung the whip and directed the cart towards the precipice. The faceless pursuer, oblivious to the looming cliff and lacking the strength to sense it, continued his mad chase. "Hold on, Lord Madara. We're about to take flight." Madara had yet to grasp the situation. Just as they neared the cliff's edge, Black Zetsu sharply pulled the reins, executing a complete 360-degree turn. The rear of the cart soared into the air, nearly flinging Madara out. Madara, jolted violently, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed down at the abyss. His gaze met Black Zetsu's, filled with admiration for his own audacity in maneuvering the cart. Meanwhile, the Faceless One narrowly avoided being tossed over the edge, his chakra enabling him to cling to the ground. Impressive driving skills, he thought, astonished by Black Zetsu's audacity. Yet, he could not relent. This was his best chance to eliminate Madara. If these two escaped, he would have no idea where to find them again. With determination surging, he pushed forward. "Can you match my resolve, Black Zetsu?" he taunted. But just as Black Zetsu reveled in his triumph, he noticed a swirling mist behind him. His pursuer was still hot on his heels, relying solely on physical prowess and stamina. "Curse it, he is still chasing me." Black Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he resumed his frantic whipping. The donkey, nearly in tears from the relentless prodding, pressed on. Ahead, another chasm appeared, albeit narrower this time. Just as Black Zetsu planned to replicate his earlier maneuver, he discovered trees flanking both sides. "Let us go all in," he bellowed, covering the donkey's eyes before forcefully prodding its rear. The donkey leaped, cart and all, clearing the chasm. Madara, jolted to the point of unconsciousness, fell limp. Black Zetsu, alarmed, checked for Madara's breath, relieved to find he had merely fainted. "Is this a donkey? Or a mythical creature?" the faceless figure thought, witnessing the leap. "If your donkey cart can cross, so can I." He executed a series of powerful jumps, rolling through the air to clear the chasm and continue the pursuit. As Black Zetsu watched the faceless figure's impressive acrobatics, he could hardly suppress a grin. This is a true superhuman. They raced across the border of the Land of Lightning, traversing through the Land of Moon. A black figure driving a donkey cart with a long-haired man, pursued by a bandaged figure, astonished travelers, merchants, and residents alike. "Wait, am I seeing things? That person chasing looks like the Tsuchikage from Iwagakure, and the one on the cart resembles Uchiha Madara. I've seen his portrait before. No one informed me that a night marathon was being held." Heijue drove his donkey cart southward, pursued relentlessly by Wu, who followed closely behind until dawn broke. After a night of furious racing, covering 100 miles, Heijue finally managed to create a slight distance between them. Wu was indeed a remarkable individual. Despite Heijue's relentless speed, Wu had managed to keep pace for the entire night. Reflecting on this, Heijue couldn't help but admire Wu's tenacity. While he sped 100 miles, Wu had run 99, truly deserving of the title of the foremost runner in the northwest of the shinobi world. Such a person could only emerge from the village of Iwagakure, hinting at some deeper significance to that place. It was rumored that Wu had once faced off against Madara, only to sprint back to the land of Earth with Oanoki after a night of escape. However, Heijue prided himself on his superior driving skills. But before Heijue could revel in his triumph, he encountered a wide river. The opposite shore was the Land of Fire. Alas, the donkey cart could not cross the river. Heijue gazed at the turbulent waters, troubled by the predicament. He was unafraid of water, but Madara was not. What to do? Heijue sensed that Wu was closing in and felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, he spotted a floating log ahead. The trunk was robust enough to accommodate both himself and Madara. Desperate, he decided to take the plunge. "Mother, bless your child." Heijue immediately possessed Madara and, clutching a piece of wood, began to swim across the river. Chapter 64, Fate. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, Wu had entered a state of determination. After a while of Heijue crossing the river, Wu, panting, caught up. Upon seeing Heijue floating on a log, he could no longer contain himself. He first sprinted with Madara on his back, then drifted the donkey cart for 100 miles, leaped over streams, and now was crossing a river on a log. What a spectacle! No wonder Heijue was destined for greatness. With such resolve, he could accomplish anything. Heijue was indeed an extraordinary man, Wu sincerely remarked. Splash, splash. The river surged violently, water splashing everywhere. At this flood season, Heijue clung tightly to the log, struggling to cross the 100-meter-wide river with Uchiha Madara. Glancing back, he noticed Wu standing astonished on the riverbank, a mischievous grin spreading across Heijue's face. Wu, you think you can compete with me? You still have thousands of years to go. Heijue shouted back. Do you know why I ride a donkey cart? Because you walk. Black Absolute. You scoundrel. Wu's exclamation, filled with anger, caught Heijue off guard, as he was usually not one to curse. Huh, my mother is watching from above. So come at me if you dare. Heijue laughed as he continued swimming. Wu, observing the raging river, contemplated emulating Heijue's log crossing. However, he realized that his physical stamina was insufficient after running all night. If he attempted to cross the river now, he would surely lose his life. If Heijue reached the shore first, he would undoubtedly block Wu's path. Wu's gaze fixated on the distant figures of Heijue and Uchiha Madara, including this encounter. He had faced Madara 4 times, the first in Konoha, the second during the capture of the Nine Tails, the third in a group ambush, and now this. Each time, he had gained the upper hand while Madara had faltered. Meanwhile, Madara, who was in the midst of crossing the river, groggily awoke. You are the first to force me, Uchiha Madara, into such a predicament. This time, you have won, he thought, staring intently at Wu on the far bank, his eyes flickering with reluctance. The two exchanged distant glances, an unspoken fate entwining them. We will fight again, Wu and Uchiha Madara murmured in unison. And you, beast. Wu glared fiercely at the donkey cart nearby. The sight of the donkey ignited a surge of unexplainable anger within him. If it weren't for this cart, he would have captured those two already. The donkey, exhausted from running, lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Wu, filled with rage, picked up a nearby stone and struck the donkey's head with force. Thud. Ah! The donkey let out a pitiful cry and met its demise. The deceased donkey seemed to chuckle. Whether I run slowly or quickly, death is inevitable. Is this fate? How amusing, how intriguing. Starving, Wu immediately began preparing a fire to cook the donkey meat. Approximately 3 hours later, another individual arrived, riding a makeshift bicycle from the shinobi world, equally exhausted. Wu looked up, slightly puzzled. Who is this person? Ninja Master, where is my donkey? Yamamoto Sakiko asked pitifully. Wu paused mid-bite, momentarily stunned. Is this your donkey? He pointed at the sizzling donkey meat over the fire. What? How did my donkey turn into a pile of meat? Yamamoto Sakiko gasped in shock, realizing that after pedaling all night, her donkey had become a meal. She collapsed to the ground, wailing, my donkey cart. That was my means of survival. How can I live without it? I took out a loan to buy it, and I haven't finished paying it off yet. Ninja Master, you must compensate me. Wu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. If it weren't for your donkey cart, I would have caught those two already. And now you want me to compensate you? You dare ask me for compensation? I'll give you a compensation. I'm already overwhelmed. Your donkey ruined my plans, and if the 4th Great Ninja War breaks out, you will bear full responsibility. You dare ask me for compensation? I want to even take you to the shinobi military court. Just remember to bring your donkey cart when the trial starts. Yamamoto Sakiko was left bewildered by Wu's barrage of words. What? You say the 4th Great Ninja War has anything to do with me? I'm not even a ninja. How is it my responsibility? She was distraught, only aware that her livelihood had vanished along with her donkey, and she still had to repay the loan for the cart. Wah! You ninjas fight without care for the lives of us common folks. She lamented, her cries echoing through the air. Sighing, Wu, feeling a mix of pity and frustration, slowly helped Sakiko to her feet. You must be starving after chasing all night. Let us eat first. Okay, she sobbed, wiping her tears as she devoured 2 large bowls of donkey meat, exclaiming, so delicious. Meanwhile, Wu swiftly penned a letter to the Iwagakure forces stationed in the Land of Fire. During the last Great Ninja War, he He had already stationed hundreds of Iwagakure troops in the territories previously occupied in the Land of Fire. Shortly after, the stationed troops received the letter and promptly dispatched several shinobi to the location. Commander M.O. Stone, reporting to Lord Tsuchikage. A jonin clad in Iwagakure attire knelt before Wu, leading a group of ninjas. Although they were puzzled as to why Wu was present, they rushed over, recognizing Tsuchikage as their supreme leader. Yamamoto Sakiko, startled, quickly stood up and gazed at Wu with awe and respect. Could this person truly be the Tsuchikage? A chill ran down her spine. In her eyes, the leader of the convoy in her small town was already an unattainable figure, let alone a figure of Tsuchikage status. There were only 5 such individuals in the entire shinobi world. Do you have the items? Wu inquired in a deep voice. M.O. Stone dared not show any negligence and promptly retrieved a piece of currency from the Land of Lightning, carefully presenting it before Wu. Emotionlessly, he accepted the silver note and promptly handed it to Yamamoto Yoshiko, who stood nearby, while casually remarking, "This is compensation for the donkey I consumed. This silver note is sufficient to procure dozens of your donkeys." Having spoken, he turned away without a glance, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas, leaving Yamamoto Yoshiko standing in stunned silence. Yamamoto Yoshiko stared at the silver note in his hand, his expression undergoing a dramatic transformation. The initial shock and fear dissipated like clouds banished by the sun, replaced by uncontrollable euphoria. Ha! He suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth resonating in the air. What he thought was a calamity turned out to be a fortuitous encounter with the god of wealth. Such good fortune, I would welcome it tenfold. As he laughed, he danced with glee, forgetting entirely that he had just lost a donkey. Thank you, my lord. Long live my lord. You are truly a living bodhisattva, so kind-hearted. Overcome with joy, Yamamoto Yoshiko hurriedly bowed several times in the direction of the departing figure to express his gratitude. Chapter 65, A Struggle of Life and Death. In the Land of Water, Kirigakure. Ha ha ha, what is happening over there in the ninja world? Did Wu really chase a donkey cart all night? Is this true? Guizong Huanyue exclaimed, clutching the latest intelligence from the Land of Fire, laughing heartily. Upon hearing that Wu had chased a donkey cart all night, he could no longer contain his amusement. In the eastern coastal region of the Land of Fire, occupied by Kirigakure during the Ninja War, the village had established an intelligence station to receive the latest news from the ninja world. Lord Mizukage. The authenticity of this information is unknown and cannot be verified at this moment. First, Uchiha Madara is dead. It is impossible for him to appear. Secondly, that Tsuchikage can fly and has no need to run. My subordinates believe it may be a mimicry performance, the Umbu analyzed. Well, that makes sense. Although the authenticity seems dubious, it is certainly gossip-worthy. Guizong Huanyue nodded with a slight smile, immediately deciding to tease Wu by sending him a letter. Lord Mizukage, everyone is waiting for you to convene the meeting. Lord Wuming's messenger has urged us several times, the Umbu reminded. Guizong Huanyue nodded slightly, completed the letter, and departed the Mizukage's office, making his way to the conference hall in Kirigakure. Wuming sat at the head of the elders' table, with the other clan leaders flanking him. As Guizong Huanyue entered, everyone slowly opened their icy eyes, except for Wuming, who kept his eyes closed. Ah, what's with everyone looking so lifeless today? Our Kirigakure is flourishing. Don't wear such mournful expressions, Guizong Huanyue exclaimed, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a playful demeanor. However, the others seemed to have conspired in advance, continuing to regard him with cold stares. Feeling somewhat awkward, Guizong Huanyue was puzzled as to why the usual support was absent today. All right, Mizukage. Stop acting like a childish clown. Wuming suddenly interjected. Guizong Huanyue stiffened. Fine, I'll heed your words. He shrugged it off and was about to take his seat when a clan leader stood up, handing him a piece of paper. What is this? Guizong Huanyue asked, slightly perplexed, before unfolding the paper. Upon reading its contents, he was astonished to discover it was a joint petition. The content requested Guizong Huanyue to step down as Mizukage, with Wuming to ascend as the third Mizukage. Guizong Huanyue's face fell in shock. Although he had anticipated this, he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Since everyone has conspired, I have nothing more to say. I shall relinquish the position of Mizukage and retire, he declared, his expression indifferent. He had long since ceased to care, feeling exhausted by the political machinations. As he turned to leave, several Umbu members blocked the exit. What do you want? Guizong Huanyue's temper flared. He had treated these Umbu well in the past, and now they turned against him so swiftly. Hey, Wuming, I am not only the Mizukage, but also the leader of the first family of Kirigakure, the Goeizon clan. He threatened, glaring at Wuming, who remained composed. Not anymore. The Goeizon clan has already abandoned you as their leader, Wuming replied with a calm smile. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of Goeizon clan members encircled Goeizon Huanyue. His expression changed, realizing the precariousness of his situation, and he immediately summoned his steam doll. Bang! What are you doing? Goeizon Huanyue shouted. Pointing at the crowd with his hands in a pistol formation, fury etched across his face. These scoundrels conspired with external enemies and colluded with the Tsuchikage, aiming to seize control of Kirigakure. Their crime warrants death, yet out of mercy, the third Mizukage grants you life imprisonment. An umbu began to read aloud. Upon finishing, Wuming smiled. Goeizon Huanyue, how do you find this outcome? Goeizon Huanyue felt bewildered and mystified. You want me to step down, fine. But I do not accept the charges against me. When did I ever collude with external enemies? You claim I conspired with the Tsuchikage? Where is your evidence? Goeizon Huanyue retorted darkly. Evidence? You write to the Tsuchikage every day. Your frequent visits to Iwagakure are evidence. You previously stated that you would go to Iwagakure after your retirement. Now that is evidence. Wuming asserted with conviction. Goeizon Huanyue found himself at a loss for words. Was it not natural for leaders of different villages to exchange correspondence? Everyone in the ninja world was aware of the complex relationship he shared with the Tsuchikage. Why not mention the time I almost killed the Tsuchikage? He coldly replied. That was undoubtedly a ploy orchestrated by you. Wuming dismissed with a wave. Goeizon Huanyue chuckled softly, recognizing the absurdity of the accusations leveled against him. I do not comprehend. You desire power, and I willingly resign. Why then impose these nonsensical charges upon me? He asked through gritted teeth. Goeizon Huanyue thought to himself, if they seized power, so be it. He could simply live out his days in leisure, free and untroubled. Soon, Wuming's light laughter broke the silence. Heh, do you believe that politics is merely a battle between you and Wu, where both sides would show mercy? Do not be absurd. This is a struggle of life and death. Huanyue replied coldly. In this world governed by strength, even if Goeizon Huanyue renounced his position, he could not ensure his own safety, for his power stood as a looming threat. Unless Goeizon Huanyue severely weakened himself, rendering himself an ordinary person. To hell with it. I will escape, and no one can detain me, he declared. Water iron cannon technique. Without hesitation, Goeizon Huanyue unleashed a barrage of water iron cannon fire, eliminating the Goeizon clan members in front of him. Following that, the steam doll swiftly moved forward, charging directly at Wuming. Some readers have expressed that chapters 62 and 63, while abundant in themes, lack substantial content. In reality, these chapters primarily serve to alleviate the heaviness of the preceding battles, offering a moment of levity after the intense confrontations of chapters 60 and 61. Some readers relish the thrill of combat, while others prefer a more narrative-driven or lighthearted approach. Thus, after a sequence of battles, a chapter infused with humor serves to relieve the tension, much like the previous interlude featuring a barbecue after the clash with the Thousand Hands. This blend of abstraction and seriousness is intended to cater to diverse reader sentiments, as I strive to satisfy both those who enjoy merriment and those who prefer action. Additionally, I urge fans of Madara not to fret. There will be a more graceful culmination for his character with a well-structured plot awaiting. I appreciate everyone's gifts. Chapter 66. What? The Mizukage has defected? All Jonin and Umbu are mobilized to capture the traitor, Hozuki Mangetsu, as the village announces the Mizukage's betrayal. The unnamed figure swiftly declares this shocking news, prompting a chorus of responses from the clan leaders. At this moment, they remain oblivious to the catastrophic losses that the soon-to-be third Mizukage will inflict upon their clans. A sly smile graces the lips of the unnamed figure, who then approaches the window to gaze over the entirety of Kirigakure. The village has become overly urbanized. It is time for a convoluted exploration. The highest authority of Kirigakure has declared that the second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu, has betrayed them, causing an uproar throughout the village. Who would have thought that the second Mizukage would rebel? Such treachery, to conspire secretly with Iwagakure, is an unforgivable crime. Yet, one cannot help but ponder why Lord Hozuki, who has already taken on the mantle of Mizukage, would act thus. Opinions abound throughout the village. In the heart of the forest, Hozuki Mangetsu leads a faction of his clan and the Kagaya clan, gathered around a campfire for respite. The Kagaya clan, originally from the source material, had been eradicated due to their opposition to Kirigakure's formation. Among the Hozuki clan, he finds steadfast supporters. Many members chose to follow him upon his departure. In comparison to Uchiha Madara, Hozuki Mangetsu's betrayal sees a significant portion of his clan rallying to his side. The loyal Kagaya clan members are among his most trusted allies, knowing that if Mangetsu falls, they too will face persecution. Old man, I no longer wish to be Mizukage. Mangetsu reflects sorrowfully as he gazes into the flickering flames. If it were not for this village that I built alongside Bailian, I would have already unleashed my wrath upon these scoundrels. With my power, I could easily vanquish them. Yet, Kirigakure is my creation, and I once placed my dreams within its walls. I cannot bring myself to destroy it. I must honor the spirit of the old man. Leader, do not despair. You still have us, the Hozuki and Kagaya clans. We can still seize an island. One of the Hozuki members comforts him. Yes, the land of water is dotted with islands. With our strength, we can easily take one, gather our power, and eventually retaliate against the village. The Kagaya clan members eagerly propose. Upon hearing the mention of seizing an island, a wry smile tugs at Mangetsu's lips. Originally, Kirigakure is on an island. Do we truly need to seize another? Alas, it seems I must leave Kirigakure, the village I founded, the resting place of the first Mizukage. Filled with sorrow, Mangetsu's heart aches at the thought of departure. Leader, where shall we go next? We shall follow your lead. The Hozuki and Kagaya clans respond in unison. At this moment, Mangetsu no longer harbors ambitions of power. He wishes to cease the turmoil. He had believed that seizing power would be straightforward. Yet now he finds himself in a precarious position, facing threats from within Kirigakure. Scanning the faces of his clansmen, he sees some filled with confusion while others shine with resolute faith. For the sake of both clans, he must find a refuge. He cannot become a wandering shinobi in these tumultuous times. It seems he should seek out an old acquaintance. Surely, he would welcome me. A saying comes to mind. A friend in need is a friend indeed. With determination, Hozuki Mangetsu rises, and the Hozuki and Kagaya clans hold their breath, awaiting his command. Let us journey to the land of earth. Upon hearing this decree, the clans are first taken aback, then swiftly comply. Yet, dissenting voices emerge. Leader, we cannot. If we choose to go to Iwagakure now, it will only solidify the accusations of treachery. An elder from the Hozuki clan states anxiously, having just defected. If we head to Iwagakure, it will undeniably affirm the charges against us. The land of water has no place for us anymore. Let them call us traitors. I have nothing to feel guilty about. Moreover, I, Hozuki Mangetsu, will go wherever I please. He retorts calmly. Time will reveal the truth. History will judge fairly. In Iwagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, news circulates. Have you heard? Reports from the land of the moon have surfaced. Indeed, I have heard. It is said that an esteemed figure chased a donkey cart all night, and the common folk witnessed it. Is there any truth to this? Wasn't Uchiha Madara already dead? Enough. These are topics best left untouched. The gods watch over us. How dare you discuss such matters? Before the morning assembly of Iwagakure, officials engage in fervent gossip. Presently, the ninja world is abuzz with two sensational headlines. The Raikage and Hokage were ambushed and killed, and rumors swirl of the Tsuchikage's appearance in the land of the moon, where he supposedly engaged in a fervent marathon with Uchiha Madara. Rumors claim Madara drove a donkey cart for miles while the Tsuchikage pursued him tirelessly. Compared to the first news, the latter, rife with scandal, captivates the audience. The Tsuchikage chasing a donkey cart? Uchiha Madara? Such phrases are trending. As for why there is no mention of Kagaya, it is simply too dark. No one saw him, and all assumed it was Madara fleeing in the cart. Ahem. With a cough, Wusher, adorned in the Tsuchikage's robe, takes his seat at the head of the table. The officials of Iwagakure instantly adopt serious expressions, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost gravity. I trust you have all heard the news, and I must clarify. It is all false. This is pure fabrication. Such rumors are but folly. Let us not spread them further and focus on our duties. Wusher asserts, his dark circles betraying his fatigue. Nods of agreement ripple through the officials, affirming their commitment to refrain from gossip. Now, regarding the assassination of the Hokage and Raikage, I intend to personally visit the Land of Lightning to attend the second Raikage funeral, he announces. In truth, Wusher feels a pang of guilt for not saving the second Raikage, a comrade in arms. As for Konoha, A mere letter of condolence would suffice. The meeting continues, with various matters of state addressed, and Wuxia offers responses to each query. Tsuchikage-sama, we have identified a suitable Jinchuriki candidate, an orphan named Tsu, who is approximately 6 months old. His parents perished during a mission, and we believe he would be ideal as the host for the Four Tales. A ninja responsible for selecting Jinchuriki reports. Wuxia raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Tsu, could it be that he is the old Tsu? Considering the timeline, his birth aligns with the events of the Second Shinobi World War. Yes, he would be 50 now, born before the war began. Very well, approved. Without a doubt, I acknowledge the significance of the events that transpired. According to the Chronicles of the Watergate, it is noted that in his youth, the character encountered the Four Tails and Five Tails during the time of the Third Great Ninja War. Given that the elders Zetsu and Han had already harnessed the power of tailed beasts, I surmise he was born prior to the Second Ninja World War. A simpler deduction can be made by subtracting the lifespan of Jiraiya from that of the elder Zetsu, revealing a mere 4 years difference, indicating they belong to the same generational cohort. Chapter 67. The arrival of ghost lanterns in Rock Hideout. After the meeting concluded, no one lingered in the Tsuchikage's office, fiddling with Uchiha Madara's fan. This fan is positioned quite nicely, mused the Tsuchikage as he gazed upon the flame-patterned fan, a symbol of Uchiha glory, resting on the shelf. Satisfied with his own achievements, he reflected on his success in seizing the Shura's weapon from the ninja world. Its worth is beyond question. Regrettably, he lacked the sword of Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, he would have placed it alongside. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks echoed through the room. Come in, he called casually. An umbu hurriedly entered. Tsuchikage-sama. Urgent news. 2 days ago, a coup occurred in the Mist Village. The second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Hoshigaki, has fled, and the third Mizukage now holds dominion over the village. Upon hearing this, the Tsuchikage was taken aback, swiftly turning to examine the intelligence report. The details were scant, merely stating the coup and Hoshigaki's defection, with specifics obscured by the mist's isolation from the mainland. Is it out of compassion? He pondered. With the strength of Hoshigaki, he could certainly retaliate, unless he had chosen otherwise. The fact that Hoshigaki had fled only indicated he did not wish to engage with the mist, but opted for departure. Could it be that Hoshigaki is seeking refuge in the Rock Village? He contemplated, realizing this could be an opportunity to acquire a shadow-level powerhouse for his village. As he mulled over this, a blue hawk appeared at his window. He immediately tore open the message it carried. Hoshigaki here. I am in dire straits and wish to bring my clan and the Kagaya tribe to your Rock Village. Will you accept us? At that moment, the Tsuchikage's spirits soared. His village was in dire need of bloodline limits. And here was a chance to welcome a clan with such abilities and a secret arts family, a fortuitous development. Just as he prepared to personally greet Hoshigaki, Anoki unexpectedly entered the room. Goodness, why did you not call for me during your night run after the donkey cart? The Tsuchikage's expression darkened as he regarded Anoki's playful demeanor. Come here, Anoki. Extend your head. Let your teacher enhance your status. Please, no? I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. Anoki quickly shook his head, then, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Teacher, is this matter truly authentic? Uchiha Madara has perished, has he not? A peculiar smile graced the Tsuchikage's lips. Knowing too much can be detrimental for you. Anoki shivered at his teacher's enigmatic expression, realizing that some topics were best left untouched. Very well, I must go to receive Hoshigaki now, the Tsuchikage declared, patting Anoki on the shoulder. Anoki, taken aback, scratched his head and asked, Teacher, if the Mizukage is no longer in the mist, why does he keep gravitating towards us? Could it be? Anoki cast a sidelong glance at the Tsuchikage. Bang! The Tsuchikage tapped his finger against Anoki's forehead. Do not overthink it. A coup has transpired in the mist. Hoshigaki has led a secret arts clan and a bloodline limit family to defect. He intends to join us, and henceforth, we shall be one family. What? 2 clans? Anoki's eyes widened in disbelief. Does this mean that the Rock Village will now also host a bloodline limit family? The Tsuchikage nodded. Indeed, our great family of the Rock Village has gained 2 more ninja clans. Splendid. This is a remarkable boon for our village. Anoki's face lit up with joy, realizing the enhancement of their forces. Prepare to announce this news across all tiers of the Rock Village. Hoshigaki should currently be within the borders of the Land of Fire. I shall personally go to receive him. With that, the Tsuchikage swiftly departed. Understood, teacher. As he watched his mentor leave, Onoki resigned himself to his duties. As he was about to exit the Tsuchikage's office, his gaze was inexplicably drawn to the Tsuchikage's robe hanging on the coat rack. What is this? Onoki's throat went dry, and his voice dropped to a whisper. The robe gleamed in the sunlight, exuding an irresistible allure. His breath quickened, and it felt as though he were losing control. Inching closer to the robe, upon touching the fabric, a soft yet substantial texture met his fingers. How wonderful! Onoki began to caress the surface of the robe, savoring its intricate patterns and exquisite craftsmanship. His mind wandered to the image of himself donning the Tsuchikage's robe, envisioning himself commanding the village from that esteemed position. Such fantasies intensified his heartbeat and quickened his breath. Glancing around nervously, ensuring he was alone, Onoki's daring thoughts grew ever bolder. Finally, as if resolute in his decision, Onoki carefully removed the robe from the rack and draped it over his shoulders. As the robe enveloped him completely, he felt an unprecedented sense of solemnity and authority. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at his reflection, perceiving a transformed version of himself. Onoki in the Tsuchikage's robe. Is this what it feels like to be Tsuchikage? I yearn to progress. Onoki murmured to himself, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of anxiety, fearful of being discovered by his teacher. In the past, he may have regarded the Tsuchikage with indifference, given that his grandfather held that title. As a child, he had no concept of power, but things were different now. Slowly, Onoki approached the Tsuchikage's seat. Just as he was about to sit down, a sudden realization struck him. No, he jolted awake from his reverie, cold sweat trickling down his back. If his teacher were to find out, it would surely invoke his disdain, perhaps even jeopardizing the chance of inheriting the title of Tsuchikage. He must maintain an air of indifference. Onoki diligently removed the Tsuchikage cloak, carefully hanging it back on the rack until it appeared as though it had never been disturbed. Only after ensuring everything was in order did he leave with a sense of relief. Once Onoki exited the office, a figure materialized from transparency, observing him with a blend of amusement and profound insight as he departed. Though his true form had flown away, he had left a split body to manage affairs. He had yet to disperse the dust concealment technique when he witnessed Onoki's actions. A soft chuckle escaped him as he adjusted the Tsuchikage cloak. In the original narrative, Onoki might have already succeeded to the role of Tsuchikage at this juncture, given his early demise. Yet, he was still very much alive and thriving. From the original text, it is evident that Onoki is adept at wielding power, having held his position longer than Sarutobi Hiruzen, which explains his moniker of two scales. However, the original story unfolds in his later years, while currently, Onoki remains a promising student, albeit with a hint of yearning for the Tsuchikage title. Nevertheless, this is not a significant issue, especially when compared to the situation with Danzo. Author's note: sleep well. If you feel it's insufficient, take your time. I will respond to comments as I see them. There is no deletion of comments or ignoring them. Additionally, regarding the protagonist's dust release, I will develop more techniques related to the dust release series and the Yada Senjutsu series of ninjutsu in the future. Do not rush, grant the author a little time. The plot will be handled well and will gradually unfold. There is no need to worry about inconsistencies. Trust the author's creativity. The Second Great Ninja War has not even commenced yet, and there remains a plethora of plots yet to be written, all of which require time to develop. Chapter 68. A photograph of me and my brothers. Welcome to Iwagakure. From this moment forth, we are family. A grand banner hung at the entrance of Iwagakure, while the streets echoed with joyful voices. The ordinary citizens of Iwagakure fervently applauded the arrival of Lord Hozuki Mangetsu and his entourage from the distant east. Simultaneously, two ninja clans were settled in the heart of Iwagakure. The village's population surged, and I noticed an abundance of children. Hozuki Mangetsu walked alongside Mu, acknowledging the increase in population due to the vast immigration policies and the promotion of childbirth since Mu's tenure began. In the original narrative, during the Third Great Ninja War, Onoki commanded a multitude of 10,000 ninjas to besiege the Third Reikage, making a considerable population essential. Well, that is commendable, Mu. How do you plan to arrange positions for my family and me? Hozuki Mangetsu mused, surprised that he would one day seek refuge with Mu. The Hozuki clan, skilled in secret techniques, could be integrated into either the teacher's ranks or elite shinobi units, including the Umbu. As for the Kagaya clan, I believe they could be incorporated into the Iwagakure security team, alongside the Fuma clan, to maintain peace within the village. Mu provided arrangements for the two clans. leaving Hozuki Mangetsu impressed by Mu's audacity. Such positions were pivotal within Iwagakure. The Umbu and security team were of utmost importance. It was unexpected for Mu to place them directly without prior scrutiny. You're quite daring. What about me? Hozuki Mangetsu expressed his delight at Mu's candidness, appreciating the trust bestowed upon him. Mu's confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength, coupled with the burgeoning prowess of Iwagakure's civilian ninjas. What position do you desire? I can arrange it for you. Mu inquired of Hozuki Mangetsu's preferences. I prefer something uncomplicated, perhaps a role that keeps me engaged. I find idleness rather tedious. Can you find me a position that is both entertaining and not monotonous? Hozuki Mangetsu replied enthusiastically. He was a person who thrived on amusement. Idleness would surely bore him. Yet he was reluctant to take on burdensome tasks. Mu's expression turned serious, noting that Iwagakure didn't seem to have such a position available. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Mu's mind. I have a role in mind. He pointed, recalling a department he had long intended to establish. The initial preparations had been completed, but due to technological limitations and a lack of personnel, it had yet to commence. With recent advancements in technology, and given the recent turmoil within the ninja world, he had not had the opportunity to launch it. Now, with Hozuki Mangetsu's arrival, it was the perfect chance. Follow me. I believe you will enjoy this work. Mu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to take Hozuki Mangetsu away, while other officials attended to the Hozuki and Kagaya clans. Iwagakure's film and art production company? Hozuki Mangetsu read the sign, perplexed. Film? Art? What is this about? At this point, the ninja world had yet to witness the advent of cameras or the concept of films, so Hozuki Mangetsu's confusion was understandable. Mu had established the Iwagakure Research Department in pursuit of extending his lifespan, which had significantly accelerated the technological advancements within Iwagakure, including the invention of cameras. Bring forth the demonstration for Lord Hozuki Mangetsu, Mu instructed, glancing at the civilian staff. Shortly, several cameras, lights, and microphones appeared. Hozuki Mangetsu gazed curiously at the camera. Click. The camera's light flashed as he casually posed for a few moments. In mere seconds, he was recorded. Wow, how astonishing. Is this a ninjutsu? Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed, astonished by the playback of his recorded self. This is technology. I intend to utilize it to promote Iwagakure and to create entertaining films to enrich our culture, Mu elaborated. Fully aware of the significance of culture. Firstly, he aimed to use these mediums for his speeches, propagating ideologies and the will of stone. Secondly, even if ninjas were indifferent, the noble classes would likely become enamored, thus generating wealth for Iwagakure. Lastly, it was also a personal interest of Mu's. The ninja world felt rather dull, lacking in entertainment. He aspired to produce films, television series, and even contemplate more risque content, though that would wait until televisions became widespread. How intriguing. Hozuki Mangetsu's smile widened as he grasped Mu's intentions and the potential of this industry. His mind began to envision the creative possibilities. Eager to produce more abstract works for the enjoyment of Iwagakure's residents and the world. Marvelous. Hozuki Mangetsu exclaimed, praising the idea while approaching the camera to tinker with it. Let us take a picture of us brothers, he urged, pulling Mu to the camera. All right, gentlemen. Move in closer, instructed the staff. Mu, give us a smile. Hozuki Mangetsu said, placing his hand on Mu's shoulder. Reluctantly, Mu managed a smile. Click. The moment was captured. Forever immortalized in monochrome, with the possibility of colorization in post-production. Ha ha ha, how dashing. I look splendid. Hozuki Mangetsu admired the image, adjusting his slicked-back hair. Not too shabby. Mu mused, somewhat resigned. Perhaps this would be their only photograph together, a keepsake worth having rather than none at all. While Iwagakure embraced the integration of the two ninja clans, Konoha found itself embroiled in intense turmoil. Initially, Konoha proclaimed that the second Hokage was merely missing, only to later announce his demise, attributing it to the actions of the Gold and Silver brothers. Yet, Senju Tobarama had not designated a successor for the third Hokage, plunging Konoha into chaos. In the governance of the Hidden Leaf Village, it is the dynamic duo of Uzumaki Naruto and Sarutobi Sasuke who hold the reins. Historically, it was with their assistance that Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of Hokage. At this moment, within the Hokage building, Uzumaki Naruto occupies the principal seat, while Sarutobi Hiruzen respectfully sits at his side. Is Hiruzen still capable of being Hokage? Naruto inquires with a profound undertone. The fate of the first Hokage was grim, and the second Hokage met a similar demise. The unfortunate ends of the previous two Hokages cast a shadow over the position, prompting Naruto's question. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen felt his breath quicken, as did the others present, including Shimura Danzo and the likes of Uzumaki Mito and Haruno Sakura. Could it be that Lord Naruto wishes to appoint Hiruzen as Hokage? Danzo's heart raced, his pupils narrowing with trepidation. He feared for his brother's well-being and was equally concerned about the prospect of his brother assuming the Hokage mantle. With determination shining in his eyes, Hiruzen boldly stated, "What would you do upon becoming Hokage?" Naruto continued his inquiry, to which Hiruzen provided a resounding answer. "I recall the words of Lord Hashirama, who said that where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire of life endures. I shall revitalize Konoha, reclaim lost territories of the Fire Country, expel foreign foes, and lead Konoha towards prosperity." Naruto's gaze upon Hiruzen was like a blazing torch. "Excellent. This individual shall serve as Hokage during the reign of Tobirama." He held Hiruzen in high regard. Having assessed him now, along with his innate sense of good and evil, Naruto concluded that Hiruzen would at least maintain stability. Naruto then turned his gaze towards Danzo, acutely aware that his ability to perceive the moral compass revealed the darkness within Danzo's heart, deeming him unfit for the Hokage role. In contrast, while Hiruzen may have his flaws, he possessed a fundamentally benevolent spirit, which is essential for the Hokage. Thus, as the elder of Konoha, I hereby declare that starting tomorrow, you shall be the third Hokage, Naruto proclaimed, and with those words, Danzo's eyes flickered with shock. His jaw clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, at the funeral of the second Raikage, his portrait hung prominently, with an urn at the center. According to the customs of the Cloud Village, the body is a precious asset, typically preserved. However, in this instance, the second Raikage was incinerated by the tailed beast bomb and reduced to ashes, a grim reality that could not be overlooked. Several figures, including Shaman Mu and the enigmatic Hozuki Mangetsu, gathered to pay their respects. Despite their strained relations post the Ninja War, they had shared life and death experiences, and personal friendships endured. "Alas, I never expected that he would be the first among us to depart." Shaman sighed softly, lamenting the loss of their comrade, akin to leaves falling in the wind. Mangetsu observed the drifting leaves above, feeling an unexpected sorrow. Just when he thought his own power struggle was dire, the second Raikage had met a far more brutal fate. Such a formidable warrior should not have perished so ignobly, Mu mused quietly, as all three bowed in tribute to the second Raikage's portrait. "Greetings, esteemed uncles. The second Raikage often spoke fondly of you, reminiscing about the times he fought alongside you. Your presence is truly appreciated," spoke the third AI, who was then in his youth. His tearful words deepened the somber atmosphere. "Have you apprehended Kin and Jin?" Shaman asked with a grave expression, his concern shifting towards the fate of those two. Mu listened intently, equally invested in the matter, as he had intentions of studying their bodies. The first Hokage and those two beasts fought fiercely, but ultimately, all that was reclaimed was the amber purifying jar. Kin and Jin led the remnants of their forces away from the Cloud Village, and now that the first Hokage is gravely injured and bedridden, we lack the capability to pursue them further, AI lamented, his teeth clenched in frustration. "If those two beasts dare to step into the Wind Country, I shall personally lead the ninjas to execute them," Shaman declared resolutely. Mu nodded in agreement. "I will issue a bounty on Kin and Jin. Our rock village will join in the pursuit. Should they enter our territory, we will mobilize our ninjas. Though I am not currently the Mizukage, should you engage in battle, I, Hozuki Mangetsu, will certainly lend my assistance." "I can handle those two on my own," Mangetsu asserted, placing a reassuring hand on AI's shoulder. Upon hearing the commitment from his three uncles, AI bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Shaman, Mu, and Mangetsu. The spirit of the second Raikage will surely be grateful for your support." The ceremony concluded, Mu and Mangetsu chose not to return to the rock village immediately. Instead, they set out to capture Kin and Jin, not solely for vengeance, but because Mu seldom had the opportunity to leave the village. By capturing them, he could acquire the Six Paths treasures, study their bodies, and avoid the need for another expedition. "Unexpectedly, Mu, you are quite the loyal friend. Are all the youths of the rock village so noble?" Mangetsu remarked as they swiftly moved in pursuit of their quarry, impressed by Mu's dedication. Mu's expression hardened. for his motivations were primarily the Six Paths treasures and the cells of Kin and Jin. Just as he prepared to respond, he sensed a familiar fluctuation of chakra ahead. Mangetsu, there is a chakra disturbance ahead. We must proceed with caution. Mu cautioned in a low tone. What are you so anxious about? With our current strength, we are likely the foremost powers in the ninja world. Mangetsu shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. While his words held truth, caution is always prudent. Stay vigilant, Mu reiterated seriously. All right, I understand, Mangetsu replied, playfully whistling. In the depths of the forest, a masked man found himself gravely injured, kneeling before two formidable, menacing figures. How dare you? Did you not hear that the second Raikage and the second Hokage both fell at our hands? Do not presume that because you fought alongside the fourth Hokage, you can approach us, seeking to barter your life for gold. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao wielded the Six Paths treasures, their bodies still exuding remnants of the Nine Tails chakra. Before them, a man knelt on the ground, visibly distressed. He was Kakuzu. Kakuzu found himself half-kneeling, his expression grim, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Since he had eliminated the high-ranking traders in his village, he had been engaged in bounty work, relentlessly amassing wealth. Just days ago, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had ascended to the top of the bounty list due to their assassination of the two Kages, prompting him to test his luck. Confident in his past experience of assassinating Hashirama Senju and his possession of the dojutsu, he had hoped to take down at least one of them. However, the circumstances had turned against him, and what pained Kakuzu most was not the failure of his assassination but the loss of his money. The greatest tragedy of his life was that while wealth remained, he himself was on the brink of demise. He still had a fortune yet to be spent. Chapter 70. The laughter of unloading arms. Just as Jin Jiao swung his banana fan down toward Kakuzu's head with great force, a calm voice interrupted. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's expressions changed upon hearing it. Two formidable figures appeared before them. It was Mu and Ghost Lantern Hongguang. The moment they laid eyes upon Mu and Ghost Lantern Hongguang, a flicker of unmasked fear surfaced within their pupils. Earth Shadow, Water Shadow, what brings you here? Jin Jiao clenched the Six Paths treasures tightly, his gaze fixed on the two, bewildered by their sudden appearance. Indeed, it has been a while, Mu replied nonchalantly. Disregarding Kakuzu entirely, and fixing his gaze on Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, Ghost Lantern Hongguang stood beside Mu, his hands casually resting at his sides. It truly has been some time. Last time, thanks to you and Yin Jiao lending me chakra, we managed to survive. Perhaps we can consider ourselves friends now. Jin Jiao forced a smile, opting to play the emotional card. It was best to avoid conflict if possible, especially with Mu, whom he regarded with utmost caution. Even with the Six Paths treasures in hand, he dared not confront Mu. He had witnessed Mu's prowess, even at their peak. He and Yin Jiao could not guarantee victory against him. Mu's dust release technique was known for its indiscriminate nature, capable of overwhelming even the most formidable foes. Not to mention, Ghost Lantern Hongguang was also present. Together, they could easily overwhelm him. Very well, Mu responded indifferently. Since we are friends, and there is no pressing matter, we shall take our leave. Yes, yes. Yin Jiao quickly interjected. We'll leave Kakuzu to you. He is a notorious criminal. A truly vile individual who assassinated the higher-ups of Takigakure. Fighting crime is everyone's duty. Jin Jiao pointed at Kakuzu on the ground, proclaiming with righteous indignation. Kakuzu stared wide-eyed, utterly speechless, at Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Yes, yes, I am a wanted criminal in the shinobi world. But you two are not. I merely eliminated some high-ranking officials in the village. You two assassinated the Hokage and Raikage. Who is truly the more malevolent? I only aim to eliminate those on the bounty list for monetary gain. You are the ones who are truly wicked. I am but a small fish compared to your monstrous deeds. Farewell, until we meet again. As he spoke, Jin Jiao hurriedly pulled Yin Jiao to turn and leave. Just as they pivoted, two hands rested upon their shoulders. Turning back, they found Mu had mysteriously teleported behind them. Hey friends, as we part ways, allow me to bid you farewell, Mu said, his hands still placed on their shoulders, a hint of mischief in his voice. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be? Their hearts raced in alarm. Ghost Lantern Hongguang smirked, amused by the unfolding events. What need is there for ceremony when taking a life? I shall employ this method next time. Ah, no need for your intervention, Earth Shadow, Jin Jiao exclaimed, preparing to activate a body flicker technique to escape. However, before he could even begin, Mu's gravity technique descended upon them, rendering their bodies unbearably heavy as if they were laden with lead. "I meant to send you to meet the second Raikage," Mu stated coolly. In the next moment, sensing the impending danger, Jin Jiao took the initiative, unleashing his skill, Banana Fan, 5 movements of heaven. Boom! A massive explosion of chakra erupted forth, a chaotic blend of fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. "Bakayuru, die!" Jin Jiao bellowed as he forcefully swung the banana fan, rage coursing through him. Yin Jiao mirrored his fury, tapping into his strength to resist the weight that bore down upon them. Boom! Kakuzu's expression hardened as he hastily crawled to safety, his battered body struggling. The colossal chakra waves dispersed instantly. Mu, however, remained impassive, standing his ground. Dust release, world separation technique. Mu clapped his hands together, releasing his technique before teleporting to Jin Jiao's side. It was then that Jin Jiao realized Mu had marked him for teleportation when he had placed his hands on their shoulders. "Yin Jiao, your arm!" Jin Jiao shouted, alarmed. Before he could finish his warning, dust release obliterated a significant portion of Jin Jiao's body, a deliberate act by Mu to preserve their cells and heads, along with the 6 paths treasures. With a sickening sound, Jin Jiao's heart side was torn away, and he fell lifeless to the ground. "Brother!" Yin Jiao's eyes blazed crimson at the sight of Jin Jiao's demise. Without hesitation, he grit his teeth, enduring the pain as he swiftly severed his own arm with the 7-star sword. Splat! Yin Jiao successfully removed one of his arms. After dealing with Jin Jiao, Mu turned his focus on Yin Jiao. Upon witnessing Yin Jiao's decisive action, Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Do the villagers of Yunin feel no pain? Yet, Mu was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Yin Jiao had no need to sever his arm. He had not marked it with his teleportation technique. Mu scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. What a joke! Yin Jiao's mouth fell open in shock as he glanced at his severed arm. Upon closer inspection, he realized, indeed, there was no mark. He had just mutilated himself for no reason. His expression mirrored that of someone who had just discovered that the meat floss he had consumed for 3 years was merely a facade. Yin Jiao's face began to turn a shade of red, visibly flaring with the outpouring of Ninetail's chakra. Splat! Huh! Ghost Lantern Hongguang burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. "Oh, how you amuse me, Yin Jiao. What is that wedged in your brain? Did you squeeze your head like a pimple with all that muscle?" Yunin's prenatal care techniques are truly unparalleled. Ghost Lantern Hongguang continued to laugh heartily, unleashing his sharp tongue. Furious, Yin Jiao transformed, donning the guise of a tailed beast, his tail burning with intense heat as he charged at Mu. Earth-style, giant suppression. The ground beneath them morphed into a colossal rock giant that ensnared the now-tailed beast-formed Yin Jiao. Subsequently, Mu soared into the air, aiming his dust release downward at Yin Jiao, a height advantage that allowed him to unleash his technique. Dust release, world separation technique. Mu narrowed the technique, resembling a small laser beam directed at Yin Jiao. Splat! The swift escape of dust traversed the colossal rock giant, simultaneously piercing through Silver Horn, culminating in a silent descent to the ground. The brothers, Gold Horn and Silver Horn, met their demise, though in a critical moment, they had bestowed chakra upon themselves, enabling a victory over the formidable Senju Hashirama. The matter of their execution remained unchanged. They had to be eliminated. Chapter 71. I can negotiate too. Following the battle, Wu began to clear the scene, collecting the heads of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, intending to present them to the Hidden Cloud Village as a gesture of goodwill. He subsequently stored their bodies within a scroll, preparing to deliver them to the Rock Village's research department for the purpose of studying human cells to ascertain how they withstood the power of the Nine Tails. If they could endure such strength, might not Hashirama cells also withstand it? If the cells of Hashirama were to merge with the 6 paths lineage of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, infused with the Nine Tails might, could that not yield cells even more potent than those of Hashirama? Or perhaps Hashirama cells too? 0. It is worth noting that Gold Horn and Silver Horn indeed possess the 6 paths lineage in the original narrative. This is not a mere invention of my own, but a fact from the source material. As for the 6 paths treasures, how do you plan to handle them? I find it hard to believe you would return such valuable artifacts to the Hidden Cloud Village, remarked Ghost Lantern Hanyue, wearing a bemused smile as he addressed Wu. What treasures of the 6 paths? Wu replied nonchalantly. I placed them on the ground, assuming no one wanted them. I simply picked them up. I know not what you speak of. He discreetly tucked the treasures away, glancing down in surprise. How did these treasures find their way into my possession? Oh, it seems I have a fateful connection with these items, Wu mused, reflecting on the location of the rock village in the west. Ghost Lantern Hanyue's lips twitched slightly as he realized Wu's eagerness for revenge was motivated by personal gain. You've forgotten to switch off your automatic loot feature, haven't you? He jested. Suddenly, Hanyue noticed a rotund figure hiding in the bushes, Kisame, hoping to remain unnoticed. As he was also a fugitive and feared that the two powerful individuals might eliminate him on a whim. Hey, how long do you intend to hide? Hanyue approached Kisame and remarked, I recall you being a wanted man as well. Who would have thought a ninja bold enough to attempt the assassination of Senju Hashirama would end up as a bounty hunter? Hanyue remembered Kisame. Despite the latter's brief appearance in the original tale, he had made a name for himself in the shinobi world. It was indeed lamentable to see someone with such a reputation reduced to this state. Though I know not the reasons for your descent into rogue status, I admire your audacity in confronting Hashirama. Very well, let me grant you a swift end, Hanyue declared, conjuring a water iron cannon technique aimed at Kisame's skull. Oh, Kisame sighed. The village has betrayed me. With resignation, he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Wu, observing Kisame, suddenly recalled something. Hold on, he interjected, stepping forward to grasp Hanyue's arm. Kisame's eyes brightened at the glimmer of hope, gazing at Wu with a pleading expression. Is there a chance for me? What is it? Hanyue's gesture froze mid-air, puzzled by Wu's intervention. Wu cast a meaningful glance at Kisame. This individual has a connection with my rock village. Hanyue's lips twitched again as Wu leaned closer to whisper a few words in his ear. Kisame stood frozen, akin to a figurine, anxiously observing the two. His fate rested on their whims. Is this truly feasible? Are you certain this fellow is reliable? Hanyue inquired after hearing Wu's proposal. Let him accompany you in the film industry. I wish to assess his capabilities before considering higher responsibilities for him, Wu replied, nodding in assurance. The rock village was in dire need of someone adept at generating revenue, and Kisame seemed fitting for the role. As the original narrative suggested, he had a knack for financial ventures. Although placing him in the rock village was akin to putting a mouse in a grain bin, there was an upside. Despite his greed, he would not squander money. It was crucial to enjoy the process of earning, a quality that indicated potential financial acumen. Nevertheless, Wu remained cautious, planning to have Kisame initially work alongside Hanyue in the rock village's film industry to evaluate his operational skills. If satisfactory, Wu would gradually elevate him to oversee the village's finances, ensuring the legacy of talents for Inoki. In summary, the strategy was to have Kisame start from the grassroots to test his abilities. If proven competent, he could emerge as an entrepreneur for the rock village. If exceptionally talented, he could hold significant financial power. If inadequate, Kisame's prowess could still serve as a formidable force for the rock village. Ultimately, the rock village would incur no losses. Though Wu's decisions might invite criticism and scorn from the hidden mist village, the stature of the rock village was undeniable. Being one of the superpowers in the shinobi world, even the leaf village had to show deference. Wu harbored no fear of the mist village. Very well. You are the Tsuchikage, and I am merely your subordinate. I shall heed your guidance. Hanyue relented, lowering his hand and ceasing the technique. Wu straightened his attire and addressed Kisame. You are connected to my rock village. Would you be willing to join us? Absolutely. Kisame responded eagerly before Wu could finish his statement. I yearn for advancement. I have long admired the rock village. I believe it to be my spiritual homeland. The rock village is truly magnificent. I have always considered myself a part of it. Kisame passionately expressed his sentiments. When the foremost shinobi village extended an olive branch, hesitating would have been foolish. The choice between engaging in illicit activities or joining an official establishment was clear to him. Wait a moment, despite your youth. Was the rock village established at your birth? The leaf village was likely not even formed at that time, Hanyue interrupted, dismantling Kisame's enthusiasm. Kisame's expression faltered, yet he persisted. Such details are insignificant. What matters is my heart belongs to the rock village. I too can negotiate. I can love the village. I can sing a song for the rock village. He radiated an aura of righteousness. Hanyue erupted into laughter. You are too much. I've lost count of how many times I've laughed today. I now understand how the rock village has thrived, gathering allies along the way. Even Wu struggled to suppress a smile at Kisame's earnestness. Kisame, realizing he had overdone it, attempted to regain composure. All right, I understand. I know your defection from the Mist Village was unavoidable. I won't hold it against you. I will manage the Mist Village's concerns. However, do consider the societal implications of your actions moving forward. Wu patted Kisame on the shoulder, imparting a serious tone. Kisame nodded vigorously, beginning to envision his potential rise and even dreaming of penning a novel titled after defecting. I choose the Rock Village. Why are you crying? Chapter 72. Inoki's Wedding in the Land of Earth. Within the Rock Village, two men were seated by a serene inner lake, leisurely fishing. Wu and Ghost Lantern Hanue donned bathrobes and sunglasses, gazing across the water with fishing rods in hand, patiently awaiting a bite. Nearby, Yimbiyu members were stationed, responsible for security and service. Are you truly at ease leaving that young scoundrel Inoki in charge of the village? Hanue inquired, munching on a biscuit. It is time for him to gain some experience. This marks my 8th year in office. It is indeed time for me to step down. After my departure, I shall find greater ease and can dedicate my efforts to other pursuits. Gazing at the surface of the lake, Wu sighed, reflecting on the passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, he had already served as the Tsuchikage for 8 years. Since the last time he took action to eliminate the Golden Horn and Silver Horn and return to the village, he had not ventured outside, dedicating himself to the stable governance of the village. In recent years, the ninja world had been remarkably tranquil, with Konoha, Humiliated, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure coexisting peacefully. It was as if everyone had come to a realization, rapidly advancing, not merely in development, but rather in preparation for potential conflicts. Kirigakure, having secluded itself, remained isolated by the ocean, leaving others uncertain of its circumstances. Meanwhile, smaller nations had risen, yet they had become mere puppets of the larger powers. Do you not covet power? Inquired Mizukage Hogetsu, intrigued. Not particularly, Wu replied with a smile, shaking his head. In a world imbued with extraordinary powers, the utility of authority is limited. Were it not for these powers, I might have clung to power more tightly. At that moment, Hogetsu turned, noticing Inoki rushing towards them. Ah, Inoki has truly arrived, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Inoki, panting as he reached the two, exclaimed, how can someone who has become Tsuchikage still be so flustered? Hogetsu affectionately ruffled Inoki's hair. There's joyous news. Inoki beamed with a hint of shyness, excitement radiating as he looked at Wu and Hogetsu. Really? Both Wu and Hogetsu turned their attention towards him. With a bashful demeanor, Inoki produced 2 invitation cards from his chest. Master Wu, Uncle Hogetsu, please accept my invitation to my engagement banquet. I have a request. Since my parents and grandfather have passed, I would be honored if you both could attend my wedding as elders. After a respectful bow, he presented the invitations, leaving Wu and Hogetsu momentarily stunned before they accepted the cards with astonishment. Upon examining the invitation, Wu noted it was indeed for Inoki's engagement. Well, Inoki, it seems you are getting engaged. To whom, I wonder? It wouldn't be that commoner girl from before, would it? Hogetsu teased, a smile gracing his face. Over the past few years, Hogetsu had developed a good rapport with Inoki. Whenever Wu was preoccupied, it was often Hogetsu who took charge of teaching Inoki, even helping him master several water-style jutsu. It was truly a delightful experience for Inoki to be mentored by 2 of the strongest kages of his time. Blushing, Inoki admitted, yes, she is an ordinary girl from the village, not a ninja. We met by chance and felt a strong connection. Hogetsu raised an eyebrow, jesting. This is indeed a good thing. It can foster relationships between ninjas and commoners. Wu, gazing at the invitation in his hand, was lost in thought as he observed the now young Inoki. He couldn't help but reminisce about how swiftly time had flown. It seemed like just yesterday he had taken Inoki to Konoha when he was still a child. Since this is your choice, I shall not interfere, Wu nodded. Yes, you have indeed grown. We will certainly attend your engagement banquet. When is the wedding? Inoki scratched his head. The engagement is next month. The specific wedding date will depend on when you and Uncle Hogetsu are available. Wu smiled, patting his shoulder. Naturally, I will be there. I look forward to seeing which lucky girl has captured your heart. Hogetsu chimed in with a chuckle. Huh? I will arrange for the village and our production team to document your wedding celebrations. Hearing their words, Inoki's face blossomed with happiness. Months later, Inoki's wedding day arrived, drawing a multitude of attendees, not just from Iwagakure, but representatives from several other villages as well. Wu was mildly surprised, as it was evident that the intentions of these villages were quite straightforward. They had all recognized that Inoki was to be the next Tsuchikage. They wished to extend their congratulations to Wu and form connections with the new leader. However, what astonished Wu the most was that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, had chosen to attend personally. It was well known that Iwagakure had inflicted significant damage upon Konoha, and even now, it occupied territories in the Land of Fire's western regions, maintaining a substantial military presence. The deaths of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were also consequences of his actions, yet Konoha was still concerned about internal dissent. Thus, they arrived under the guise of a visiting delegation. At the wedding venue, Hiruzen approached Wu, exclaiming, "Greetings, Tsuchikage," as he jogged over, extending his hand. "Oh, the third is quite youthful," Wu remarked, observing Hiruzen's vibrant appearance. "You two have not aged a day. You look just as you did in my youth," Hiruzen replied, taken aback by Wu's unchanged visage. "This is my trio of disciples," Hiruzen announced, gesturing to the three young individuals behind him, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Tsunade, in particular, cast a fierce glare at Wu, likely aware of his role in her grandfather's demise, while Jiraiya appeared somewhat restless, akin to Naruto in his youthful days. Orochimaru remained quiet and composed, seemingly unfazed by Wu's scrutiny. "Indeed, they all seemed destined for greatness," Wu humorously observed. "Thank you for your kind words," Hiruzen nodded, signaling the trio to go off and enjoy themselves. As the young ones dashed off to explore Iwagakure, the second Tsuchikage, Shaman, made his entrance, exclaiming, "It has been a while, Tsuchikage." "Indeed, it has," Wu replied, shaking hands with Shaman, who proudly showcased a child in the arms of a woman accompanying him. "This is my son, Shachuan," Shaman announced with pride. "Shachuan," Wu echoed, taking the infant in his arms, struggling to maintain a straight face at the peculiar name. However, he chose to remain polite and refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud. Beside him, Hogetsu couldn't hold back, asking Shaman, "Did you come up with that name using your toes? Why name your child something so odd? Is it strange?" Shaman replied, scratching his head. "I'm Shaman, and my son is Shachuan. Isn't that perfectly normal? Should I have named him Sofa instead? If it were a daughter, perhaps Sofa would be appropriate." All right. Who are the two behind you?" Wu inquired, noticing the two young individuals trailing after Shaman, puzzled as to why they were not mentioned in the original text. "Oh, these two are my chosen guards. The boy is called Aizu, and the girl is Chiyo," Shaman introduced. "Chiyo?" Wu blinked in surprise, turning to the girl, who appeared shy and somewhat petite, with a touch of baby fat and light purple hair. "Wait, what? This petite girl with light purple hair is Chiyo?" According to the exquisite visage of Chiyo, it is evident that she must have been quite striking in her youth. It is indeed challenging to associate the present Chiyo with the aged version of herself. "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, I am called Chiyo," she acknowledged, slightly bowing as she noticed that Tsuchikage's attention on her. "Understood," came the reply from Mu, who nodded gently. One could only say that women undergo a remarkable transformation as they age. The disparity between youth and old age is truly vast. However, this is not to imply that aging is unfavorable for women. Like fine wine, they become richer and more aromatic with time, provided aging is approached appropriately. My sincerest apologies for our tardiness. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out as the third Raikage entered, accompanied by Inoki. "Ah, third Raikage. You have indeed risen to prominence, haven't you?" remarked the Sand Elder with a faint smile. "Not at all. I am still far from matching the esteemed predecessors," the third Raikage replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor in front of Mu and the others. "What a lively gathering. The guests are becoming increasingly familiar," Mu mused, noting the growing number of characters from the original narrative: Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Chiyo, Kaido, and Inoki. "Why do you constantly find yourself lost in inexplicable sentiments? Have you truly begun to age?" Hozuki Mangetsu nudged Mu with an elbow. "I am still quite youthful. Do not speak so recklessly," Mu retorted, quickly reverting to his Tsuchikage persona. "Come, let us position these cameras here. We must capture this moment flawlessly." At that moment, Kakuzu, clad in formal attire, arrived with a cadre of photographers responsible for documenting the entire wedding ceremony. "Kakuzu, you two have come. How generous will you be for Inoki's wedding?" Hozuki Mangetsu inquired with a grin, placing a hand on Kakuzu's shoulder. "Indeed, Kakuzu, as the director of the Iwagakure Central Television Station, I trust you will not be stingy," Mu added. Upon mentioning the gift, Kakuzu felt a pang of reluctance. Since taking charge of Iwagakure Television and the filming duties, his finances had been flowing like a river. profiting immensely. It was only after joining the Iwagakure establishment that he comprehended the meaning of substantial earnings. Ahem. How much did you both contribute? Kakuzu asked, casting a glance at the two. Hozuki Mangetsu and Mu exchanged knowing glances and immediately understood. We contributed this amount, they declared, extending 10 fingers. Kakuzu's eyes widened, and he reluctantly admitted, I am somewhat similar. I contributed nearly the same. Wow. I must say, Iwagakure is indeed flourishing, exclaimed Jiraiya as he strolled down the bustling streets of Iwagakure, quickly accumulating an array of delectable treats. Tsunade, however, observed the vibrancy of Iwagakure with a frown, as it was the village that had led to her grandfather's demise. Orochimaru, curious, surveyed the surroundings, intrigued by the innovations of Iwagakure, televisions, radios, and other technologies. Compared to Iwagakure, Konoha seemed to belong to an entirely different era. Although the introduction of electricity and other technologies occurred under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, it was still incomparable to Iwagakure's advancements. Oh ho ho! So many beautiful ladies! Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the array of provocative advertisements playing on the television. This rascal Jiraiya is indeed a notorious lecher, Tsunade thought, rendered speechless by his behavior. Yet, upon witnessing the explicit nature of the advertisements, her own cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing that Konoha remained considerably more conservative in comparison. Humph. What do you know, Tsunade? I am merely observing these matters with a critical eye. Let the vile Iwagakure ideologies corrupt me, Jiraiya declared, his eyes gleaming as he began searching for adult magazines in the bookstore. Such repression is tedious and juvenile, Orochimaru remarked. Dismissively, Tsunade felt a sense of satisfaction at Orochimaru's more rational demeanor. However, in the next moment, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon a shelf of scientific literature. What is this? He mused, slowly extracting a book and perusing its contents. Instantly captivated, he found answers to his previous inquiries within the pages, becoming increasingly engrossed, even settling down to read with fervor. All right, you two, Tsunade exclaimed, glancing at the oblivious Orochimaru and the distracted Jiraiya, who was lost in the advertisements, crossing her arms in irritation. Yet, as she turned her head, she noticed a nearby casino. Well, I suppose I shall indulge in a little entertainment and see how Iwagakure's offerings compare to Konoha's. Pouting slightly, Tsunade utilized a transformation technique to disguise herself as an adult woman and entered the establishment. Upon entering, she was immediately ensnared by the atmosphere. Unlike Konoha's casinos, this one boasted an array of intriguing slot machines with various gambling methods, far surpassing Konoha's offerings. Is this what they call a slot machine? Tsunade pondered, inserting a coin and pulling the lever. As the screen flickered and symbols appeared, an avalanche of coins cascaded from below. Ah, I see. I have grasped the concept. It is time to engage in a grand gamble. Tsunade licked her lips, her cheeks flushed with excitement, ready for a thrilling escapade. It's essential to retire early. I am nearing my limit for book titles. Do you have any recommendations? 1. Tsuchikage, speedrun to the dual gods of Uchiha Madara. 2. Susanoo versus the Great Buddha. A single jutsu to break it 3. Would you like my course on dust release jump guns? 4. Tsuchikage, beginning with suppressing Uchiha Madara 5. Tsuchikage, the mysterious bandaged man. These are the titles I have conceived thus far. Of course, I will not let readers do all the thinking. The important part is what the author conveys. Chapter 74. The 3 Sannin. At this moment, the groom, Inoki, was drenched in perspiration as he surveyed the multitude of influential figures before him. Aside from the hidden mist village, all other Kage from the various ninja villages had arrived, making it a gathering rivaling the 5 Kage summit. It was rumored that emissaries from the feudal lords would also be attending. He had envisioned a splendid wedding, but this was beyond his expectations. The guest list was astonishingly grand, with the impending arrival of the feudal lords and leaders from smaller nations. A significant portion of the ninja world's power was present. The scale of this wedding was so monumental that one might mistake it for a union between Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu, should they choose to wed on the spot. Otherwise, he could not fathom who else could command such an elaborate celebration. It seemed even the Mist Village would have to make an appearance. Perhaps Uchiha Madara would even rise from the depths to witness the event. Nevertheless, Inoki felt a tinge of pride, for this was indeed a moment of great prestige. Everyone was aware that he was the Tsuchikage behind this event, which was why they had come to show their support. Quickly, prepare, Inoki urged as he hurried backstage to make himself presentable. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously awaited the return of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. With the feast about to commence, he wondered where the three of them had wandered off to. Those three were not to be trifled with. If they caused a ruckus in Iwagakure, he would not be able to shield them from the consequences. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became, leading him to crave a smoke. As he reached for his pipe, he realized in his haste that he had forgotten it. The absence of tobacco left him feeling uncomfortable. "What troubles you, Hokage?" Mu inquired, observing the increasingly anxious expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Haha, nothing of concern. Tsuchikage, I merely forgot my pipe," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, forcing a smile. Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat of a traditionalist. While Iwagakure was on the verge of researching electronic cigarettes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still clinging to his old pipe. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He gestured, and an Umbu operative approached, presenting a small white box to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What is this?" he asked, eyeing the box with curiosity. "This is Iwagakure's latest tobacco. You might want to give it a try," the operative suggested. The smoke that Sarutobi Hiruzen is about to try is a cigarette developed by Iwagakure itself. Unfamiliar with this rolled cigarette, he hesitates on how to smoke it. "Kakuzu, do you have a lighter?" he asks, glancing at Kakuzu. Kakuzu retrieves a lighter from his pocket and lights a cigarette for Hiruzen. After taking a puff, Hiruzen's eyes sparkle with delight. "This smoke is truly celestial," he exclaims, instantly transformed by its flavor. "I want to try it too." Shaman's eyes gleam with excitement. The third Raikage, intrigued by this novelty, also expresses a desire to partake. After both leaders take a puff, they extol the exquisite taste of the smoke, indulging in its pleasures, while only Mu and Kaigetsu refrain from smoking. "Aren't you two going to try?" Hiruzen inquires. "I'll pass," Mu replies, for he is one who aspires to longevity and has never indulged in smoking or drinking, adhering to a strictly disciplined lifestyle of early rising and sleeping. "Haha, I dislike the taste of smoke," Kaigetsu shrugs, sharing Mu's aversion. "Excuse me for a moment. My three disciples seem to have wandered off. I shall search for them," Hiruzen says, slightly bowing. "I'll accompany you. My sensory abilities are quite sharp, and since the wedding has yet to commence, it would be prudent to look together," Mu responds, patting Hiruzen on the shoulder. His decision to follow is motivated by distrust and the suspicion that Hiruzen might have ulterior motives. As they stroll through the streets, Hiruzen cannot help but acknowledge that Iwagakure has progressed significantly faster than Konohagakure, feeling as though they are in two different worlds. Konohagakure predominantly features single-story buildings, with the tallest being merely 5 stories, while Iwagakure boasts numerous 10-story edifices. Eventually, they spot Jiraiya amidst the bustling crowd. "Jiraiya." Hiruzen approaches him in a fit of anger. Completely engrossed in a magazine, Jiraiya jumps at Hiruzen's sudden shout. "Who is there?" he exclaims, but upon recognizing Hiruzen, he brightens. "Ah, it's you, teacher. I have something exciting to show you." He beams, handing Hiruzen an adult magazine. Hiruzen is momentarily taken aback, his face turning crimson as blood trickles from his nose. "Hee. Teacher, what do you think? Isn't it impressive?" Jiraiya chuckles, reveling in the moment. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, engrossed in scientific literature, casts a glance at the two, muttering to himself about Konohagakure's impending doom before returning to his studies. Seeing the two engaged in such antics, Mu feels a sense of relief. It is comforting to see his rivals in such a state. Clearing his throat, Mu captures their attention. "Ahem. Hiruzen, I apologize for my previous outburst. I was merely disciplining my disciple," he says, his tone lightening. "It's nothing," Mu waves dismissively. "Wow, Lord Tsuchikage, the magazines from Iwagakure are simply splendid. They even have novels. I have so many new ideas I wish to share with you," Jiraiya exclaims, his exuberance palpable. "Jiraiya, this is the Tsuchikage. Show some respect," Hiruzen admonishes, firmly tapping Jiraiya on the head. Mu, unfazed, inquires, "What ideas do you have?" "Well, I have 2 dreams. The first is to have all the beautiful ladies of the world belong to me, Jiraiya. The second is to write a novel. I hope that one day, my novel will be adapted into a manga or a film," Jiraiya declares enthusiastically. "Oh, you wish for me to command the Iwagakure film studio to adapt your future writings?" Mu surmises, recognizing Jiraiya's intentions. "Hee, Lord Tsuchikage, you are truly astute, as expected from the greatest strategist in the ninja world." Jiraiya laughs. "That will depend on the quality of your writing. If it is good, Iwagakure will certainly assist you in bringing it to the screen," Mu responds. Agreed. It's a promise. Jiraiya exclaims, striking a flamboyant pose. Lord Tsuchikage, you are too indulgent with Jiraiya. Hiruzen remarks helplessly, doubting Jiraiya's literary talents. Ah, young Sarutobi. To be a teacher who dampens enthusiasm, you are still too young, Mu retorts, hands clasped behind his back. You are right, Hiruzen acknowledges, though he remains aware of his status as an equal to Mu. In private, however, he maintains a demeanor of youthful respect towards Mu. Chapter 75, The Science Enthusiast. Orochimaru, Orochimaru. I didn't expect to find you here, Hiruzen exclaims, having spotted Orochimaru in the science section. You are also secretly indulging in adult content? He accuses, assuming the worst until he sees Orochimaru engrossed in scientific texts, at which point his ire diminishes. Come now, Orochimaru, we must hurry. The event is about to begin. Hiruzen urges, glancing at his most gifted disciple. No, Orochimaru replies, pouting slightly and gesturing towards the array of scientific volumes. Do you wish for me to purchase them all? Hiruzen asks, wide-eyed, realizing he hasn't brought much money for this outing. Orochimaru nods subtly. Little Orochimaru, I truly do not have that much money, Hiruzen laments, ruffling Orochimaru's hair affectionately. These books contain invaluable knowledge that is absent in Konoha. Orochimaru sighs, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated yearning. If I miss this opportunity, given the relationship between Iwagakure and Konoha, my chances of acquiring such knowledge in the future may be exceedingly slim. Little Sarutobi, if your disciple desires them, grant him that wish. Where is the bookstore owner? How much for these volumes? I shall cover the cost, Mu interjects, strolling over. Orochimaru's eyes widen in disbelief. Unable to fathom why the Tsuchikage would assist him, Mu meets Orochimaru's gaze, revealing his appreciation for the potential scientific talents of the young man. Should Orochimaru ever consider aligning with Iwagakure, his expertise would be a valuable asset. After all, it is merely a few books. Iwagakure has ninjas interested in ninjutsu, some in taijutsu, but few in the sciences. Your curiosity is indeed rare and commendable. Our village has always prioritized scientific research, so if you have any questions, feel free to inquire at Iwagakure, Mu offers kindly. Orochimaru feels a surge of excitement, realizing that his interests extend beyond just ninjutsu. Make sure to thank Lord Tsuchikage, Orochimaru. Hiruzen adds, still blissfully unaware of Mu's ulterior motives, believing he is merely being supportive by purchasing the books for his disciple. Thank you, Lord Tsuchikage. Orochimaru bows deeply in gratitude. The bookstore owner hastily approaches, expressing his honor at serving the Tsuchikage and offering the books for free. Mu, however, insists, I will cover the cost. Just charge it to Kakuzu. I will ensure he pays you back later. He promptly hands the bill to Kakuzu, and amidst the commotion, Tsunade emerges leisurely from the casino. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared once more as he saw Tsunade emerge from the casino. Yet, Tsunade appeared utterly unconcerned. Teacher, you have finally arrived. By the way, old man, I owe 2 million. The casino insists on seeing my guardian since I am still a minor. I was just about to find you. Please go inside and settle the debt for me, she said with a carefree smile. What? 2 million? Hiruzen felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Senpai, I implore you. He cast a pitiful glance at Mu, hoping that, for Mu's sake, the debt could be waived. However, Mu feigned ignorance, gazing down at the ground. Goodness, this ground is truly something, he remarked, deliberately ignoring Hiruzen's pleading eyes. Tsunade, upon our return, I shall inform Lord Mido of this matter. Hiruzen shot Tsunade a fierce glare. Had it not been for her formidable background, he would have given her a thorough reprimanding. Oh, just tell him, Tsunade said nonchalantly, hands clasped behind her back. Eventually, Hiruzen, in the name of the Hokage, wrote an IOU, promising to repay the sum upon returning to Konoha. The casino owner, recognizing the assurance of a Hokage, said nothing further. The wedding commenced, an event bustling with life. One table was reserved for the Kage, another for the daimyo, an additional one for the elders, and a table for children. As the ceremony progressed, Akatsuki's Hozuki Mangetsu felt the atmosphere lacked fervor and decided to liven things up. He approached the stage holding an apple suspended by a string. The newlyweds must share this apple, using only their mouths, no hands allowed. They must eat together, he announced, dangling the apple between the couple. Obito and his bride, puzzled, leaned in to take a bite. At the crucial moment, Hozuki yanked the apple away. In an instant, the couple found themselves kissing. The crowd erupted in excitement. Obito felt a surge of satisfaction, discreetly giving Hozuki a thumbs up. Hozuki certainly knew how to stir the moment. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was counting the money, which belonged to the guests. Although this task was not his responsibility, he took it upon himself under the guise of diligence, counting the money repeatedly, even delivering an epic soliloquy about it. During the toast segment, Obito offered drinks to the guests. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. Turning around, he spotted the distant figure of Tsuchikage's rock elephant, the embodiment of his grandfather, Ishikawa. "Grandfather, I am getting married." He gently raised his cup towards the distant figure. As the guests began to mingle, Mu, having already eaten his fill, grew bored and began to observe the children's table. There sat Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Todai, Chiyo, and Kaido. Jiraiya, with his boisterous demeanor, couldn't help but approach the beautiful Chiyo. "Hey, are you from Sunagakure? Wow, you are even more stunning than the beauties of Konoha. Chiyo, you are the most beautiful girl from Suna I've ever seen." Listening in, Mu couldn't hold back a laugh at Jiraiya's words. The other Kage looked at Mu in confusion, but he quickly regained his composure, wiping his mouth. He was curious to see what Jiraiya would look like at 40. What expressions would grace his face then? "Chiyo, do you have a boyfriend?" Jiraiya, feeling quite charming, continued his pursuit. "You're Jiraiya, right? You seem quite interesting," Chiyo replied with a gentle smile. The age gap between them was significant, and she held no romantic feelings, merely wanting to amuse the child. Chapter 76. The Jinchuriki. After the wedding concluded, an eerie atmosphere lingered as everyone departed. Rather than merely attending a wedding, many had ulterior motives, testing the waters with Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen sought a war to cleanse Konoha's disgrace, while the Wind Shadow, Shaman, and the Third Raikage were haunted by the losses of the First Shinobi World War, yearning to reignite hostilities against Konoha. Shaman and A had subtly hinted to Mu about their desires to ally with Iwagakure against Konoha. However, Mu pretended to be oblivious, not engaging in their discourse. His thoughts were clear. "Konoha, I shall deal with you in due time. And you, I will also settle the score with." Mu's current strategy was to continuously farm for resources, develop ninjutsu, and research methods to extend his life and augment his strength. He chose to remain uninvolved in outside conflicts until he achieved breakthroughs. He would first amass power and then emerge for a decisive battle. Seeing Mu's disinterest in war, the others felt somewhat disheartened, yet Shaman and A seemed intent on provoking hostilities against Konoha. Mu, however, refrained from dissuading them, hoping that Sunagakure and Kumogakure would weaken each other in the fray. With the wedding behind them, life returned to its mundane rhythm. Mu, orchestrating events from behind the scenes, continued to fish with Hozuki while monitoring the progress of his research. Meanwhile, Obito gradually learned to manage the village, taking on more responsibilities within Iwagakure. Recently, a peculiar incident had stirred Iwagakure. A young boy, around 4 or 5 years old, was often referred to by residents as a reincarnation of a monster due to his immense strength, which he struggled to control, often causing destruction. When angered, he even sprouted a tail, instilling fear among the townsfolk. "Why do they all despise me? I haven't done anything wrong. It's just that I'm a bit stronger," lamented Jiraiya, feeling despondent on the main street of Iwagakure. Deep down, he understood why the residents feared him. He truly was a monster. Each night, he dreamed of a great gorilla roaring at him. In the spirit of helping others, he tried to emulate what he had seen on television. But every attempt ended in chaos due to his overwhelming strength. Sighing, Jiraiya slumped to the ground, a picture of despair. Scrap collection. Scrap collection. An elderly man on a tricycle was struggling to ascend a steep incline. Seeing this, Jiraiya sprang into action, thinking, "Excellent. I can do a good deed. If I help, perhaps the residents will come to like me. Old man, let me help you push your cart," Jiraiya exclaimed, running towards the scrap collector. The old man, terrified, shouted, "Don't come near me." Yet, Jiraiya continued forward, pushing the cart with all his might. In the blink of an eye, both the cart and the elderly man went soaring through the air. "Old man," Jiraiya cried out in alarm, realizing he had failed to control his strength. The elderly man, teetering on the edge of tears, thought, "Will this old body survive such a fall?" In that critical moment, a figure rushed forward, catching the elderly man and stabilizing the cart with a single hand using ninjutsu. Lord Tsuchikage. The elderly man looked up in awe at his savior. Mu frowned as he glanced at the distant Jiraiya. Is this truly the Jinchuriki I once approved? He's grown so much. Lord Tsuchikage. That monster just went berserk and attacked me. You must capture him. The old man urged, still shaken. Please, sir, just leave this area. Rest assured. The Iwagakure government will compensate you for your mental distress, Mu reassured him, patting the old man's shoulder. Once the elder departed, only Mu and Jiraiya remained. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Z Purple, in a state of panic, bowed deeply and apologized, slowly approaching Old Purple. He had heard about the recent monstrous incidents in Iwagakure, but never expected the villagers would harbor fear and exclusion towards the Jinchuriki. Logically speaking, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Gaara were ostracized merely due to the destruction their tailed beasts had wrought upon their villages. However, Old Purple was different at the time. Naruto had successfully subdued the Four Tails, and the battlefield was external, causing no harm to the village. Swish, swish, swish. Several members of the Umbu, tasked with monitoring the Jinchuriki, swiftly appeared. Lord Tsuchikage, please forgive us. We were merely following protocol, allowing the Jinchuriki some fresh air. A few Umbu members half knelt on the ground, anxiously explaining. It's fine. You may leave. I will check on the Jinchuriki. Wu shook his head, showing no blame towards them. Who are you? You are Lord Tsuchikage? Z, recognizing Wu's familiar form, characterized by his signature bandages, as well as the respectful demeanor of the ninjas, immediately realized who stood before him. Yet, he quickly became overwhelmed with grievance and rage. Why? Why was I chosen? Why, out of so many, was I selected to be that monster? You have turned me into a monster. I am not human. I am merely a monster. A monster? Do you know what a monster is? Z roared at Wu, pointing at the person before him, the very person who had chosen him. All his misfortunes were the fault of this individual. Z glared at Wu with burning fury, and then a voice echoed within him. A massive gorilla with four tails materialized in the dim space, whispering with a bewitching tone in Z's ear, urging, eliminate him. Eliminate him. Z's gaze grew dangerous, and soon, chakra began to swirl around him. Wu's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the Jinchuriki was on the verge of losing control. Acting swiftly, he formed hand seals. 5-element seal. 5 types of chakra, wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water, manifested at Wu's fingertips. In an instant, he teleported before Old Purple and struck his abdomen with a palm. Puff! Old Purple's eyes glazed over, and then clarity returned. Let me go? Old Purple still glared fiercely at Wu, his anger unabated. Wu regarded Old Purple with a composed demeanor, preferring to sway the Jinchuriki with the will of stone rather than reduce him to a mere tool of obedience. After all, in the original narrative, Old Purple had left the village due to discord with Inoki. Enough of this commotion. Come, speak to me about why you feel this way. Perhaps I can help you find answers. In Iwagakure, upon the statue of the Second Tsuchikage, Wu and Old Purple sat together. Old Purple recounted his unfortunate experiences and incessantly questioned why he had been chosen as the Jinchuriki. Wu listened patiently, occasionally offering gentle responses. Chapter 77. Is that little son Wukong? So why did you choose me? Why not someone else? Why? Z's eyes widened in accusation towards Wu for selecting him as the Jinchuriki. Wu was momentarily speechless. In truth, setting aside the possibility of ostracism, becoming a Jinchuriki could be seen as advantageous. For those who crave power, it signifies an elevation of limits, granting access to greater strength. Among that group of children, only you were suitable to become the Jinchuriki, Wu finally spoke. Z was about to rebut, but Wu did not grant him the opportunity. In fact, being a Jinchuriki is not necessarily a bad thing. It is said that great responsibilities are bestowed upon those chosen. It is not merely our decision, but rather fate that has selected you. We wished for a designated individual, but the other children did not meet the criteria to become a Jinchuriki. You may consider yourself fortunate. Wu gazed at Z, who protested, but it has only brought me misfortune. Others see me as a monster. Gently placing his hand atop Z's head, Wu replied, then why not consider what benefits it may bring you? For instance, harnessing its power to accomplish deeds that earn you admiration, he suggested. I've tried, but I can never control it. My strength is overwhelming. I lose control at critical moments. Z lamented. Wu frowned slightly. Could it be that the Four Tails is causing this chaos? Look at me. Wu began forming hand seals. He had left his chakra in the ceiling space to communicate with the tailed beast. Buzz. In the next moment, Wu entered the ceiling space. Splash, splash, splash. The ground was waterlogged as Wu walked calmly through it. Soon, A colossal cage loomed before him, and within its depths, the massive form of the tailed beast gradually materialized. "It's you. You audacious creature. How dare you enter?" The four tails glared coldly at Wu with its enormous eyes. I have come to discuss matters of Z's control over his powers. You have been lending him your strength, have you not? A mere child cannot possibly handle your power. It is far too volatile and could wreak havoc upon the village. Even if you wish to lend him your strength, it should only be after he becomes a ninja, Wu stated calmly. Once he becomes a ninja, I won't grant him even a shred of chakra. You despicable humans do not deserve it. I will incite chaos, foster his negative emotions, and cultivate his disdain for your village. The four tails roared, growing increasingly furious. After venting its anger, the four tails spoke in a mocking tone. You insignificant humans are unworthy of conversing with me. As an elder of Iwagakure, you appear to me as nothing more than an infant, even lesser than an infant. Do not be deceived by your current power. A century from now, we shall see who will have the last laugh. Wu frowned slightly, sensing the creature's arrogance. Heh. Wu chuckled softly. What are you laughing at, you fool? The four tails continued to berate him. May I inquire if you are the esteemed Sun Wukong, the pet of Sage of the Six Paths, hailing from the Water Curtain Cave? Wu remarked with a light smile. The four tails trembled in surprise, lowering its head in shock, its eyes wide with disbelief. What? You opened the gate so quickly? Human, how do you know my name? Tell me. How do you know? And how do you know that person's name? Who exactly are you? The four tails roared, shaking the bars of the ceiling space with ferocity, causing a tremendous quake. The reason for the four tails' agitation was clear. The only beings that knew its name were the other eight-tailed beasts, the Sage of the Six Paths, or Ashura and Indra, individuals who had long perished thousands of years ago. Other tailed beasts would never disseminate their names, and even if they did, that name would never be revealed. Yet this person before him not only knew his name, but also the name of that great figure. Something he had only learned during the latter years of the Sage of the Six Paths. It left the four tails utterly astonished. I warn you, do not act out of line, Wu stated coolly. Human, what are your intentions? The four tails, having shed its previous disdain, fixed a piercing gaze upon Wu. I want you to follow my commands. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire, Wu asserted. Then tell me, how do you know those names? Why do you know that person's name? The four tails remained fixated on Wu's knowledge of the Sage of the Six Paths. Such matters I shall reveal to you when I approach my twilight. Without a hint of a smile, Wu swiftly ignored the four-tailed Sun Wukong and began to form hand seals. Summoning the eight-footed crow. Caw-caw? The eight-headed crow slowly opened its beak and released a scroll, which served as the key to seal the four tails. In the original story, Watergate relied on the toad, specifically the scroll toad, to safeguard the key to the Bagua seal, and Wu, too, utilized the Bagua seal, opting for the eight-headed crow to store the key. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu quickly inscribed several techniques onto the sealing scrolls, dividing them into small and large scrolls. The large scroll was directly placed into the beak of the eight-headed crow, while the small scroll was held in his hand. He then pulled Z into the sealing space. This is the place I dread in my nightmares, Z exclaimed, astonished as she surveyed her surroundings, only to lift her gaze and behold the four-tailed Sun Wukong. Little brat. The four-tailed Sun Wukong wore a sinister expression, prompting Z to timidly hide behind Wu. Do not be afraid. I have prepared something for you to try, Wu said, tossing the scroll to Z and explaining its usage. Even without chakra, she could activate the sealing techniques inscribed upon it. Z quickly grasped the method and aimed the scroll at the four-tailed Sun Wukong. The creature paused momentarily, and in the next instant, several iron chains erupted from the scroll, tightly ensnaring the four-tailed Sun Wukong. If it misbehaves in the future, you can use it like this, Wu instructed Z. After they emerged from the sealing space, Z was astonished to discover her newfound ability to wield that immense power effortlessly, no longer fearing the possibility of crushing things with her strength. Z, as a Jinchuriki, you also bear responsibilities. If you engage with the villagers with love now, they will surely accept you. In time, they will not only embrace you, but even admire and revere you, Wu elaborated with impatience, painting a bright future for her. Children, especially those like Z, who lack parental love, were easily swayed by such dreams. Regardless of the setbacks you face, do not lose your resolve. Remain steadfast like a rock. Steadfast and unyielding, that is the essence of the stone's will. Chapter 78. Research progress and development of ninja techniques. Have they finished the slaughter over there? Yes, it's done. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate all the bloodline limit clans. That's the order. Cleanse them completely. Does Lord Mizukage have any directives? Indeed. The latest and utmost directive. Kill. In recent years, the Hidden Mist Village has strayed further down a treacherous path. Initially aimed at restricting bloodline clans, the mission morphed into a slaughter, ultimately evolving into a cleansing campaign. During this phase, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist endured tremendous hardship. The families that previously aided the third Mizukage in his coup have now been nearly eradicated. The population of the Hidden Mist Village has plummeted. The foundations laid by the first generation of the White Lotus and the second generation of the Ghost Lantern Moon have been shattered. However, the third Mizukage seeks to extend this blood mist policy throughout the entire Land of Water, capturing bloodline limit users on a grand scale. Lord Mizukage. The Hidden Mist has already suffered a significant population decline. A member reported, some readers may find the claim that 1/3 seems excessive. But given the rule that only one student can remain per generation, coupled with the genocide, I believe 1/3 is not far-fetched. Nevertheless, I will adjust it to a significant population decline as per the consensus. The captain of the Umbu squad knelt before the third Mizukage, trying to persuade him to cease this madness. Fool, what do you know? This is merely a convoluted exploration. Endure a little longer, ninjas. The third Mizukage sat with his eyes closed, gazing faintly out the window. The Umbu captain's expression darkened, and he silently withdrew. After his departure, the third Mizukage glanced into the shadows of the office. Eliminate that Umbu captain. He is no longer worthy of carrying out my orders, he declared coldly. In the darkness, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen nodded silently. Understood. How did it go, Captain? Were you able to persuade him? A group of Umbu members gathered at the door, eagerly inquiring. Sigh. The Umbu captain sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. How infuriating. The third Mizukage is no match for the second Lord Moon. During the reign of the second Lord, the Hidden Mist flourished and dominated the seas. Now, we are in disarray, and internal strife threatens our very existence. An Umbu member said angrily, Are you out of your mind? Don't say that. The captain hurriedly covered the member's mouth. Captain, what if we stage a coup? For the sake of the Hidden Mist. An Umbu member suggested desperately.